I clearly awakened the S-rank profession of demon summoner, yet everyone mocked me as a worthless fraud. Because summoning demons requires sacrificing lifespan, even if a normal person offered up all their years, they could only summon low-level demons. But what they didn't know was that when I crossed over to this world, I activated the super lifespan system. Killing living creatures allows me to gain lifespan. In this world invaded by countless races, everyone awakens a combat profession at the age of 18, and the strength of it depends purely on luck. Have you heard? Lin Mu awakened the S-rank demon summoner. This profession doesn't consume mana or health, but it consumes lifespan. Sacrificing 10 or 20 years of lifespan only summons low-level demons. To summon high-level ones, you'd need to sacrifice at least a century of lifespan. Damn, wouldn't that just kill you outright? The classmates in the hallway were buzzing with discussion. Lin Mu had always been the top student in the grade, the one the homeroom teacher valued most. But now, after awakening this seemingly useless S-rank profession, he couldn't help feeling a sense of disparity. Isn't this our S-rank genius Lin Mu? Why the long face? A loud voice rang out from the crowd. It was none other than Shin Feng, another top student who had always been second to Lin Mu in academics. This time, he had awakened the A-rank Frost Archmage, a profession no weaker than an S-rank. Lin Mu, however, kept his eyes closed, deep in thought, ignoring Shin Feng entirely. System detected Hostess awakened profession. Congratulations on officially activating the super lifespan system. System has calculated that over the years, you have killed 10,659 live chickens, 17,650 live fish, countless flies, mosquitoes, and ants. Total lifespan reward, 80 years and 125 days. Current remaining lifespan, 182 years and 276 days. Damn, finally, a system. Since Lin Mu had crossed over as an orphan, adopted by a market vendor, he had to juggle school with slaughtering livestock for the family stall. Who knew it would come in handy now? The system perfectly compensated for his profession's fatal flaw: lifespan consumption. Lin Mu, don't you dare pretend you can't hear me. In the upcoming rookie trial dungeon, I'll crush you under my heel. Oh, who do we have here? If at Isnt Shin Feng, the eternal runner-up, who relied on his family's spirit elixirs just to awaken an A-rank profession. And yet, he dares to bark at an S-rank like me. Lin Mu didn't hold back, each word striking a nerve, making Shin Feng stomp his feet in rage. Of course, you could always try sacrificing your lifespan. Give us a live demonstration of dropping dead on the spot. The group of young nobles around Shin Feng burst into raucous laughter. Suddenly, Lin Mu's eyes glowed with an eerie red light, like a bloodthirsty demon, locking onto them with a deathly stare. Why you wait? Shin Feng spat before scurrying back to his seat. Lin Mu used the initial skill of the demon summoner Demon's Gaze on Shin Feng, which could inflict a fear effect on the enemy, preventing them from attacking him. A system notification chimed, ding dong, you have a new task, defeat the provocateur Shin Feng in the trial dungeon. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Whoa, a new feature unlocked, Lin Mu thought happily. At that moment, the broadcast sounded, and all the newly awakened students gathered on the playground. A massive portal stood in the middle of the track, and a middle-aged male teacher with a receding hairline began speaking on the stage. Congratulations to all the newly awakened students. Your progress in the upcoming dungeon will be recorded on the leaderboard. The top-ranked student will represent our school in the Western Rising Star Championship. I hope everyone performs well. The students filed into the portal one by one, each randomly teleported to different locations. A prompt panel appeared, welcome to the Bloodstained Village dungeon, suitable for levels 1 to 10, difficulty, normal. Mission description, the villagers are being harassed by ratmen. Please help them repel the invaders. Time limit, 5 hours. Note: you will be automatically teleported out of the dungeon upon death or when time runs out. Lin Mu surveyed his surroundings and found himself in a field overgrown with weeds. He immediately pulled up his profession panel, name, Lin Mu profession, Demon Summoner profession type, summoning rarity, S tier level, 10% tier, 0 breakthrough every 20 levels HP, 800 MP, 1000 strength, 50 agility, 50 stamina, 80 intelligence, 80 spirit, 100 summon slots, 2. Skills, summon demon sacrifice lifespan to form a contract with a demon. Each summon consumes 100 MP. Demon's Gaze inflict a fear effect on a target within 10 meters, preventing them from attacking you for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Talent, Demon Affinity. Demons you summon have 100% loyalty to you. Item, Demon Tome S tier, medium for summoning demons. As expected of an S-tier profession. Time to summon a demon. With a thought, he summoned the demon tome. Imp 5 years, Hellhound 10 years, Beholder 20 years. The demons on the first few pages didn't catch his eye. This one looks good. I choose you. Confirm sacrificing 100 years of lifespan to contract an infernal demon? Yes. As soon as he spoke, a hexagram magic circle appeared on the ground before him, emitting a blinding light. A vague figure slowly began to materialize within the circle. At that moment, rustling sounds came from the grass behind him. A group of half-human tall giant rat monsters emerged, wielding cleavers and looking vicious. Ratman Scout, Race, Ratman F tier level, LV.1 HP, 200 skill, Cleave. The Ratman in front raised its cleaver and swung it forward, as if giving a command, and all the Ratmen charged at Lin Mu. You ill-mannered pests, can't you see I'm busy? The next second, his eyes turned sharp as he activated Demon's Gaze. The Ratmen recoiled in terror as if they had seen something horrifying, some even dropping their weapons. Meanwhile, the figure in the magic circle grew clearer. Accompanied by a gust of scorching wind, a towering, crimson demon standing a full 3 meters tall appeared on the spot, its skin resembling molten lava. Summon, Flame Demon Race, Demon Clan S-Class Branch Flame Demon Species Rarity, a class level, 60 HP, 280,000 MP, 80,000 Strength, 30,000 Agility, 20,000 Stamina, 28,000 Intelligence, 8,000 Spirit, 8,000. Skills, Wrath of Flames, deals AoE damage to enemies within 20 meters. Lava Domain, deals continuous damage to enemies within 50 meters. Talent, Scorching Airflow, reduces fire resistance of enemies within 50 meters by 50%. Lin Mu looked at the summon's description, his face full of confusion. Wow, I'm just a level 1 newbie, and I summoned a level 60 summon? These stats are straight up boss tier. The flame demon stretched its limbs and slowly spoke. I am Flame Demon General Barrows. Which insignificant insect has summoned me to this place? The moment it saw Lin Mu, it paused in surprise, then immediately knelt on one knee. My lord. The profession talent demon affinity was triggered, raising the flame demon's loyalty to 100%. That's more like it. I spent a full 100 years of my lifespan to summon you, and I don't want to hear that tone again. Here's your chance to redeem yourself. Go wipe out those ratmen. As you command, my lord. The flame demon appeared utterly submissive. Squeak squeak. The lead ratman scout shrieked, and the ratmen immediately dropped their weapons and fled in panic. The flame demon raised its hand and slammed it into the ground, causing the earth within a 20-meter radius to crack open, flames erupting from the fissures. A flurry of damage numbers popped up. 299,998. Before the ratmen could react, they were engulfed in the fiery waves. Ratman Scout slain. EXP plus 10, lifespan plus 10 days. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 2, you have gained 5 distributable attribute points. Remaining lifespan, 83 years and 71 days. Lindsay was ecstatic, this is too strong. Then the next step is to hurry up and upgrade. Lindsay looked towards the distance. His initial teleportation point was still some distance away from the village, so the monsters here were relatively sparse. And at this moment, over at the village, the rat army was surging wildly like a tidal wave. Some of the students were struggling to resist, the melee warriors were responsible for slashing and attracting hatred, the mages were throwing skills, and the auxiliaries were hoofing it to add blood and buffs. These were the knowledge they had memorized over the past 3 years. However, the real battle, but with the usual practice, is very different. Especially when faced with the densely packed Ratman army, some students were quickly outmatched, their blood bars bottomed out, and they were directly teleported out. Some were so frightened that they cried out and lost their basic will to fight, and then were hacked to death by the enemy under their swords. And some students, like Lindsay, were teleported to a farther away location and couldn't help but rejoice. Great, I don't want to go to my death. Why don't I just lay flat here and wait for the copy time to end automatically? Only Lindsay saw the tidal wave of enemies, and his eyes lit up as if he had seen a limited number of dishes in a cafeteria. Inferno, let's hurry up. These are walking experience. P.S. If you're reading this, please add a bookshelf or join my fan group. The more you read, the more exciting this book gets. I'm a LV4 author, and my writing is guaranteed. Chapter 4. Translate for me, what does it mean to be the first of the faults? At the same time, outside the copy on the playground, several teachers were gathered around, also talking about the content of this replica. Is the copy this time actually the Bloodstained Village? I heard that it's the hardest of all the trial copies. That's right, Bloodstained Village is a defense-type copy that will face a massive beast-tide invasion, very challenging for newbies. The final boss, the three Ratman brothers, are even tougher, and the number of newcomers who have successfully cleared it in history is only in the single digits. Not only that, the Municipal Education Committee has specially increased the difficulty of the trial copies this year, supposedly to give the students a full workout. Right, it's been a while since they went in. Has the leaderboard not come out yet? Almost there, there's still 2 minutes to go. Since everyone was level 1 at the beginning, it took a while for the system to run the data and generate the leaderboards. There's no need to look, I guess the number 1 this time is Qin Feng from Teacher Lu's class without running away. Yeah, after all, Qin Feng is an A-ranked frost magician. This profession has never been weak in the past. I'm really envious of Teacher Lu, bringing out such a good student. That's because Teacher Lu teaches well. Hearing these words, the Mediterranean male teacher who had just gone up to the stage to deliver his speech smiled smugly, it's all luck. He was the grade level director and also Qin Feng's homeroom teacher, Lu Jiming. Seeing that the teachers were congratulating him and flattering him at the moment, his face was so happy. Only Lindsay and Wang Hao's homeroom teacher, Li Lan, had her hands wrapped around her chest at the moment, showing a worried expression, and didn't join the discussion. Seeing this, one of the teachers deliberately stirred up the conversation. I wonder how that S-rank Lindsay in Ms. Li's class is doing? Isn't Lindsay a Kakamemi profession? If he doesn't summon demons, he doesn't have attack skills, and his true level is estimated to be about the same as an E-rank D-rank, much worse than Qin Feng. You guys, he won't really sacrifice his lifespan on impulse, right? That would be too much to lose. Since Li Lan was only in her 20s and was the youngest of the group of teachers, the others had mouthed off without the slightest concern for her feelings. Lu Jiming immediately said in a fake sympathetic manner, "Everyone, stop saying that quickly, Teacher Li is also quite unforgiving. That Lindsay, how much of Teacher Li's efforts have been spent in it over the past 3 years, and it turns out that what was awakened was a waste occupation, AI. Don't be too upset, Teacher Li, you're still young, there'll be plenty of opportunities in the future." Li Lan's face was a bit unhappy when she heard these words. This Lu Jiming, relying on the fact that Qin Feng's father was the owner of a large company, hadn't secretly tilted the resources to Qin Feng over the past 3 years, and hadn't received few red envelopes himself. However, every time he took a big test, Qin Feng was still a head shorter than Lindsay, so Lu Jiming had always been very unhappy in his heart. This time it was so hard to turn the tables, he definitely wanted to come and shade a few words. However, Li Lan had no time to care about the teachers' conversations right now, she was only worried about Lindsay's performance inside. This kid, don't do anything stupid. Just at this moment, a number of people from the surrounding crowd shouted out, "Look, the leaderboards are out." The crowd of teachers immediately stopped their discussion and looked at the large LED screen on the podium. Noun, name, occupation, upgrade progress. First place, Qin Feng, Frost Magic Guide A rank, level 2 92%. Second place, Xia Shuer, Wind Spirit Archer Grade B, level 2 63%. Third place, Li Yuan, Great Sword Warrior Grade C, level 2 58%. Fourth place, Wang Hao, Shield Knight B rank, level 2 54%. Fifth place, Ma Dongmei, Shadow Priest C rank, level 2 48%. Sixth place, AI Chang, Demolition Fighter B rank, level 2 43%. Seventh place, Lu Mei, Martial Arts Monk D rank, 2 ranks 36%. Eighth place, Lin Zhe, Demon Summoner S rank, 29% of second level. The entire room of students and teachers were abuzz. Look guys, what did I say? Qin Feng is really number 1. Say it like you predicted it, you could have guessed with your toes that Qin Feng was number 1. Look at that Lin Zhe, he's only 8th. I think it's a bit high to be 8th. I guess rubbing off on other people's experience, he should be even further behind by the later stages. Hearing people's discussions, Lu Jiming's expression became even more complacent, his nose about to turn up to the sky. The crowd of teachers complimented again, Qin Feng in Mr. Lu's class is really powerful, now he's already a lot ahead of the second, the proper first in the fault line. Congratulations Mr. Lu, the title of outstanding teacher this time, it's surely you who didn't run away. Lu was all smiles, but pretended to be modest, low-key, a momentary ranking doesn't mean anything yet. In his heart, he was thinking, I'm sure to win this time, the school's commendation and the Qin family's reward are all assured. At this moment, a voice from the crowd cried out, look at this. That Lin Zhe is rising. The crowd was startled and hurriedly looked at the leaderboards. As expected, Lin Zhe's experience value had come to 38% of level 2, surpassing the original 7th place. Moreover, that percentage figure was rising rapidly like a stopwatch, and in just 10 seconds or so, it had continuously surpassed the 6th and 5th place again. The entire audience of teachers and students were stunned. What was going on? In the replica, what exactly happened? At the same time, the bloodstained village replica inside the village. The students were mingling with the Ratman Legion. In the crowd, Shin Fong was wearing a flashy robe, holding a long staff encrusted with jewels, and his fingers were covered in various jewelry rings. These were all high-level equipment bought for him by his family, which could bring large attribute bonuses and were said to be worth several million copper coins. At this moment, only a few frost shields were seen surrounding his body. This was one of the skills of the profession of frost magician, frost not shield. At the same time, a spiky ice crystal quickly condensed in the air, and then exploded with a bang, scattering ice cones and hitting several ratmen at the same time. This was another of his skills, ice explosion technique. Ha ha ha, more. Shin Fong shouted arrogantly. While waving the long staff in his hand and casting ice blast without a break, he kept slamming down blue pill bottles to restore his mana value. The students around him were shocked when they saw this. Is this a tycoon? Look at his outfit, and he's drinking big blue pills like they're colas. He's obviously a mage, but he's able to attack and defend as one. He can be a team all by himself. Is this the strength of an A-ranked profession? However, there were also students who were quite dissatisfied, such as Wang Hao and his squad. Only Wang Hao shouted, Shin Fong, why are you robbing my monsters? It was so hard to grind into a bloody skin, and you took it away with an ice crystal. Wang Hao was a shield knight, and the others in the squad lacked a powerful output. However, he was immediately disliked viciously by Qin Feng's follower. Robbing your monster? That monster has your name written on its face? That's right, if you call it out, does it say yes? Shin Feng, however, was putting on his own skills, not bothering to pay attention to these inferior people in his eyes. In his heart, he secretly thought, old man, one piece of equipment is worth your entire family's fortune. Robbing your monster and still have to discuss with you? What pleased him even more was that he hadn't seen Lin Zhe's figure since just now. He boldly guessed that either Lin Zhe had found a corner to hide in, or he had died and been teleported out. Hee, Lin Zhe, aren't you quite mad? I'm going to be level 3 soon. What are you going to compare yourself to me? You'll just stay at the bottom and eat. Thinking so, his heart became even more beautiful. He arrogantly ordered one of his followers, what are you waiting for? Go and lure more monsters. Young Qin, there are no more monsters. The follower replied back in an aggravated manner. Where are my monsters? Only then did he realize that the monsters invading the village were really getting fewer and fewer. Obviously, they had been coming in a steady stream just a moment ago, but now they had actually become sparse. Could it be that the small monsters have been killed off by me? Shin Feng thought somewhat smugly. Suddenly, another follower pointed ahead and shouted, Look guys, what's that? The crowd looked forward, only to see that in front of the village entrance, right in the middle of the road that the Ratman Legion had rushed to, there was a large chunk of ground that had been turned into lava, and there was also a blazing fire burning brightly. In the midst of the flames, a tall figure was waving his fists. It seems like that thing cut off the entire Ratman Legion. A sharp-eyed student shouted. The crowd was shocked. You mean he's fighting all the Ratmen by himself? How is that possible? Where else among us is there someone with this kind of strength? Looking at that person's gusto, it feels like he's even more powerful than Shin Feng. Impossible, absolutely impossible, that big guy must be a boss, probably a hostile force with the rat people. Meanwhile, beside that burning land, Lin Zhe was lying down in the middle of the grass leisurely watching the battle. Just a moment ago, he had led Inferno to run wildly all the way to this place and hurriedly started brushing the monsters. With a single skill, the Inferno demon directly burned a large swathe of ratmen to death. And it intercepted the entire advancing troops, one person enjoying all the experience alone. Kill Ratman Scout, experience plus 10, kill Ratman Scout, life expectancy plus 10 days. Kill Rat Archer, experience plus 10, kill Rat Archer, life expectancy plus 10 days. Kill Ratman Vanguard, experience plus 20, kill Ratman Vanguard, life expectancy plus 20 days. At this moment, the reminders from the profession panel and the lifespan system were mingling, knocking Linz's brain buzzing. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level, 5, gained 5 assignable attribute points. How come it's level 5 in the blink of an eye? Lin Zhe scratched his head. Is this copy so easy? Chapter 5 boss? It's just my summoned beasts. After clearing a large wave of monsters, Lindsay realized that no more new enemies were coming. The Inferno demon looked very manic, as if it hadn't had enough of killing it yet. Go back and stay first. After saying that, Lindsay put him away in the props bar. At the same time, a prompt popped up in front of everyone in the copy. The first wave of enemies has been eliminated, the second wave will arrive in 10 minutes. Please note, the strength of the second wave of enemies has increased, please be prepared. Lindsay called up his attribute panel. Level 5. Life 840. Mana 1040. Strength 54, Agility 54, Stamina 84, Intelligence 84, Spirit 104. Every time you leveled up, each attribute would automatically increase by 1 point, in addition to receiving 5 assignable attribute points. Lindsay had risen 4 levels in a row and now had 20 assignable attribute points. For summoners, the output-related attributes of strength, agility, and intelligence are useless for the time being, so it's better to mete out a few points. After thinking about it, Lindsay allocated 15 attribute points to physical strength and 5 points to spirit. Thus, the new attributes changed to life value 990, mana 1090, strength 54, agility 54, stamina 99, intelligence 84, spirit 109. This life value is enough to ensure that I won't die even if I'm attacked in this copy. Meanwhile, the students in the village were very curious about what had just happened here. What exactly was that huge figure that had cut off the Ratman army? After someone guessed that it might be a field boss, Jinfeng decided to go over and take a look. If it was really a boss, he could still get quite a bit of experience if he killed it. At this point, Jinfeng had already risen to level 3 and could be considered confident. Not to mention that he could walk sideways in this kind of low-level book on the basis of being A-ranked. The other students also gathered their guts and prepared to take a look. At this moment, the group gradually approached that place. Only to see that on the ground, a large area had been burnt into scorched earth, some charred corpse remains were scattered everywhere, and there was still burning smoke coming from the cracks in the ground. But the monster was missing, only the figure of a teenager. When they got closer, the crowd recognized the teenager. Lindsay, how is it him? Everyone had a look of surprise on their faces. Among the few people, Wang Hao immediately ran to Lindsay's side, checking here and there, asking, Lindsay, are you alright? Are you here to look for that boss as well? Lindsay was a bit confused. Boss? What boss? In the crowd, Jinfeng saw that Lindsay was actually still alive in the copy, and was immediately offended. However, it quickly turned into a snort. He's a waste of a profession and he still dares to run here to fight a boss, is that possible? The way I see it, he just came here to pick up the equipment of the small monsters, after all, he can't afford to buy any equipment as a poor guy. Too bad, the small monsters were burned too cleanly, not a single equipment could be picked up, haha. A crowd of followers and some unknown students followed and laughed. Lindsay, however, didn't get angry, and coldly looked at Qin Feng's excessively gorgeous white robe and the gemstone rings all over his fingers. He then spoke, who did I think it was? I didn't even recognize it without speaking. Qin Feng, didn't anyone tell you that you dress especially like a pussy? After 3 years of being in the same classroom, I didn't think you had this kind of fetish, ladies' man? What did you say? Qin Feng became furious. He was dressed in clothes worth several $1 million, and wherever he went, he could make people envy him a few times, but he didn't expect to be humiliated by Lindsay. However, he quickly calmed down, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Hee, Lindsay, do you think I'm still going to play smart with you? PK is allowed in the copy, I'll let you learn a lesson now. After saying that, the air surrounding him quickly went ice cold, and the students around him all immediately took a few steps back, or else they would have gotten frostbite. However, he heard Wang Hao take the lead and shouted, Qin Feng, if you want to fight, pass me first. At the same time, he blocked in front of Lindsay. An iron shield as big as a door appeared in Wang Hao's hand. Then it hit the ground with a pound sound, smashing the ground out of a pit. Qin Feng laughed contemptuously, it'd be rank profession and a trash sewer profession, you two are really like one another. Just in time, you two go to hell together. As soon as the words fell, they only saw a dozen or so thorny flowers of ice crystals rapidly condensing in the air around Lin and Wang. Not good, there are too many. Wang Hao looked nervous. Lindsay, hurry up and crouch behind my big shield. Lindsay's face, however, did not show any panic at all, gently patting Wang Hao's shoulder and calmly saying, Don't worry, let me do it. At the same time, the air around them, which was originally cold, suddenly heated up rapidly. Then, only a loud bang was heard, and the hot wind swept in all directions, rapidly dissolving the ice crystals that were condensing. The next second, a huge figure more than 3 meters high appeared out of thin air. As the smoke cleared, the powerful and terrifying Inferno demon appeared in front of people's eyes, a look that was extremely oppressive. Everyone was dumbstruck. Some people were so frightened that they shouted, "Ah! It's that boss from earlier." The Inferno demon exhaled the scorching air and laughed arrogantly, "Ha ha, there's a new bug, I was worried that no one would burn it for fun." The moment these words came out, the students even retreated several steps in a row, with some directly pulling out their legs and running away. Although they had just claimed to be here to fight the boss, many of them were just trying to be brave for a while. When they actually saw the demon's appearance, they still had the courage to fight the monster. And at this moment, although Qin Feng was also somewhat frightened, he immediately forced himself to calm down and shouted to the people around him. "What are all afraid of? This low-level copy of the boss, how hard can it be? Let's all go together, we'll all have experience points in a while." However, he heard a loud laugh coming from the opposite side. "Ha ha, I said, why do you guys keep talking about some boss? So it's the Inferno demon that's being talked about, ha ha, laughing my ass off." Lindsay laughed his ass off. "Lindsay, what's wrong with you?" Qin Feng chided. However, he saw Lindsay put away his smile, a trace of evil flashed across his face, and he issued an order to the Yen demon beside him, "Go, beat that one dressed like a pussy to death." "Yes, my lord." Yen demon spoke tamely. The crowd was in an uproar. "What, that boss is called Lindsay what? Lord? Lord? Wait, let me run through it, that monster, it couldn't be Lindsay's summoned beast, could it? He really sacrificed his lifespan to summon a demon law?" Everyone was incredibly shocked. Qin Feng was also incredulous, instantly losing that fanatical confidence. What are you doing?" However, he saw the Inferno demon instantly become like a maddened beast as it leapt up, its faceplate-sized fist smashing directly towards Qin Feng. "Cold ice knotted shield." Qin Feng shouted out an incantation in panic. A large shield condensed with frost instantly crossed in front of him. However, it was this ice shield that had blocked the attacks of countless ratmen that immediately became like a layer of brittle skin and melted into countless pieces the moment it came into contact with the Inferno demon's fist. In the next second, the cannonball-like fist directly smashed into Qin Feng's face. The scorching shockwave spread out, causing all of Qin Feng's followers and other students within a 20-meter radius to suffer. All of a sudden, one by one, their blood bars were empty and crippled. Qin Feng collapsed on the ground with a bruised face, and if it wasn't for his cold ice knot shield, coupled with an expensive godly outfit that had the effect of automatically canceling out one fatal damage, he would have already been dead through and through. However, the amount of blood had also been left in single digits. What the hell is going on here? He was still in extreme shock. Could this monster really be Lindsay's summoned beast? No, I can't lose yet. I can't lose. Qin Feng, in a near mania, took out the big red pill from the props bar and began to drink it furiously. That Lindsay, how can he defeat me? Absolutely impossible. However, he saw Yen Demon looking down on him condescendingly, as if he was looking at a tiny ant. "Humph, a mere insect, still wanting to live?" In the next second, he directly raised his foot and stomped downwards heavily. Qin Feng's blood level, 0. Chapter 6. This Lindsay must have cheated. Meanwhile, on the big screen outside the replica. First place, Lindsay, Demon Summoner S rank, level 5 12%. Second place, Qin Feng, Frost Magician A rank, 2% at level 3. Third place, Xia Shuer, Wind Spirit Archer B rank, level 2 78%. Fourth place. Just a few short minutes ago, the entire audience of teachers and students had witnessed Lindsay's ranking soar from 8th to 1st place. And he was more than 2 levels ahead of the second place Qin Feng. Everyone was stupefied. Several teachers were even more shocked. What the hell is going on here? I've been a teacher for over 10 years and I've never seen one rise so fast, it's so wrong. That Lindsay couldn't have really summoned a demon, could he? Impossible. Lu Jiming, the great director, said with a gloomy face, even if he really summoned a demon, it could only be a low-level demon, it's absolutely impossible to reach this kind of upgrade speed. It was at this moment that a teacher shouted, "Come and see, student Qin Feng has been teleported out." What? The entire room of teachers and students once again exploded. How could Qin Feng, who was so far ahead just now, suddenly die? Is this time's copy really that difficult? Lu Ximing was even more shocked. He knew about Qin Feng's strength, and he had seen with his own eyes that Qin Feng had brought a full body of high-level equipment and a large amount of potions into the arena. How could he have gotten out so quickly? There must be something fishy going on. However, on the other side of the portal, several students were sitting paralyzed on the grass, and there was indeed Qin Feng in the middle. Lu quickly ran to his side. Qin Feng, what the hell happened inside? However, he saw Qin Feng's eyes were lightless and his expression dull, just like a demented person. Although death in a copy wasn't considered a real death, the image of being killed by the Inferno demon just now was too violent and caused him quite a mental blow. Lin Zai. Is Lin Zai? Qin Feng muttered. Lu Ximing immediately glared. I told you that there must be something wrong with this Lin Zai bastard. He whispered in Qin Feng's ear, rest well first, I have my own way to give you an explanation. Then, striding back to the teacher's area. Lin Zai must have cheated within the copy. Our trials prohibit the use of medicines other than red and blue pills. Lin Zai must have taken some kind of buff pill. He should be forcibly teleported out immediately. The teachers were in an uproar at these words. What, Lin Zai actually cheated? I told you, how is it possible to upgrade so fast? It would make sense if he was cheating. Lin Zai's homeroom teacher, Li Lan, however, frowned and said with a straight face, Teacher Lu, please don't slander my student. Lin Zai has always been of good character, how could he cheat? Lu threw his head back. Teacher Li, you're Lin Zai's homeroom teacher, it's understandable that you're favoring him. But I advise you not to be so full of words. If he didn't cheat, then explain to everyone how he managed to upgrade so fast. Teacher Li paused. Of course she didn't know what the hell was going on. It was just her intuition that told her that it was absolutely impossible for Lin Zai to do something like cheating. Seeing that Li Lan was speechless, Lu snorted coldly and ordered the teacher next to him, quickly, go and call someone from the technical department and teleport Lin Zai out to me. Everything must be based on evidence, you have no right to do such a thing. Teacher Li argued with reason. Teacher Li, please pay attention to your identity. Lu said with a haughty face, not to be questioned. I'm at least a grade head, I still have the power to do this little thing. Quick, teleport that Lin Zai out, don't make me say it a second time. It was at this moment that a majestic voice sounded behind them, I'll see who dares? The teachers looked at the voice, only to see an old man with a head full of silver hair but with a radiant vigor walk over. Principal Lu. The teachers shouted in unison, their attitude very respectful. The person who came was none other than the principal of the city's third middle school, Lu Hanlin. Teacher Lu, as the grade-level director, don't you know that I have personally checked the trial copies in all the years, how could you possibly cheat? What? Could it be that you are questioning my level? When that Lu Ximing heard that, where was the toughness he had just had, he immediately sweated like a pig. He just couldn't lose face, so he could only continue to look for a remedy, but Lin Zai's score, it's really too strange. Lu Hanlin directly interrupted the other side. Since humans awakened to their profession 100 years ago, there have been a few amazing geniuses that have come out from time to time. What is there to be surprised about? Besides, if there really is a genius born in your grade, isn't it something to be happy about? Why is it that your first reaction, on the contrary, is to suspect him of cheating? Lu stammered. Well, continue to watch the battle whether there is something fishy, I will know once I see. Inside the replica. A prompt popped up in front of Lin Zai's eyes. Strike human occupant data body, life expectancy plus 30 days. Ding. Has defeated the provocateur Qin Feng, successfully completing the mission. Gained one system lottery draw. Che, so Qin Feng's life is so worthless. Lin Zai parted his lips, luckily there's a system reward. At the same time, everyone present was shocked when they saw the scene where Lin Zai ordered Yen Demon to kill Qin Feng just now. Qin Feng, the big favorite who was favored by everyone, had been teleported out just like that? In everyone's mind, they were thinking, who the hell said that Lin Zai was a loser profession? Isn't this a rumor spreading? It's over, I just laughed at him, he won't hold a grudge, will he? Wow, Lin Zai is so handsome, I actually believed him from the start, I just didn't say it. Wang Hao by his side was also dumbfounded, my son Lin Zai, when did you become so powerful? I never said I was weak from the start, right? Lin Zai helplessly spread his hands. Wait, that demon, how many years did it take for you to sacrifice it? You're not going to karma, are you? Wang Hao was suddenly a bit worried. Within these people, Wang Hao was the only one who would truly care about his well-being. Moreover, just now, when Qin Feng released the Ice Blast technique, it was also Wang Hao who fought to try to protect him. Not much, just a few years. Lin Zhe made up an answer. He was afraid that if he really answered 100 years, he would either scare the other party silly or he wouldn't believe it at all. Oh, I told you that your profession isn't weak, it's only been a few years and you've been able to summon such a powerful one. Fortunately, Wang Hao was good at fooling this person. By the way, it was such a relief just now, you didn't see that expression on Qin Feng's face after he was put down by a punch, it was like he ate 3 pounds of, ha ha. I've wanted to teach that kid a lesson for a long time now, all day long he loves to pretend to be Bowie. The two were talking and laughing, when a prompt suddenly appeared on the interface. Attention, the second wave of enemies is about to attack. Afterwards, only a burst of rumbling sounds could be heard, and the enemies came rushing in from the distance like dark clouds. The students were once again on guard, all of them looking nervous. Only Lin Zhe's fly rubbed his hands together with an excited face. Here it comes. Here to deliver experience again. That's right, hurry up and draw the prize while we have this much time. Chapter 7, Drawing the S-Rank Talent. Who said summoners were all brittle? Lin Zhe immediately tapped on the lifespan system and selected the draw button on the interface. It will consume one number of draws for you. Do I consume my lifespan to gain a luck bonus? If you consume 10 years of lifespan, you will win an A rank or higher prize in this draw. If you consume 100 years of lifespan, you will win an S rank prize in this draw. Oh? There's also a mechanism to consume lifespan to buy a guaranteed prize? Then let's spend 10 years to try it out. Consume 10 years of lifespan, start the lottery. Only to see many words start scrolling up in the center of the interface, with a handle next to it. Lin Zhe vaguely saw that there were equipment, skill books, talents, disposable items, and so on in those word entries. Lin Zhe pulled the handle, and the scrolling speed of the words gradually slowed down. It eventually stopped at the top of one phrase, Soul Link. Congratulations on drawing the talent, Soul Link Grade S. Talent, Soul Link. Exclusive Summoner Talent. Select a summoned beast to link freely switchable, and you will gain that summoned beast's attributes, skills, and talents at a value of 50% of the summoned beast's. The effect remains in effect in non-summon situations. Lin Zhe was shocked. He didn't expect to draw a summoner exclusive talent on his first draw. This talent, for an ordinary summoner, the effect might be just that. But for him, a level 5 novice with a level 60 summoned beast, that attribute would be a bit powerful when added to. Lin Zhe couldn't wait and immediately selected Inferno as the link object. Then he looked at his attribute panel. Level 5. Life value 140,840. Mana 44,190. Strength 15054, Agility 10054, Stamina 14084, Intelligence 4412, Spirit 4419. Also inherited the skills and talents of Inferno. Skill, Flame Fury. Inflicts 1 AoE damage to enemies within 10 meters of you, damage value equals Strength 5, Skill, Lava Field. Skill, Lava Field. Switch skill, inflicts continuous damage to enemies within 25 meters of itself, damage value per second equals power value 0.5, continuously consumes mana per second. Talent, Searing Airflow. Within 25 meters of self, enemy unit flame resistance 25%. This is invincible. Lin Zhe was overjoyed. A level 5 novice had inherited half the attributes of a level 60 boss. More than 140,000 blood, more than 40,000 blue, 15,000 strength. And 2 powerful skills. With this attribute, he can kill a Kodo beast even with an ordinary punch, and he can surpass the pre-crossing world 100-meter champion by casually running. Just then, a cold and arrogant young girl's voice sounded behind him, pulling Lin Zhe back to reality. Lin Zhe, I invite you to join my team. Lin Zhe looked back and saw that it was a girl with long flowing hair and a tall figure. Her features were also very delicate and pretty. He did recognize this girl. Her name was Xia Shuer, and her grades were also always in the top 10 of her grade. However, compared to him and Qin Feng, it was still quite a bit worse. For example, this time, what Xia Shuer had awakened was only a B rank occupation, Wind Spirit Archer. Xia Shuer, Lin Zhe, you're very powerful and fully qualified to join my team. The tone was extremely confident. It didn't sound like an invitation, but rather like she was recruiting a little brother. Lin Zhe was like looking at the size of a cute. Join your team? What am I trying to do? Lin Zhe asked rhetorically. Xia Shuer wrapped her arms around her chest and looked proud. Humph, you should also know that my aunt is the wife of the current head of the Dragonfall Guild, one of the 4 major guilds, so I. Sorry, never heard of it. Lindsay directly interrupted the spellcasting. You. Xia Shuer, as if she was choking on something, blushed slightly and spat out in a small voice, humph, lonely and uninformed. But soon, she continued. Your performance just now was very good, but your summoner's biggest weakness is that your body plate is too brittle. If you are attacked by a sneak attack, no matter how powerful your summoned beasts are, it's still a dead end. So, you need to join a strong team, and my team has a tank and a nurse, just what you're missing. What's more, I can go and apply to my aunt and let you join the Dragonfall Guild. The prerequisite is to team up with me and help me get first place in this trial. Lindsay directly rebuffed, sorry, I don't need to team up, and I'm not interested in your so-and-so guild. After saying that, he was about to turn around and leave. Where did Xia Shuer expect the other party's reaction to actually be so cold, so anxious that her small feet wrapped in white silk stomped? Lindsay, you just messed with Qin Feng, you should know that with his character he will definitely come to take revenge on you. Although your strength is not bad, but with your family's condition, it's impossible to fight over their Qin family. So, by joining the Dragonfall Guild you'll have a backer, I'm doing you a favor. Lindsay didn't stop and waved his hand dashingly, thanks, I appreciate the kindness. Leaving Xia Shuer alone in place, a small face red with anger. This Lindsay, what an ungrateful fool. Humph, just wait for your revenge by Qin Feng. It doesn't even matter if you die. Lindsay was sneering in his heart, hee, helping you get first place, then what do I get? Why are you thinking so beautifully? Ding. You have a new mission, take the first place in this trial copy. Reward, 1 system draw. Yo, coincidence this isn't? Lindsay was happy again, and his body became even more energized. At the same time, the second wave of enemies was already approaching with the sound of rumbling footsteps. Moreover, this time, the enemies were obviously more powerful than the first wave. Each Ratman was riding on a grey wolf, holding different weapons in their hands, looking mighty and powerful. Ratman Cavalry. Race, Ratman F rank. Level, 3. Life, 800. Skills, Wolf Mastery, Mounted Slashing, Mounted Archery. Many students saw this and immediately panicked, they're all level 3 monsters? I'm only level 2 myself. And there are so many of them. It's over, let's just wait for death. Help, this stupid copy doesn't have a 6-minute direct surrender option. Many people directly chose to lie down. Of course, the fact that they were now so low-leveled was partly due to Lindsay intercepting all the experience just now. And at this moment, Xia Shuer, who had been quite proud just a moment ago, was also like an enemy, immediately instructing her team members. Get ready, try to carry a few more waves in a while. At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted, look guys, what's Lindsay up to? Only to see that in the face of the surging wave of beasts, Lindsay was stepping easily to meet them head-on, as if he was walking idly. Is he crazy? The crowd was puzzled. Could it be that he wants to fight all the enemies alone again? The monsters this time aren't the small level 1 monsters from earlier. Seeing this, Xia Shuer snorted coldly from her nose, Lindsay, I take back my invitation to you just now, I didn't expect you to be such a vain person. A little bit of strength and you forget your own name? You should almost stop here too. The eyes were filled with disdain. However, just as the army of Ratman cavalry stepped over Lindsay's body, the lava-covered demon once again appeared out of nowhere and caused an explosion in the air. Boom! The approaching Ratman cavalry were immediately blown up into the sky. The lava domain opened. Only a circle of searing heat surrounded Inferno's body, causing all approaching enemies to fall into a burning continuous blood loss effect. And although it was a continuous damage, the damage per second of a level 60 Inferno was enough to kill a level 3 monster in seconds. As such, those Ratman cavalry were basically just rushing up one by one to give them away. Kill Ratman cavalry, experience plus 30, kill 1 Ratman cavalry, life expectancy plus 30 days. Kill Ratman cavalry, experience plus 30, kill 1 Ratman cavalry, lifespan plus 30 days. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level 6, gained 5 assignable attribute points. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level 6, gained 5 assignable attribute points. Lindsay's experience bar was once again on crazy mode. The students in the back also looked jaw-dropped once again. Xia Shuer, who was still disdainful just a moment ago, was even more unsightly. And she, who had been waiting in a strict line, hadn't even hit a single monster, living like a clown. Alright, Inferno, you charge straight up. Lin Zhe commanded. Yes. In the next second, the only thing that could be seen was Inferno Demon charging straight up in the direction where the enemy army was coming from like a fired cannonball. Only Lin Zhe was left standing alone on a burnt patch of land. This Lin Zhe is also too fierce. No, I should say his summoned beasts are also too fierce. A student exclaimed from the back. Xia Shuer, however, found a hint of a break and immediately retorted, no, he's too careless, he put his summoned beast out there, he's in danger himself. A summoner's body is so brittle, what's he going to use to resist a sneak attack? This Lin Zhe, it's true that he's just like what I thought, just an arrogant and shallow person. Chapter 8 I'm really a summoner with a hard life. Only Lin Zhe directly sat down cross-legged on the ground, incomparably calm. Since just now, the experience reminder on the interface hadn't broken. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level 7, gained 5 assignable attribute points. Good guy, this upgrade speed, it's dawdling. Lin Zhe was secretly delighted. Just as he was doing nothing, a sharp and strange voice suddenly rang out. Ridiculous human brat, how dare you obstruct us? Only to see a portal made of grey mist hanging open in the air, accompanied by heavy steps, a gigantic figure steadily stepped out of the door. What first came into view was a gigantic rat man, 2 to 3 meters tall, and with its entire body shaped like a round ball, it was very burly. Both hands were also holding 2 giant melon hammers. At a closer look, on the shoulders of the huge rat man, there was also an ordinary-sized rat man standing on the left and right. One wore a bucket hat and held a crossbow. One wore vestments and held a wooden staff. At the same time, a prompt popped up on each student's interface. The second wave of enemies has been eliminated, we are entering the boss battle session. Everyone was shocked, then fell into speechlessness. Wait, how did it get wiped out? I didn't even touch the monsters. Damn it, it's all been snatched away by that Lin Zhe bastard. The playground outside the replica. The moods of the entire field of teachers and students were not calm either. Because at this moment, the leaderboards were clearly displayed. First place, Lin Zhe, Demon Summoner S-Class, Level 7, 5%. Second place, Jin Feng, Frost Magic Guide A rank, 3 ranks 2%. Third place, Xia Shuer, Wind Spirit Archer B rank, Level 2 86%. Fourth place. The first place and second place had already opened up a gap of 4 levels. Moreover, it was clear that Jin Feng had been teleported out for such a long time, and the people after second place basically hadn't gained any more experience. What the hell is going on here? It can't be that the ranking system is malfunctioning, right? People murmured. Even Principal Lu Hanlin was a bit surprised. This kind of situation had never been seen before in his decades of teaching. An imperceptible smile faintly surfaced on his face. Could it be that our third middle school is really going to produce a supreme genius? However, this second wave of enemies, which has been purposely cranked up in difficulty and number by the Municipal Education Committee, won't be as good. This is also the latest policy direction to let the novices hone their skills more. The dulls nowadays, are just living too comfortably, they still need to suffer more in order to become strong warriors and pillars of the motherland. Lu Hanlin stroked his beard. Principal, come and see. At this moment, the teacher of the technical department exclaimed, they've already started fighting the boss. What did you say? Lu Hanlin's face revealed a surprise that was usually extremely rare. Only to see that the computer program did indeed read, the second wave of enemies has been eliminated, and we're entering the boss battle session. Lu Hanlin's pupils vibrated. What's with this speed? Meanwhile, inside the copy. After the 3 strange ratmen appeared, the interface also gave their information. Boss Ratman 3 Brothers Rat Boss. Race, Ratman F rank. Level 6. Life value, 5,000. Skill, Earth-Shaking Heavy Strike. Boss Ratman 3 Brothers Rat Elder, Boss, Ratman 2. Race, Ratman Grade F. Level 6 Life value, 3,000. Life, 3,000, Skill, Deadly Shot. Skill, Deadly Shot Skill, Deadly Shot. Boss Ratman 3 Brothers Rat Lao San Boss. Race, Rat People F Class. Level 8, Skill, Deadly Shot, Skill, Deadly Shot. Life, 4,000, Skill, Lightning Spell. Skill, Thunder Light Spell, Skill, Thunder Light Spell. When the students took a look at this level, they all went weak in the knees in fear. The 3 bosses are Melee, Archer, and Mage, and they've reached the highest level of 8. Is this Tama really a novice trial copy? Everyone, including Xia Shuer, lost their confidence and felt that they simply couldn't beat it. At this moment, only the Mouse Elder 3 in his vestments let out a sharp voice, "Human brats, today is your doom." After saying that, he waved his staff, and a ray of lightning suddenly struck the students. Where were these level 2 students capable of resisting? They quickly staged a blood-striped vanishing spell. As soon as Lin Zhe saw that all the hatred had been attracted by others, he was afraid that he would have to share their experience value. Immediately shouted, "Wait, don't hit them. If there's anything you want to do, punch me." Wow, Lin Zhe turned out to be so responsible? Many students had a change of heart towards Lin Zhe. That Rat Elder 3, however, let out a cold grunt. "What an arrogant human, let's grant you your wish first then." A thunderbolt struck down on Lin Zhe's body. "Lin Zhe, how are you?" Wang Hao shouted, and when he finished, he was about to rush over. "Don't waste your efforts." Xia Shuer, however, said coldly, "Wasn't he asking for it? Who made him release his summoned beasts? I think it's time for him to learn a lesson as well." However, in the next second, Xia Shuer's face became as ugly as if she had eaten. Lin Zhe's entire body stood up from the ground as if nothing had happened, and even moved his muscles. Aya, crispy and tingly, it's quite comfortable. Only he himself could see that his blood level showed 140868, 140870. Super high attributes also meant super high defense and elemental resistance, so just now, only 2 drops of blood were dropped in that one hit. When the 3 Ratman brothers saw this, they were also shocked. The Rat Elder 3 was directly enraged. "A mere human, what tricks are you playing? Looking for death?" As soon as the words fell, Rat Elder 2 and Rat Elder 3 simultaneously leapt from their shoulders and ran towards Lin Zhe's left and right sides respectively. Rat Boss, on the other hand, let out a deafening roar and charged straight at Lin Zhe's face. At the same time, Rat Elder 2's hand crossbow began to continuously shoot crossbow arrows, and Rat Elder 3's falling thunder struck down one after another. Lin Zhe's blood level showed 2, 1, 3. "Are you guys tickling me?" Lin Zhe spread his hands and said. "Cunning human, what have you done?" Rat Elder 3 was enraged. "Had enough fun? It's my turn to strike." Lin Zhe's gaze suddenly flickered, revealing an appalling killing aura. At the sight of Mouse Old 3, he actually instinctively took a few steps back. This human teenager, why was the killing aura in his eyes so heavy? It was almost as if he had been killing people for years. "Not good, retreat!" Rat Old 3 shouted. After saying that, he opened the portal and was about to escape. "Offended myself and still want to run?" Lin Zhe revealed an evil smile. Immediately, he smashed his fist on the ground like the Inferno Demon, and the Flame Fury skill was unleashed. Blazing flames instantly covered a large area around him. The 3 Ratman bosses were also drowned in it. Damage numbers 75270, 76680, and 75292, instantly killing them in seconds. "My life is over." Squeak. Ow. Ratman 3 Brothers, Pawn. Kill Boss Ratman 3 Brothers, experience plus 1000, lifespan plus 1000 days. Congratulations on your promotion, current level 8, gained 5 assignable attribute points. Current remaining lifespan 106 years and 241 days, life expectancy 106 years and 241 days. Acquired loot 10,000 copper coins, 3 choices of equipment rewards. 3 options popped up on the interface: Outlaw Armor, Outlaw Demoiselle, Outlaw Vestment, all of which were C-rated rarity level 5 equipment. This kind of low-grade equipment doesn't boost me much, so just pick anyone and take it to sell. Lin Zhe selected the Undead Armor. Outlaw Armor, Quality, Grade C, Type, Protective Gear, Effect, Defense plus 50, Strength plus 3, Physique plus 3. But 10,000 copper coins is pretty good, I haven't earned this much money since I crossed over. Lin Zhe was starry-eyed. 10,000 copper coins was equivalent to 10,000 yuan in cash before crossing over. On the other side, witnessing Lin Zhe easily solving the 3 bosses, the mouths of everyone present turned into a large O shape. This Lin Zhe, what the hell is going on? Who was the one who said that summoners' instants are weak? Am I dreaming? A summoner directly took out a boss without utilizing a summoned beast? And even took out 3 in a row? The face of Xia Shuer, who had been belittling Lin Zhe, was even more green and white. However, he heard Lin Zhe pat the dust on his body inside. "AI, everyone else's summoners are sitting at the back drinking tea, and I have to do it myself, I'm really a summoner with a hard life." Crowd? Is this the legendary Versailles? Lin Zhe, WCNM. Don't force me to hit you. For a while, everyone was furious. Chapter 9 Crisis. Real mode was turned on. If it wasn't for the message that the system popped up at that moment, everyone present would have rushed up to beat up Lin Zhe in a group, even though they probably wouldn't have been able to beat him. The final boss has been eliminated. Congratulations on successfully passing your copy. A total of 16 passers were generated this time. All passers received 500 copper coins. The MVP of this game will receive an additional 1,000 experience, 1,000 copper coins. Seeing that each person was rewarded, people's anger subsided a bit. And no matter what, it was finally over, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, they threw complicated glances at Lin Zhe. The MVP is definitely this guy who hasn't run away. He's earned it again. Sure enough, Lin Zhe received the MVP reward beautifully, and also completed the Lifespan Systems mission. Ding! Detected that you took the first place in the trial copy. Mission completed. Reward received, 1 system draw. Lin Zhe secretly rejoiced. Great, the next step is to participate in the Rising Star competition. At this time, Wang Hao ran to Lin Zhe's side and slapped his back vigorously. I'll go, you kid is hiding deep enough. Lin Zhe kicked back. You know how powerful my father is, right? How about taking you to brush up your experience and upgrade next time? Wang Hao, I must, counting that you still have filial piety. Then, the system continued to remind. The copy is about to close in 60 seconds. The professional will be automatically teleported out of the copy. 60, 59, 58. Outside the replica, on the playground. The entire crowd of teachers and students were anxiously waiting for the outcome of the boss battle. I wonder how much longer they can hold out. The triple boss mechanic, it's hard for newbies, it's totally the downfall of their career path. If we can kill one, I think it's even pretty good. Principal Lu Hanlin was also quite excited about the outcome. It was at this moment that a pale and powerful voice sounded behind him. Oh, senior brother Lu, how far has your third middle school's trial gone? What appeared in front of him was an old man with white hair. Unlike Lu Hanlin's short white hair, this old man had long hair draped over his shoulders and looked very wild and unruly. Moreover, he also had a very long beard that was similarly white-colored. It looked as if he was an immortal and high-minded person. When the teachers saw this, they respectfully shouted, Principal Feng. This person was the principal of City No. 1 Middle School and also Lu Hanlin's senior brother, Feng Wuchen. City No. 1 Middle School and City No. 3 Middle School were very close to each other, separated by a road in the middle, so the two principals often struck up a conversation. Seeing that it was Feng Wuchen who had arrived, Lu Hanlin gave a slight bow. Senior brother Feng, your school's trial has ended? Ah, that's right. Feng Wuduan let out a string of wild laughs. Our first middle school has produced 2 A-rank professions this year, the Dark Magician and Beast Spirit Warrior. The 2 of them have also done very well this time. One has risen to level 4 and one to level 5. But those grandsons from the education committee adjusted the difficulty of the final boss too high. They were teleported out after rubbing some blood skin. Ha 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 ha. Feng Wuchen spoke with a fluttering brow. It was obvious that he was quite satisfied with his students and had a big intention of showing off in front of Lu Hanlin. Although the first and third middle schools were called brother schools, the competition was never broken. Especially since the 2 current principals were still in a teacher-brother relationship, from time to time they all compared each other in various places. I heard that your third middle school gave birth to an S rank and an A rank this year, but that S rank was a demon summoner? Feng Wuchen patted Lu Hanlin's shoulder. I'm afraid that kid will have to do nothing in his life. But people have their own destinies, it's not something we can intervene with. Look on the bright side. By the way, how did that A class perform? Lu Hanlin shrugged. I won't hide it from you, that A rank has already been teleported out. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Cough cough. Then it seems that this year, the third middle school is again slightly inferior to our first middle school. Senior brother you guys have to keep up the good work. By the way, since that A level is not even a match for this year's copy, what are all the people who are still in the copy doing now? It's not like they're all hiding, is it? I think it would be better to take the initiative to take a stab and teleport out earlier. A long pain is better than a short one. Wind Dustless stroked his beard and said with a smug expression. At this time, a teacher ran over with gusto. Principal Lu, the pass has been passed. The students passed the level. The first place, Lin Zhe, even rose to level 8. What? Lu Hanlin and Feng Wuchen exclaimed in unison. Only one was surprised and the other was shocked. Passed the level? And rose to level 8? Fengwu Dust had a look of disbelief on his face, and the energy that had been flying out of his eyebrows just now was gone. Who is this Lin Zhe? Lu Hanlin was all smiles at this moment, saying triumphantly, Lin Zhe is that S rank, how about it, didn't senior brother say that he was bumbling around? Feng Wuduan was choked? Win Dustless thought to himself, which grandson told me that occupation was a waste, causing me to lose my face. After a long time, Feng Wuduan asked, wait, that demon summoner, did he really sacrifice his life to summon demons? Lu Hanlin replied, I'm also worried about that, so I can only wait for him to come out and ask again. Perhaps his senior brother said, people have their own destinies, and we have no right to intervene. Meanwhile, the news of the copy pass quickly spread throughout the entire playground, and everyone in the third middle school was abuzz. Everyone started poking around to find out who the people who had cleared the pass were, and if there was anyone they knew. If that person happened to be a friend of theirs, they began to brag about how awesome they were to the people around them. When they come out later, let him buy us drinks from Meyer Ice City. Absolutely, on site. However, right at this moment, a teacher from the technical department ran to Lu Hanlin's side with a grave expression on his face and said something quietly. What did you say? Lu Hanlin's face instantly turned from the joy he felt just now to an incomparable seriousness. The replica malfunctioned and the students entered the real mode? Inside the bloodstained village replica. Just a moment ago, the interface was originally broadcasting the countdown to teleportation. 33, 32, 31. However, just as it reached 30 seconds, the numbers suddenly stuck. At the same time, a disturbing red dialog box suddenly popped up on everyone's interface. The replica is about to switch to real mode. Attention, in real mode, death is also real, good luck. Before the students could react to what was going on, they only realized that the entire world had gone black for a moment as if the lights had been turned off. When it lit up again, the place they were in had changed its appearance. Just a moment ago, it was still daytime, but now it had turned into night, with a huge blood moon hanging low overhead, giving people a very strange and uneasy feeling. In the middle of the bleak night, a few howls of wild beasts came from the distance from time to time, which was even more chilling. Most of the 16 students present began to shiver and hugged into a ball. What the hell is going on? Shouldn't we have teleported out? How did we enter some real mode? Did I read that text correctly just now? If we die here, we're really dead? This can't be a joke that the school wants to congratulate us for passing the level, right? Ooh, I want to get out, let me out. Lin Zhe was also very surprised. This was the first time he had heard that there was also a real mode for replicas. And he had never heard of a trial copy entering any real mode after passing it. His gaze sank as he felt that things weren't simple. Right, no matter what, let's draw the prize first. Immediately, he called up the prize draw page, and once again chose to consume 10 years of lifespan for a guaranteed rank reward. In the center of the page, countless words scrolled up once again. In the end, it settled on top of one word, insightfulness. Chapter 10, What's wrong with me taking advantage of the fire? Congratulations on winning the skill, seeing things as they are grade A. Skill, seeing is like watching fire. Generalized skill, when turned on, it can discover hidden information that cannot be found with the naked eye. The effect of using it is tied to mental attributes, and it continuously consumes mana per second. Looks like a non-combat skill, but it might just apply to the current situation. Lin Zhe immediately absorbed the skill scroll. Insight like fire, opened. Immediately, it was as if an additional layer of filters had been added to Lin's vision, and when his sight looked at something, that something had some additional text description. Grass, a plant. Stone, an inorganic substance. Wang Hao, a human male. This word head is very spiritual. When Lin Zhe turned his sight to the village not far away, anomalies appeared. Only a wisp of black gas was rising straight up from the village, appearing very abnormal. There's something abnormal in that village? Lin Zhe thought darkly. And just at that moment, sizzling sounds suddenly came from all directions. The students all noticed the rattling and were on high alert. Only to see that a pair of blood-red eyes were surrounding them in the night. Lin Zhe once again used insight into fire, and realized that the surroundings were densely filled with rat people, only this time it had become a little different. Ratman Scout. Race, Ratman F class. Level, 15. Life value, 4000, skills, /shoot. Skills, /shoot, etc. Skills, /shoot, etc. The small monsters that were level 1 a moment ago had turned into level 15. The blood level was even higher than the boss just now. Lindsay's face sank. It seems that this real mode really isn't what this trial contains, it's more like something malfunctioned. Then, the system sent a message. Ding! You have a new mission, trigger the final boss of this copy and destroy it. Reward, 1 lucky draw opportunity, this lucky draw will win an occupation exclusive S rank reward. Lindsay looked at the last few words and came to be interested. Sure to win an S rank, or a career exclusive. This boss is a sure thing. At the same time, as the enemy approached, the other students also saw the messages from the rats, and one by one, they were instantly scared out of their wits. A level 1 scout has become level 15, crazy? Help, I want to get out, someone come and save me. Mom, I don't want to die yet. A few girls directly cried in fear. Wang Hao beside him also panicked. What the hell is going on? Lindsay, however, was calm and collected. We should have been teleported to an unplanned copy. Wang Hao was shocked. So terrible? Then can we still go back? Lindsay shook his head. I don't know, you team up with me first now. Good. Immediately, the two of them, Wang Hao and Lindsay, became a team. Then, Lindsay directly summoned the Inferno Demon. Boom! The huge demon appeared out of thin air, and the scorching air current blew many ratmen directly away. The Inferno Demon let out an earth-shattering roar, causing quite a few ratmen to retreat in fear. Afterwards, it directly opened the lava field, causing a continuous burning effect on the surrounding enemies. Even though those ratmen were level 15, the Inferno Demon's damage was 30,000 per second, so as long as they entered the field, they would only be vaporized instantly. The monsters along the way were turned into Lindsay's experience without any suspense. Kill Ratman Soldier, experience plus 80, lifespan plus 150 days. Kill Ratman Soldier, experience plus 80, lifespan plus 150 days. After teaming up, the experience was split evenly. However, Lindsay didn't care, after all, it was a matter of real deaths, so it wasn't so petty for a bit of experience. At the same time, Wang Hao's experience began to rise 80. Wang Hao was happy. How come I'm level 4 in the blink of an eye? So this is what it feels like to hold a thigh, righteous Father above, accept my humble obeisance. The two of them talked and laughed within the shelter of the lava domain, walking all the way towards the village, not at all like they were in a dangerous copy. When the other students saw this, they all wanted to enter Lindsay's lava domain for protection as well. Lindsay, start a big team, pull us all in. In the replica, a squad had a maximum of 4 people, and there were also large teams that could be formed between squads, and the monsters would be equally divided in experience. Lindsay's eyes rolled. Adding is fine, 2,000 copper coins per person, pay as you go, no credit. What? More money? The crowd looked puzzled. Or else, I owe you guys? Lindsay turned his head and laughed. 2,000 copper coins for a life, is that too much? Wait, I'll give it. Most of the people clenched their teeth and immediately initiated a trade window. Lindsay instantly received more than 30,000 copper coins. Hearing the sound of money in his pocket, his heart was happy. At this time, Xia Shuer, who hadn't said anything from the side, spoke up. Lindsay, aren't you robbing while the fire is burning? Classmates are in distress, you don't save them in a righteous manner, but instead you blatantly amass money? Xia Shuer spoke righteously, but Lindsay was looking at her with a look of a cutie. Lindsay looked at her with a pair of eyes. This Missy, she is quite pretty, but her brain is not very good. Lindsay, okay, you're noble, anyway, I didn't forcefully buy and sell, you don't add in on the line? After saying that, he continued to move towards the village with a group of students. Xia Shuer saw that as soon as Lindsay walked away, those Ratman soldiers were going to approach again. Frightened, she hurriedly caught up with them. Wait, I promise. Lindsay turned his head. Promise? But sorry, the price has increased to 20,000 now, don't want to pull back. Xia Shuer, you. In the time it took to turn around, it went up 10 times. But there was no way around it, so she had to silently launch the trade window and admit defeat. Lindsay's hand spread out. What do you think you're pretending for nothing? Xia Shuer followed the group with a puffed-up face, thinking, piss me off, Lindsay, you mark me down. Under Lindsay's shelter, the group entered inside the village. In the special line of sight of insight like fire, the beam of black gas was escaping from one of the bungalows. Lindsay thought for a moment and asked Wang Hao, in that copy before, you were teleported directly to the village, so did you ever see any NPCs? Wang Hao shook his head. No, that village was desolate, there was nothing. Lindsay frowned. That's a bit strange. The previous quest description said that there was a group of kind and simple villagers living in the village, and that the rats were going to invade them. And the reason why we're fighting the rat people is to protect the villagers. So where did the villagers go? Isn't that mission description just a randomly made up sentence? Winehouse scratched his head. If you don't talk about that, I simply can't remember what's written there. Lindsay shook his head and said with a straight face, no, according to what was taught in the previous textbooks, no matter what the copy is, it is a data mine projection of real events that happened in the past. But the copies on the market, most of them will have some data modifications and deletions, used to reduce the difficulty. That's why I hypothesized that this so-called real mode right now is the full picture of this replica. And the reason why there were no villagers in that previous trial copy was precisely because the villagers themselves were problematic and might even pose a greater threat to us students, so they were artificially deleted. A speech that made Wang Hao listen to too much information, only feeling that his pig brain was about to overload. Meanwhile, the playground outside the replica. The teachers all exploded when they learned the news that the replica had entered the real mode. The teachers in the technical department were even as busy as ants on a hot pan, trying to force the students to teleport out, but to no avail. Reporting to the principal. We still can't search for the students, it's like they've disappeared into thin air. Lou Hanlon's brow furrowed. The copy was personally checked by me, there are no problems in any aspect, how could it have entered the real mode? Feng Woodwan stroked his beard, also very puzzled. Moreover, it's been many years since I've heard of the term true mode, this was all the copy mode used in the past to train border warriors. But then it was discontinued because the mode was too dangerous and uncontrollable. Lou Hanlon nodded. Yeah, the high level of the monsters in real mode is all secondary, if they aren't killed for a long time, they could cause a spatial rift and make an incursion into reality. At this time, Lindsay's homeroom teacher, Li Lan, came forward and asked very nervously, Principal Lou, may I ask what the possibility of the students surviving after entering this real mode is? Lou Hanlon let out a long sigh. It took several seconds before he said with great reluctance, to be honest, minuscule. The thought that a dozen of his students might have to be killed by a powerful enemy in a copy made Principal Lou 10,000 times more distressed. And among them, there was also a wonderful seedling, Lindsay. When Teacher Li heard the reply, she too had tears in her eyes and could no longer hold back her sobs. Lindsay, you're really a bitter child. P.S. If you see this and think it's okay, please add a bookshelf. Chapter 11 Kind and Simple Villagers. Chu Lindsay sneezed. Why do I feel like someone is saying bad things about me? At this moment, Lindsay and the students had already arrived in front of the house with the black gas. It was only then that people realized that those rats had automatically stopped after chasing them to a certain distance, a pair of blood-red eyes staring greedily at them, but not daring to take half a step closer. It was as if they were scornful of something terrifying. At this moment, from the house came a strange sound of calling and buzzing, like many people chanting together, but even more bizarre and inexplicable than the sound of chanting. Just hearing that sound would make people uncomfortable for a while. Probably sensing that someone was approaching from outside, the sound of chanting in the room came to an abrupt end. An old and majestic voice came out. Who is it? Why are you as sneaky as those rats? Could it be that you are also here to snatch our holy relics? That voice sent a shiver down the spines of the students outside. There were murmurs. What kind of people are inside the house? Lindsay's eyes flashed. What kind of person is it? Won't we know by taking a direct look? Inferno demons, go! In the next second, Inferno Demon's cannonball-like fist smashed directly towards the wall of that house. Boom! A wall was instantly pierced through, masonry and rubble flying around. Only to see dozens of villagers gathered inside the house, on the modestly sized hall. Everyone was wearing black robes, kneeling on the ground, making a pilgrimage to a headless statue at the end of the room, looking very bizarre. Upon hearing the ringing, everyone then slowly stood up and turned to the crowd outside the room. Only to see that every villager's face was pale and bleak, and that their eyes were godless, as if they were walking corpses. Among them, a stooped old man walked out and said in a very eerie voice, "It seems that a group of insolent guests have come." Wang Hao's mouth opened wide. Lindsay, you were right, these villagers really have problems. How did you guess? Lindsay calmly spread his two hands. How else did I become the number one in my grade? Damn it, he's faked it again. At the same time, quite a few students began to check out the information on these villagers. Kind villagers, simple villagers. Race, human grade D. Level, 2. Life value, 800. Skill, none, skill, none. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief and couldn't help but spit out, wait, you call this kind and simple? Lindsay was also speechless for a while, and immediately used insightful vision to check. In the special vision, each villager was enveloped in a burst of ethereal green light over their bodies, and their true information was displayed as demonized villagers. Race, undead ungraded. Level, 20. Life value, 5,000. Skill, thirsty soul, soul sacrifice. True to form, the real information was hidden. As for why the undead were ungraded, this Lindsay had learned in a textbook. The undead were excluded from all races. Be careful, these are level 20 undead monsters. Lindsay reminded. What, level 20? It's even higher than those ratmen. The crowd was horrified. Only to hear the old man let out a series of oozing cold laughs. Humph humph humph. I didn't expect it to be a bunch of little dolls below level 10. Are you all here like those rats, coveting our holy relics? Lindsay asked with considerable interest. Sacred relics? What holy relic? The old man said coldly, humph, of course it's the holy relic prepared to resurrect the undead duke. Nope, what am I talking nonsense with a little kid like you, you're all going to die here today anyway. After saying that, all the villagers started hand-rubbing the spell ball as one. Instantly, ghostly green energy began to gather in the villagers' hands. Then the hands were pushed forward, and many skeleton-shaped energy bodies were immediately released and floated towards the students. Hungry soul. Inflicts spell damage on the target and inflicts a corrosive effect, having the blood recovery effect while inflicting sustained damage per second. Looking at those ghostly green skeletons, the crowd immediately scattered and fled in fear of being hit. Only Wanghao stood in front of Lindsay, a large shield clanging on the ground. Guardian Field. An energy force field instantly wrapped around himself and Lindsay, fending off the skeleton's attack. Thanks buddy, but there's no need to be so troublesome. Only to see the Inferno on one side gently skimming away the drifting skeleton with his hand, his eyes full of disdain. How dare you show off even the smallest of carvings? After saying that, the fist wrapped in flames was about to ruthlessly smash out. Stay under the fist. Yen Demon froze. The one who spoke was no one else but Lindsay. Lindsay hemmed and hawed. Later, I'll disband the big team before I say anything, so that I don't have to be divided up by these people in terms of experience. Seeing that the others had already run away, he immediately disbanded the team. It's ready to continue. Inferno punched down, and a bunch of demonized villagers were immediately smashed flat. Killed demonized villagers, experience plus 100, lifespan plus 200 days. Killed demonized villagers, experience plus 100, life expectancy plus 200 days. Lindsay and Wanghao's experience began to add up furiously again. Lindsay's message popped up. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level, 9, gained 5 assignable attribute points. Wanghao also laughed out loud. I'll be level 5 soon. After Inferno's punch, he only saw that the whole house had become shaky, and the house was burned black. That old man looked at Inferno's heroic appearance and was greatly surprised. Residents is actually a demon race. Then he looked at Lindsay. You sacrificed your lifespan and summoned this demon? Lindsay, then what? Ha, really unintelligent little brat, do you know what it means to play with fire? Lindsay smiled crookedly. I don't know if it's self-immolation or not, but you're about to be incinerated anyway. After saying that, the same heavy punch, Flame Fury, was launched towards the old man. Only to see that the old man was hit by the violent fist wind to the wall behind him. PFF spit out a mouthful of black blood, and fell to sit on the ground. I didn't expect you, a human child less than level 10, to have this kind of power? The old man said as he was dying. However, our death is not the end, but a new life, ha. The old man laughed coldly. Let me witness your death. In a flash, green energy floated out from those dead villagers, all converging towards the headless statue at the head of the wall. Only then did Lindsay notice that the headless statue had a necklace hanging from its neck, and in the center of the necklace was a ghostly green gemstone. The soul energy of those villagers was precisely absorbed by this green gem. Immediately afterward, the earth began to shake and that house began to collapse. Lindsay and Wanghao hurriedly took a few steps back, only to see a huge skull emerge from the rubble, with green flames coming out of its 2 deep-set eye sockets. Boss Undead Duke Head. Race, Undead. Level, 30. Life value, 100,000. Skill, Deadly Heavy Cannon. Roar. The giant skull let out a deafening roar towards the sky. Chapter 12. Level 30 Boss Undead Duke. Level 30 Boss with 100,000 blood? Seeing this huge skull, those students who had already scattered and fled in all directions, even more so, held their heads in their hands. And those ratman colonies that had been staring intently from afar also chose to retreat immediately. After all, the oppressive force of a level 30 boss was too strong for them, and a slight touch might be karma. Among the ruins, the old man's strained voice came once again. Run, run, scream to your heart's content. The undead duke will clean up all of you, and we, the undead clan, will rise again. You old dang, how come the house collapsed and didn't crush you to death, and you still talk so much? Lindsay directly opened his mouth. Only to hear Yen Demon also snort coldly, hee hee, what undead clan? But it's just a lowly thing that's been excluded from all races. With these words, the skull looked like it was enraged, and the green flames in its eyes burned even brighter. Immediately afterward, the jawbone under the skull slightly opened, and a green energy cannon was fired towards Yen Demon. The Inferno Demon's gaze flinched and immediately jumped out of the way. The ground that the heavy cannon struck immediately turned into nothingness, not even leaving behind any dregs. Lindsay was concerned. Yen Demon, how is it, can you still handle it? Inferno Demon, however, had a domineering look on his face. My lord, your question is almost like an insult. Lindsay, fine, I'll go then. Only to see Yen Demon leap towards the skeleton. The skeleton still wanted to open its mouth and send out a second energy blast. However, Yen Demon arrived earlier and threw an uppercut, closing its jawbone directly. With a muffled bang, the energy cannon exploded directly in the skeleton's mouth, shaking its entire skull and losing half of its blood. Immediately after that, Inferno delivered a flaming heavy punch, directly punching out a large crater in the skull of the skeleton. Seconds. The green flames disappeared, and the huge skull lost its vitality and fell to the ground. However, the Inferno Demon's madness was so great that it hadn't fought enough yet, and its fist smashed on the skull like a meteorite rain, dismantling the huge skull into pieces of bone fragments before giving up. I can't imagine that the human race is already able to manipulate the demon race? In the ruins, that old man said unwillingly, and finally broke off. Have killed the boss undead Duke Head, experience plus 5,000, lifespan plus 10,000 days. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level 10, gained 5 assignable attribute points. Obtained boss drops, 50,000 copper coins, Hungry Soul skill book, cursed gemstone necklace set 1-5. Your current remaining lifespan is 156 years and 343 days, ding. Ding. The final boss has been defeated, completing the quest. Reward system draw one time, this draw will surely win the occupation exclusive S-Class reward. In addition, a prompt was received. Congratulations on the upgrade of your summoned beast, Inferno, current level 61. Good lord, after fighting so many monsters, I've finally leveled up by 1. After reading the long string of message prompts, Lindsay let out a long breath. It was finally over. At this time, Wang Hao was also beside himself with excitement. Just now I've risen 2 levels in a row, I'm already level 6. Papa Lindsay, don't say anything, I'll cover your 3 meals a day for the next month. Congratulations on successfully passing the level. All passers will receive 1,000 coins. The MVP of this game will receive an additional 2,000 experience and 5,000 coins. At once, cheers came from all sides of the village, in the bushes, in the trees, in the pigsties, in the wells, under the stoves, in the dry toilets. Everywhere. This is where those students were hiding just now. Did you guys see that? Just now Lindsay defeated that level 30 boss all by himself. Lindsay is so bullish. I didn't even dare to look. Lindsay helped us kill the boss, and we got 1,000 copper coins for nothing. I feel like Lindsay's charges were still too cheap just now. Everyone had a post-hijack smile on their faces, and their impression of Lindsay completely shifted. What do you guys want to do first thing when you get out? Want to eat a big meal? Go home to see mom. Change a pair of pants because I didn't hold back to pee on it just now. Finally, the replica finally popped up the message again. The replica is about to close in 60 seconds. Professionals will be automatically teleported out of the replica. 60, 59, 58. Outside the copy, on the playground. The technical department was still fretting over the replica malfunction. During this time, the police also came. A team of officers were heavily armed and on standby. Even the chief personally rushed to the scene to understand the situation, obviously taking this matter very seriously. After all, the monsters in the real mode could cause a spatial rift and make an incursion into reality if they weren't pounced on in time. Lou Hanlon, Director Sue, why did the real mode suddenly appear? Do you have any clues on your side? Only to see a man with an imposing figure and a stern face say, "This time, I suspect that this incident may be related to an illegal sect we've been investigating recently. But for the time being, it's still just a personal guess with no evidence. The priority now is still to find the students first." This person was none other than the chief director of the Tianyu City Police Department, Su Jianqin. Only seeing him let out a low sigh, he then said, "But Principal Liu, you might want to prepare yourself mentally. Those students, I'm afraid they're in a bad way. It's not like there aren't any cases like this in history. The chances of coming out alive are slim to none, and even if you do come out, you'll be left with a huge psychological trauma. In addition, this incident can almost be judged as a major malignant accident. It is estimated that it will have an adverse impact on society, and the school side also needs to prepare PR measures." Liu Hanlin also let out a long sigh. "I understand. No matter what, the accident happened during my tenure, and I will be responsible for the lives of the 16 students. So, when this is over, I will thank and compensate the students' families as well as the entire community, and take the blame and resign." Hearing this, the surrounding group of teachers came up to dissuade them. "Principal Liu, don't. It's not your fault." Feng Wuchen also sighed and said, "Master Liu, why are you so bitter?" Liu Hanlin's tone was resolute. "You guys don't need to say anything, my mind is made up." Right at this moment, a booming sound of people came from the other side of the playground. "It's coming out! Coming out! The students are coming out!" A teacher shouted and ran over. Everyone's eyes lit up. Liu Hanlin rushed over to that teacher. "How many came out?" 16, all of them came out. What? Everyone couldn't believe their ears. Then how is their mental state now? State of mind? Everyone's so happy. They said it was Lin Zhe who defeated the bottom of the pass boss and made everyone teleport out. When a group of people came out, they even held Lin Zhe above their heads and cheered in celebration. A few words caused all the teachers, principals, and police officers to fall silent. They felt that what they had heard was too unreal. So shocked that they began to doubt reality. After several seconds, Liu Hanlin and Su Jianxin spoke at the same time. "Quick! Take me to the students." Chapter 13, He's outlived us both. After the students came out, the data refreshed on the screen's leaderboard. First place, Lin Zhe, Demon Summoner S rank, level 10 2%. Second place, Wang Hao, Shield Knight Grade B, level 6, 5%. Third place, Qin Feng, Frost Magic Guide rank, 3 ranks 2%. Fourth place, Xia Xuer, Wind Spirit Archer Grade B, 93% at level 2. Fifth place. Look guys. Lin Zhe is actually level 10. It takes an ordinary person at least a week to level up to 10 after transferring, and he actually hit level 10 in one copy? And what about this Wang Hao in second place? Half an hour later, inside the principal's office. Lin Zhe was sitting on a leather sofa. Opposite him sat Liu Hanlin, Feng Wudust, and Su Jianxin respectively. Just now, he had told as much detail as possible about his experiences in the copy. Of course, the fact that he had obtained the lifespan system was not mentioned at all. After listening to it, all three of them were still a bit unsettled. "So you just came out straight away?" Su Jianxin asked. "Yeah, the main thing is that after fighting the boss, it automatically teleported out, or else I could have brushed up my experience for a while," Lin Zhe said with some regret. The three big brothers? The three of them were all big brothers with very rich experiences, yet for Lin Zhe, a student who had just awakened today, to defeat a level 30 boss on his own was still something he had never heard of in his life. If that was true, this Lin Zhe might be a supreme genius. Even if it was placed in the entire history of the Great Summer Country, it was the kind that had never been seen before. After a long time, Su Jianxin first spoke. "Student Lin Zhe, if all the things you said today are true, then you have undoubtedly made a huge feat. I'm here to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the Tianyu City Police Department." Liu Hanlin also spoke excitedly. "I also express my gratitude to you on behalf of the entire school. Also in my personal name, I sincerely thank you as well." He, there's no need for the two big brothers to be so polite. Lin Zhe rubbed the back of his head and tentatively asked, "I just want to ask if there's a bonus?" Su Jianxin and Liu Hanlin stared at each other. Then, the office erupted with bawdy laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, you're quite a straightforward kid, I like it." Su Jianxin laughed. "Don't worry, I'll go back and apply for a bonus of 10,000 copper coins for you." Ha ha ha. Liu Hanlin also laughed. "I'll also apply to the school committee. In addition, I've decided to reward you with another 10,000 copper coins from my own pocket." How embarrassing that is. Lindsay tried to stifle his laughter and said in a polite manner. Ha ha ha, little friend Lindsay doesn't need to be humble. At this moment, Feng Wuchen interjected, do you know that it was you who saved my senior brother's career and reputation in his later years? Lu Hanlin sighed softly, AI, it's a shame. Lindsay, although you'll be graduating in a month or so, if you encounter any difficulties or need any help in the future, just tell me directly. Lindsay was a bit embarrassed. At this time, Lindsay thought of something and said with a straight face, right, I have another question. That real mode, is it just like I guessed? Su Jianxin nodded, you're very smart, you basically guessed about 8 or 9 times. Since 100 years ago when the 10,000 races invaded the humans and the humans awakened the professionals, some random copies would be generated in various parts of the blue star. And the contents of these copies are all data mine projections of real events that once happened. In the beginning, all the replicas were completely restored to real events, even the newcomer trial replicas like today. That's why back then, the death and injury rate of newcomers was high, and there was also the possibility of causing spatial rifts that would allow the alien races in the replicas to invade the present world. It wasn't until 30 years ago that mankind researched the science and technology of artificial intervention in replicas, and was able to censor the data of the replicas. It's like taking a complete video and making all kinds of modifications and deletions, and that's what most replicas on the market are nowadays. Of course, today, if you want to experience real battles, you can still go to the border battlefield. It's just that the replicas in the city no longer use the real mode. As for why this copy of the Bloodstained Village suddenly went into real mode, there is still further investigation to be done. Feng Wuchen took over the conversation. I also don't know how this Bloodstained Village copy was used as a newcomer trial copy, perhaps we can look for clues from the side of the education committee. Su Jianxin nodded, Elder Feng is right, we are preparing to investigate. Then, I will take my leave first and go back to deploy my work. After bidding farewell to Su Jianxin, the 2 old men and 1 young man continued to talk. Lu Hanlin frowned and said, there's another matter we're all more concerned about. Lindsay, that demon of yours, just how many years of your lifespan did it take? Do you feel any physical discomfort right now? For example, symptoms such as a loss of qi and blood, panic and shortness of breath? Of course Lindsay couldn't honestly confess that he had sacrificed 100 years of his lifespan. He could only beat a dead horse, actually, it's just 4 or 5 years of life expectancy. Don't worry, headmaster, I'm fine. Lu Hanlin, huh? Lindsay was vain, 10 years, I sacrificed 10 years of my life. Feng Wuchen laughed cheerfully and said, you're an interesting little friend, better let the old man take a look. After saying that, he grabbed Lindsay's hand. Lindsay was shocked, Principal Feng can still tell a person's lifespan? Old me's profession is a Taoist priest, so naturally I know some of the art of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Although I can't calculate an exact number, I can still tell a good deal. After saying that, he directly began to read Lindsay's palm, face, and so on. After about 5 minutes, Feng Wuchen put down Lindsay's hand, his brows furrowed, and he fell into a deep silence. Lu Hanlin was tense for a moment. Elder brother Feng, why don't you speak up? How much life is left in Lindsay? What, is the situation not optimistic? Do you need me to recuse myself? No, little friend Lindsay's lifespan seems to be longer than both you and I. Lu Hanlin? After a long time, Lu Hanlin said in relief, then I'm relieved. Let's just say that the profession of demon summoner is too rare because of its history, and none of us know much about it, right? Feng Wuchen stroked his beard and sighed long and hard. AI, little friend Lindsay, you said how come you didn't enroll in our first high school back then? However, there's still more than a month to go before you graduate, it's not too late to transfer to our school. We will definitely give you more generous resources. Get out of my way. Lu Hanlin interrupted by slapping the table, openly digging for corners in front of me, aren't you? Feng Wuchen hemmed and hawed, the old man was just joking, you say you're old, why are you still so serious? Lu Hanlin, you old man. Leaving Lindsay on the side, he silently spat, this pair of senior brothers are old, why are they still like children? The 2 of them bickered for a while before Lu Hanlin said to Lindsay with a straight face, right, I almost forgot, I haven't congratulated you for winning first place in this trial. Half a month from now, you'll be representing our school in the Western Rising Star competition. For the rest of this time, improve your strength again. Chapter 14, Drawing an S-rank talent, Summoning a Second Demon. It was already evening when Lindsay returned home. He lived in an old neighborhood in the old city. The house was more than 30 years old and thus looked dilapidated. The modest house was left behind by his body's original owner's parents who had both died. When he was young, the original owner had also had a happy childhood here. However, when he was 8 years old, the family of 3 encountered a foreign invasion while they were out playing, resulting in the death of his parents and the original owner's near death. It was also at that time that Lindsay dressed into the body of the original owner, and then 10 years passed in a flash. In these 10 years, his life could be described as scrimping and saving, not at all like the novels where the travelers were rich and famous, with luxury cars and beautiful women, and martial arts skills that were against the heavens. Well, today, fate had finally changed. After Lindsay entered his home, he dropped his school bag and paralyzed on the old sofa in the living room. This day has gone by, it's almost as if it's been days. It's better to look at the attribute panel first. Name, Lindsay. Profession, Demon Summoner. Profession faction, Summoning. Rarity, S-Class. Rank, Level 1032%. Rank, 0, Rank. Life value, 143,390. Mana, 41,590. Strength, 15309, Agility, 10159, Stamina, 14339, Intelligence, 4139, Spirit, 4159. Assignable attribute points, 25. Talents, Demon Affinity, Soul Link, Scorching Air. Skills, Summon Demon, Demon Gaze, Flame Fury, Lava Field, Insight into Fire. Summoning position, 1-2. Lindsay divided the 25 attribute points evenly, he wasn't too far behind on these 25 points anyway. Next, checked his money balance. Number of money, 118,326 coins. Almost 120,000. Lindsay instantly wasn't sleepy. I remember before today, I only had over 2,000 copper coins left on me. That's not even adding the 30,000 copper coins promised by Officer Sue and Principal Liu. Lindsay deeply realized that strength and money were firmly linked in this society. Next, Lindsay opened his item bar. After defeating the undead Duke, he had obtained a Hungry Soul skill book. This was a C-ranked mage skill regarding the Skull Energy body skill cast by those villagers earlier. There was no use for it, so Lindsay decided to take it to the exchange and sell it. The other one was the Cursed Gemstone Necklace. Lindsay looked at the necklace in the props grid that emitted a ghostly green glow, and it seemed to be the one worn around the neck of the headless statue. Cursed Gemstone Necklace set 1-5. Quality, Grade A. Type, Jewelry. Effects, Strength plus 1000, inflicts a chaotic effect on the wearer. Attacking the target has a 50% chance of error, and the effect cannot be undone while wearing it. Set effect, 5-piece set? Although the attribute bonus isn't bad, this negative effect is too big, isn't it? It's better to put it away for now. Next, was the part Lindsay was most looking forward to. He opened the lottery interface. This time, it was a surefire career-exclusive S-rank reward that didn't require the consumption of any lifespans. Only to see the words of the lottery start scrolling up again, Lindsay rubbed his hands together and pressed stop. Then a golden light flashed and the prize was fixed. Congratulations on drawing the talent, Duplicate Summoning S-rank. HM? What does that mean? Talent, Copy Summoning. An exclusive summoner talent that allows the same type of summoned beast to be summoned in plural form, with no upper limit and only occupying one summoning slot. The cost consumed for each summoned beast remains the same, but experience values and equipment are shared between summoned beasts. Lindsay read it over a few times, and after understanding the meaning, his eyes lit up. That means that even though I only have one summoning bit left, I can stack the same type of demon infinitely? Lindsay immediately opened his copy of the Book of Demons. He himself now had a little over 156 years of life left, and if he stacked summons. Lindsay fixed his gaze on a majestic and domineering-looking animal, the Hellhound. Hellhound, summoning one consumes 10 years of lifespan. Although it's only a low-level demon, it should possess considerable battle power if you summon more than one. Please confirm, do you want to sacrifice 10 years of your lifespan to contract a Hellhound? Yes, no. Yes. Trigger the duplicate summoning talent. Do you want to continue summoning? Yes. Trigger. So on and so forth. Lindsay chose a full 10 times and once again poked 100 years of lifespan into it. Current remaining lifespan, 56 years and 343 days. Only to see the hexagram summoning formation appear on the living room floor once again. In the next second, 10 large black dog-like creatures appeared, filling the already small living room to the brim. The black dog stood as tall as half an adult on the floor. Densely covered with short black oily hair, their robust muscle lines showed through, and they looked very prim and proper. The biggest difference from ordinary canines was that it had 3 long eyes on its face, each with a bright red pupil in its socket, looking both frightening and handsome. Then, the summoning formation disappeared, and the 10 large black dogs neatly bent their front legs slightly and performed a very elegant bow to Lindsay. Occupational talent, demonic affinity has been triggered, and the loyalty of the hellhounds has automatically reached 100%. Woof woof. The 10 large black dogs pounced enthusiastically towards Lindsay. I'll be damned, they look fierce and are essentially exactly like dogs. Summoned beast, hellhound. Race, demon race S-class. Branch, beast demon breed. Rarity, D class. Rank, 20. Life, 3000. Mana, 1500. Strength, 200, agility, 400, stamina, 300, intelligence, 260, spirit, 150. Skill, bloodthirsty gnaw. Deals 1 damage equals agility 5 to a single enemy and causes a bleeding effect for the next 10 seconds, dealing damage per second equals agility 1. Cooldown 10 seconds. Although the level isn't too high, 10 of them added together and paired with the Inferno Demon, it's basically the same as forming a legion. Lindsay touched the short hairs on the forehead of the hellhound at the head of the platoon, and the 3 somewhat frightening-looking eyes immediately closed slightly as if they were enjoying themselves immensely. When the other hounds saw this, they also rushed up to beg to be touched. The scene was once very chaotic. Dogs, all go back and rest first. Lindsay couldn't cope with it and directly put them into the summoning bar. This night, Lindsay slept very peacefully. He didn't get up until after 10 o'clock the next day as well. This was because there was no need to go to school today. Since they seniors had already completed their career awakening, the next month would be free time to practice, and when they returned to school after a month to take the national exam it would be just that. However, Lindsay's current goal was still the Western Rising Star competition in half a month. This competition was a major annual event in the western region of the Great Summer Country. At that time, the best students from each high school would gather together and enter a special copy to compete. The students who achieved good results would have a high chance of being seen by all the major universities in the country, gaining extra points or even being directly guaranteed a place. Therefore, what Lindsay had to do during this period of time was to continue to improve his combat power. When he got up and opened the chat group, he realized that the new messages were blowing up. Basically, they were all from classmates who were usually not familiar with each other sending congratulations or expressing envy. These people, who had scoffed at their profession yesterday, immediately licked it up today. He directly chose to ignore it. There was also a message from the principal of the first middle school, Fong Wu Dust, little friend Lindsay, are you really not going to consider the matter of transferring to another school? At the end of the sentence, there was also a hooked finger emoji. The corners of Lindsay's mouth twitched straight. What an old codger. Wang Hao also sent a message, let's go, I'll cover 3 meals a day as promised, let's go have a big meal. Lindsay replied directly, I'm going to play a copy today, let's talk about it some other time. Wang Hao, whoa, Roll King is you, right? He also received a message from Teacher Li, Lindsay, congratulations on qualifying for the contest, teacher recommends these copies linked below for you, they're all suitable for students to practice. Pay attention to safety. Lindsay clicked on the link and found that they were all copies suitable for level 10 newbies, Western Wilderness, Piggy Coast, Gulen's Forest, or something. Lindsay shook his head, these simple copies would only limit his upgrade speed. Although he was only level 10 now, his summoned beasts weren't. He wanted to directly challenge level 30, 40, or even higher level copies, but it was because all of these copies required a professional to break through the first rank after reaching level 20 in order to enter. Therefore, the current copies that could be challenged could only go up to level 20. Lindsay searched the internet for a guide, and eventually locked in on a level 20 copy that was on the difficult side, Forbidden Forest. Hellhound. P.S. Lords and families, many of you may feel that this Hellhound is a bit weak. Actually, don't worry, it will be awesome later. And every summoned beast has its unique role. My original intention is to make every summoned beast with its own characteristics. Believe me, keep reading down. Chapter 15 Forbidden Forest. In the northern part of Tianyu City, at the entrance to the Forbidden Forest replica, a plaza with a Chinese-style pagoda stood on it, and this was precisely the copy's teleportation entrance. In addition, there was also a ticket office, restaurant, souvenir store, fountain, and whatnot built on the square. This was also because the replicas on the market today were basically contracted by major companies to engage in a one-stop commercialized operation. At this moment, there were many professionals gathered in the plaza, and there were also quite a few people lined up in front of the ticket office. Judging from their age, they were basically all college students, or newcomers to the guilds and society, and their levels were all between level 18-20. Lin Zhe was the only one who was only level 10. Therefore, when Lin Zhe was in the queue, the people around him had a few moments of contempt in their eyes. It was as if they saw a child who had just learned to walk into an adult's bar, with eyes full of, "Little brat, this isn't the place for you." At this point, Lin Zhe got in line in front of the ticket counter. Behind the ticket counter, an older woman swiped her doo-wop without looking up and said routinely, "Eyes on the camera, verify your identity." Lin Zhe did as he was told. The Big Mom checked the information. Lin Zhe, Demon Summoner, level 10, 10. Big Mom finally raised her head and saw that she was looking at a boy with a boyish look in front of her. Big Mom immediately let out a cold laugh, thinking, "Where did this little brat come from, and he doesn't weigh himself up?" However, the Big Mom did not choose to discourage. As long as there is money to collect, she does not bother to waste so many words. Directly with a cold face, she said, "Tickets are 2,000 copper coins a person." Lin Zhe scanned the code and paid. The Big Mom threw a ticket in front of the stage with a snap and shouted, "Next." Lin Zhe was about to leave when a poster on the wall behind the old lady caught his attention. On the poster was written, "The record holder of the fastest perfect clearance of this copy, Chu Zhongheng, time 1 hour 36 minutes, welcome to challenge." Lin Zhe retracted his footsteps and asked, "Excuse me, is there any reward if I break this record for the fastest clearance?" The Big Mom froze for a second and scanned Lin Zhe up and down a few times with a slightly disgusted look. "What, you're going to set a new record? How will I know if I don't try?" Lin Zhe said in a very relaxed tone. "Ha!" Big Mom laughed dryly and threw Lin Zhe a pamphlet in a bad mood. "Here, it's all written above." "Alright, nothing to hurry up, there's still a line behind you." Lin Zhe didn't fight with her and walked away with the booklet. The other people in the queue immediately crickets in a low voice behind them. Challenging a record? Does he know who the holder up there is? It's the president of one of the 4 major guilds, Dragonfall Guild, and also this copy boss, President Chu. And President Chu has been setting records for more than 20 years, and has never been surpassed in these 20 years. It's hard not to be surpassed by a level 10 kid like you? You really don't know the heights of heaven. Lin Zhe walked towards the portal while opening the booklet to look at it. It turned out that as long as one finished the 3 bosses in this copy, it would be considered a perfect pass. And if one set the record for the fastest perfect clearance, they would be personally received by the previous record holder, Dragonfall Guild's President Chu Zhongheng, and would be able to pick any item from the first floor of the Dragonfall Guild's props vault. However, there was also a conditional restriction: it had to be the first time entering the replica before it was counted as an achievement. Therefore, everyone only had one chance. Ding! You have a new mission: break the record for the fastest clearance of the Forbidden Forest copy. Reward, 1 system draw. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. Originally, it was just a casual question, but now, it was a non-breakable record. So, he hurriedly walked towards the portal. After entering the portal, Lin Zhe found himself in a small camp in the forest. It was surrounded by large, sky-high trees, and the luxuriant branches and leaves blocked out the sunlight, so the entire environment appeared to be very dim. At the same time, 3 trails extended out from around the camp, each leading to a different area of the forest. Welcome to the copy of Forbidden Forest. Restricted level, 20. Difficulty, difficult. Quest description: the forest is plagued by snakes, a troop entered to clear the beasts but was killed tragically, please avenge their deaths to comfort their souls. Time limit, 12 hours. Note, you will be automatically teleported out of the copy when you die or when time runs out. In the camp, there were 2 NPCs selling food and basic equipment, and quite a few other players. Lin Zhe looked at the 3 paths that led in different directions and remembered what was described in the pamphlet. The Forbidden Forest is divided into 3 large areas: the Misty Swamp, Heart of the Ancient Tree, Deep Nest. The only way to break the record was to defeat the bosses of the 3 areas. Therefore, it was the same as which path to start with first. Immediately, one was chosen at random and walked in. Look guys, that kid actually chose to go to the Misty Swamp. The people in the camp began to talk. Doesn't he know that area gives average experience value and is especially easy to get lost? It's the least cost-effective of the 3 areas. Wait, I see that he's only level 10, and he's not even organized? Crazy. Probably just a little kid who doesn't know anything. Lindsay was walking alone in the secluded forest path. The sunlight above his head was becoming more and more scarce, and a hazy mist was filling the area, making the entire atmosphere seem very eerie and silent. Moreover, since just now, the path had diverged, just like a maze, and he didn't know which way to go. Lindsay chose to summon hellhounds. In an instant, 10 large black dogs appeared in front of him, wagging their tails and pouncing towards him, sticking out their tongues and about to lick his face. Shiver paw. Lindsay immediately called out to stop their movements. Although he didn't reject dogs, being licked on the face by a creature from hell always felt a little diabolical in his heart. Lindsay gave orders, "You guys, find the path to the boss." Woof. The 10 big black dogs immediately took action. Sniffing here and there, their noses ran towards the diverging path. Lindsay directly sat down in the same spot and closed his eyes. Just then, Lindsay heard a sound of footsteps coming from the place he came from, and with it came a refreshing fragrance. Not a moment later, a beautiful silhouette crashed up. Yikes! Scared me. Almost bumping into Lindsay, the girl hastily took a step back. So it's a person. I thought it was a monster. The girl patted her chest. Listen to yourself, are you polite? Lindsay spat. Ha 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 ha. The girl smiled awkwardly. Sorry, the fog was too thick to see. The girl put away her smile. By the way, why did you come here alone? Did you come to fight the Earth Dragon as well? Earth Dragon? Lindsay was puzzled. Doesn't this path lead to the Misty Swamp, to fight the Swamp Witch? The girl was shocked. What, I'm going the wrong way again. Mysterious Woman. Chapter 16 S-Class Dragon Shepherd, Swamp Witch. Lindsay took a closer look at the girl in front of him. She looked to be around her own age, wearing a t-shirt with jeans. The bulge of her body was outlined especially clearly. Her shoulder-length hair was tied into a sharp ponytail. As for her facial features, she was definitely considered one of the best among the girls Lindsay had ever seen. Especially a pair of flickering big eyes, through the clear. And stupid? Oops, I clearly read the guide. How did I go the wrong way again? The girl was frantic. Lindsay was somewhat speechless. How is it that the beauties he met recently are all pretty looking and not very good in the head? The last one was still that Xia Shuer. But to be fair, Xia Shuer was more or less vulgar, while the girl in front of him had a fresh and unassuming beauty, and it could be said that she was not in the same class at all. At this time, the girl once again said to Lindsay, "Classmate, do you know the way? Can we form a team?" Can't. Lindsay refused without hesitation. Don't refuse so quickly. I'm actually a freshman student at the Western War College, and I'm also an S-ranked profession. Oh? Lindsay was a bit surprised. He immediately used his probing skill to check on the girl. Name, Shu Yuyu. Occupation, Dragon Master S rank. Level 20 rank. It's really an S rank occupation? How about that? The girl named Shu Yuyu crossed her arms, very smug. Suddenly, her expression changed. Wait a minute? You're also S rank? Lindsay. Demon Summoner. Is also a profession of the summoning faction? Wait, you're only level 10? Lindsay spread his hands and was non-committal. Shu Yuyu puffed out her chest and smiled. Lindsay student, according to seniority you should call me a senior sister, and I happen to be in the summoning faction as well, so I can impart quite a bit of specialized knowledge to you. How about it? Isn't it tempting to team up with me? Lindsay, I refuse. Woman, although you have a few looks, don't think about affecting my speed of breaking the clearance record. Why don't you oil and salt this person? Shu Yuyu's cheeks bulged in anger. Right at this moment, a sizzling sound came from the depths of the forest. In the next second, 10 half-adult tall big black dogs swiftly rushed out from the grass. And each of them had 3 blood-red eyes, looking very oppressive. Ah! Shu Yuyu was startled violently. Prepare for battle. However, they saw 10 big black dogs pounce in front of Lindsay, sitting down very obediently, their tails still wagging. Found the road? Lindsay asked. Woof! One of the big black dogs barked. Shu Yuyu was stunned by the scene in front of her. These are all your summoned beasts? Wait, they're all level 20? Shu Yuyu was greatly shocked. A level 10 summoner actually summoned 10 level 20 summoned beasts? Even though she herself was S-ranked and had been called the Pride of Heaven, she had never seen anything like this before. It was just too explosive. Lindsay stood up. Alright, I'm going to fight the boss. Wait. If you don't want to team up, then can I go with you? Shu Yu requested. I won't hide it from you, I'm a wayfarer. If I'm allowed to walk alone, I probably won't be able to walk out of here tomorrow. Rather, he had a very clear perception of himself. Lindsay, whatever, as long as you don't steal my experience. After saying that, he took big steps forward. Good. Shu Yu smiled joyfully and immediately followed behind. The duo walked around in the forest full of mists for a while, encountering some relatively small monsters along the way. All of them were easily killed by the hellhound. Kill worm monster, experience plus 50, lifespan plus 50 days. Kill shadow squirrel, experience plus 60, lifespan plus 60 days. Kill mushroom goblin, experience plus 70, life expectancy plus 70 days. There weren't many monsters, and they were without difficulty. After roughly 10 minutes of walking, the 2 men and 10 dogs finally arrived at an open area. Looking around, this place was a swamp, and the center of the swamp was covered with a small, dilapidated bungalow. Actually got out of the maze so quickly? Shu Yu said with some excitement. I heard others say that the average time spent by those who first saw this maze map was 2 hours, we only spent 10 minutes. These big black dogs of yours really work. Those hellhounds listened and put on a handsome pose, as if they were showing off their valor in front of a beautiful woman. A look of worthlessness. Lindsay spat. Just then, from the hut in the center of the swamp came a strange voice, "Ah, have new guests arrived?" Accompanying it was a series of sharp, ear-piercing laughter. Then, out of the house came a hunchbacked old woman, covered in filth, draped in tattered clothes, and with hair that looked like it hadn't been washed in centuries. In her hand, she also held a long staff that was taller than her person, with several skulls chained to it. Boss Swamp Witch. Race, Human D rank. Level, 18. Life value, 20,000. Skills, Swamp Binding, Cursed Rain. Description: originally a native of this forest, ever since those snakes invaded the forest, they went crazy and researched witchcraft in an attempt to expel the foreigners. But eventually turned into an insane state where they can't distinguish between enemy and self and kill anyone they see. Be careful. Shu Yu instantly became alert. Although the Swamp Witch's blood stripe isn't long, she specializes in using various negative statuses, and she can also add blood to herself. You mustn't make a move in a while, let me have it. Lindsay said in a firm tone. A blush floated on Shu Yu's face. I can't imagine that you're quite compassionate. No, I just don't want you to share the experience. You. Humph. At this time, the Swamp Witch once again made a strange sound. Ha ha ha, young people are just energetic, still flirting when they're dead. In the next second, Lindsay and Shu Yu only felt that the soil under their feet became very soft, and both of their feet sunk in. Shu Yu, not good. We've been hit by the retardation effect, our movement speed is reduced by 80%. Lindsay's face didn't change, it's not like I'm the one fighting anyway. Hellhounds, go! Only to see 10 hellhounds immediately catapult out like arrows, 10 mouths biting up towards the witch at the same time. What, are these your summoned beasts? Why are there so many of them? The witch was obviously very surprised as well. The damage figure of a single bloodthirsty now was around 1,500, and soon the witch's blood bar bottomed out. Nope. It's not over yet. With an instantaneous movement, the witch flashed above the roof. Then her mouth began to recite an incomprehensible incantation, and at the same time, she shook the long staff in her hand, and several skeletons clanged. Then, a fine black rain fell in the forest. This is the witch's second skill, Cursed Rain. It will inflict random negative effects on the target and add blood to herself. Shu Yu explained again. I didn't expect you to know quite a lot. Lindsay said casually. Humph, after all, I'm a senior student of the Western War College, I didn't read the books for nothing. Wait a minute, how does it feel a bit unpleasant to be praised by a high school student like you? Only to see the opposite side, 10 big black dogs were all attached to negative effects by that rainwater, blindness, confusion, paralysis, etc. The ability to act was greatly reduced. Ha, just a few of them. The witch laughed triumphantly on the roof while the rainwater began to return her blood. However, in the next second, her laughter came to an abrupt end. She realized that she was still continuously losing blood, and the rate of blood loss far exceeded the rate of blood recovery. Bloodthirsty Na would also cause a bleeding effect for the next 10 seconds, and 10 hellhounds was 10 times the bleeding damage. No! The sorceress let out a scream and died in less than a few seconds, bursting with blood. Kill boss swamp witch, experience plus 3000, lifespan plus 3000 days. Loot obtained, 2000 copper coins, skeleton staff, equipment enhancement stone grade D. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level 11, congratulations on your upgrade, current level 11. At the same time, a message popped up. The record for the fastest passage through a single area of the Misty Forest has been broken, new record holder, Lindsay, time, 19 minutes and 36 seconds. The message was communicated by the entire subtext, so Chu Yu could see it as well. Actually broke the record? Her eyes widened. At the same time, the square outside the copy. The news of the Misty Forest setting a new record also appeared on the big screen. When the people in the square saw it, they immediately boiled over. A single region record has been set? Who is this Lindsay? Why does it sound somewhat familiar? Pull back, you recognize it again. No, it seems to be the level 10 lad who threatened to break the record just now. Really? And at this moment, the ticket office. A customer impatiently urged, "Hey, I want to buy a ticket, hurry up, what are you waiting for?" The ticket selling AMA, however, was in a state of extreme stagnation. That kid just now really broke the record? Chapter 17 Thorn Giant Snake, I'm a professional at robbing monsters. Inside the replica. Chu Yu circled around Lindsay a few times, looking here and there. His expression was very curious, suspicious, too suspicious. How can you be so strong for a level 10, no, 11 high school student? You couldn't have used some prop to hide your identity and actually be a lewd uncle? Lindsay looked at the little cutie with a like look at her. I rather think that the suspicious one is you. You don't look like you're interested in upgrading, so why have you been following me all this time? Lindsay said. He. Chu Yu laughed awkwardly, I was just lost at first, just happened to want to find you to lead the way. After seeing your strength, I wanted to ask you to do me a favor. What favor? I didn't enter this copy this time for the purpose of upgrading, but for the final boss Earth Dragon. Moreover, it's not for the purpose of crusading it, but to capture it as my summoned beast. So, I want to ask you to help me capture it. After Chu Yu finished speaking, she put her hands together and asked. I refuse. Lindsay didn't even think about it and said directly. Helping her capture the boss would mean teaming up to share the experience equally, and the experience value you got from capturing it was still less than killing it directly. After all, you had gotten a summoned beast, the system definitely wouldn't give you that much more experience value. Hey, just reconsider. Chu Yu hurriedly said, I'll pay the reward 0.500,000 copper coins, how about it? Lindsay stopped in his tracks. Capture less? Paying 500,000 for capturing a summoned beast? Lindsay looked the other party up and down with slightly evil eyes. This girl, although she was dressed rather plain and unusual, but her temperament was indeed not like an ordinary person, could it be that she was actually a rich young lady? Chu Yu was stared at Harry, hands unconsciously protect up chest. After a long time, Lindsay opened his mouth, I'll offer $600,000. Plus one more condition, team up again when you fight the Earth Dragon, and the rest of the time, you just follow me and don't make a move. Deal. The other party did not hesitate at all and directly agreed, to show my sincerity, I can pay half of the money in advance right now. After saying that, he immediately launched the transaction window and hit 300,000 copper coins to Lindsay. Lindsay's balance directly came to 420,000 copper coins. Lindsay added, although I've taken your money, I'm going to challenge the record for a perfect pass, so the next area's boss isn't fighting the Earth Dragon. Chu Yu was a little surprised, you actually want to challenge that record? The last record holder was the old Chu Zhonghun, 1 hour and 36 minutes, and it's never been surpassed in over 20 years. But Chu Yu thought of something and then smiled, it's okay, I'll support you to break his record. I can still help you if needed, for free. Oh? Lindsay was a bit surprised by her reaction. Then he simply said, let's go. The two of them returned along the same path, which took a bit less time than when they came. When they returned to the initial campsite, the gazes of the people looking at Lindsay were all completely different from earlier. There was a bit more awe in their eyes, and some of the ones who knew how to do things even wanted to go up and get close. However, Lindsay directly ignored these people and hurriedly entered the second trail with Chu Yu, leading to the area that was the heart of the ancient tree. Compared to the labyrinth-like area just now, the path this time was much better. Although it was still in the middle of a forest, it was relatively open. Moreover, it was also possible to see quite a few occupiers fighting monsters inside the forest, unlike the haunted atmosphere just now. This time, the small monsters, which had turned out to be some snakes, were all level 15 or above. However, under the sharp teeth and claws of 10 hellhounds, they basically couldn't survive for 5 seconds. Kill Jungle Python, experience plus 150, lifespan plus 150 days. Kill Steel Armored Viper, experience plus 160, lifespan plus 160 days. Kill Demonized Red Chain, experience plus 170, lifespan plus 170 days. The experience value was like moneyless all the way up. Shu Yuyu, on the other hand, obediently followed behind, really not rubbing off on the experience at all. The two's actions caught the attention of the surrounding crowd, and they whispered, "Look guys, that guy is so powerful, brushing monsters and dabbling. You learn from him. In my opinion, he must be trying to chase that woman, that's why he's working so hard. Moreover, you guys see that woman following behind doing nothing, picking up experience for nothing. I guess it's the classic combination of a goddess and a licking dog, this woman most likely has many spare tires." Shu Yuyu heard this, her face flushed red and she quickened her pace. Lin Zhe didn't get angry either, and directly whistled. The 10 hellhounds understood and instantly bit towards the monsters those people were fighting, directly snatching the experience over. "Why are you robbing my monsters?" Many people angrily rebuked. "If you want to not be robbed, focus on fighting monsters and mind your own business." Lin Zhe coldly disliked back. After walking for a while longer, the two finally reached the boss area. Only to see a giant tree erected in the center of an open lawn. There were already quite a few professionals standing on the lawn, all waiting for the boss to refresh. Many of them had known each other in their respective guilds for a long time, so while waiting, they were talking and laughing, with an air of determination. Shu Yuyu explained, "The boss this time is the Thorn Giant Serpent, it refreshes every 30 minutes, and every day, a lot of people come to challenge it. After the boss is refreshed, it's usually everyone who goes together, and whoever deals more damage will share more experience value, and this has always been the agreed upon way of competition." Very reasonable, I like fair competition. Lin Zhe nodded. Shu Yuyu continued, "But in this way, I'm afraid that it's going to be very difficult to accomplish your clearance record, because the condition for reaching this record is that the challenger's damage to each boss must be at least 50% or more. There are so many people here right now, we can't tell people to stop fighting, right? Even if you say it, people won't listen." Lin Zhe, however, was calm, "It doesn't matter. Aha, just don't be too persistent." Shu Yuyu comforted. Right at this moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "It's coming, it's coming." Everyone's gazes looked towards the giant tree, only to see a huge snake's head appear on the canopy of the tree that covered the sky. It was said to be a snake, yet it wasn't exactly a snake, it was more like a combination of trees and flesh and blood, and it looked very bizarre. The giant snake's body was as thick as a round table and was winding its way down around the tree trunk. Boss Thorny Snake. Race, none. Level, 25. Life value, 50,000. Skills, Deadly Poison Mist, Thorn Twist, Snake Summoning. Description: Snake race. After coming to this forest, the snake race began a forbidden life ritual in an attempt to create a whole new form of life. However, rituals that go against the way of heaven will eventually backfire. Brothers, together. Many squad leaders shouted. Instantly, each squad launched an attack on the boss, with different professions performing their respective roles. Only to see the blood drop numbers immediately displayed above the thorn giant snake's body: 125, 204, 198, 376 strike. Of course, the giant snake wasn't a vegetarian, opening its bloody mouth and letting out a hissing roar. Immediately afterward, thorns emerged from the ground, entangling everyone in them. This skill is a surefire mechanism that deals damage per second and creates a confinement effect. Shu Yuyu pulled out a blood bottle to drink blood while explaining to Lin Zhe, "But the confinement time is only 10 seconds, hold on." Don't want to hold on, ready for a showdown. In the next second, in the sight of everyone present, a behemoth wrapped in blazing fire slammed into the giant snake like a meteorite. It was none other than the Inferno demon that Lin Zhe had summoned. Damage dealt, 33698. Everyone was dumbfounded on the spot. What the hell? Over 30,000 damage from a universal attack? What the hell is that thing? A wild boss? Bull. I've swiped this book many times and I've never seen this kind of boss before. Quite a few people immediately used their appraisal spells, wanting to have a look at that behemoth in the fire. Instead, the results showed several question marks, indicating that it had exceeded them by at least 30 levels. Everyone once again sucked in a breath of cool air. At this moment, Thorn's 10 seconds of confinement was still in effect, but they saw the Inferno Demon directly grabbing the neck of the giant snake and smashing its huge fist with flames towards the snake's head. Many timid people closed their eyes because the picture was too violent. 38,964. Another normal punch was used again, and the giant snake's blood bar directly saw empty. The 10 seconds of confinement had finally arrived, but the boss was also directly gone. Everyone froze in place before they could react to what was going on. A prompt popped up on Lindsay's interface. Killed Boss Thorn Giant Serpent, experience plus 4,820, life expectancy plus 5,000 days. Acquired loot, 5,000 copper coins, Thorn Dagger, equipment strengthening stone grade C. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level, 12, congratulations on your upgrade, current level, 12. The Chu Yuyu beside her had nothing but shock on her face, that big monster. Just now couldn't have been summoned by you as well, right? Isn't your summoned beast a big black dog? Right at this moment, a message was once again received in front of the eyes of everyone in the entire subbook. The record for the fastest passage through a single area of the heart of the ancient tree has been broken. New record holder, Lindsay, time, 15 minutes, 29 seconds. Everyone. Chapter 18 Region 3, Deep Nest Serpent Man. If someone were to fly over the forbidden forest at this time, they would be able to hear a sentence coming from all corners of the forest in unison. Everyone was in an uproar. It's this person called Lindsay again? It's already the second time. It won't be about to break the third region's record next, will it? Where is this great god Lindsay right now? I want to see what he really looks like. Everyone in the square outside the replica was also abuzz once again when they saw the new record on the screen. Several staff members anxiously ran around. It's going to be mega news. Quickly call President Chu. Meanwhile, in front of the Thorn Giant Snake's boss area, Lindsay rushed to quickly evacuate the scene before the crowd recognized him as the passer. Otherwise, there was no telling how long he would be surrounded by these people, delaying the clearance of the next area. While running, he called up the props bar and checked the equipment dropped by the two bosses just now. Skeleton staff. Quality, B grade, type, weapon. Equipment limit, level 20 effect, intelligence plus 100, spirit. Effects, intelligence plus 100, spirit plus 100, shadow spell damage plus 20% effects, intelligence plus 100, spirit plus 100, shadow spell damage plus 20%. Dagger of Thorns, quality, a grade, type, weapon, equipment limit, level 20. Quality, grade A, type, weapon, equipment restriction, level 20. Equipment limit, level 20, effect, agility plus 100, skill plus 20%. Effect, agility plus 100, skills that deal sustained damage, duration plus 50%, damage per second plus 50%. Both pieces of equipment are good, and this thorn dagger is too suitable for Hellhound. At this time, Chu Yuyu followed closely behind, panting as she shouted, "Slow down, there's no one chasing after you anymore." Only then did Lindsay slow down his pace. Chu Yuyu, alright, next you have to help me capture the Earth Dragon. Remember, you must grind the boss's blood down to less than 10% before you can capture it. Is that actually the case? That's a big problem then. Lindsay's face revealed a rare lack of confidence. What's wrong? I'm afraid I'll accidentally kill it outright. Chu Yuyu had a black face. Is this some brand new version of Versailles? The two walked while continuing to talk. Lindsay asked, I've been curious since just now. You've been awakening your profession for a year. Don't you have your own summoned beast? And have to run here to catch them now? Chu Yuyu smiled mysteriously, of course not. After saying that, a soft 7-colored light appeared beside her. Then, a small creature appeared in the light. It was a juvenile flying dragon, about the size of an eagle, with crystal clear blue-green skin. The most conspicuous thing was a pair of thin, cicada-like translucent wings with multicolored colors that were very beautiful. The entire flying dragon looked fairy-like. Summoned beast, fairy dragon. Race, dragon grade A, elf grade B. Level, 5. Chu Yuyu introduced, this is my summoned beast, her name is Icarus, it's just that she's still small and has no way to participate in battle. It's also because of this that I haven't participated in many battles over the past year, that's why I'm only level 20. Lindsay was actually a bit dumbfounded as he looked at this extraordinary creature. This dragon looks expensive. Well, it cost me a whole 300 million copper coins, overdrawing my entire university's living expenses. Shu Yuyu laughed embarrassedly, but it's still too weak right now, there's no way it can help me break through the first rank. That's why I could only come here to capture the Earth Dragon. Capture Shao? Lindsay's entire body froze in place. Listen to this, is this speaking in human language? 300 million copper coins is just the living expenses of a university. Good lord, it seems that this woman is really a rich young lady. Just now, when I opened the price, wasn't it still too conservative? Lindsay instantly regretted it and couldn't wait to pound his chest. Poverty really does limit one's imagination. At this time, in Lindsay's eyes, Shu Yuyu has become a walking ATM. What kind of eyes do you have? Don't you come over Shu Yuyu once again used both hands to protect the pair of pride in front of her chest. Without realizing it, the two had already walked into the third area, Deep Nest. Compared to the first two areas, the atmosphere of this area seemed even more eerie and depressing. The foliage overhead covered the sky, and it was almost difficult to see the sun's rays when walking below. Icarus, it's time for you to come in handy. Shu Yuyu called out. Z. The fairy dragon let out a milky chirp. Only to see a circle of soft light suddenly released around its body, turning it into a flying streetlight. But in the next second, when the light illuminated the road ahead, Shu Yuyu yelped out with a "ya!" Only to see several silhouettes walking towards the two of them. Those people were all wearing black trench coats and round bowler hats, their bodies were wrapped so tightly that they could not be seen. Our sacred forest will not allow the dirty human race to desecrate it. In the next second, those people's bowler hats fell down, and what was underneath the bowler hats were not human heads, but rather several long writhing snakes. Ma, so disgusting! Shu Yuyu exclaimed. Even though I checked the strategy in advance, I still feel so disgusted to see it with my own eyes. Snakeman Soldier. Race, none. Level, 20. Life value, 5,000. Skills, Death Embrace, Poison Bite. These are the troopers who entered the forest to resist the snake plague in the mission description, but they were also subjected to human experimentation by the Snake Clan and became what they are now. Shu Yuyu explained. Looking at the appearance of these snake people, Lindsay was also a little appalled in his heart, and immediately summoned the Hellhound and went forward to kill the enemy. Since they were all level 20 monsters and there were quite a few enemies, for a while, the Hellhounds tangled with the Snake Man soldiers. It seems like the strength of the big black dog still needs to be improved. Lindsay sighed. He was used to killing in seconds, and was instead uncomfortable with this kind of evenly matched battle. At this time, he suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. I almost forgot. Immediately, he called up the Thorn Dagger from the props bar and moved it to the equipment bar of the Hellhounds. Instantly, on the mouth of each Hellhound, there was an additional short dagger in the shape of a hawk's beak, the blade emitting an eerie green light. This was the effect of the duplicate summoning talent. As long as one of the summoned beasts wore any equipment, the other summoned beasts in the same summoning bar would have the same equipment. Moreover, as long as one summoned beast gained experience, the other summoned beasts would also gain an equal amount of experience value. Just seeing the 10 Hellhounds holding the Thorn Dagger, their agility value directly came to 500 points, and their attack instantly became much swifter. Moreover, the duration and effect of sustained damage had increased drastically. In an instant, one by one, the Serpentine soldiers were defeated. Kill Serpentine Soldier, experience plus 200, lifespan plus 200 days. Kill Serpentine Soldier, experience plus 200, lifespan plus 200 days. Along the way, Lindsay once again turned on his experience brush mode, and just like that, he killed more than 30 Serpentine soldiers. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level 13. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level 13. Congratulations on the upgrade of your summoned beast, Hellhound, current level 21. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive outside the boss area. Only, there seemed to be some kind of situation in front of them, as quite a few professionals gathered at the entrance and were arguing about something. The copy is for everyone, where's the reason for you guys to have it all to yourselves? What's to stop you guys from letting us in? However, they saw two burly men in black t-shirts blocking the doorway and said arrogantly, "Humph, on what grounds? Just because we're from the Fuhu Guild. Right now, our chairman is inside brushing the boss, there's no way for you guys to go in." Fuhu Guild? Those professionals were shocked when they heard that. It was only then that the crowd noticed that the two big men's black t-shirts had a pattern of a fierce tiger descending from a mountain printed on them. The Fierce Tiger Guild is a branch under the Dragonfall Guild, and this copy is managed by the Dragonfall Guild. Hey, it can't be helped. Hey, who let people be related? They can only recognize their own bad luck. However, there was also a hardened young man who yelled, even if it's the Voltron Guild, you guys can't be so overbearing. Noisy. A burly man shouted and directly kicked with his foot. The man was instantly kicked out more than 10 meters away, lying on the ground unable to get up. When the others saw this, how could they dare to say anything? They all shook their heads and scattered. This is too much of a bully. Chu Yu clenched her fists. Lin Zhe's eyes half narrowed, revealing a hint of an impish smile. Let's go over and take a look. Chapter 19 Boss is being hogged? As soon as Lin Shu and his duo stepped forward, they were immediately stopped by the two burly men. I say, are you guys blind or deaf? One of the big men directly opened up a taunt. Just you two kids, you also want to come and fight the boss? I think it's better to just go and fight random wild monsters, ha ha ha. Lin Zhe used the insight into fire skill to check. The two big men were both level 30 professionals, clearly exceeding the level limit of the replica. They should both have gotten in by using a bug. The so-called card bug is to use some special props to make their level lower, and then lift the bug after coming in first. Chu Yu was also not a wimp and directly theorized, so what if you two are from the Fuwu Guild? It's written in the code of the replica that any form of bagging is not allowed. I'm going to complain about you guys. Complaint? The big man didn't take it seriously at all and laughed out loud. Egu, I'm so scared. We pack our own venue, who are you going to complain to? Ha 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 ha. Another big man came over and said, what are you wasting your words with two kids? Then he yelled directly towards Lin Shu and the two of them, go, hurry up and get lost if you're smart, don't force me to do it. You guys are really too much. Chu Yu was so angry that her voice trembled. Excessive? I see that this chick of yours is quite watery looking, do you want to experience a more excessive one? The big man said aggressively. At this time, Lin Zhe finally opened his mouth coldly from the side. What do you think you're doing by wasting so many words with them? Chu Yu was angry and aggrieved. Lin Zhe, why are you also saying this kind of sarcasm? A pair of beautiful eyes were about to burst into tears, dripping out little pearls. You didn't understand. Lin Zhe said leisurely, and before he finished his sentence, he suddenly lashed out. Only heard a miserable scream, and the big man with a fierce face flew out, and the whole person smashed on the wall behind him, and his body was still wrapped in flames. 75,260. The big man instantly disappeared his bloodstain and was teleported out, leaving only a humanoid outline still on the wall. Lin Zhe retracted his fist with flames and proceeded to finish his sentence. I mean, wouldn't it be fine to look at it and fight directly? Chu Yu and the other big man both rounded their eyes. That big man was level 30, and was killed by Lin Zhe, a level 13, with a single punch? Chu Yu was even more shocked. Isn't he a summoner? I admit that his summoned beasts were very powerful. How come he's so powerful himself? 75,000 damage, was that something a level 13 could do? Everyone is S-ranked, how come the gap is so billion points big? At this time, the other big man finally reacted from his shock and chided Lin Zhe, you're looking for death. Name, Niu Duqiang. Profession, Ding Ding Leisure Grade C. Level 31st stage. Only to see his clothes burst open, revealing his exaggerated muscles. Then, after setting up a wrestling maneuver, he lunged towards Lin Zhe. Ding! You have a temporary additional quest, clean up the people who are hogging the copies. Reward, 1 system draw. The corner of Lin Zhe's mouth hooked. At this moment, within the boss area, corpses, white bones, and pools of blood were the inherent scenes here. A dozen or so hitman-like men were standing inside, each wearing a black t-shirt with the Downhill Tigers logo printed on it. 2 chaise lounges were placed right in the center of them, and on one chaise lounge was sleeping a short, fat, middle-aged man, dressed in gold and silver, with a mustache and a greasy temperament. On the other hand, there was a big wavy beauty lying on top, in her early 20s, with an outstanding figure, and a hip dress revealing 2 long white legs. Snap! The man's big hand slapped on the big white legs and said, Ting Ting, there are still 5 minutes left, the boss will be refreshed, get up and make preparations. The beautiful woman pouted, hate it, Mr. Wang, we've already done it 5 times today, I'm really tired, can we not do it anymore? And there are white bones and pools of blood here, it scares the baby to death. The man called Mr. Wang laughed, little fool, today is a special package for you, so that you can break through level 20 in a hurry. As it turned out, This greasy uncle was the president of the Fuhu Guild, Wang Dekai. This long-legged beauty is one of his mistresses, Lu Tingting, who is also a million fan anchor on Douyin. Lu Tingting usually sends the content of Douyin is to cultivate Daxia ancient martial arts, claiming that she is a level 40 breakthrough second-order master. Of course, a lot of people were running to her videos more scrubs, because there were always some sharp angles that took people's breath away. Which knew that a few days ago, someone broke the news that her real level was actually only 14, that any education or qualifications were fake, and that the videos were all edited and synthesized frame by frame after posing for the camera. Therefore, in order to cover up the scandal, Wang Dekai brought her here today to make a temporary fix and frantically brush up her level. The beautiful woman grunted, "It's annoying. It's all because of those pesky netizens. I don't know where they picked up the black information that people are only level 14. People have obviously been wearing the camouflage ring all along, they didn't even take it off when they bathed." The man said colorfully, "Don't be annoyed, wait for a while to rise to level 20, I'll take you to the bath so I can check it out myself." "Beauty, hate it, where do you want to inspect people?" The two were flirting like nobody's business, when suddenly, there was a sound of movement from outside. Then, a burly figure flew in from the doorway in a sorry state and fell heavily to the ground. It was none other than the pugnacious big man in charge of guarding the door. However, the big man was on the ground, and before he could say a word, he was teleported out. Taking another look at the door, a handsome teenager walked in, followed by a beautiful young girl. The greasy man, Wang Dekai, became furious. What kind of water goods are these gatekeepers? They can't even stop two kids. Chu Yuyu took a step forward and chided, "Are you the president of Fuhu, Wang Dekai? Who let you pack the venue? Did that old man Chu Zhongheng promise you?" Wang Dekai looked contemptuous. "Where are you from, little girl? Do I have to sign for you to pack the venue? And President Chu's name is also something you can call? Truly two little brats who don't know the heights of heaven, exterminate them both for me." Lu Tingting immediately covered her face and whispered in Wang Dekai's ear, "This man and woman are definitely here to collect black information about me, so don't you put them out by exterminating them." Wang Dekai immediately changed his words, "Then arrest the two of them for me." "Yes." Only to hear those black-clothed fighters respond in unison, and in the next second, they pulled out their respective equipment and swarmed up. The two checked their information. These black-clothed men were all between level 30-40, with various professions. One by one, they were all charging towards the two men in a ferocious manner. "Crap, I was the one who was too impulsive just now and angered them." Chu Yuyu shouted that it was not good. However, just as the black-clothed men approached the two with their weapons held high, they suddenly looked like they saw something terrifying, and all of them ran back in a panic, and some of them even directly dropped their weapons on the ground. Demon Gaze, the demon summoner's hard control skill, had applied a fear effect to them. Then, they only saw that the ground in a circle around Lin Zhe was turning into lava, which was the lava field skill, causing those who stepped on it to start dropping blood like crazy. There were also some people who ended their fear effects and tried to rush up to grab Linza, only to be taken away by a shot of Flame Fury. Kill professional data body, experience plus 300, lifespan plus 300 days. Kill occupant data body, experience plus 350, lifespan plus 350 days. Kill occupant data body, experience plus 400, lifespan plus 400 days. Instantly, a dozen or so level 30 or 40 fighters lay on the ground, wounded and dead. You're actually only level 13? Wang Dekai was shocked after checking Lin Zhe's information. Although he himself was an expert who had broken through the second stage, he didn't dare to put out the word that he could defeat so many level 30-40 people. However, as the president of a guild, he knew that he couldn't lose by losing, so he braced himself and chided. "Do you know what my status is? You think you can do whatever you want just because you're a little more powerful in force? Young man, I advise you not to be too crazy. There are many hidden tigers and dragons in this society. And my Wang Dekai's advantage happens to be a wide network of people. When we get out of here, I'll crush you as easily as I would an ant." However, in the next second, a cannonball-like fist came straight towards his face. Chapter 20 Capturing the Earth Dragon, record reached. Name, Wang Dekai. Profession, Sword Blade Dancer Class A. Level 45 second stage. Put. Lin Zhe couldn't help but laugh out loud when he looked at this occupation name of his opponent. This Wang Dekai looked like a pig's head, so he didn't look like he could relate to the word dancer. However, with an A-rank occupation and a level 45 second order breakthrough, he was a real powerhouse. However, it was such a strong person that Lin Zhe had just knocked out more than half of his blood volume with a single punch. At this moment, he was lying on the ground, with a broken nose and a nosebleed that couldn't be stopped from dripping out of his nostrils, looking very wretched. As the nosebleed flowed into his mouth, he could only speak indistinctly. "You wait for me, even if I die in the copy, so what, when I get out, I'll still be fine." "You're different, you'll die when you get out." "It's already this time and you're still talking tough?" Lindsay walked next to Wang Dekai and said coldly, "I don't know if you're really tough, or are you just short of brains?" In the next second, the second punch was delivered immediately afterward, and the force of the punch shook out a circle of spiderweb-shaped cracks in the ground under Wang Dekai. Kill professional data body, experience plus 450, lifespan plus 450 days. I have to say, the experience given by PvP is really low. This experience value is completely that of a small monster module. Lindsay said as he wiped the bloodstains on his fist. Ding! The person who has defeated the person who was hogging the copies has completed this additional quest. Gained 1 system draw. That's not bad. While Chu Yuyu was on the sidelines and saw the image of Lindsay putting down the crowd in succession just now, she received quite a mental shock. Although defeating these people was quite a relief, Lindsay's fighting style was so violent that it made her heart thump wildly. "What are you waiting for?" At this time, Lindsay said from a short distance away, "The boss will be refreshed soon, form a team." His face was as if nothing had happened just now. "Oh, good, good." Only then did Chu Yuyu come back to her senses. Just now, they had already agreed that in order for Chu Yuyu not to share the experience for nothing, so they would team up again at the end. Team up successful. Right at this moment, the entire scene suddenly shook with a tremor. In the next second, only a behemoth suddenly sprang out of the white bone blood pool in front of them. Its head looked like a giant crocodile, covered in hard rock scales, with the latter half of its body still hidden underground. "It's an earth dragon!" Chu Yuyu shouted. "Boss Earth Dragon. Race, Dragon Grade A. Level, 25. Life value, 70,000. Skills, Summon Serpent, Rain of Rocks, Earth Grip, etc. Description: the serpent race is honored by dragons, perhaps this is their true purpose for coming to this forest. Only to see the earth dragon open its bloody mouth and let out a deafening dragon roar up to the sky. "Be careful, it's going to summon the snake man," Chu Yuyu said as she covered her ears. As expected, the scene was suddenly filled with fierce winds, and uncountable snake men burrowed out of the ground. Each one was like the ones encountered on the road just now, a human body with a few wildly dancing snakes around their necks. "Ah!" A woman's scream suddenly came from the side. Only to see Netizen Lutingting being roughly grabbed by a few snakes, her clothes tattered and cloaked. Just now, she was hiding on the side, so Lindsay had missed her. Only to see the snakes from the necks of those snake men wrapping around her long legs and chest, and then began to tear and bite. The picture was very cruel. Soon, Lutingting's blood bar was empty, and her entire body was teleported out. "Inferno Demon, Hellhound, come out to work." As soon as the words fell, Inferno Demon and the 10 Hellhounds appeared in front of them at the same time. The 10 Hellhounds held their thorn daggers in their mouths and pounced towards the surrounding snake people. Inferno Demon, on the other hand, angrily ran straight towards the Earth Dragon and sent a fist full of rage over. Pound! The cannonball-like fist struck the Earth Dragon's head, and sparks flew in all directions, and the rock armor that encased his head broke. Damage dealt, 30561. The Earth Dragon instantly lost half of its blood. The Earth Dragon let out an angry howl, and then the part buried in the earth continued to burrow outward until its entire body flew up into the sky. "Ah, it's turning second stage," Chu Yuyu reminded, inwardly very shocked. As the most difficult boss of the Forbidden Forest copy, it had actually been punched out of the second stage by Lindsay's summoned beast. Lindsay secretly thought, thanks to this being a normal attack, if I used a skill, I wouldn't even be able to see the second stage. Be careful, it flies in the air most of the time in its second stage, and it also lets out all sorts of powerful skills. Although your summoned beasts are powerful, they lack the means to take on the air. Only the Earth Dragon was seen hovering in the air, and although its head resembled a crocodile, its entire body was more like a snake clad in rocky scales and was 50 meters long. Is this the intimidating power of the dragons at the top of the 10,000 races? Chu Yuyu sighed. Then, the Earth Dragon's tail curled around the cliff next to it, instantly curling up a huge boulder, and its entire body then began to fly and spin. Attention! This is its strongest skill, Earth Grip. The damage is extremely high, to be touched is to be killed in seconds. Only to see the Earth Dragon spinning a few times in the air, suddenly, its tail was flung by the powerful inertia, and the boulder was immediately launched towards the two of them at great speed. Inferno, guard. Lin Zhe, however, issued an order without any danger. In the next second, Yen Demon instantly blocked in front of the two of them, catching the flying boulder hard. Damage dealt to Inferno, 4945. It had to be said that this damage was indeed fatal for a level 20 or lower professional. However, for the Inferno Demon, which was already level 61 with 280,000 blood, this amount of damage was equivalent to breaking a bit of skin. However, after receiving the damage, the Inferno Demon was clearly enraged even more. He spat out scorching breath from his mouth and said disdainfully, "Humph, but it's just a regional dragon race, and it's still an earth dragon species at the bottom of the rankings, and it dares to show off its strength in front of my old man." After saying that, Inferno directly lifted up that boulder with one hand, his arm stored up strength backward, and then threw it like a lead balloon. Where did that earth dragon anticipate this kind of attack? It wanted to dodge, but it was still hit by the stone in its tail. Immediately, the earth dragon let out a howl and the whole thing fell to the ground. When a boss received a certain damage threshold, a hardening would occur, which was one of the mechanics of the battle. "Good chance, go for it," Lin Zhe shouted. Only to see the Inferno Demon pop up like an arrow, instantly arriving at the side of the earth dragon, taking advantage of its brief incapacitation to grab the entire dragon in his hands. "Inferno, control the fire, don't kill it," Lin Zhe shouted. Turning his head, he reminded Chu Yuyu by his side, "Why are you still standing there? Go grab it." "Oh." Chu Yuyu then reacted. She was so shocked by the battle scene that she actually almost forgot the purpose of her trip. Immediately, she pulled out the prop from the props bar, a masterclass beast trapping cage. Finding the right moment, she threw it over. Only to see a flash of golden light, the entire earth dragon disappeared from the Inferno's hands and teleported into the beast trapping cage. The Inferno Demon was in the middle of killing. When he saw his enemy disappear, he was also stunned. Where is my monster?" Then showing his teeth, he stepped towards Chu Yuyu. "Human female, are you the one who robbed my monster?" "Ah, help." Chu Yuyu was so frightened that she lost her color and subconsciously hid behind Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe laughed out loud at the comical scene. Then, a prompt appeared on the duo's interface. Successfully captured boss Earth Dragon, experience plus 2000. Acquired loot, 5,000 copper coins, Earth Dragon suitcases, equipment strengthening stone grade D. Congratulations on successfully passing the level, gaining plus 5,000 experience and plus 5,000 money. Since it was captured rather than killed, the experience was relatively small. And there was no longevity bonus for Lin Zhe. If it wasn't for the 600,000 reward, he would have died. Just then, everyone in the entire subsection received a message once again. The record for the fastest pass in a single area of Deep Nest has been broken. New record holder, Lin Zhe, time, 23 minutes and 18 seconds. The record for the fastest perfect clearance in the Forbidden Forest has been broken. New record holder, Lin Zhe, time, 58 minutes and 23 seconds. Chapter 21, entering real mode again? Seeing the record-breaking message pop up for the third time, everyone was once again stunned. This Lin Zhe's really broke the all-region record. You know, the record he broke was the Dragonfall Guild President's record. And it's been held for over 20 years. Where exactly is this Lin Zhe? 3 minutes, I want all the information on this man. I just heard someone say that Lin Zhe is a level 10 high school student. Pull back, you believe this? You're definitely going to be tricked into buying healthcare products when you're old. Inside the Earth Dragon's boss area. Ding. You have broken the record for the fastest clearance of the Forbidden Forest copy, receive a reward, 1 system draw. Lin Zhe patted the dust on his clothes as if nothing had happened, not realizing that the discussion about him outside was about to explode. Chu Yuyu, on the other hand, was looking at the newly captured Earth Dragon in the props bar with a very happy look. Lin Zhe, thank you so much this time. As promised, I'll pay you the final payment. Immediately, he initiated a trade request. A small matter. Lin Zhe replied. Watching the remaining 300,000 copper coins clattering into the account, the balance had come to $730,000. This was a number he hadn't seen before and after crossing over combined. Right, and congratulations on breaking the record. Chu Yuyu continued. I didn't expect you to really do it, and it was more than half an hour faster than that Chu Zhongheng. Good, great. Chu Yuyu was unusually excited. Thanks. Lin Zhe said indifferently. Compared to breaking the record, he was more concerned about what he could draw from the 2 draws rewarded by the system. The other thing was the chance to pick treasures from the Dragonfall Guild storeroom. Since we finished fighting the 3 bosses, we're about to be automatically teleported out. Shu Yuyu said, we can take a rest first. Shu Yuyu sat on top of the recliner left behind by the gang just now and stretched out, the curves of her body showing. Lindsay also opened the props bar to check the loot from earlier. Earth Dragon suitcase. Disposable props, open to obtain any piece of equipment from the Earth Dragon set. After use the prop disappears. Lindsay directly opened it. Earth Dragon armor top. Quality, grade B, type, defense. Equipment limit, strength 80. Effect, physical strength plus 50, defense plus 200, earth spells reduce damage by 30%. It's better than nothing. Now that I'm not wearing any equipment at all myself, let's put it on first. Lindsay finished speaking and dragged this armor to the equipment bar. At that moment, a countdown popped up on the interface. Detected that you have passed the level perfectly, and are about to teleport out of the copy, 60, 59, 58. Lindsay remembered that he was teleported into real mode after this countdown appeared yesterday as well. So when he saw it again, his heart always felt a little weird. However, right at this moment, he realized that his props bar was lighting up with a ghostly green glow. Opening it, he realized that it was the light from the cursed gemstone necklace that he had obtained after defeating the undead Duke earlier. It was as if, sensing something. 32, 31, 30. The countdown stopped once again. At the same time, a prompt popped up from the lifespan system. Ding! You have a new mission, defeat the final boss in real mode, reward, 1 system draw, this time you will definitely win an S rank reward. Lindsay's gaze flickered, there's really a real mode? About to enter real mode. Note, in real mode, death is also real, good luck. Lindsay was confused, no, isn't my winning rate a bit too high? Geez. What is this? Shu Yuyu on the side obviously wasn't as calm as he was, and couldn't help but yell out. As soon as the words fell, the world in front of the two of them went black, and when it lit up again, the entire scene had changed quite a bit. There was still a pool of blood on the ground in front of them, only those white bones lying inside had turned into moving skeletons. And on the ground around them, the corpses of the snake people were lying all over. It seemed that, in a battle, the snake people were killed by these white bones? And at this moment, those skeletons were kneeling and praying around the center of the blood pool, singing murmured and unclear songs under their breath. It sounded just like the songs of those villagers worshipping the undead Duke. The entire area was gloomy and bloody, permeated with a bizarre atmosphere, just like being in a blood pool hell. What kind of place is this? Ah! Shu Yuyu said with a trembling voice. From just now, she hadn't been able to figure out the situation. Shouldn't we have been teleported out? Lindsay, I'll explain it to you later, you should find a corner to hide in now, just don't die. Shu Yuyu nodded and immediately ran towards the distance in a well-behaved manner. Lindsay, system, give me a lucky draw. The interface of the lottery carousel popped up again, and Lindsay had already saved up 2 chances for the lottery. Did you consume your lifespan to gain a luck bonus? If you consume 10 years of lifespan, you will win an A rank or higher prize in this lucky draw. If you consume 100 years of lifespan, you will win an S rank prize in this lucky draw. 20 years of lifespan, take it. Then, the word scrolled and stopped. Congratulations on drawing the skill, Elemental Berserk Grade A. Skill, Elemental Berserk. When used, lose half of your life value and increase elemental damage to 300%. Duration, 60 seconds, cooldown, 300 seconds. Lindsay exclaimed. Although there was a negative effect, the gain effect blood earned was not lost. And it involved elemental damage, so it was very suitable to give to Inferno. Second draw. Congratulations on drawing the skill, Shadow Raid Grade A. Skill, Shadow Raid. Turns into a shadowy state, cannot be attacked, and action speed is increased to 200%. When entering and disengaging the shadow state, inflict 1 dark attribute damage, amount of damage equals agility 1. Shadow state maintenance time 10 seconds, skill cooldown time 10 seconds. This skill seems pretty good for Hellhound as well. Lindsay immediately loaded the 2 skills onto each of the 2 demons. At the same time, the ground shook violently once again, and bubbles rose from the blood pool. Then, those skeletons, as if possessed, neatly walked towards the blood pool until their entire bodies were engulfed in it. The singing stopped and was replaced by an oppressive silence. I don't know how many seconds this tranquility lasted, but suddenly, the blood pool splashed, and a skeleton dragon sprang out of it. Judging from its size and appearance, it seemed to be the same Earth Dragon that had just transformed into a skeleton. Boss: Undead Earth Dragon. Race: Undead, Dragon. Level 45. Life value: 180,000. Skills: Summon Undead, Ghost Spit, Death Grip, etc. Expand to see more. Description: How did the noble dragon race fall to such a state? Maybe ask the real invaders. The undead earth dragon completely burrowed out of the ground, ghostly green flames bubbling inside its deep-set skeletal eye sockets, and let out a huge roar towards Lindsay, as if venting its endless anger. What are you barking at me, dog? It's not like I turned you into this. Lindsay spat. The corners of his mouth then rose. I'll take this experience gift pack. On the square outside the duplicate. Just a moment ago, people were still swarming over the fact that someone had set a new record. Although this matter had nothing to do with them, people loved to watch, and for a while, everyone was discussing who this Lindsay really was. The atmosphere was just as festive as the holidays. A staff member dialed President Chu Zhongheng's phone. President Chu, someone has broken the record you set for the Forbidden Forest. Copy. Are you free to come and take a look today? A calm and powerful middle-aged male voice rang out from the other end of the phone. Oh? There's actually such a thing. However, I have an appointment to talk about something important today, so I don't think I can spare the time, so tell him to come to our group to see me some other day, and you can reimburse me for the traveling expenses. Staff: In that case, then we will arrange for him to meet you on another day. Well, good Lu, Chu total you busy. Just about to hang up the phone, another staff member came to his ear and said something. That person's face instantly became ugly. Wait, Chu General, there is a little situation. The Forbidden Forest just entered a what? Real mode. It is rumored that there are 2 young people trapped in the real mode. One is the young man who broke the record just now. The other seems to be your $1,000? On the other end of the phone, what did you say? Chapter 22 Real Mode Pass, Lindsay being splashed with dirty water? On the square, people were slow to disperse. Everyone wanted to get a glimpse of what the record breaker actually looked like, and maybe even rub a photo together and send it to their friends. Many of them were members of various large and small guilds, and they were even prepared to invite Lindsay to join their guilds. However, they didn't realize that at this time Lindsay was already trapped in the real mode. This was because, in this kind of emergency, the officials naturally wouldn't casually disclose it to the masses, in order to prevent unnecessary panic. The police department had also arrived at the first opportunity. After all, this was already the second real mode case that had occurred in Tianyu City in just one day, which had caused a great deal of attention from above. Knowing that the situation was extraordinary, Director Su Jianxin also personally came to the scene and was asking for information from the staff at the scene. It's rumored that the real mode coverage this time is the Deep Nest S boss area? Yes, but luckily, only 2 students are inside. Watch your words. Su Jianxin slammed the table in front of him and angrily rebuked. What do you mean by okay? The lives of 2 students aren't lives? Yes. Sorry. The staff was shocked. Rushed to evacuate the crowd still in the replica to prevent the danger from widening in scope. It's imperative to race against time to keep the damage to a minimum. Yes, I'll get right on it. Wait, first give me a copy of those 2 students' information. Yes. The staff member obediently handed over the information. However, right at this moment, a police officer hurriedly ran over and said, Director Su, there's no need. Just now, I received news that those 2 students have already cleared the level, and the real mode has been lifted. Su Jianxin froze. What, cleared the level? Didn't you say there were only 2 students inside? Indeed, but they did pass the level as well. Su Jianxin suddenly seemed to think of something and hurriedly turned over the information in his hand. In the next second, his eyes widened. Lindsay? How is it him again? Inside the Deep Nest boss area. Just 2 minutes ago, the Inferno demon who had assembled a new skill had burned his blood to half, and the flame elemental damage he dealt had directly tripled. A single punch to that undead earth dragon's head was close to 100,000 blood. It only took 2 punches to empty its blood bar. At this moment, the berserked Inferno didn't stop, and was grabbing the undead earth dragon's tail and slamming its entire body everywhere like a madman. Until the body made up of bones was smashed into sections. Then, the skull of the earth dragon was kicked as a ball again. It's not enough. Lord, can you find a comparable opponent next time? Blame me? Lin Zhe spread his hands. Killed boss undead earth dragon, experience plus 20,000, lifespan plus 20,000 days. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level, 15. Acquired loot, 20,000 copper coins, undead earth dragon suitcase, fallen gemstone ring, equipment enhancement stone grade B. Ding! You have defeated the final boss in real mode, completing the quest. You have received one chance to draw a prize, this time you will definitely win an S rank reward. A series of reminders popped up. Directly raised 2 levels in a row. And the lifespan has been directly increased by over 50 years. Lin Zhe was overjoyed. What real mode? It's simply leveling mode, give me another dozen. Shu Yuyu, on the other hand, was watching from afar, waiting until she confirmed that she was out of danger before she dared to walk over to Lin Zhe's side, her eyes quietly sizing up the teenager. He looked obviously nothing special except handsome, even in the aspect of handsome is slightly inferior to the reader's old masters. Today she had already seen too many times the moments where Lin Zhe had displayed his strength, and the word shock was already tired of being said. She was born in a famous family, and had seen and heard of a handful of masters since she was a child, and besides, she herself was also a S-ranked pride of nature, but she had never seen an existence like Lin Zhe. After holding her tongue for half a day, she finally couldn't help but ask, Lin Zhe, what exactly is the origin of your summoned beast? And who did you learn from? It's just a plain and ordinary summon thing. Lin Zhe scratched his head and laughed, I'm just an ordinary high school student. I knew you wouldn't say. Shu Yuyu muttered, her face actually flushing a little. Just at this moment, the interface once again sent a message. Detected that you have cleared the level, about to teleport out of the copy, 60, 59, 58. This time, the two teleported out smoothly. After a few seconds passed, they finally returned to the square in front of the Chinese-style pagoda. Unbeknownst to them, as soon as the two's figures appeared, they saw countless pairs of eyes staring at them. After 2 seconds of collective silence, the crowd completely exploded. What, this boy is Lin Zhe? Looks very young, huh? Let's see. Wait a minute, he's only level 15? Could that rumor that he was only level 10 when you went in be true? Wow, so Lin Zhe is so handsome. Does he have a Douyin number? I'm going to follow him. Lin Zhe, are you interested in joining our guild? We can give you top-notch treatment. Get out of the way, Lin Zhe, it's better to join our guild, our resources are more favorable. At once, everyone blocked Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe hadn't seen this kind of scene before, so he could only smile awkwardly before rejecting all the invitations. Just then, a discordant voice appeared in the crowd. Everyone, don't be fooled by this Lin Zhe. He got his records through illegal means. The crowd immediately followed the voice. Only to see a long-haired beauty in a small, hip-hugging skirt walk out from the crowd. It wasn't anyone else, it was none other than Lu Tingting from the copy just now. Ah, I recognize this beauty, isn't she the famous Douyin blogger Tingting? Yes, I often brush up on her short videos. Only Lu Tingting's hands were seen wrapped around her chest, squeezing her pair of prides even more prominently. Her long hair was draped over one shoulder, and her fine eyebrows on her pretty face were slightly knitted, looking like I've seen her before. I have a friend who was just inside waiting for the boss to refresh, only to be beaten by Lin Zhe and then hogged the boss himself. My friend suffered a lot of mental trauma and went to the hospital. I'm furious, I must expose this Lin Zhe's true colors. When these words came out, the surrounding crowd immediately clamored. What, this Lin Zhe is actually this kind of person? When Shu Yuyu heard this, she instantly came on fire. What did you say? There has to be a limit to making things up. I've already checked with President Wang, the truth of the matter is not something you can cover up. At this time, another short, fat, mustachioed man came out of the crowd, and it was that Wang Dekai. Only to see him say with a straight face, that's right, what Miss Tingting said has been verified by us. This Lin Zhe has indeed violated the rules. Therefore, we have decided to cancel his new record score. The crowd murmured once more. It's really the president of the Dragon Falls Voltron Guild, then it seems that what Ting Ting said is true. Ting Ting is, after all, a big internet celebrity with millions of fans, I choose to believe her. This Lin Zhe, blame me for being quite optimistic about him just now, I didn't expect him to be a morally corrupt person. Yeah, now that the new record has been cancelled, I can only say that he did it to himself. All of a sudden, the tide of public opinion completely reversed, and everyone wanted to step on Lin Zhe. Wang Dekai and Lu Tingting looked at each other and smiled. Just a moment ago, the two of them had been beaten out of their copies and were really angry in their hearts. Lu Tingting came up with this underhanded trick, taking advantage of the fact that one of them was a netizen and the other was the president, and joining forces to stir up trouble. Lin Zhe, on the other hand, was just a poor student with a small voice, so naturally, he couldn't even wash himself out of the Yellow River even if he jumped in. Lin Zhe, you don't think that if you don't say anything, this matter will be over, right? Wang Dekai continued morosely. Could it be that you shouldn't apologize to Ms. Tingting for making amends? Xu Yuyu still wanted to go up and argue, but was stopped by Lin Zhe. There's no need to explain, it's more wrong to say more at this time. How about it? Apologize. Wang Dekai urged and showed a provocative smile towards Lin Zhe as if to say, fighting with me? You're still a bit young. In society, most of the time it wasn't force that screwed people down, it was the means. Lin Zhe, however, didn't care about these rules, only to see his eyes quickly go ice cold, seeing Wang Dekai subconsciously take 2 steps back. What? Do you still want to hit someone? This is outside the replica, hitting people is against the law. At this moment, a loud voice came from the back of the crowd, enough. When the crowd saw that person, they all consciously made a path from the center. A middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit, who looked courteous yet extremely dignified, walked over quickly. When Wang Dekai saw this man, he was also startled. President Chu. Which gust of wind blew you here? Chapter 23 received by 2 big brothers. At that instant, buzzing murmurs once again emanated from the crowd. What, this is the Dragonfall Guild's Chu president? Wow, it looks so grand, worthy of being the president of one of the 4 major guilds. It always feels like there's a bigger melon to eat. I didn't lose out on coming today. The person who came was none other than Chu Zhongheng. Seeing Wang Dekai seeing Chu Zhongheng, he completely lost the flighty and domineering behavior from earlier and immediately nodded his head and said, President Chu, why have you come? Why, do I still have to report to you in advance when I come? Chu Zhongheng's voice was thick and neutral, carrying an unquestionable aura. It's not that. President Chu, you've come at the right time. There is a violation here that I'm dealing with seriously. I heard all of your words just now. Chu Zhongheng's face was expressionless. It's just that, why has it always been you two talking and not letting the 2 of them students talk about it? President Chu, you don't know. Wow, these 2 are full of lies, you mustn't believe them. Poof. Chu Zhongheng's face gradually went down ironically. If I don't believe my own daughter's words, do I still believe yours? Right. What? Wang Dekai almost screamed. President Chu's daughter? Wait, that girl child is called Xu Yuyu. Dragon Herder S-Class. This surname and occupation, could it really be the Chu family's daughter-in-law? That Lu Tingting's face also instantly twisted up. Humph. Xu Yuyu turned her face sideways, instead of looking at Chu Zhongheng, as if she was angry. Lin Zhe, however, was not surprised because he had already guessed 8 or 9 times. This Chu Yuyu, in terms of spending money at a glance, is not an ordinary person, and also surnamed Chu. It is difficult not to let people associate her with the Chu family. It was just that he had always been uninterested in these gossips of the gentry, and the other party didn't seem to want to mention this matter very much, so he hadn't asked. Chu Zhongheng continued, Wang Dekai, you have a lot of guts. Before I came here, I already understood clearly that you took your mistress to hijack the copies to brush levels, and now you want to throw dirty water on the 2 students? Although the copies were contracted by our division, in the end, they are still the country's resources. How dare you hijack them? His tone was calm, but he was extremely authoritative in every word, causing the people around him to feel an oppressive force. After all, he was a strong person who had already broken through the 4th rank, and a class occupation, Dragon Knight. President Chu, calm your anger, it was me who was confused for a moment. When Wang Dekai heard that, how could he dare to continue pretending, and immediately conceded. Then, he looked at Lu Tingting beside him with spiteful eyes. It was all this woman's idea. I was instigated by her. Wang Dekai, you asshole. Lu Tingting was so angry that she stomped her feet. You obviously took the initiative to say this matter of brushing levels, so I said I won't brush. I'm still not doing this for your own good. Who let you, who is obviously only level 14, have to pretend that you're level 40? The 2 of them completely tore their faces off and quarreled. The surrounding crowd was also eating melons to the side. What, so Ting Ting is Wang Dekai's mistress? Didn't she claim to be single to the public? And she's really only level 14? I've been chasing her videos for 2 years, and now Tramp is telling me it's all fake? Mama, yeah, I've already recorded it all. Posting it online will definitely be a hit. Chu Zhonghong snorted coldly. You two should go to the police station to argue. Also, I'll immediately withdraw my funding. From now on, your Voltron Guild will no longer have any relationship with my Dragonfall Guild. Ah. Chairman Chu, listen to my explanation. Wang Dekai knelt on the ground as if crying. Alright, what are you yelling about? At this time, another voice filled with majesty came out from the crowd. I heard that someone wants to go to the police station? Arrest these two back for questioning. The person who came was none other than Su Jianxin. Don't! The two of them, Wang Dekai and Lu Tingting, were still trying to plead bitterly, but they were handcuffed away by the two officers. Brother Su. Chu Zhonghong nodded his head in greeting. The bystanders were all stunned. How come the two big brothers, Chu Zhonghong and Su Jianxin, were both here today? Could it be that it was just for this bit of crap? That couldn't have come so quickly. However, they saw Chu Zhonghong and Su Jianxin walk up to Lin Zhe at the same time, one clasping his hands and the other nodding politely. Your Excellency is Lin Zhe? Little brother Lin Zhe. The two actually took the initiative to greet each other at the same time. When the people around them saw this, they were even more shocked. The two bigwigs were actually being so respectful to this student called Lin Zhe? This Lin Zhe, what exactly was his origin? Could it be that he actually had a hard backer behind him? The crowd didn't know that a real mode crisis had just occurred inside the replica. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Zhe was in there, if it was anyone else, I'm afraid they would have all been killed. And there was also the possibility that a spatial rift would be created, allowing the level 45 undead Earth Dragon to directly enter the real world. It could be said that most of them had their lives saved by Lin Zhe. He only heard Chu Zhonghong courteously say, Little brother Lin Zhe, thank you for taking care of my family's yo-yo. This girl doesn't know any better. She ran out alone to play, so I'd let you go through a lot of trouble. Playing around? Chu Yu said without any good humor. Okay. Anyway, you've always thought that I'm still a 3-year-old child. I'm going back to school first. Lin Zhe, sorry, I'll contact you again when I get back. After saying that, he actually left in large strides without looking back, leaving Chu Zhonghong awkwardly fixed in place. It seems like the father-daughter relationship isn't very harmonious. Lin Zhe secretly spat. Ahem. Su Jianxin alleviated the embarrassment. There are too many people here, let's just find a quiet place to talk. 20 minutes later, on the highest floor of the Dragonfall Guild's head office, the president's office. Lin Zhe told the story of what he encountered in the replica one by one, but of course, there was still no mention of the system. After speaking, the two bigwigs both sucked in a breath of cool air. So you guys just came out? Chu Zhonghong asked. I would have liked to brush up on my leveling for a while longer in there, but unfortunately the mechanism of automatically teleporting out after fighting a boss is really hateful. Chu Zhonghong. Su Jianxin, you're making a fool of yourself. Last time I asked a similar question. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward for a moment. After a long interval, Chu Zhonghong took the initiative to round off the situation. In any case, thank you again for protecting your little daughter. In addition, it also allowed me to see that Wang Dekai's true colors. I am truly ashamed. Su Jianxin followed suit. Yes, once again, you have saved a disaster, and on behalf of the people of the entire city, I would like to express my gratitude to you. No, the application for the bonus that I said yesterday hasn't been submitted yet, so it looks like we can just add one more today. In addition, a silver medal for outstanding citizen should be unavoidable. A silver medal? What's that? Lin Zhe asked. It's a medal awarded based on the size of a citizen's contribution. Not only is it a symbol of honor, it's also a good piece of equipment. Like the silver medal, it's a full attribute plus 50. The 50 attributes belong to the category of being better than nothing for Lin Zhe right now, so what Lin Zhe was most looking forward to was still the treasure selection session in the storeroom. Su Jianxin continued, also, based on your description, both real modes seem to be involved with the undead. We can basically pinpoint the Black Hand behind the scenes as an illegal sect that has recently infiltrated our city. Sect? Lin Zhe and Chu Zhonghong were both startled. Well, the name is called the Church of the Dead, and their purpose is to revive the undead clan. And these sects have already infiltrated the masses, even some of the powerful and noble classes have defected to them. Lin Zhe half smiled his eyes, remembering that before he entered real mode this time, that cursed gemstone necklace had a sense. And after defeating the undead Earth Dragon, he had obtained another fallen gemstone ring. He immediately quietly checked the items in the props bar. Fallen gemstone ring set 1-5. Quality, grade A. Type: jewelry. Effect: Spirit plus 1000, level reduction of 10 level attribute values when worn, unable to remove the effect. Set effect: 5-piece set? Lindsay secretly thought, again, the negative effects are frighteningly large. Both of these ornaments were evil as hell, and should be very important to that church. Thinking of this, he asked, Officer Su, regarding this church, is there anything I can do to help? Su Jianqing smiled and shook his head, no need, your strength is obvious to all. But our heavenly Yog City Police Department is also not a dry meal. It's not so bad that we have to ask ordinary citizens to apprehend criminals, that would be more or less too humiliating. Alright, I'll go back to the police station first, old Chu, you entertain this honored guest. And he's quite a match for your precious daughter, ha. He then let out a burst of bold laughter and left. Chu Zhengheng, Omega. Lin Zhe. Chapter 24: Picking out treasures and getting a new summoned beast? Ahem. Chu Zhengheng took the initiative to alleviate the embarrassment and switch topics. By the way, you kid broke the record I set for more than 20 years, and according to the agreement, you can pick any one item on the first floor of our storage room. In addition, since you protected your little daughter and also curbed the further harm of the real mode, you can pick one more item in a while. When Lin Zhe heard this, he was immediately starry-eyed. Good lord, 2 treasures. President Chu is truly polite. Lin Zhe thanked him, his heart ecstatic. Right. Only to see Chu Zhengheng mysteriously approaching Lin Zhe, said someone embarrassedly, Yo-Yo, has she ever mentioned me in front of you? How did she talk about me? The desire for an affirmative answer flashed in his eyes. This. Lin Zhe replied awkwardly, she didn't say anything. AI. Chu Zhengheng's entire person is like a deflated balloon. I won't hide it from you, this girl is reaching the age of rebellion. All day long she doesn't have to look at my face. There was no longer the domineering look he had just had, he was like a complaining old father. That, Lin little brother, can you usually chat with her, say more good things about me? I will be grateful. Lin Zhe secretly spat, come on, both of you I just met today, how do I still have to be the gold medal mediator for both of you? But facing the sincere-looking old father Chu, he could only vaguely say, I'll fight. That's good. Chu Zhengheng was slightly relieved. Well, I still have an appointment with a client to talk about things today, so I have to move immediately. Someone will take you to the storeroom in a moment, take your time to pick, don't be polite. Okay, you take your time. Lin Zhe watched the other party go out and sighed in relief. A few minutes later, a beautiful staff member wearing a professional suit with a short skirt and feet in black silk and high heels walked over. May I ask if you are Mr. Lin Zhe? I'm Mr. Chu's secretary Huan. This time I'll be the one to take you to the storage room to select your items. Lin Zhe followed the female secretary all the way by elevator to the underground floor of the building. Drip. Swiping the door access control, only to see the 2 doors slowly push open towards both sides. An incomparably wide space unfolded in front of them, with all sorts of props and equipment arranged in an orderly manner on the display shelves one layer at a time. It could be described as a dazzling array of items. Where was this a storage room? It was simply a treasure trove. Seeing Lin Zhe's surprised look, the female secretary smiled cheerfully and said, this is still just the first layer, there are still 2 more layers below. But according to the regulations, Mr. Lin, you can only pick the treasures on this level. Then, Huan began to lead Lin Zhe around the storage room bit by bit. In a space of several hundred square feet, all sorts of props and equipment were placed together, and basically all of them were B grade or above, and some of them were even emitting eye-catching light. I shall not be able to pick my eyes out here? Lin Zhe directly used the insight into fire skill to check on the items he was interested in. Dragon Blood Battle Armor, level requirement, level 40, quality, grade A, effect, strength plus 500, defense plus 500, increased dragon affinity. Starbow, level requirement, level 20, quality, B grade, effect, agility plus 300, strike rate plus 20%, attack power plus 100% when used at night, attack power 50% when used during the day. Brick Cannon, level requirement, none, quality, grade A, effect, for healing professions, healing effect 90%, physical attack power plus 900%. Spell Machine Gun, level requirement, level 10, quality, grade B, effect, casting 1 fireball spell every 0.5 seconds, mana consumption plus 50%. Bottle of Infinite Mana, level requirement, none, quality, grade A, effect, instantly restores all mana, cooldown, 1 hour. All of them were some B rank or higher items before 2 ranks. In addition, there were many unknown item materials, such as evil dragon's horn, pure gold wool, crystallized cockroach, mechanical heart, and so on. Lindsay was dazzled by the sight, but didn't find one that suited him. Lindsay simply asked directly, "Is there that kind of heavy weapon that has a big power bonus?" Huan blinked. "Don't you summoner professions all need mental attributes more?" Lindsay, "It's not for me, it's for my summoned beasts." Although Huan didn't understand how a summoned beast could hold a weapon, he still pondered for a while and said, "There are a few of them, you follow me." Not long after, the two came to a wall with various heavy weapons hanging on it. Lindsay used, inside his fire, to check them out one by one. Destroyer Giant Sword, level requirement, level 40, quality, B grade, effect, strength plus 1000, 10% chance of triggering an extra damage. Storm Guardian, level requirement, 35, quality, grade A, effect, strength plus 500, strike damage plus 30%, each attack carries the power of the storm, remember, only a storm can knock down a tree. Thunder Tomahawk, level requirement, level 30, quality, grade A, effect, strength plus 500, intelligence plus 500, mage faction damage increased by 100%. Molten Fire Heavy Hammer, level requirement, level 40, quality, grade A, effect, strength plus 1500, fire attribute damage plus 20%. Wait. Lindsay's gaze rested on this last weapon. It was a heavy hammer that was extremely destructive just by looking at its appearance, and the hammer was covered in some cracks, with lava-like objects flowing from the cracks. Whether it's from the attributes or the effects, it's perfect for the inferno. Lindsay decided on the spot, "I'll take it." Please note, Mr. Lin, this is a level 40 weapon, your summoned beasts can't be equipped with it yet, right? Huan reminded. Lindsay didn't bother to explain and directly said casually, "It's fine, it's almost ready, so prepare it first." Under Huan's astonished gaze, the hammer was unlocked for permissions and then placed into Lindsay's props bar. "You have a second item to pick." Lindsay thought for a moment and asked, "My profession is demon summoner, are there any related items?" Huan thought carefully and replied, "There are a few staffs and other items that are generalized for the summoner faction, but your profession is really rather special, so there are no." Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. "Speaking of demons, there is one item that dabbles in it, you follow me?" The two of them came to a corner of the storeroom, where various materials were piled up rather haphazardly, obviously not that precious. The female secretary searched through the pile for a while, and then carried out an oval-shaped object, the size of a pillow, but obviously heavy. "Quality? The insightful skill can't even be viewed?" Lindsay was secretly surprised. Huan took the initiative to explain, "This is a demon dragon's egg, and it's said that it was still put in by the second-generation president, or President Chu's grandfather, back in the day. After so many years, no one had any use for it, so it's been piled up here." Demon dragon? This term immediately aroused Lindsay's interest. As far as he knew, demon dragons were hybrid creatures born from the combination of the demon race and the dragon race, both of which were the top races amongst the 10,000 races. It could be imagined how powerful a demon dragon was. Moreover, this special creature was not found in his book of demons that contracted demons, so it was even more precious. Lindsay carefully scrutinized the dragon egg in front of him. Its surface was a dull, dark gray. It was cold and smooth to the touch, somewhat like stone. But after putting it away for so many years, how can we be sure that it's still alive? Lindsay asked. According to the old president, this egg is now in an inactive state, and under specific conditions, it will become active again and break out of its shell. However, it's not very clear what exactly this specific condition is. Is that actually the case? Lindsay stroked his chin and hesitated. If it could be hatched, it would undoubtedly add a very strong battle force. However, the difficulty of hatching seemed to be very high. Huan could see the doubts in his mind and said, "Mr. Lin, I can see how interested you are in it, so why don't we just do this? After you take it back, if it really can't hatch, you can bring it with you to replace an item at that time. You're a valued guest specially ordered by President Chu, we still have this bit of sincerity." Lindsay's eyes lit up. "That's really appreciated, let's have it." Immediately, this second treasure was pocketed. Lindsay secretly thought, "Now that the summoning bit is full, I guess I'll have to break through the first rank after level 20 to unlock a new bit. It's better to hurry up and upgrade next." Chapter 25, Drawing an S-rank talent, Hatching Method for Dragon Eggs. Rank, in addition to rarity and level, was another standard to measure whether a professional was powerful or not. Everyone awakened to a profession was at the initial 0 rank. After that, every time they leveled up by 20, they would receive a profession-exclusive breakthrough quest, and once completed, they would be able to ascend the rank. Level 20 is the first rank, level 40 is the second rank, level 60 is the third rank. And so on. Every time you raise a rank, you will receive an increase in attributes and skills. And the higher the rank, the more difficult the breakthrough task is, and some people can't even complete it in their entire life. In today's Great Xia country, those who had broken through the first rank were everywhere. If you break through the second rank, you have a small strength. Those who break through the third rank are experts of the world. When one breaks through the fourth rank, there is no one in a million. When one breaks through the fifth rank, one has reached the realm of realization. As for breaking through the sixth rank, there were only a handful of people in all of Daxia, and the most famous of them was Daxia General Huayu. Further up the 7th, 8th order are already a long time ago legend. And in the entire history of mankind, there had never been a professional higher than the 8th rank. Lin Zhe walked on his way home, his mind remembering all this knowledge that he had learned in the textbooks. Looking at himself, although he had already far surpassed his peers, he had not even broken through the first rank. There was still a gulf of difference from the experts that were as numerous as the stars in the long river of history. Lin Zhe looked up at the stars in the sky and couldn't help but feel that he was still too small. Gotta hurry up and make myself stronger again, he secretly swore. By the time he got home, it was already 10 p.m. After a busy day today, Lin Zhe realized that his body was exhausted when he collapsed on the sofa. However, he still opened the prop box to check on the loot he had harvested today. Undead Earth Dragon Cover Crate. Disposable item, open it to obtain any piece of equipment from the Undead Earth Dragon set, the item disappears after use. Lin Zhe directly opened it. Undead Earth Dragon Shoes. Quality, Grade B, Type, Defense. Equipment restriction, Level 40. Effect, Physical Strength plus 300, Defense plus 1000, Speed plus 80, Earth spells reduce damage by 30%. I can't believe that I can only wear it after level 40, it seems that I can only take it and sell it. Lin Zhe was a little disappointed. Next, there was another chance to draw a prize, which he had obtained after setting a new record, and this time, he was bound to win an S-rank reward. Lin Zhe clicked on the lottery page with immense anticipation. Congratulations on drawing the talent, turning good fortune into good fortune S-rank. Talent, turn good fortune into good fortune. Immune to all negative effects. Lin Zhe was instantly not sleepy. The introduction was simple, but as the saying goes, the fewer the words, the bigger the matter. This effect was too invincible. Lin Zhe's first thought was of the trinkets he had obtained in the two real modes, the cursed gemstone necklace and the fallen gemstone ring. Immediately, he equipped them. Instantly, it gained the effects of plus 1000 strength and plus 1000 spirit, and really didn't suffer from those evil negative effects. Next, Lin Zhe checked his panel. Name, Lin Zhe. Profession, Demon Summoner. Profession Faction, Summoning. Rarity, S-Class. Rank, Level 15-8%. Rank, 0, Rank. Life Value, 143,990. Mana, 51,690. Strength, 15,309 plus 1,000, Agility, 10169, Stamina, 14349 plus 50, Intelligence, 4149, Spirit, 4,169 plus 1,000. Talents, Demon Affinity, Soul Link, Duplicate Summoning, Scorching Air. Skills, Summon Demon, Demon Gaze, Flame Fury, Lava Field, Insight into Fire. Summoning Position, 2-2. Equipment, Earth Dragon Armor, Cursed Gemstone Necklace, Fallen Gemstone Ring. Not bad, not bad. Lin Zhe was very satisfied. Finally, Lin Zhe landed his gaze on the demonic dragon egg in the props bar. Lin Zhe directly took it out and placed it on the sofa, looking left and knocking right. It looks like a rock anyways, it can't really be a bad egg, right? The female secretary said it needs specific conditions to hatch, who knows what the conditions are? Ding! You have a long-term quest. The Demonic Dragon Hatching Program. Current stage mission, Hatch Demon Dragon, reward, 1 system draw. Final reward? Ha! Lin Zhe was startled, it's the first time I've received this type of quest. And this final reward is so mysterious, it feels like it's going to be an over-the-top reward. It seems like it's non-raising. Speaking of dragon raising, Lin Zhe suddenly thought of someone. The Dragon Shepherd, Chu Yuyu. Lindsay immediately opened the chat window. It turned out that Chu Yuyu had already taken the initiative to send several messages. Lindsay, thank you for today, I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Sorry, I was in a bit of a hurry to leave just now, mainly because I didn't want to see the dead old man. Lindsay replied back with a polite remark, and then sent over the problem of hatching eggs. After a few minutes, Chu Yuyu replied, each dragon has its own suitable hatching environment. For example, my fairy dragon needs to use the leaves of the goblin forest to make a nest, supplemented with goblin spring water in order to hatch. I don't know much about the demon dragon you mentioned, but most likely it also requires items from the creature's own growth environment. The creature's growing environment? Linza pondered. A demon's growing environment, isn't that the Hell Realm? Wouldn't I have to make a trip to Hell? Besides, is that something I can go to just because I want to? Lindsay was directly speechless. It wouldn't really be the only way to return it, would it? Thinking about it, sleepiness struck, and Lindsay actually fell asleep directly on the sofa, holding a dragon egg in his hand. Early the next morning, Lindsay was woken up by a phone call. On the other end of the phone, Wang Hao shouted with his voice like a bell, "My son Lindsay, what did you do yesterday behind my back?" The sleepy-eyed Lindsay was dumbfounded. Wang Hao, you still don't know? Quickly watch the news. After hanging up, Lindsay opened the news website, only to see the headline above read. Shocked. Dragonfall Guild Xu Zhongheng's 20-year record has been broken, and the new record holder is actually a 15th grade high school student. Famous Netflix Ting Ting was revealed to be only level 14, and the ancient marshal's secret passage was completely demolished. The counterfeiter is actually him? The daughter of the president of Chu's group has a high school boyfriend, both are S-ranked. Is it a match made in heaven or is it a forbidden love? Clicking on the main text, there was also a picture of Lindsay. And the content was all factual mixed with some made-up information. For example, there were those who said that he was a rich second generation, and there were those who said that he was the appointed heir of the Dragonfall Guild. In short, the more you read, the more outrageous it became. Marred, these unscrupulous media. Lindsay was speechless. However, he didn't have the leisure to care about this, immediately getting up and washing up, preparing to go back to the Forbidden Forest, copy to brush up on his leveling. Although it wasn't much of a challenge for him, after all, it was already the copy that gave the most experience below level 20. Over the next 2 days, Lindsay went back and forth brushing the copy several times. Kill Boss Swamp Witch, experience plus 3000, lifespan plus 3000 days. Kill Boss Thorn Giant Snake, experience plus 5000, lifespan plus 5000 days. Kill Boss Earth Dragon, experience plus 7000, lifespan plus 7000 days. Kill. By the end of the brush, the boss was on the verge of recognizing him. The level, too, had finally risen to level 18. This upgrading efficiency isn't too good. Have to think about whether there's any other way. If copies don't work? Lindsay suddenly remembered something and brightened up. Right, why did I forget? We can go fight the Misty Border. Chapter 26, The Misty Frontier, The Exchange. What is the Misty Border? Lindsay had learned from his textbooks, after the invasion of the 10,000 races 100 years ago, most of the Great Summer Country had been eroded by the Misty Border. There were still a dozen or so large cities like Tianyu City, except that each city was not in a bordering state, but relatively isolated. And surrounding each city was the Misty Border. The Misty Border would refresh some battlefield copies from time to time, and each one of them was equivalent to the real mode, so if you died in it, then you really died. But relatively speaking, the experience value given would be much more than the copies in the cities. It's just that I have to open a pass license to go fight the border battlefield. I'll have to figure out how to get one. After returning home, Lindsay dialed Headmaster Lu Hanlon's phone. Hey, it's Lindsay, what can I do for you? Hello, Principal Lu. I have a friend who wants to go to the Misty Border to play a copy. Can I ask you to open a pass permit for him? The person on the other end of the phone was quiet for a few seconds before saying, You kid, if you want to go yourself, just say so, what's the big deal? Hey, the principal is wise. But for this request of yours, I reject it. Huh? Why? Lindsay was a bit anxious. The Misty Border isn't a place you should go at this level, even though you leveled up to 10 on the day of your awakening, but it's only been a few days, you're only going to level up to 13 or 14 at most, right? Just turned level 18, replied Lindsay with a smile. There was another short silence on the other end of the phone. Level 18 won't work either. In principle, the Misty Border requires people to enter after breaking through the first rank. And nowadays, many people won't go even after breaking through the first rank because it's really dangerous. Lindsay, there are ready-made copy resources in the city, why don't you utilize them? If it's the ticket that's too expensive, I can fund you. That's not true. Lindsay turned to a very serious tone and explained, Headmaster, didn't you say that back in your time, everyone was playing real mode? On the contrary, I think that nowadays, our generation is too pampered, the alien invasions on the borders never stop, yet my generation is shrinking inside the cities to play false copies. In case the foreigners break through the borders one day, we're afraid that we won't have the power to resist at all. Also, in terms of my personal strength, as you know, Headmaster, I am fully capable of dealing with the Misty Border. Therefore, I implore you to allow me to fight the border battlefield. Lindsay's words could be said to be spoken with fervor and from the bottom of his heart. Lou Hanlon was silent for another half a moment, and finally sighed softly and said, You're not a simple kid, even I've been moved by your words. Since you've spoken to this point, I, as the principal, would be more or less obstinate if I didn't agree. I'll send the pass license to your mailbox, so you can collect it later. But be sure to pay attention to safety. Lindsay was beaming with joy. Thank you, Principal. After hanging up the phone, Lindsay danced around at home alone. Now, there's no need to worry about experience. It's best if I can break through the first rank directly in the border. There's still half a day left, why don't we just go to the exchange and sell the loot from the past few days, and buy another set of equipment along the way? It was Lindsay's character to do whatever he thought of. Half an hour later, he had appeared in front of one of the exchanges closest to his home. Welcome to the Heavenly Treasure Exchange. Seeing someone come in, a female clerk wearing a short skirt with black silk immediately welcomed her with a whiny voice. One could only see that she had fashionable and exquisite makeup, a big wavy hairstyle, and the top button of her dress was intentionally left unbuttoned, making her look very mature and alluring. However, was about to go forward to receive, but saw came in a dress ordinary even some rustic students. A check information, as expected, only 18 levels. The female clerk immediately lost the enthusiasm she had just had, and her voice didn't clip, saying breathlessly, Look at whatever you want. Lindsay didn't pay attention to the other party's rich inner drama and looked around the interior of the exchange. The entire place was spacious and bright, with all sorts of exotic treasures placed on the walls and counters, so it could be said to be luxurious. Only, compared to the Dragonfall Guild's storeroom, which he had visited only 2 days ago, it was still more than a star and a half inferior. Lindsay spoke, Hello, I'd like to sell a few things and buy another set of equipment. The enchanting sales clerk secretly rolled her eyes, thinking, Can you trade anything good for a poor student? Delaying old lady's time. Immediately, she impatiently shouted towards the inside of the hall, That new guy, Little Lee. Come out and receive me. Then he walked away by himself. Coming. A gentle female voice came out from inside. After a few seconds, a somewhat green female sales clerk walked out quickly. Sorry to keep you waiting, I was just eating in the back. The female sales clerk walked over to Lindsay and apologized. Then why don't you finish eating? I'm not in that much of a hurry. Lindsay said. No, you're a guest, how can I make you wait? Have a seat over here, what are you trading? Lindsay followed her gesture and sat on a single leather sofa. In front of him was a computer used for trading. Just these things. Lindsay put all the equipment that was useless to him into the trade window. It included a good 6 skeleton staffs, 5 thorn daggers and the like, plus the undead earth dragon shoes that could only be worn at level 40. Okay, our system will automatically calculate the price, you wait a moment. The female sales clerk's voice was gentle and sweet. The total value of these items is 1,030,000 copper coins? The female sales clerk obviously didn't expect it either. Although he didn't dislike Lindsay, he did not expect this seemingly ordinary boy to actually have such expensive items. Even Lindsay himself didn't expect to have more than $1 million after casually hitting something. The shopgirl checked again and said, Well, this price is correct. Most of these items you have are high-level equipment before level 20, and there's also a level 40B equipment, which alone is worth 500,000. May I ask if you confirm that you want to trade? No problem, trade. Lindsay said cheerfully. Instantly, 1,030,000 copper coins arrived, and his total amount of money came to $1,780,000. Lindsay nodded his head in satisfaction and added, I also want to buy a set of equipment suitable for my level and profession, can you recommend a set for me? Yes, this way please. Thinking that she had received a quality customer, the shopgirl smiled even wider. After all, one could take a cut from the transaction. Lindsay followed her to the clothing section, which was filled with a wide variety of differently shaped sets. This is the Dragon Star set, the attributes are very good, and it also comes with the effective mana damage reduction. It's a set of equipment that we sell very well. The price of the whole set is 600,000. This is the Star Realm Master set, has a good full attribute bonus, and there is a Starburst special effect after wearing it. The price of the full set is 800,000, and now there is a discount of 95%. This is the Spirit Boy suit, with a high spiritual attribute bonus, using a close-fitting design to emphasize the body lines and the appearance of the strange, very popular with young people nowadays. The price of a full set of 880,000. The female sales clerk very patiently introduced to Lindsay. Just then, a light armor set with black as its main color attracted his eyes. It included a top, pants, shoes, and a hat, a complete set of 4 pieces. Mr. Lin has a good eye. This set is the Darkness Juggernaut set, an armor specifically for non-power professions, with a full set of defense plus 1000. And it also uses our newly developed black technology. When you wear it at rank 0, its full attributes plus 200. After you break through rank 1, it will automatically shift to full attributes plus 500, and you can wear it all the way up until you break through rank 2. But the price of this set is slightly more expensive. It costs 1.2 million. I'll take this set. Lindsay directly decided. He was too lazy to pick. Anyway, he had earned over 1.7 million in 3 days, so the big deal was to go back and earn it again after spending it. Chapter 27. A sensation in the exchange. The man behind the scenes appears. Lindsay finished paying and dragged the set into the equipment bar immediately. At this time, his attributes turned out to be: level 18%, rank 0, life value 145,550, mana 53,750, strength 15,315 plus 1,200, agility 10175 plus 200, physical strength 14,355 plus 200, intelligence 4155 plus 200, spirit 4,175 plus 1,200. In parentheses are the bonuses from the equipment. The female sales clerk was also very happy, not expecting to take such a large order just after a few days of work. The two of them were talking and laughing as they walked outside, when a clerk and a female customer walked up to them. The clerk was the enchanting woman at the door just now, only to see her face sneer and say, "Yo, finished visiting? Walk slowly." The implication was that Lindsay was only here for a visit and could not possibly buy anything. At this time, the female customer spoke up. "Humph, Lindsay, why you?" It wasn't anyone else, it was none other than Lindsay's classmate, Xia Shuer. During the trial copies, she had wanted to invite Lindsay to help her take first place, but it had backfired and Lindsay had taken it, even losing second place to Wang Hao. Later, she was blackmailed by Lindsay for 20,000 copper coins. However, that day, she had indeed been saved by Lindsay, so every time she thought of Lindsay in the past few days, her heart was very conflicted. "I didn't expect to encounter it again here." "What, it can't be me?" Lindsay replied directly. "Humph, have you upgraded in the past few days?" "Let me tell you, but I've already leveled up to 10, and I'm almost 11. Xia Shuer said proudly. "Oh, then you're great. Oh, congratulations." Lindsay casually coped. "You." Xia Shuer's face was once again red with anger. "I know you're rising fast, but I've joined the Dragonfall Guild now, and there are experts who will bring me along to brush up my leveling, so I guess I'll be able to surpass you soon." "How about that? When you were first invited to join Dragonfall, you still didn't add it, regret it. However, I can give you another chance. As long as you take me leveling, I'll go talk to my aunt and ask her to grant you permission to join." Lindsay once again looked at the little cutie with the like expression as he looked her up and down. "Thanks, no, let's go." Straight away, he sent a trifecta. "Lindsay, what's with your attitude?" Xia Shuer was so angry that she crossed her arms. At this time, the enchanting female sales clerk helped out. "Miss Xia, this person really doesn't know what's good for him. But he's just a poor boy. You're the niece of President Chu's wife, why should you be angry with him? This kid just came to our exchange to sell some things, and visited a round of equipment, so I guess he can't afford to buy anything, and is now ready to leave." Hearing this, the female clerk beside Lindsay was offended and immediately retorted, "How can you say that about our institute's valued customer?" Although she was a newcomer and had a gentle personality, she wasn't some silly white sweetie and still knew how to defend the interests of her guests. "Noble guest? The enchanting female sales clerk was startled, then immediately scoffed, "Literally, how long have you been out of business? Taking this poor boy as an honored guest?" Shopkeeper literally said, "Don't you know? Just now, this Mr. Lin's buying and selling transactions here with us added up to more than $2 million. What?" At these words, the enchanting sales clerk's cherry mouth opened wide. "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course." Shally pursued the attack. "I'll reflect to the store manager the way you treated your valued customer just now." The enchanting sales clerk's face was suddenly green and white. This unassuming kid, was he so powerful? And it was clearly supposed to be her customer just now. She was the one who personally let him out. Her intestines immediately turned green with remorse. This argument also attracted quite a few customers and shopkeepers to watch. "That's the young man that traded over $2 million? Invisible tycoon, this is." At this time, a passerby said, "Look guys, this young guy, is he the one who broke Chu Zhongheng's record as mentioned in the news these 2 days? It seems to be true. And didn't they say that he's also a couple with Chu Zhongheng's daughter, Chu Yuyu? Wow, although he's dressed rather plainly, he's really handsome." This time, it was Xia Shuer's turn to be shocked. She had been playing duplicates for the past few days and hadn't watched the news much. Aunt Chu Zhongheng? Sister Yo-Yo? Although she often hung on to the Dragonfall Guild, to put it bluntly, Chu Zhongheng was her father's sister's husband, and this kinship was actually a bit distant. Usually there wasn't a lot of back and forth, so it wasn't as close as she blew it off. But this Lin Zhe, when did he get so close to them? Could it be that Sister Yo-Yo was really his girlfriend? And he had just invited him to join Dragonfall with a smug look on his face? Wouldn't she be a clown then? She was so ashamed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground. When Little Lee's sales clerk heard this, he was even more ecstatic, and immediately slipped Lin Zhe a business card. "Mr. Lin, if you have any more buying or selling needs in the future, you can contact me at any time. Mr. Lin, you can also look for me." Another clerk immediately greeted him as well. "Look for me, my service is more attentive." The enchanting female clerk also caught up. "Mr. Lin, you're a big man, as long as you look for me, I can also provide additional services." At once, several waitresses scrambled to hand over their business cards. The scene was very frantic. Lin Zhe saw this situation, and as soon as he took Xiaoli's business card, the others ignored it and directly ran outside. Slipped away. In an instant, there was no shadow, leaving a bunch of people in the store still unable to calm down for a long time. After running far away, Lin Zhe realized that there was a new email in his mailbox. Opening it, he saw that it was indeed a Misty Border Pass permit from the principal's office. "Tomorrow we can go to the border battlefield to brush the monsters." Lin Zhe had a face of anticipation. At the same time, a high-class villa area on the outskirts of Tianyu City. A luxurious private car stopped in front of a mansion. Coming down from the car was a mysteriously dressed man. He was wearing a black cloak with the hood of the cloak covering his head and a bizarre white mask on his face. He was seen walking quickly through the courtyard, verifying his identity to the 2 security guards at the door who also wore white masks, and then entering. The man walked through the spacious mansion, and along the way, the people he encountered, whether they were servants, butlers, gardeners, or visitors like him, also wore white masks, which were rather strange in shape. The man knocked on the door of the room at the end of the second-floor corridor. "Enter." A short answer came from the room. The man gently pushed the door open, and what met his eyes was a spacious conference room with an imposing red oak desk in the middle. But there was no one in the room. Staring back at the man was a white skull mask placed vertically on the desk. "I heard that the plan didn't go well?" The skull mask didn't move, but it emitted a cold, raspy voice. "Yes, Preceptor." The man bowed his head and replied, "The 2 real mode drop plans failed. The first time we dropped in a key high school, we wanted to strangle those awakened in the cradle, but we didn't expect to be passed by a student. The second time, we pitched in the most difficult copy of a 0-step awakened person, and we didn't expect to encounter that student again. Moreover, our 2 gems were also picked up by him. Bunch of losers." Skeleton Mask let out an angry roar. "If you can't even beat a high school student, what use do you have for yourselves? Sect Master, rest in peace." The man hurriedly knelt on the ground. "That high school student's occupation is an S-rank demon summoner. It seems to be a bit evil." "Demons?" Skeleton Mask mused. "This race that has been silent for hundreds of years will pose a great threat to us once it emerges. Listen carefully, absolutely do not let that human high school student grow up. It must be strangled as early as possible." The mask issued an order. Don't worry, sect leader. We have already received intelligence that he will go to the Misty Border tomorrow, and I have already dispatched assassins. Humph, stand down. The mask said the last sentence and never made another sound. Chapter 28 First entry into the Misty Border, targeted. The next day, at the eastern border of Tianyu City, at the city gate. Many soldiers in battle armor were standing guard and patrolling. Please show your passage permit. A soldier guarding the city inspected everyone who left the city in turn. They, precisely, were the Border Legion. It was the special army that fought against alien invasions on the Misty Border all year round. The line reached Lin Zhe, who consciously handed over his permit. Hiss. The soldier looked at the information on the permit and frowned. S-rank occupation. Level 18. Little brother, although you are an S-rank occupation and have a permit, are you sure you want to leave the city? The dangers of the Misty Border are understood, right? Well, thanks for the reminder, I understand it all. Lin Zhe replied tersely. All right, off you go. After Lin Zhe left, the soldier secretly thought to himself, so young, so desperate? After leaving the city gates, the scenery immediately became different. As far as the eye could see, the endless wilderness in front of them was shrouded in thick fog, filled with gray, as if the world had lost its color here. It was good that there were still some professionals coming and going on the road, otherwise it really felt like he had come to some uninhabited and desperate place. Lin Zhe followed the map and marched along the edge of the city wall, trying to get as far away from the fog as possible. After about 10 minutes of walking, he finally arrived at a campground, with a simple signboard standing at the entrance, Campground Number 4. There were quite a few soldiers and professionals gathered here, and the atmosphere became slightly more lively. The not-so-large camp was separated by a mist around it, and at the edge of the mist stood two Chinese-style plaques, which were precisely the teleportation gates used to enter the battlefield copies. At this moment, an officer with a face full of vicissitudes walked up to the crowd and said loudly, I am the captain of the 4th Detachment of the Border Legion, Zheng Qi. The crowd immediately quieted down. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for coming to the Misty Border and sharing the pressure of fighting against the foreign races for the Legion, as well as doing your part in defending the Grand Xia. At these words, the professionals present couldn't help but get serious. This wasn't an ordinary copy, but a real war. Captain Zhang Qi continued, we now have 2 duplicates in Camp 4, both with a difficulty level of 40 or less, so everyone is free to choose. After we fight the final boss, even if we succeed in fighting the alien invasion, this copy will be permanently closed. Hearing this, Lin Zhe frowned. How come it's only level 40 or less? It's probably because the principal specially applied for a lower difficulty bar for him for safety's sake. But it really wasn't needed. At this time, several soldiers began to distribute 2 items to each person. Zheng Qi, this is a monitor and a scroll for returning to the city. The monitor can monitor each person's kills of small monsters and bosses. Once a successful kill is made, honor points will be counted, and for those who defeat the final boss, there are additional honor points. The city return scroll, on the other hand, is used for escape, so please put your life safety first. In addition, all the drops in the replica can be possessed or traded by everyone, or you can choose to turn them over to the military in exchange for honor points. Now, please feel free to team up and enter the copy in an orderly manner. As soon as the words fell, everyone was enthusiastic. Some were from the same guild and had already formed a team long ago and directly entered the replica. Some were looking for teammates on the spot. Of course, Lin Zhe's side was once again unattended. Many people whispered, look guys, there's one there who's only level 18, looks like a high school student. Pull it off, you can level up to 18 when you're in high school? I guess he's just small. Anyway, how dare a level 18 come here? Guess he wanted to come here to try his luck. I'll just see which cutie. We'll team up with him. Wait. Look guys, what's that kid up to? Only to see Lin Zhe single-handedly, walking directly into a portal. He didn't group up and just went in alone? The passers-by were surprised. Nyobi, I guess I won't even know how to die if I die in a while. A few seconds later, Lin Zhe was teleported to a valley zone. Welcome to a copy of the Valley of the Life-Snatching Worms. Restricted level, 40. Difficulty, True Mode, no difficulty division. Mission description, for the sake of humanity's survival, destroy the invading evil spider race. The Border Legion will be with you. Time limit, none. Sure enough, the border battlegrounds were all in real mode. But for Lin Zhe, it was already used to it. Lindsay took a look at his surroundings and realized that all sorts of tropical plants grew here, and the air was humid and stuffy. He immediately urged his mind, and 10 large black dogs immediately appeared around him. Each one of them wagged their tails enthusiastically towards him, like they hadn't seen each other for 800 years. "Lead the way and find the enemy," Lindsay ordered. "Woof!" The 10 hellhounds replied in unison like well-trained soldiers, then began to run wildly forward. Lindsay followed closely behind. After about half a minute, 2 figures appeared where Lindsay had just lingered. Both of them were wearing black cloaks and strange white masks. The eyes beneath the masks were filled with a murderous aura. "That child is our assassination target?" "Yes, but I see that he's only level 18, do we need to send us 2 level 40s to do it?" "I think the top is really getting more and more conservative and cautious, a level 18 makes them afraid like this, what great things can they accomplish?" "Shoo, don't talk nonsense. Let's just hurry up and chase after them." Lindsay ran after the hellhound for a while, and the hellhound suddenly stopped alertly. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Cracks appeared on the ground around them. Then, some humanoid spider monsters burrowed out of it. Spider Vanguard. Race, Evil Spider Clan Grade E. Level, 30. Life value, 9,000. Skill, Poisoned Weapon. Each arachnid was as tall as an adult, with yellow and black fur on its 8 feet, and each holding a sword, charging towards Lindsay with teeth and claws. The hellhounds stood at attention. "Lindsay, level 30 monsters aren't something you guys can handle, in a moment you guys will use shadow tactics to fight together." Woof! Only to see the 10 big black dogs turn into a black shadow one after another and roam the ground. The places that transformed into shadows also produced small-scale dark attribute explosions. "Lindsay, Inferno, come out." In the next second, a ball of flames exploded on the ground, and the Inferno demon made its appearance once again. "Lord, another bug for me to kill? Wait, it's really a bug this time? Lindsay, Inferno, I'll give you something." After the words were spoken, a heavy hammer suddenly appeared in Yin Demon's hand. It was none other than the Molten Fire heavy hammer that Lindsay had specifically picked out from the Chu Group's repository. Strength plus 1,500, fire attribute attack plus 20%, and it also came with a melee weapon probability of destruction effect. Holding the heavy hammer in his hand, Yen Demon weighed it and was instantly overjoyed. What a good weapon to have in hand. "Thank you, my lord, for the reward. I will not dishonor my mission." Afterwards, it was directly a hammer that smashed towards the ground. Boom! Immediately, flames erupted and magma exploded in a 50-meter radius area. Those spiders were able to withstand a single blow and instantly went up in smoke amongst the flames. Kill Spider Pioneer, experience plus 300, lifespan plus 300 days. Kill Spider Pioneer, experience plus 300, life expectancy plus 300 days. The experience bar rose dramatically after a long time, and had come to 96% progress at level 18. Lindsay couldn't help but rejoice. "Looks like I've come to the right place. Just love this feeling of the experience bar dawdling up. Inferno, dog, keep up the offense and charge." Instantly, a huge demon with 10 vicious black dogs killed a path of blood and fire in the valley, burying all the small monsters along the way. And Lindsay, because of his high agility value, was also following behind in the wind without falling behind. When the professionals who were spread out to fight monsters elsewhere saw this, they all pointed at the place where Lindsay had run through. "Look guys, there's a fire there." And at this moment, next to a pile of charred spider corpses, 2 black-robed men wearing white masks wondered. "Strange, with our agility attributes, plus the fact that we used acceleration scrolls throughout, how come we didn't see the target's shadow at all along the way?" He wouldn't have used the city return scroll already, right? After all, he's only level 18. Or maybe he's directly dead, that would have saved him a lot of trouble, ha ha. 3 kilometers away, Lindsay had arrived at the bottom of an open valley by this time, surrounded by unclimbable stone cliffs. Lindsay was slightly out of breath. "I'm a bit tired from running, let's rest for a while." With that, he found a rock and sat down. "Congratulations on your upgrade, current level, 19. Congratulations on the upgrade of your summoned beast hellhound, current level, 22. Not bad." Lindsay was very satisfied. However, it was at this moment that he realized that his feet were stepping on top of a pile of white spider silk. And I don't know when it started, but a green mist began to fill the air under his feet. Chapter 29, This class of professionals really can't do it. Copy outside Camp 4. A new recruit was talking to Captain Zhang Qi. Recruit, Captain, which one of these two copies would you say is a bit more difficult? Zhang Qi pondered for a moment. The difficulty isn't similar, but I personally hate this one, the Valley of the Life-Snatching Worms, even more. Why? This copy has to fight against the arachnids, and although the blood volume and attacks aren't particularly high, this race is the most adept at using all sorts of negative statuses. Poisoning, retardation, paralysis. Treading on horses, all kinds of statuses give you a beating on, it's simply painful. Especially for mobile professions like me, my mobility is greatly restricted, I can't find a chance to output, it's hard. Zhang Qi, who was a double blade hunter, spoke through gritted teeth, obviously having suffered a loss before. Inside the replica, Lin Zefong realized that he was caught in a trap. Not only were he and the summoned beast stepping on spider silk under their feet, there was poisonous gas starting to spread out all around them. The Inferno and Hellhound were losing blood, and their movements were as slow as if they were walking in mud. They were hit by both poison and slowed negative statuses at the same time. Dogs go back first. Lin Ze finished speaking and put the Hellhound back into the summoning bar. As for the Inferno, with his 280,000 blood, he could drop as much as he wanted, and he wouldn't be able to finish dropping until tomorrow. As for himself, he was immune to all negative statuses because of the Fortune in Fortune talent boost. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with him right now. Right at this moment, something started flowing down the stone walls on all sides. Upon a closer look, it wasn't a stream of water, but densely packed small spiders that were converging in his direction. Damn, dense phobia is offending. Lin Ze spat. Inferno, burn me. Ow. The Inferno demon let out a long roar to the sky and immediately formed a field of lava around itself. Those little spiders immediately turned into a light smoke when they touched it. It's the smell of protein roasting. The kid next door is crying with gluttony. Then, the experience bar began to rub up once again. Kill small spider, experience +1, lifespan +1 day. Kill small spider, experience +1, lifespan +1 day. Although the experience and lifespan given individually wasn't much, it was numerous. There were at least thousands of them. Just as Lin Ze was thoroughly enjoying this experience of rising his experience bar, a woman's voice came from the valley. How dare you treat my clan's offspring like this, you're dead today. Then, a huge object descended from the sky and landed in the open space in front of Lin Ze, stirring up a circle of dust. Fixing his eyes on it, he saw that it was a huge spider, but where the spider's head was, it was articulated with the upper half of a woman's body. The whole thing looked very strange. Boss Fire Venomous Spider Queen. Race, Evil Spider Clan Level E. Level, 40. Life Value, 120,000. Skills, Poison Flame, Spider Web Binding, etc. Expand for more details. Description: in the matriarchal Evil Spider Clan, the 4 Spider Queens are in charge of hundreds of millions of people, among which the Fire Spider Queen has the hottest temper. Please do not provoke her. Only to see the Spider Queen pull out a long and thick staff from somewhere, hold it with both hands, and then shake it. All of a sudden, the entire valley burned with a kind of purple flame. Skill, Poison Flame Prairie. Inflicts spell damage to the area, attaching the negative status of burning and poisoning. Damage is added by the intelligence attribute. Only the Inferno stood proudly in the fire, not giving a damn. Humph, here comes one that uses fire? But this kind of crooked and low-grade flame of yours is just enough to scare those lowly races. It's better to let you feel the flames from hell. As soon as the words fell, Inferno unleashed the skill, Flame Fury, holding a heavy hammer in his hand and directly heading towards the Spider Queen again. Flames from hell? Hearing this word, it was like Lin Ze suddenly thought of something. Could the hatching condition of the demonic dragon be this? At that end, only the moment the hammer in Inferno's hand was about to hit, the Spider Queen swung her long staff and transformed into a shadow. And where she originally stood, a ball of spider silk unexpectedly exploded, trapping Inferno. In the next second, the Spider Queen entity flashed behind Lin Ze. Yo, still a mage who can instantly move? Lin Ze said in a nonchalant manner. Ha ha ha, how stupid. From the very beginning my target was you, a human summoner. Under my poison flame and spider silk, you've been hit with burning, poisoning and retardation at the same time. Go to hell. After saying that, the long staff in his hand smashed down. Lin Ze nimbly dodged out of the way and said as if nothing had happened, before you say big words, take a look first. What? After checking Lin Ze's status, the Spider Queen was shocked. How come you didn't hit any status? Impossible. However, in the next second, the Flame Fury, skill that Linza had inherited through Soul Link, had been delivered. 79,634. With just one punch, close to 80,000 damage was dealt. Dogs, harvest. 10 large black dogs reappeared, turning into black shadows and pouncing towards the Spider Queen. Ah! The Spider Queen let out a mournful scream that echoed throughout the valley. Kill boss fire venomous Spider Queen, experience plus 12,000, lifespan plus 12,000 days. Obtained loot, 12,000 copper coins, fire poison long staff, Spider Queen's poison jaws material, equipment strengthening stone grade B. Congratulations on successfully clearing the level, gained experience plus 5,000, money plus 5,000. Congratulations on successfully clearing the level, gained experience plus 5,000, money plus 5,000. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level, 20. Open first level breakthrough quest. Do you want to take it immediately? Yes, no. Lindsay was ecstatic. I can break through to level 1. Just as he was about to take the breakthrough quest, Lindsay, as well as everyone in the copy, received an interface message. Successful passage has been detected. The replica is about to close in 60 seconds. Everyone will be automatically teleported out of the replica. 60, 59, 58. Everyone else? Outside the replica, Camp 4. The new recruit and the captain, Zhang Qi, were continuing to communicate. Recruit, Captain, so do you think these professionals can pass the Valley of the Life-Snatching Worms? Zhang Qi lit a cigarette. I think it's hard. Nowadays, each and every one of the professionals are pampered, so I guess that when they encounter those annoying negative statuses, they will simply be too lazy to fight. After all, it's too inefficient. And I just saw a level 18 go in, it's simply too childish. Zhang Qi exhaled a mouthful of smoke. AI, is my dasha going to have no one left to succeed it? The new recruit looked a bit nervous. Then if the professionals can't get through, don't we have to go on? Zhang Qi, that's right, once the border battlefield replica exists for too long, it will make an invasion of reality, so we must rush to defeat the boss before then. But there's no need to be nervous, my Grand Xia Border Legion has many experts, a level 40 copy can still be easily dealt with, you'll go in later to exercise as well. Yes, Captain. Just as he finished speaking, the recruit suddenly pointed over to the teleportation portal. Look. Someone is coming out. Only to see a high schooler-looking teenager slowly walk out from underneath the Chinese-style pagoda. Zhang Qi snorted coldly. Heh, isn't this that level 18 recruit? Look, it teleported out in less than 10 minutes. Good thing too, if we don't let him suffer a bit, I'm afraid he'll never know how dangerous the border battlefield is in his life. Newbie, that's not right, Captain, a lot more people came out behind him. Only to see that behind Lin Zhe, unsurprisingly, there were hordes of occupiers following him out. And every single one of them had a dumbfounded look on their faces, like they had seen something amazing and hadn't slowed down yet. This copy isn't this difficult, is it? Zhang Qi sighed while shaking his head. AI. This class of professionals really can't make it. At this moment, another soldier ran beside Zhang Qi with gusto and shouted, reporting to the captain, the copy of the Valley of Life-Snatching Insects has been successfully cleared. The clearance time is 8 minutes and 49 seconds. Zhang Qi instantly felt like he had been struck by lightning, and his entire body jerked. What? Passed the level. And it only took 8 minutes and 49 seconds? Which squad was it that defeated the final boss, and which guild did it belong to? Zhang Qi asked in a hurry. The soldier scratched his head and said, you might not believe me if I tell you, it was a guy named Lin Zhe, there was no group and he was only level 18 when he went in. Zhang Qi, WW. Chapter 31st Order Breakthrough Quest, New Copy. The cigarette Zhang Qi was holding in his mouth fell to the ground, and his entire body was petrified in place. Only after several seconds did he recover, grabbing the soldier's arm and shaking it violently. Are you telling the truth? It can't be that the monitoring instrument is out of order. Captain, stop shaking, I want to vomit. The soldier said aggrievely, you know, the monitoring instrument uses Dixia's core technology, it's impossible for this kind of problem to occur. This. Zhang Qi gradually calmed down, once again looking at Lin Zhe at the other end of the camp. Could it be that he really is a genius? Those professionals who walked out after Lin Zhe were also looking at me and me at you with a bewildered look on their faces. Passed? I was just fighting a few small spiders, how did someone pass the level? I'm even worse, I'm still lost in that bug valley, I didn't even touch a single monster, how did I come out? In the end, which expert has entered our copy? He's so powerful, go and play something more difficult, what's the point of coming to rob with us? At this moment, Lin Zhe was still immersed in the excitement of receiving the first rank breakthrough quest, and hadn't heard the discussion behind him. He immediately called up the mission request that he hadn't finished reading just now. Open first order breakthrough quest, do you want to take it immediately? Yes, no. Then he decisively chose yes. First order breakthrough quest, kill an alien boss that is more than 20 levels above your level without teaming up. This is it? The corner of Lin Zhe's mouth lifted slightly. The rank breakthrough quests were tailored to the characteristics of each profession. For example, the quests of the warrior profession were generally about killing a certain number of monsters. And the quests for healing professions were mostly related to saving lives. I didn't realize that the demon summoner was to kill bosses over the top, and you couldn't even form a team? It could be imagined that if it were anyone else, how difficult this quest would be, and they might be stuck at level 20 forever in their lives. But for Lin Zhe, fighting bosses at a higher level was already a routine operation. Ding! You have a new quest, successfully break through rank 1. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Good lord, double big gift now this isn't? Lin Zhe was overjoyed. Then hurry up and go to the second copy. After saying that, Lin Zhe stepped into the second portal without the slightest hesitation. Time and space shifted, and Lin Zhe quickly arrived in the middle of a plain. The place he was in seemed to be a campground, surrounded by some other professionals. The camp was not large, and the furnishings were very simple, with some weapon racks, lookout mirrors, and a few machine crossbows and stone throwers. In front of the camp was an endless grassland. As far as the eye could see, it was all desolate. There are human and alien corpses everywhere, as well as smoke that has yet to be extinguished. Welcome to the Wild West copy. Restricted level, 40. Difficulty, real mode, no difficulty division. Mission description, defend against the invading boar horde and guard the human camp. The frontier army is with you. Time limit, none. Based on the situation in front of him and the mission description, Lin Zhe pretty much guessed that the nature of this copy should be a defense class. It was a model similar to the trial copy, the Bloodstained Village. A newcomer has come in? A professional said with some excitement. It's good to have more, we can't stand it anymore. Another professional followed, only to see that he was repairing a damaged machine crossbow in his hands. It seemed that the battle situation on the human side was not optimistic. However, when everyone saw Lin Zhe's level, they immediately changed their faces. What? Only level 20? Is this rushing to die? Causing me to be happy for nothing. Are all kids nowadays so ignorant of the heavens and the earth? At this moment, a rather imposing young girl's voice rang out behind Lin Zhe. Newcomer, this wouldn't be the place for you to come, please teleport back immediately. Lin Zhe turned his head to look, only to see a girl carrying a huge sword. She looked to be a few years older than Lin Zhe. Wearing a modified Chinese short dress, her head was tied in a double ponytail, and a gorgeous pearl headdress was pinned to her hair at the bun. Her features were exquisite, yet she carried a complete arrogance. The most conspicuous thing was the huge sword on her back, which was slightly taller than her person, contrasting sharply with her slim figure. Lin Zhe used the scrying technique to check. Name, Qi Yuing. Profession, Fierce Swordsman S rank. Level, 36 first rank. It seemed to have quite a bit of battle prowess. Still, in response to what she said, Lin Zhe replied directly back, why shouldn't I come? It's written here that you're not allowed to enter at level 20? Just open your eyes and look around. Qi Yuying's tone was tinged with a bit of impatience. There are all level 30 plus professionals here, but after fending off 2 waves of foreigners, the situation is also very scorching. You're a level 20, everyone won't have time to protect you in a while. If you come, you'll only add to the chaos. At this time, an uncle came over to help. Young man, Miss Chi's words, just listen obediently, it's good for you. Miss Chi family? Lin Zhe was dumbfounded. Good lord, another Miss Chi? Why do we keep running into whoever's big miss these days? Dare I say that big ladies are sold by the pound? Seeing Lin Zhe's puzzled expression, the uncle crossed his arms and preached, what, you don't recognize the daughter of the Chi family of one of the 4 major guilds, the Sword Blade Guild, Qi Yueying? The proud daughter of our Tianyu city back then, and now a senior student at the Western War College. We were all about to lose just now, but fortunately, Miss Chi came out to command everyone and made them survive the 2 waves of attack, so we all listen to her now. Humph, what an uneducated brat. A few people heard this and rushed over to help. Lindsay shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. So what? Am I under any obligation to know her? You lad. Alright, don't pay any attention to him. Shi Yueying greeted the professionals. The enemy's next wave of attack is coming in a few minutes. Everyone take your positions. Okay. Everyone really listened to her and immediately dispersed. Afterwards, Shi Yueying glanced disdainfully at Lindsay and said, I was kindly advising you because I saw that you're an S-ranked profession, but since you didn't listen, you're on your own. However, no one here is going to pull you into the team, so I hope you won't cause trouble for everyone else either. After saying that, he directly twisted his head and walked away. Lindsay dug his pinky finger into his ear, thinking, isn't this woman a bit full of herself? When did I say I wanted to fight with you guys? In reality, he didn't want to stay in this place to keep watch. In this kind of tower defense battle, rather than passively waiting for the enemy to come over, it was better to take the initiative to pull out the enemy boss. Thinking of this, Lindsay directly walked out of the confines of the camp and headed towards the far side of the plains. An occupier spotted it and immediately ventilated, Miss Chi, look, that level 20 newcomer has walked out of the camp. The others looked over and murmured. What is he going to do alone? Is this person crazy? Does he want to die so badly? This kid doesn't think that this place is the same as the copies in the city, right? He can still be teleported out if he dies. Shi Yueying looked coldly at Lindsay's departing back and shook his head. It's really hard to persuade a damn ghost with good words. Shi Yueying Concept Art. Chapter 31 Lindsay battles Boorman. Shi Yueying is shocked. After Lindsay left, quite a few more professionals passed into this copy. They had all been forced to end their quests in another copy. Originally, they wanted to fight some monsters and level up today, but they didn't know that they would pass so quickly, so they had to come here. After these people came in, they all also followed Miss Chi's lead and prepared to deal with the arrival of the monsters. Among the crowd, mixed in were those two people wearing black robes and white masks. Although they were dressed strangely, everyone's attire in the replica was originally varied, so no one cared much. At this moment, these two people looked east and west, like they were looking for something, and whispered. Strange, I clearly saw that kid enter this copy just now, how come he's gone again? Evil, too evil. I suspect that this kid has long since discovered us, and is simply playing tricks on us. It seems we underestimated him just now. I guess his level is also fake, maybe he's an expert. Well, whatever, let's act on the opportunity later and make a big deal out of it. Meanwhile, after Lindsay had walked about 2 kilometers in that grassland, he found that although there was still scenery in front of him, it was blocked by a wall of air. Looks like it's the end of the road. Right at this moment, dozens of spatial cracks suddenly opened on that air wall. Immediately afterward, uncountable alien monsters on motorcycles rushed out. They had human-like bodies, but were much stronger than humans, with a boar's head growing from their necks. There were also some firearms in their hands. Boorman Rider. Race, Boar People D rank. Level, 35. Life, 12,000. Skills, Savage Punch, 6 bullets in a row, etc. Expand for details. Lindsay couldn't help but look at the shape of these boar men, so advanced? Wild boars riding motorcycles? It's really a small knife Lalpitis, open your eyes. At that moment, a dozen or so enemies fired towards Lindsay at the same time. Some of them were revolvers, some of them were sprayers. 201, 198, 389 strike. Lindsay instantly lost over 2,000 points of blood. Marred, just watching you guys styling away, careless. Lindsay said unhurriedly. Inferno, dog, come out to work. In the next second, a ball of flame and 10 shadows simultaneously recoiled towards the enemy. 38087, 2180, 32562, 2642. Damage numbers that far exceeded their life values floated above the enemy's heads. Kill Boorman Rider, experience plus 350, lifespan plus 350 days. Kill Boorman Rider, experience plus 350, lifespan plus 350 days. The experience skyrocketed up again. Only, since there hadn't been a rank 1 breakthrough yet, all of this experience was stored. On the other side, at the campsite. Watching the enemy charging from afar, everyone stood at attention. Shi Yueying stood on a high platform and said to the crowd in a very majestic manner, "Attention everyone take their positions and prepare to meet the enemy. The Boorman race is a race that specializes in using machinery and guns, it's very powerful, but let's fight to survive this wave." Yes. Everyone responded. It had to be said that although Chi Yuing was a haughty young lady, she was still quite the general on such occasions. When it was too late, a number of Boorman riders' motorcycles had already sped over, and the occupiers rushed to meet them. Chi Yuing removed the giant's sword on her back and shouted, "Cover me!" Then, she crossed the giant's sword in front of her body, making a staging motion, and the sword began to emit a silver-white light from the hilt. The two older men understood and immediately came in front of her, helping her block the attacks in front of her. After about 10 seconds had passed, the entire giant sword was covered in silver-white light. Dodge! With a loud shout, the two older men immediately got out of the way. Only Chi Yuing swung the giant sword forward, and a half-moon-shaped blade of light about 20 meters wide was launched towards the front. The enemy in front was cut in half before he could dodge. The blade of light flew out for more than 100 meters before gradually dispersing, and none of the enemies along the way survived. Once this move was released, the people at the scene immediately erupted into cheers. Great Miss Chi is awesome! Great Miss Chi is mighty! This move, the Great Sword of Moonlight, truly lives up to its name. Chi Yuing barely stood with her giant sword in her pestle, panting heavily. Don't be distracted, continue to meet the enemy. Only she knew that this move consumed an enormous amount of energy and had a cooldown time of 1 hour. At this time, someone in the crowd said, "Have you guys noticed that this wave of enemies is a lot less than the previous 2 waves?" Immediately, someone said in favor, "I've also noticed that it's a lot less. Could it be that the enemies are about to be cleared out by us?" Suddenly, a person in charge of using the lookout mirror shouted, "A situation has been discovered. There's something in the distance." Several other people, too, used their lookout scopes to look over, only to see a red humanoid magical beast and several black canine beasts fighting those boar people. Beside it, there was also a person covered in black armor standing. It seems to be that lad from earlier. Someone recognized it through his clothes. How did he run there? Nope. Those monsters are his summoned beasts. Someone finally reacted, that's where he went to block the monsters in the first place. No wonder our monsters here have become fewer. At these words, the camp was in an uproar. Many people grabbed the lookout glasses and scrambled to look at them. Chi Yuing also immediately asked others to let her have a pair. As expected, the boy who had just ignored her was standing there quietly, as if he was still very relaxed. He was surrounded by a huge magical beast and several black canine-like creatures that were helping him kill his enemies. The fire was roaring, and those boar men went up in smoke as soon as they touched them. And it kept up its output, not cooling down or fatiguing in the slightest. Chi Yuing actually looked a bit dumbfounded. Her proud face rarely showed this kind of expression. How is it possible? That person is clearly only level 20, how can he be so strong? Right at this moment, the crowd felt the ground shake violently, and with it, a continuous mechanical roar came from the distance. The crowd steadied themselves and looked towards Lin Zai's side, only to see a huge spatial rift from which a massive object was slowly sailing out. Meanwhile, Lin Zai's side had a much clearer perspective. At first, the giant object was only sprouting a mechanical sharp horn, and then its nearly rectangular body was gradually displayed in front of his eyes. When it all came out, Lin Zai could see that it was a fully armored mechanical chariot. It was about the same height as the Inferno demon, but much wider, and the entire body was clad in golden fire-printed armor, with gun barrels fitted all around the body. Boss Thunder Fire Vajra Chariot. Race, None. Level, 42. Life, 200,000. Skills, Thunderfire Armor Piercing Bomb, Flame Spray, Great Charge, etc. Expand for details. Description: the boars are a race that specializes in manufacturing machinery, and this item is the treasure of the boars that they are proud of, created by Pigs, a legendary craftsman in the history of the boars. The crowd from afar looked at the boss's information and were instantly shocked. A level 42 boss was already beyond each of their levels. And just looking at the indestructible shape of that chariot was enough to make people break out in a cold sweat. That lad is finished now. No matter how powerful this S-rank profession of his is, after all, he hasn't even broken through the first rank yet. Yes, it would have been a young man with great potential, just too adventurous, it's a pity. And at this moment, Lin Zai's eyes lit up. Level 42, 22 levels higher than me, just in time to complete the first stage breakthrough. Inferno, break it down for me. Ow. Inferno let out a long whistle and charged up with his heavy hammer. That chariot's reaction wasn't slow either, immediately spinning backward. A cannonball shot out from the gun barrel in the front of the vehicle. Skill, Thunder and Fire Armor Piercing Shell. Inflicts lightning and fire attribute damage on the target, damage equals strength value 3 plus spirit value 1. Inferno, however, didn't dodge and directly met the cannonball with a hammer blow. Boom! The cannonball exploded with a deafening sound. Inferno takes damage, 34322. Inferno, holy. So this thing can blow up? Lindsay was speechless. What the hell, you didn't know? I thought you were just playing it cool. Looks like it's time to popularize modern technology for you. The Inferno demon patted the dust on his body. No harm done, this little fire, how dare you show it off? Old me is all about bathing in lava. Before the words fell, he leaped and jumped directly to the top of the chariot. That chariot madly spun up, wanting to shake off Inferno, but it was firmly grasped by Inferno. Then, Yen Demon directly turned on, Elemental Berserk, half of the life ceiling value was instantly converted into 3 times the elemental damage. Then, raising the heavy hammer in his hand, he struck the chariot's body with a shot of Flame Fury. Dang! An ear-piercing metallic clang made everyone in the distant camp hear it clearly. Damage dealt, 784521. Chapter 32, Breaking Through First Rank, Summoning the Phantom Queen. Those who saw this scene in the distant camp had their mouths open into an O, which also included the eldest Miss Chiyueying. Raider Shao? Looking at the damage numbers dealt by the Inferno, people exclaimed in shock. The blood level of the chariot was 200,000, and even for them, the near level 40 professionals, a dozen or so of them added together, it was enough to grind for a long while. One of Chi Yuying's big moves would at most hit over 20,000 damage out. And there was also a super long forward swing and cooldown. But just now, that demonic beast had actually dealt 780,000 damage in a single instantaneous attack. This was simply the most incredible thing they had ever seen in their lives. At this moment, Lin Zhe sighed. The chariot's canopy was smashed out by Inferno Demon's hammer, and it directly went out in place. How could the Inferno Demon get over it? Regardless of whether it was dead or alive, it continued to pick up the hammer and declared its desire to fight. Not long after, the entire chariot was smashed into a twisted deformation, scattering pieces of debris all over the place. Killed boss Thunderfire Vidra Chariot, experience plus 22,000, lifespan plus 22,000 days. Obtained loot, 22,000 copper coins, Thunderfire Vidra Cannon Archer Faction Weapon, Aliha Steel 3 Material, Equipment Strengthening Stone Grade B. Congratulations on completing the first rank breakthrough quest. Successfully advanced. Gained full attributes plus 20, new skills for profession S rank, new summoning bit 2, ding. Ding. You have successfully broken through the first rank, receive a reward, 1 system draw. Congratulations, you have upgraded, current level, 22. Looking at the series of rewards, Lin Zhe was so excited that he almost jumped up. Not only had he broken through rank 1, but the experience value he had just accumulated had directly allowed him to rise to level 22. Immediately, he checked his attribute panel. Name, Lin Zhe. Profession, Demon Summoner. Profession Faction, Summoning. Rarity, S-Class. Rank, Level 22 3%. Rank, First Order. Life, 150,380. Mana, 54,030. Strength, 15,343 plus 1,200, Agility, 10203 plus 200, Stamina, 14383 plus 200, Intelligence, 4183 plus 200, Spirit, 4,203 plus 1,200. Talents, Demon Affinity, Soul Link, Duplicate Summoning, Scorching Air, Fateful Fortune. Skills, Summon Demon, Demon Gaze, Flame Fury, Lava Field, Insight, Demon Hot Spring. Equipment, Dark Master Set, Cursed Gemstone Necklace, Fallen Gemstone Ring. Summoning Position, 2 for Inferno, Hellhound. Current remaining lifespan, 286 years, 343 days, current remaining lifespan, 286 years, 343 days. Lin Zhe noticed that a new skill called Demonic Hot Springs had been added to the skill bar, the very same profession exclusive skill that he had automatically obtained after his first rank breakthrough. Skill, Demon Hot Springs S rank. An auxiliary class skill that allows the summoner to open a demonic hot spring within 20 meters of themselves, replying to the summoned beast's life value repeat per second equals spirit value 10 and removing negative statuses. The object of the reply can also be a dead summoned beast. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Even though it's a reply skill, it feels powerful. Lin Zhe's eyes were glowing. The value of this skill, when put in front of any healing faction professional, was at a level that would make people drool with envy. However, what excited Linza even more was that the summoning bits had increased by 2 at once. This meant that in addition to the demonic dragon egg, another demon could be summoned. He immediately flipped through his exclusive prop, the Book of Demons, and he directly started with the ones that required a lifespan of 100 years or more. He already had a lifespan of over 200 years anyway, that's how bold he was. But the more lifespans you have, the more you have some selection difficulties instead. Which one to choose? Inferno is equivalent to a berserker, and Hellhound is equivalent to an assassin. Next, shouldn't I pick a mage class? At this time, a demon's icon caught Lindsay's intense attention. It was a female demon with long, flowing hair, an extremely hot body, and with very little fabric on its body. There was a pair of small red horns on its head, a pair of bat wings on its back, and a long barbed whip in its hand. Phantom Queen, lifespan required for contract, 150 years. Description: Phantoms are a race that specializes in the use of control spells, and are a very special existence in the Hell Realm. And the Phantom Queen, as the name suggests, is the leader of the Phantom clan. Lindsay's eyes were glowing. That's you. Just ask, who wouldn't love a species like a Phantom Demon? Not to mention a Phantom Queen. Is it still a man if he doesn't summon it? Please confirm, do you want to sacrifice 150 years of your life to contract the Phantom Queen? Yes, no. Yes. As soon as the words fell, the hexagram summoning formation once again appeared on the ground. Amidst the dazzling light, an enchanting and charming figure appeared. Then, the light disappeared, and the silhouette from the icon just now appeared vividly in front of Lindsay. Only, it was 100 times more beautiful and gorgeous than the illustration. Bright skin, bewitching features, and proud parts. It made Lindsay unable to resist blushing. Occupational talent, demonic affinity has been triggered, Phantom Queen's loyalty automatically reaches 100%. Only to see that the Phantom Queen originally had her feet off the ground and was flying in mid-air. After seeing Lindsay, she immediately took one of Lindsay's hands and knelt down on one knee. Flaming red lips lightly touched the back of Lindsay's hand, while a voice that eclipsed one's soul traveled into Lindsay's ears. My name is Lilith, are you my master? Ah, this. Lindsay scratched his head and laughed. Kneeling on our first meeting makes it weirdly embarrassing, it's better to talk about it later. Summoned beast, Phantom Queen. Race, demon. Branch, Phantom Seed. Rarity, Grade A. Level, 65. Life value, 150,000. Mana, 350,000. Strength, 10,000, Agility, 20,000, Stamina, 15,000, Intelligence, 28,000, Spirit, 35,000. Skill 1, Bitter Lash. Swing the long whip in your hand, inflicting 1 dark attribute damage. Damage value equals spirit value 5 to enemies within range, and an 80% chance of applying a spirit control effect to the enemy, with a control duration of 300 seconds. Skill cooldown 1 second. Skill 2, Magic of Love. Sends out a love heart that applies a charm effect to enemies within range, causing them to only attack friendly targets. Duration 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Talent, Spiritual Fortress. Plus 90% self-resistance to control spells. Equipment, Long Whip of Bitterness, much less fabric. Good lord, another boss-level summoned beast. Lindsay looked at the attribute description and exclaimed. Intelligence and spirit are both so high, and they perfectly make up for the shortcomings of the Inferno demon. Lindsay felt that his demon army was gradually taking shape. Right, there's one last thing, the lottery. Immediately, he opened the lottery page. Did you consume your lifespan to gain a luck bonus? Consume 10 years of lifespan, this raffle will win an A rank or above prize. Consume 100 years of lifespan, this raffle will win an S rank prize. Choose to consume 10 years. The raffle words began to scroll up, then slowly came to a stop. Congratulations on drawing the skill, Wheel of Fortune Grade A. Skill, Wheel of Fortune. Spin the wheel to apply 1 negative effect to the target object, including but not limited to freezing, blindness, sleep, poisoning, instant death, etc. Expand for details. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Lindsay rested his chin in one hand. It's not an attack skill, but it feels like fun. And it's just right for the Phantom Queen. Immediately, he handed her the skill book. Lilith thanks Master for feeding her. The Phantom Queen lowered her eyebrows and smiled in a charming manner. Just then, Linza suddenly remembered something. Strange, it's supposed to automatically teleport out after fighting the final boss? How come it's been so long and there's still no notification? It can't be. Again. Thinking of this, Lindsay immediately checked his equipment bar, only to see the cursed gemstone necklace and the fallen gemstone ring flashing at the same time. Good lord, my luck is too good, isn't it? Looking up, he then realized that the sky was already covered in dark clouds, and all of them were gathering towards the camp. At this moment, a message finally came from the copy. The copy has entered nightmare mode, and cannot be exited before passing. Ding! You have a new mission, clear this copy of nightmare mode. Reward, 1 system draw. Chapter 33 Chi Yuing is shy, Phantom Queen is bad. The time went back to 10 minutes ago. In the camp, everyone was shocked after watching Lindsay's summoned beast hammer the boss to death. In the crowd, the 2 men in black cloaks and white masks were also very surprised, and they whispered. That kid really did hide his strength. There's no way he's only level 20, no wonder he sent us to assassinate him. But now it seems that even the 2 of us may not be able to deal with him. Looks like it's time for us to make a sacrifice. Really? Want to do this? Why, are you afraid? No, after all, our death is not the end, but a new life. Then, one of them pulled out a badge encrusted with a red gemstone and placed it in the palm of his hand. By my blood, call upon thy name. All for the glory of the undead clan. The 2 shouted in unison. In the next second, both of them simultaneously slit the arteries on their wrists and dripped their blood onto the red gem. The gem, which instantly seemed to come to life, began to greedily absorb the 2 men's blood. When the others in the camp reacted, they only saw 2 corpses lying on the ground that had been drained of blood, as well as a red gemstone badge floating in mid-air. That gemstone was reflecting an ominous red light. Then, the sky suddenly changed, and a large swath of black clouds began to gather over the camp. And the surrounding of that badge began to gradually take shape, and eventually, a skeleton knight riding a skeleton warhorse appeared. Both the warhorse and the knight were covered in armor, and the knight also held a guan sword, appearing domineering. Boss Undead General. Race, Undead Unrated. Level, 56. Blood, 250,000. Skill, Breaking Slash. At the same time, everyone received a reminder, this copy has entered nightmare mode, and cannot be exited until it is cleared. Undead? Level 56? Nightmare mode? Where would the crowd have thought that there would be this kind of surprise in this copy? They immediately scattered in panic and ran away. Some immediately used their city return scrolls and realized that they were ineffective. What's the point of panicking? Calm down. In the crowd, Chi Yuying's shout eased everyone's emotions slightly. However, in the next second, they only saw dense white bone arms begin to protrude from the land, grabbing at the legs of the crowd. The professionals immediately used their respective skills to counterattack, but those white bone arms were like weeds that couldn't be burned out, constantly regenerating. And from one arm, another arm could regenerate, just like branching out. At once, many people were firmly caught. On Chi Yuying's side, she could only see her waving the big sword in her hand, cutting off all the white bones in the circle around her. However, some more arms grew directly out from underneath her feet, grabbing her 2 calves under her short skirt. Then, those arms kept growing upwards like vines, quickly binding Chi Yuying's entire body. Well. Chi Yuying let out a muffled moan, trying to sell her strength to break free, but to no avail. At the same time, almost the entire camp's professionals were tackled by the white bones. Only to see that skeleton knight standing proudly in the center of the crowd, letting out a cold and pale voice, humble human race, but they are all just sacrifices. Then, the ruby badge he wore on his chest was seen to start glowing, and blood flowed out of many people's mouths, eyes, and noses, then floated over towards the gemstone, drawing a line of red blood in the air. Ah! People let out horrified screams. Chi Yuying's eyes also revealed a rare panic when she saw this sight. She had obviously been called the proud daughter of heaven since she was a child, envied and admired by 10,000 people, but she never thought that she would fall here. Am I going to die here? And also die in such an unexplained manner. This was the first time in her life that she tasted despair. Wait. She suddenly thought of someone. Right, that boy, if it's him, he might be able to save us. Just then, a voice rang in her ears. I've only been gone for a while, how come this place has become like this? Chi Yuying looked around at the voice, and it was none other than the teenager in black light armor. Behind him, followed by a huge magical beast and 10 black canine-type monsters. And in mid-air, there was an additional beautiful imperial sister that he hadn't seen earlier. A light of hope flashed in Chi Yuying's eyes. Quick, come help! Chi Yuying immediately shouted, but her tone still had the customary commanding tone. Lin Zhe, on the other hand, said nonchalantly, Yo, isn't this Miss Chi? Haven't seen you for a few minutes, why are you so pulled? Didn't you just say that I came to add to the chaos? Why are you asking me to help now? You! Chi Yuying was instantly choked. After a few seconds passed, she squeezed a few words out of her mouth. It was my fault just now I hope you can help me. If it wasn't for the fact that she knew that her life was in danger, she was afraid that it would be difficult for her to say such words of bowing her head and admitting her mistake in her life. Lin Zhe had a bad smile on his face. Then tell me, where are you wrong? I. Chi Yuying's face was immediately colored with a blush. The older uncles beside her heard this and shouted angrily, You brat, don't go too far. Other Miss Chi has clearly given you a step down. Oh? Lin Zhe smiled and said, Then forget it, I never force people to do anything. After saying that, he was about to turn around and leave. Wait! Chi Yuying immediately shouted, I said. I shouldn't have looked down on you just because of your rank, and said that you were going to cause trouble for everyone. I'm sorry. Towards the end, a pretty face had also turned red like a ripe apple. Especially when paired with the 5 flowers tied all over his body, it was even more humiliating. Ha, it's okay, you're forgiven. Lin Zhe smiled, but I originally came here to fight the boss, I'll fight even if you don't say so. You! Chi Yuying was too ashamed and angry to speak. If it wasn't for the fact that her entire body was bound, she would have wanted to find a rock and crash it to death. However, she saw that Lin Zhe no longer paid any attention to her and walked straight towards the skeletal knight. White bone arms immediately grew out of the ground and tried to grab him, but they were directly burned into ashes by the lava domain. When that skeleton knight saw this, he snorted coldly, You human race are a bit more powerful than them, and are qualified to let me personally take action. Lin Zhe directly disliked, No, you're not qualified to let me personally do it. Looks like I was wrong about you, just a cocky little kid. Ghostly green flames emerged from the skeleton knight's eyes, I'll let you eat your lesson now. After saying that, he pulled the reins of his horse with one hand and raised his guan sword with the other, charging towards Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe thought to himself, Nonsense, I'm a summoner, of course I'm not going to do it myself. Then he asked the mid-air Phantom Queen, Lilith, Are you sure about being the main C this time? The Phantom Queen flirtatiously glanced at the skeleton knight and guffawed, Master is joking, this level of goods, if you don't kill them in more than 3 minutes, their bodies are at your disposal. Lin Zhe stuttered, Then why don't you slow down? Master is annoying. Chi Yuying heard this conversation and whispered from the side with a red face, Shameless. Only to see Lilith make a flying kiss gesture towards the skeleton knight, and with a wave of her hand, a pink love heart lightly flew over. Pa! The knight swung the sword in his hand, and the love heart immediately exploded. What kind of carving skill, also dare to bring it to disgrace, present, eyes? Before the words were finished, the knight's thoughts suddenly became blurry. In the next second, that knight raised his guan sword high and unexpectedly slashed towards the skeletal warhorse under his seat. This was the charm effect produced by the charm skill, Love's Magic, which would automatically attack friendly characters. The warhorse let out a long neigh, and its entire head fell to the ground, and then its entire body fell apart in an instant, and the knight also fell directly to the ground. After 10 seconds had passed, the knight party came to its senses. What have you done to me? Looking at his favorite horse's skeleton scattered all over the ground, the knight was furious. However, without waiting for him to react, in the next second, the barbed whip in Lilith's hand had already been delivered. Splat! 165,302. The skeleton knight instantly lost more than half of his blood. What's taking advantage of someone's danger if you have the ability to come down and duel squarely? The knight shouted angrily. At the same time, a guan blade was attached with a ghostly green flame. I didn't expect you, an undead, to be quite disciplined. The Phantom Queen condescended in mid-air. Suddenly, a bright red vertical pupil was revealed in her eyes, and her voice became as cold as ice. This queen is going to beat you up, and she has to discuss with you? The queen's aura made everyone in the room shudder. At the next moment, the skeleton knight even snapped, kneeled on the ground and respectfully said, Yes, queen. Lilith rested her chin on one hand and said lazily, This is more or less the same, reward yourself. Yes, queen. This was precisely the mind control effect produced by the Phantom Queen's skill, Bitter Scourge. It was able to completely manipulate the enemy with the palm of her hand. Then, the knight was seen reversing his kanji and stabbing towards his abdomen. Stay under the sword. The one who shouted this was no other than Lin Zhe. Chapter 34. Don't kowtow, you can give out red envelopes. Stop. Lilith immediately ordered the knight. The blade of the self-cutting was fixed in mid-air. Lin Zhe walked up to the skeleton knight, and even though the other party was kneeling on the ground, he was surprisingly half a head taller than him. However, Lin Zhe wasn't the least bit flustered as he opened his mouth and asked, "Say, what is the purpose of your undead clan? Why are you looking for trouble from my human race 3 times? Lilith ordered, "Answer my master's question truthfully." Yes. The skeleton knight replied, "I am a martial artist who has always followed orders and knows very little. I only know that the undead clan is not willing to be excluded from the fate of the 10,000 clans, and also wants to join amongst the sequence of the 10,000 clans. And many of the human clans, in exchange for the power bestowed by my clan, promised to help my clan revive." When these words came out, the people around them were in an uproar. Lin Zhe continued to ask, "Who are the eyes you have planted amongst the human race? And where are the strongholds? Regarding these, I don't really know." Lilith reminded in Lin Zhe's ear, "Master, if he says he doesn't know under my mental control, then he really doesn't know." Lin Zhe nodded and ordered the skeleton knight, "Alright, I won't delay you from killing yourself, continue." Ordered. Only the knight did not hesitate and stabbed himself directly through his body with his blade. Killed boss undead general, experience plus 40,000, lifespan plus 40,000 days. Obtained loot, 40,000 copper coins, broken long knife, blood gemstone badge. Congratulations on your upgrade. Current level is 23. Ding. You have cleared this copy of Nightmare Mode. Receive a reward, 1 system draw. Having seen the skeleton knight die in such a manner, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Compared to a direct hardcore battle, this way of killing was just too secretive and unpredictable. Even Lin Zhe shuddered 3 times. Luckily, her loyalty to me is 100%, otherwise I wouldn't even know if I got done by her one day. At the same time, those white bone arms bound to the people gradually turned into ashes and drifted away with the wind. At this time, the copy also sent a message. Past Nightmare Mode, the replica is about to close in 60 seconds. Everyone is about to be automatically teleported out of the replica. 60, 59, 58. Only then did people react, they were saved. After 2 seconds of silence passed, people cheered at the same time. It was this young man who saved us. It's amazing, he's obviously only level 20, no, when did he become level 23? Listening to his conversation with that skeleton, are human races being targeted by the undead? Then this young man is even more marvelous, he's simply our hero. People's professions are S-ranked, in fact, I've had my eye on him for a long time. I shucks. The crowd clustered around towards Lin Zhe, just as they had embraced Miss Qi at the beginning. And Qi Yueying stood alone outside the crowd, a blush on her face that hadn't faded since just now. Meanwhile, outside the replica, Camp 4. "Drill, quickly drill for me," a voice urged in a fiery manner. This person was none other than Zhang Qi, the leader of the 4th detachment. A soldier in front of him was holding a drill-like object in his hand, and was drilling vigorously on the portal made of grey mist underneath the Chinese-style pagoda. This prop was called the space drill, and it was specially used to open the door of space. Just now, the Frontier Legion had received the news of the nightmare of the Wild West copy, and all of them were in an uproar. There was a very small probability that the copies on the Frontier battlefield would mutate and enter Nightmare Mode. Not only would the difficulty be greatly increased, but it would also be impossible to teleport normally. Not only would the people inside be unable to teleport out, but the people outside would also be unable to teleport in. It was as if the teleportation door had simply closed. As a result, several times in history when Nightmare Mode appeared, the people in the copies were almost all completely annihilated. However, it had also been more than a decade since the last time it appeared. Therefore, most people had long forgotten that there was still the possibility of this kind of danger. And at this moment, Zhang Qi and the others were precisely trying to use the spatial drill to forcefully drill a pathway and enter the copy to execute a rescue. They also learned that there were a total of 29 people who had entered the replica this time, and 28 of them were all strong individuals who were close to the second stage breakthrough. Even more coincidentally, Qi Yueying, the daughter of the Qi family of the 4 great guilds and known as the Pride of Heaven, also happened to be in there today. If she couldn't survive, it would be a major loss for Tianyu City and even the Great Xia country. And it could also cause very serious social repercussions. Therefore, everyone was at a loss and anxious. Drill, quickly drill for me. Zhang Qi repeated these words. Other than this, he didn't know what to do. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the portal, almost touching the drill, and immediately retreated back. Damn, is this going to kill someone? The people outside the teleportation door were all startled, and the soldier immediately retracted the space drill. Only to see the silhouette reflected on the teleportation door once again, and then walked out. It was none other than the lad who was only level 18 earlier. Zhang Qi and all the soldiers were once again shocked. Only to see Lin Zhe walk out as if nothing had happened, followed by more other professionals. Came out? All came out? Everyone's jaws dropped. Just a moment ago, they were incomparably expecting that nothing must happen to the people inside. However, at this moment, when the people came out in a line, they couldn't believe what their eyes were seeing instead. After freezing for a while, the soldiers reacted and rushed to help the injured people. Zhang Qi was also frozen in place, very incredulous. Could it be that they beat the barrier? At this moment, Qi Yueying followed the end of the crowd and walked out. She had some bruises on her face and legs, her clothes had multiple holes, and she had a forlorn expression on her face. Zhang Qi suddenly seemed to have figured something out. Right, why didn't I think of that? The Qi family's daughter is the one who was known as the proud daughter of heaven. She must have some kind of overpowering strength. She must be the one who led everyone through. He immediately walked forward and said enthusiastically, "Are you all right, Ms. Qi? On behalf of the Legion, I would like to thank you. Is it convenient to sit down and chat for a while? How did you lead everyone through the pass?" When Qi Yuing heard this, her disoriented expression became very surprised, then turned into annoyance. Are you here to humiliate me too? After saying that, she couldn't hold it in any longer and actually cried out with a wow sound, covering her face as she ran out. Miss Qi. Zhang Qi looked at her distant back and was simply dumbfounded. Right at this moment, the crowd beside him erupted in cheers and applause again. Zhang Qi sniffed and looked over, only to see the crowd embracing the youngster, giving out all sorts of compliments and thanks. "Thank you, young man, if it wasn't for you, I would have been accounted for here today. Fantastic, you're our hero. Yes, I have an 80-year-old mother on top and a 3-year-old child underneath, why don't I kowtow to you?" "You're welcome." Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed into 2 crescent moons, immediately took out his cell phone QR code. "Kowtowing is exempted, you can send red envelopes." Some people instantly stopped making out. And Zhang Qi looked at the scene in front of him and made a black question mark face that was so standard that it couldn't be standardized anymore. What in the world is the situation with this Tama? Please add bookshelves, ask for favorable comments, and ask for free small gifts. Chapter 35, Don't Dare to Forget in a Crisis. After the military statistics, the accident resulted in 2 deaths, and the remaining 27 people all survived and only suffered some minor injuries. It took about half an hour for the military to ask people about the specifics. In the end, Zhang Qi finally believed that it was Lin Zhe who had rescued everyone and had crossed over to exterminate a level 56 big boss. Not only that, it seemed to have directly implicated a plot that concerned the safety of the human race. Thanks to him, it was this kid that he despised the most in the beginning. Zhang Qi slapped himself in the face and cursed himself. "I told you to judge people by their appearance." At this moment, Zhang Qi said to Lin Zhe with a naive smile on his face, "Little brother Lin, thank you for your bravery today. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable. Also, bring me your monitor, I'll exchange it for honor points for you." Lin Zhe handed over the detector. Only Zhang Qi placed the detector in his system interface, and after reading it, Lin Zhe's honor points were displayed on the computer screen. 1,086 points. What? So many? Zhang Qi and the soldiers around him were shocked. Generally speaking, the amount of honor points that could be gained from beating this kind of level 40 copy once was around 200 points. Lin Zhe had come for the first time today, and after fighting 2 copies, he had directly worked his way up to over 1,000. Seeing the surprised expressions of the crowd, Lin Zhe asked, "Is there any use for this honor point?" You still don't know? Zhang Qi explained, "It can be exchanged for items at the Legion's Honor Mall, just download one of our apps." Okay. Lin Zhe smiled and nodded, "Then if there's nothing else, I'll go back first." Wait. Zhang Qi immediately called out to him. "Little brother Lin, there's another important matter. Just now, we were notified that Lei Jinyu Lei City Lord wants to receive you. Tianyu City Lord, Lei Jinyu, who is known as the God of Thunder. This time, it was Lin Zhe's turn to be surprised. Precisely. When? Right now. Zhang Qi laughed cheerfully and immediately pulled out an item from his props bar. With a flash of golden light, a fierce tiger with wings appeared before his eyes. Ow! The tiger let out a long whine, attracting crowds of spectators. Zhang Qi directly wrote on it. A flying riding pet? Lin Zhe's eyes widened. Riding pets were generally expensive, and flying riding pets were even harder to find. Don't envy me, this isn't mine, it's the one that the Legion assigns to each captain. Zhang Qi could see Lin Zhe's mind. Hurry up and come up. Only then did Lin Zhe react and climbed onto the tiger's back, sitting behind Zhang Qi. In the next second, the flying tiger flapped a pair of huge feathered wings, fanning the air around it with a hunting sound. Amidst the incomparably envious gazes of the bystanders, Lin Zhe and Zhang Qi flew towards the sky. The flying tiger flew amongst the clouds, and this was the first time Lin Zhe had looked down on the entire Tianyu city from such a perspective. The entire bustling city was in full view, which was a reflection of the great summer kingdom's current strength. However, the grey mist shrouding the edges of the city made one's heart stutter. Recalling that the undead clan was plotting to invade the human race, Lin Zhe couldn't help but ponder a question. Was the current prosperity really as stable as most people thought? Just as he was thinking, the flying tiger had stopped on the lawn in front of a building. On the plaque of the building were the words City Lord's Mansion. The two of them jumped off the riding pet, and Lin Zhe followed Zhang Qi through a corridor that was heavily guarded by soldiers. Lin Zhe quietly checked the information of these soldiers using the seeing fire as if it were fire skill, and found that they were all strong people who had broken through the third stage. Eventually, the two walked to the room at the end of the corridor. Inside the plainly decorated room, a broad and upright back stood in the middle. Zhang Qi reported respectfully, "City Lord Lei, Lin Zhe has arrived." The man turned around, only to see that he was approximately in his 50s, with slightly disheveled hair and a dense beard, resembling a domineering lion king. His body was extremely tall and robust, and even though he was wearing a military uniform, he still revealed well-developed muscle lines. What was even more terrifying was the powerful aura that emanated from his body, something that Lin Zhe had not possessed from any of the experts and bosses that he had seen in the past few days. Lin Zhe used insight into fire to check it out, only to find that the information displayed was all question marks. When Lei Zhenyu saw the teenager who had entered the room, he looked him up and down. "Oh? You're Lin Zhe?" Only to see him take 2 steps in front of Lin Zhe, a large hand snapping on Lin Zhe's shoulder. "Hello, Lei City Lord." Lin Zhe greeted politely. "Ah." Seeing this state of affairs, Zhang Qi on the side couldn't help but let out an exclamation. "Eh? What's wrong?" Lin Zhe was puzzled. In the next second, Lei Zhenyu let out a cheerful laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha, this palm of mine just now, I quite used some force. If it was anyone else, I'm afraid that they would have already knelt down on the ground, but you're unharmed. It is said that since ancient times, heroes come out of youths. It seems to be true." It turned out that the simple shoulder patting action just now was actually a test of strength. Luckily, his attributes were so high that he didn't even notice it, or else he would have been humiliated. Lin Zhe laughed awkwardly. Lei City Lord's way of greeting is really special. "Here, take it." Lei City Lord threw Lin Zhe an object. Lin Zhe took it and saw that it was a shining silver medal that read, "Honorary Citizen of Dasha Platinum Medal." "Earlier, I heard that Su Jianxin was going to give you a silver medal. This time I'm directly upgrading you to a platinum one. Honorable Citizen of Dasha Platinum Medal. Quality, S grade, type, title. Equipment limit, unlimited. Effect, full attribute plus 1000, defense plus 2000. Description, thank you for your outstanding contribution to the city Dasha." Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. This attribute, bullish. "Thank you, City Lord." "No need to thank you, you deserve this medal. If you want to thank me, it should be me who thanks you. Alright, sit down and get down to business." After saying that, Lei Zhenyu directly sat his butt on the countertop of his desk. Lin Zhe also found a chair and sat down. Only to see Lei Zhenyu put away his smile. "I've already heard about the undead race, and there's been some progress in the investigation on Su Jianxin's side. The reason why your trial copies went wrong a few days ago was precisely because there was already a senior member of the education committee who had secretly defected to the undead race and tampered with your copies. They've been apprehended now. And the reason why the Forbidden Forest copy went wrong is also because there was a traitor in the Chu clan, and we're letting the Chu Zhonghun kid line up the investigation. I still have one more question to ask you. Lei Jianyu's sharp gaze looked straight at Lin Zhe. You defeated the undead clan 3 times, did they leave any key clues? Lin Zhe instantly thought of the 3 evil gemstone ornaments, which he had never revealed to anyone before. However, now that it had come to this, there was no need to hide it, so he told Lei Jianyu the ins and outs of all 3 items. After pondering for a moment, Lei Jianyu said, "It seems that they used this evil gemstone to summon the undead, and there are still 2 left. In that case, these 3 items were originally your trophies, so keep them for yourself. However, I'm going to ask you to continue searching for the remaining 2, and you're likely to be approached by them as well. Are you afraid of that?" Lin Zhe smiled confidently. "Whoever is afraid is a grandson." Ha 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 ha, your kid really has the demeanor I had back then. Lei Jianyu once again erupted into a boisterous laugh. "Don't worry, I'll also send someone to secretly protect you." Lin Zhe secretly thought, there's really no need actually. Of course, I can't let you be the bait for nothing. I'm going to let you join our army's special operations team and seal you with the rank of major. Special operations team? Lin Zhe had never heard of this name before. As the name suggests, it's an exclusive team that deals with some hidden matters. Lin Zhe was a bit guilty. "Thank you, City Lord, but I still want to continue to the university and further my education." Haha, curbing arrogance, you have a high level of ideological awareness. I really didn't look at the wrong person. Lei Jianyu nodded approvingly. "But there's no harm in it. This position and rank are given to you first. I'll occasionally send out some missions to you. It won't delay you from going to school." "Good," Lin Zhe promised. "Since it's all been said to this point, then I'll be respectful. Right, City Lord Lei, I also have a question I want to ask." "You speak." "Is our Tianyu city, and even the entire Grand Xia, really as tranquil and peaceful as the common people think?" A brief look of surprise appeared on Lei Jianyu's face before he said with a straight face, "I didn't realize that at your young age, you're already thinking about this kind of level?" He mused for a moment and said, "Since you can ask this question, I think you actually already have an answer. Ever since the human race awakened to their profession, there has never been a day when my Grand Xia was not in the midst of a crisis of invasion by all races. Not only that, but the White-Headed Eagle Kingdom, Sakura Kingdom, Gary Kingdom, and other countries that are also of the same human race are always eyeing my Grand Xia. The reason why the people are able to live and work in peace and contentment nowadays is precisely because there are countries and armies protecting everyone in the shadows." "Young man." Lei Jianyu's eyes were filled with hope as he looked towards Lin Zhe. "Don't dare to forget in times of danger, my generation should be self-reliant." Lin Zhe's blood instantly surged and he stood up and gave a salute. "My generation will not dishonor our mission." "Ha, let's not talk about this for now." Lei Jianyu's face regained its ease and said, "There's one last thing. Next week is the Western Rising Star competition. You're not only representing the 3rd middle school this time, but you're also going to fight as a member of Tianyu City. The venue for this tournament is in Tianqing City, so prepare yourself in advance. We lost to Tianqing City and South Cloud City in the previous 2 years. This year, we're striving to win back. Let me also see Old Evil Phone and Old Devil Yun suffer defeat." "Old Evil Phone? Old Devil Yun?" Lin Zhe secretly thought, could it be the city lords of Tianqing City and South Cloud City, Feng Yuan and Yun Tianxiang? He only heard Lei Jianyu continue, "Right, this is for you." After saying that, he once again threw Lin Zhe an item. Lin Zhe took it in his hand and saw that it was a long sword. Chapter 36 City Lord's Gift and Qi Yueying's Gift. Lin Zhe checked the information on that sword. Blade of the Vault. Quality, S-grade, type, weapon. Equipment limit, unlimited. Effect, strength plus 500, intelligence plus 1000, spirit plus 1000. Skill, Vault of Lightning. Capable of instantly shifting to any location within 20 meters, inflicting 1 lightning attribute damage when reappearing. Damage value equals intelligence value plus spirit value, cooldown time 60 seconds. S rank? A 3 system bonus? It also comes with an instantaneous flash skill? Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. Lei Jianyu recalled, "This was still a reward given to me by the old city lord after I took first place in the Rising Star contest back when I was your age. Now, I'm passing it on to you in the same capacity as a city lord, wishing you flagrant victory and prosperous martial fortune." After bidding farewell to the city lord, it was nighttime when Lin Zhe returned home. Today was another rewarding day. Not only did he break through rank 1 and summon the Phantom Queen, he also got a ton of loot, as well as the vaulted blade from the city lord. Another thing was the undead's 3rd gemstone trinket. Blood gemstone badge set 1-5. Quality, grade A. Type, jewelry. Effects, plus 1000 constitution, casts a bleeding effect on the wearer, automatically causes a hemorrhage every 10 seconds, losing 10% of life value. Set effect, 5-piece set? Still a big negative effect. However, Linza was directly immune to it, so he immediately equipped it. Looking at the equipment bar where the set was already 3-5, Linza was getting more and more excited to see what an effect would be when he set all 5 pieces of this set. By the way, there's still one more chance to draw. This was the one chance he had gotten from defeating the skeleton knight in the morning. Lindsay immediately called up the lottery page. Did you consume your lifespan to gain a luck bonus? If you consume 10 years of lifespan, you will win an A rank or higher prize in this lucky draw. If you consume 100 years of lifespan, you will win an S rank prize in this lucky draw. Looking at his 187 years of lifespan, he especially wanted to throw away 100 years once. But thinking it was better to play it safe, he once again chose to consume 10 years. The words began to rotate and then slowly stopped. Congratulations on drawing the talent, Time Management Master S rank. Out of S rank? Lindsay was ecstatic. Luckily, he hadn't impulsively thrown 100 years in just now, and he hadn't expected to rely on 10 years to make a big difference in a small way. But what does this talent mean? Why does it sound like it feels like hearts are yellow? Talent, Master of Time Management. When you encounter learning, forging, refining, and various other events that require the consumption of time to complete, you can trigger this talent and choose whether or not to consume your lifespan in order to complete that thing directly. Lindsay read it over and over a few times, and probably understood the meaning of this talent. He immediately pulled out a high math textbook from the bookcase and shouted into the air, "System, trigger the talent for me." Trigger talent, Time Management Master. Do you consume your lifespan to learn this book? Yes, no. Indeed. However, he decisively chose no. Nonsense, who wants to consume their lifespan to learn math? And learning math itself is quite life-reducing. Right at this moment, the phone suddenly rang. The caller was surprisingly Police Chief Su Jianxin. Chief Su? Lindsay picked up the phone. What do you want to see me about? Just call me Officer Su. The person on the other end of the phone said, "You kid, you're awesome. I heard that you've been received by the God of Thunder, and you've even become a major? Chance and coincidence only. Right. There is one more thing." Su Jianxin's tone suddenly became somewhat unnatural. "I want to thank you for taking care of my daughter today." Your daughter? Lindsay was baffled. Who? He hadn't met anyone with the surname Su today, either. Oh, my daughter's name is Chi Yueying. Ah, this. Lindsay was shocked, even more confused. "Officer Su, how did your daughter get the surname?" I have a son and a daughter, both of them follow their mother's last name. After all, the Chi family is one of the 4 major guilds of well-known families. Back then I was considered to be a member of her family. Unexpectedly, Officer Su was still a backwards family. Only to hear the other end of the phone continued, "Hey, the children's mother left early. I usually work and busy, resulting in the moon shadow. She grew up lack of guidance, a girl's family temperament so rigid, arrogant. If you have offended you today, please forgive me." It turned out that Officer Su's wife was no longer alive. She didn't offend me much, instead. Lindsay remembered that humiliation to Chi Yuing today. Not only did he see her humiliated appearance of being tied up with 5 flowers, but he also had her wagging her tail and begging for mercy. Although it's still a bit of a secret pleasure now that I think about it, right, but if Su Jianxin knew about it, how embarrassing would it have to be? But fortunately with Chi Yueying, that girl's character, she definitely wouldn't tell her dad such a thing. Thinking of this, Lindsay quickly stopped. It's fine, it's fine. Su Jianxin, this daughter of mine usually has a very high heart, and seeing a strong person like you today has taught her a lesson. I'll have her personally come to thank you later. Right at this moment, only a young girl's voice came from the other end of the phone. Dad. Who told you to call him to say that? I'm not going to thank that guy for anything. You stubborn girl, do as you're told. The sound of a father and daughter arguing came from the other end of the phone, and then the phone was hung up. Lindsay. After a few minutes, Lindsay was about to wash up when he suddenly received an email alert. Opening it, he looked. From Chi Yuing. Content, thanks for today. There were only 4 words in the main text, and it felt reluctant. Lindsay didn't pay attention to it, but he realized that there was an item attached to the mail. Opening it up, he found that it was a book called The Turtle Breath Technique. Lindsay was dumbfounded. What's this for? It's not like he's taking this book to secretly scold me for being a turtle, right? He took the book out of the interface and placed it on his hand to watch. Just by looking at the appearance, it was just a mediocre and even somewhat old book. Opening the first page, a card fell out. On it, it was written in a rigid and soft brush stroke, "This book is an ancient martial art of Dacia, and may be useful to you." Then there was a small line below it, "But you most likely won't be able to learn it. Lindsay, good fellow, giving a gift is giving a gift, and you still have to make a derogatory remark about me, don't you?" He had heard before that this sword blade guild dominated by the Chi family, the professionals within it would also be practicing the Dacia ancient martial arts. The Dacia ancient martial arts was the collective name for a series of martial arts that people had practiced long before the advent of the professions. However, at that time, it was basically only used to strengthen the body, and after the concept of professional awakening, many people suggested that ancient martial arts had a beneficial effect on attribute enhancement. Lindsay opened the preface of this turtle breath technique and roughly understood that this book was mainly used to prolong life. It looked like Chi Yueying had sent him a book that was the right remedy for his condition after learning that his profession required a lifespan sacrifice. I didn't expect this girl to be quite meticulous. However, ancient martial arts were different from skill books for professionals, where skill books were instantly grasped and the skill would be released in the next second. Ancient martial arts had to be practiced slowly. This is the biggest point of contention about Guwu today. Many people feel that it serves no purpose, that it is metaphysical or psychological comfort. And practicing ancient martial arts in the people also mixed, like the last encounter that the Fuhu Guild of Junior Lutingting is borrowed in the name of ancient martial arts when the rubbing of the net read. Trigger talent, time management master, does it consume lifespan to learn this book? You can pause at any time in the middle, yes, no. However, it was different for Lindsay. With this talent, ancient martial arts could also be acquired instantly. Lindsay immediately chose yes. You are learning the turtle breath technique. You've consumed 1 year of your time, and you're at the beginning of the path. You've spent another 5 years, and you've made some progress. You have consumed another 12 years, and have achieved great success. You have consumed another 15 years, and have reached the ultimate entrance. You have consumed another 21 years, mastering the turtle breath technique to its fullest, reaching the level of a grandmaster, and being able to meditate and prolong your life even when you sleep. The moment he exited the interface, the entire contents of the turtle breath technique were all topographically printed in his mind, the kind that could not be removed even by picking at it. It only felt like a stream of chi was transported from the lower abdomen to the entire body, and then discharged from both ears. At once, he felt that his body was unclogged, his sea of consciousness was clear, and he was free and clear in every breath. Moreover, the remaining time of the lifespan system was going up, plus 1 day, plus 1 day, plus 1 day. Good guy, it took 54 years to learn a single technique, good thing I finally learned it, no loss. Not only did he learn it, but he also entered the highest realm, and as long as he performed the attunement, his lifespan would go up by 1 day per minute. It was equivalent to hanging on to increase one's lifespan. Chapter 37 Dragon Egg Hatching, suddenly having a female subordinate. That night, Lindsay supplemented his turtle breath technique to fall asleep. When he woke up the next day, he only felt that his body was soothed, and he didn't have that feeling of not being able to get out of bed before at all. And in one night, he had increased his lifespan by more than 500 days. At this rate, it would only take less than 2 months to earn back the life expectancy spent, and it would be all profit in the future. Moreover, he realized that even his physical and spiritual attributes had increased by 5 points each. This confirms that the great summer ancient martial arts are indeed useful for professionals, it's just that most people learn it too slowly and the results are too small. There was still a week to go before he had to go to Tianqing City to participate in the competition, but for the rest of the time, he didn't intend to work as hard as he had been doing in the past few days. It was better to take a break for a while. Besides, he was now level 23, which was more than enough to participate in the Rising Star contest. The first thing he did was look for Wang Hao to go out, and when Wang Hao saw that Lindsay was finally willing to come out, he hurriedly treated him to a seafood dinner. When they met, Wang Hao said he was level 10 and was quite proud of himself. As a result, when he saw that Lindsay had already broken through the ranks and was level 23, he was dumbfounded. It was important to realize that the higher the level, the higher the experience value required, and many people didn't necessarily break through one rank in a few months. In addition, Lindsay was also going to make a trip to a replica, but this time it wasn't for the sake of upgrading, but rather he wanted to do an experiment. He had looked up some guides on the internet, and specifically chose a copy called The Valley of Ashes. It was a replica that focused on volcanoes and lava landscapes, and the people to fight in it were the stone people. But Lin Zhe wasn't here to fight monsters. He found a hidden clearing, took out the demonic dragon egg from his props bar, and summoned Inferno. Inferno demon, you said last time that your flames were flames from hell? Lin Zhe asked. That's right. The Inferno demon said with a proud face, authentic hell flames, just like the real thing. Very well, you take the fire and incubate this egg. The Inferno demon bent down and stared at the dragon egg. A demonic dragon's egg? Oh. You recognize it? Inferno demon nodded. When the demon race was still thriving, it is true that this particular species of demon dragon was seen. But that was just a bastardization of the demon and dragon races, and couldn't enter the eyes of our purebred demons. And you're still proud of it? Lin Zhe spat. Did I ask for your opinion? He realized that this Inferno demon was a noble blood theory advocate, and was quite pedantic at times. Subordinate knows my mistake. The Inferno demon obediently admitted his mistake. Cut the crap and spray me with fire. Lin Zhe ordered. The Inferno demon immediately cast its skill, only to see the blazing Inferno fire cover the entirety of the dragon egg. Lin Zhe waited for the changes, but in his heart, he was also a little apprehensive. I don't know if this method is feasible, it won't directly turn into a roasted dragon egg, right? Lin Zhe was also not idle, calling out the hellhound to observe the situation from the side. He himself closed his eyes and meditated to practice the turtle breath skill. After about half an hour, the hellhound barked. Lin Zhe opened his eyes and realized that the egg was slightly moving in the flames. Lin Zhe was delighted. Looks like my guess was right. Last time, Shu Yuyu said that dragons needed to hatch in a suitable environment. The incubation environment for demonic dragons was naturally the Hell Realm, and Lin Zhe had read in the books that the Hell Realm was most often filled with flames and lava. At that moment, a prompt popped up in front of Lin Zhe's eyes. Trigger talent, Master of Time Management. Do you consume your lifespan to directly hatch demonic dragon eggs? Yes, no. Lin Zhe chose yes. Then, he saw the flames in the area of the dragon's egg jumping wildly as if they had increased their speed. You have consumed 12 years to complete the hatching of the demonic dragon egg. Good lord, hatching an egg took 12 years, thanks to me having this talent, or else who would have the patience to wait for it for 12 years? However, a crack appeared on the surface of that dragon egg at some point, and then, the cracks became more and more numerous. Suddenly, with a pop sound, a hole broke open at the top of the egg. A black and unattractive head stretched out, not much different from a lizard, with blinking eyes and an eggshell on top of its head, which was quite cute. Then, the little black and colorful lizard broke free from the egg, and a pair of small wings on its back gradually spread out from its crumpled state, and then directly flew up. Squeak! The little dragon let out a childish cry. Ding! You have hatched the demon dragon, completing step 1 of the long-term quest, obtaining 1 system draw. Step 2 of the long quest, breed the dragon to adulthood, reward 1 system draw. Final reward? Not bad, not bad. Lin Zhe was quite satisfied. At the same time, the little dragon let out a calling sound and flew towards Lin Zhe. Then it madly rubbed up against Lin Zhe's face. How can a hallowed demonic dragon be so cute? What a shame. But while his mouth didn't want it, his body was honest, and he directly held the little dragon in his arms. Has automatically recognized its owner. This contract does not require a lifespan sacrifice. Occupational talent, demon affinity has been triggered. The loyalty of the demon dragon automatically reaches 100%. It actually doesn't need to be sacrificed directly? Lin Zhe looked at the little dragon in his hand. What a great big kid, it didn't let me down for working so hard to hatch you. Summoned beast, demon dragon hatchling. Race, demon, dragon. Branch, special species. Rarity, S-class. Rank, 1. Life value, 8,000. Mana, 10,000. Strength, 800, Agility, 800, Stamina, 800, Intelligence, 1,200, Spirit, 1,000. Skill, Thunderball. Inflicts 1 lightning attribute damage to 1 target, damage value equals intelligence value 5. Talent 1, Elemental Immunity. Immunity to all elemental attribute damage by 90% damage. Talent 2, Dark Immunity. Completely immune to all dark attribute damage. Although it's only level 1, this attribute value is already 10 times that of a normal person. There are also 2 magic immunity talents, it's 2 invincible. Lin Zhe was already looking forward to how powerful it would be when it grew up. Alright, it's time to go back and pack up, we're going to Tianqing City early tomorrow morning. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Zhe suddenly sensed a hint of something wrong, as if there was a pair of eyes secretly observing him. Dogs, go! Instantly, 10 hellhounds catapulted out in one direction like a bow and arrow off the string. Wait, Major Lin. In the center, surrounded by the hellhounds, a woman's voice rang out, sounding somewhat cold and wooden. Then, a slim figure lifted from her stealthy state. It was only that she was wearing a black one-piece leotard, the material of which was smooth gelatin. The lower half of her face also wore a black adamantium fong mask, revealing a pair of beautiful but lifeless eyes. What are you? Lin Zhe asked. The woman removed the mask, revealing a face that was clean-cut but still expressionless. She pulled out an identity nameplate and slowly said, I'm Han Chi, a member of the Great Summer Special Operations Team, and I was sent by Lei City Lord to secretly protect you. The voice that spoke also had no ripples, and the entire person felt like an AI. Name, Han Chi. Profession, Shadow Assassin A rank. Level, 46 second rank. Lin Zhe then remembered that a few days ago, Lei City Lord did say that he would send someone to protect him, and he didn't expect it to be quite efficient. He immediately told the dogs to back off and said, It's me who misunderstood you, but do I look like I need protection? Han Chi's eyes were empty, found out. But I must continue with my mission. Anyone ever said you look like a robot? Lin Zhe finally couldn't help but say what he felt in his heart. Han Chi, they say it's called the facepalm attribute. Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe shook his head, forget it, I guess I can't persuade you, you can follow if you want to. Han Chi, yes, Major Lin. Right, in the future, don't always be Major, I don't want to be too publicized. Okay, Major Lin. I know, Major Lin. At the same time, in a certain mansion villa on the outskirts of the city, some mysterious people wearing black cloaks and white masks on their faces were gathered in an office at the end of the corridor. On the desk, a hovering white mask was emitting a voice. Tomorrow is the momentous day that will determine whether or not our undead clan will succeed in reviving. You human races, the first few times you've done things unfavorably. However, once tomorrow becomes a success, you will still be granted immortal life and infinite power. And that little brat who has messed up our plans 3 times, if we destroy him, we will be heavily rewarded. My lord. A group of white masks answered in unison. Chapter 38 Major Lin turns into Major Lin, Phantom Queen turns into a nurse? Early the next morning, Lin Zhe carried a duffel bag and arrived at the designated meeting point, the Tianyu City teleportation station. Due to the fact that the cities were separated from each other by the mists, it was difficult to reach them with traditional transportation and mounted pets. People could only travel intercity through the designated teleportation portal. A hall where quite a few students were already assembled, with the teleportation portal behind them. Class teacher Lilan was also in the crowd. Upon seeing Lin Zhe, Lilan immediately waved, Lin Zhe, here. It's only been a few days since I've seen you, why do I feel like you've changed in appearance? Did you become handsome again? Is that it feels like it's become more mature, and your eyes have become resolute. You can just say that I've gotten older. The two were talking and laughing when a discordant voice broke in. Yo, isn't this Lin Zhe? Meeting early in the morning, what bad luck. Lin Zhe followed the voice, only to see a male son dressed in designer clothes walk in, not someone else, it was Qin Feng. Behind him, there was also Qin Feng's homeroom teacher, also Lin Zhe's grade director, Lu Jiming. Both of them had an expression of bad intentions. Lin Zhe directly disliked them. Oh? Isn't this my defeated general, Qin Feng? What are you doing here, giving me, the number 1, a send-off? Of course I'm here to participate in the Rising Star competition. Qin Feng said with a cocky expression. Didn't expect it, did you? So what if you went through the trouble of taking first place? It's merely a matter of minutes for my dad to use his connections to enroll me. Of course, a lower class like you who kills chickens and fish in the vegetable market can't understand. Upon hearing this, Teacher Li became enraged. Student Qin Feng, how can you talk like that? And the other teachers and students present also frowned. Lu Jiming, who was behind Qin Feng, immediately spoke up. Mr. Li, the students are chatting, we teachers don't need to interrupt, right? And I don't see any problem with what Qin Feng said. It's a good thing to let children see the reality of this society earlier, lest they still live in a dream all day long. While saying this, he also revealed a greasy and nasty smile. Teacher Lu Yu. Lilan was immediately choked, and could only smack herself for her stupid mouth. Alright, I have a tight schedule, so I won't waste time with you idlers, let's go. Xin Feng said with a condescending expression and glanced at Lin Zhe once again with contempt. After that, he led Lu towards the teleportation portal ahead. However, right at this moment, a cloud of black gas suddenly burst above Qin and Lu. A woman in a black one-piece leotard descended from the sky and quickly bullied her way to the front of the two of them like a shadow. In the next second, two shiny daggers were already on their necks. Seeing this formation, everyone in the room was startled. Qin Feng and Lu Jiming were even frightened. How did this woman in black suddenly appear from the sky? Could it be that she had been ambushed here all along, only that no one had noticed? You, what are you? With the dagger against his neck, Qin Feng instantly lost his arrogant demeanor from earlier. You, what are you doing in public, what are you doing? Lu Jiming was also so scared that even his voice changed. When the crowd checked, it was actually a level 46, or an A-class occupation. However, I heard the woman in black staring at the two of them with godless eyes, and said in a cold tone, you two, who spoke out against Lin Xiao, can be directly erased. The moment these words came out, everyone present was startled again. Lin Xiao? Said Lin Zhe? Qin Feng and Lu Jiming were even more astonished. Didn't Lin Zhe grow up in the slums? Could it be that he had actually hidden his identity? Judging by the fact that he could hire such a high-level assassin, his identity couldn't be low. Only Lin Zhe himself knew. Han Shi wanted to say Major Lin, but in the middle of saying it, he remembered that he was not allowed to disclose his identity, so he swallowed the word school. However, he did not know that at this time, the others had already begun to automatically brainstorm his identity. Among them, Lu Jiming's reaction was the fastest, and he hurriedly apologized with a playful smile. Lin Zhe, don't use force, everything is negotiable. Previously, I didn't know your identity, so please be magnanimous and forgive us. Qin Feng also immediately took advantage of the situation. Yes, Lin Zhe, I misunderstood you before, I didn't realize that you were still hiding quite deeply. In the future, the two of us can call ourselves brothers and sisters and eat and drink together. Han Shi stared blankly at Lin Zhe. What do you think, how should I handle this? Lin Zhe thought to himself, what else can I do? I can't really kill them in public, right? That would only get himself into a whole lot of trouble. So he casually ordered, you see to it, just don't go too far, I'm going to set off first. After saying that, he took Leland, who was still in a state of shock, and took the lead to walk into the portal. Leaving a group of teachers and students in the hall in a daze, this Lin Zhe, is he so overbearing? After coming out of the teleportation station, Lin Zhe officially arrived at Tianqing City. This was the first time he had stepped out of the boundaries of Tianyu City since he had traveled to this world. Tianyu City and Tianqing City were two large cities in the western region of the Great Summer Kingdom. On the surface, they were called brother cities, but secretly, there would be all sorts of rivalries. In particular, competitions like the Rising Star competition were a topic of great concern for both cities every year. There was another city in the western region called South Cloud City, but its location was relatively remote, making it seem more mysterious, and people paid less attention to it. And every year, the Rising Star competition was exactly where the newly awakened professionals of these three cities were brought together to compete against each other and determine the rankings. Lin Zhe was sitting on the bus, and all along the way, he could see advertisements and sponsorships for the Rising Star contest hanging on the street signs, which showed how hot this event was. At this time, Han Shi sent a message, Major Lin, the punishment has been applied to those two people. Lin Zhe, oh? How was the punishment? Han Shi made the two of them strip naked and run naked in the hall, but unfortunately, they were quickly caught by the security guards, so I stealthily left. A photo was then sent. Lin Zhe's mouth twitched, you're a wolf exterminator. He had to say that he was a bit impressed with this Han Shi's brain circuits. Since the tournament didn't start until tomorrow, today the organizers took the teachers and students around the well-known attractions of Tianqing City and ate special snacks. In the evening, everyone happily stayed at the Grand Hotel for free. Lin Zhe laid down on the hotel's big bed and couldn't wait to summon the demon dragon. It was as if an old father who hadn't seen his son for a day. However, as soon as he came out, the little dragon sat on the floor and cried out. Lin Zhe was confused, is he hungry? It's not going to eat milk, is it? The next second, the Phantom Queen was summoned out. Lin Zhe, Lilith, can you feed the little dragon milk? Master hates it. Lilith's little face flushed, I haven't even given birth yet, where would I get milk? Then she made a flirtatious gesture, but I can have one with Master now. Lindsay, let's get down to business first. Phantom Queen, Master doesn't know, our demon clan's cubs don't need to eat milk, they just need to eat meat. Linza pondered, eat meat? Where am I going to get him meat now? Suddenly, he thought of tomorrow's competition and stroked the demonic little dragon's head to comfort him. Good boy, you'll endure it today and eat buffet tomorrow. As if the little dragon understood, he quieted down with tears in his eyes. Right, there's still one lucky draw opportunity that isn't used, hurry up and come draw it. Lindsay immediately opened the lottery page and once again sacrificed the 10-year lifespan guaranteed a rank reward. Congratulations on drawing the talent, Infinite Devouring Grade S. Talent, Infinite Devouring. Devouring any creature with attributes will allow you to inherit 10% of its attribute value. Lindsay was shocked, drawing S rank again, am I possessed by the Emperor of Europe? And this talent is too shameless, right? You can increase your attributes just by eating it. He then turned his gaze to Little Dragon, since you love to eat, let's give you this talent. Little Dragon looked at Lindsay with a pair of big innocent eyes, not yet realizing what an invincible existence he was going to become after today. P.S. Hello everyone, I'm the author herself who has already written 500,000 words and traveled back here. Believe me, this book will get better and better as it goes on, and that's not from me, it's from a lot of readers. Maybe it's a new experience when you see 200,000 words and a new expectation when you see 500,000 words. The later it gets, the more interesting the main lines, branches, and characters will become. And the protagonist is also absolutely all the way cool, all the way to get rewards. There is a very cool spike, there is also a sound battle, and there is also really very terse, very funny. I also hope that you readers will add a bookshelf and catch up more. Chapter 39, Beginning to Kill Indiscriminately. Tianqing City Gymnasium, the location of the Rising Star competition replica. Just walking outside, one could already feel a festival-like atmosphere. Lindsay slowly walked into the venue, only to see that the entire gymnasium was already filled with people. Students, teachers, spectators, and reporters from all walks of life had gathered. There were also 2 large screens set up on both sides of the stadium, which would broadcast the entire battle within the replica. And on the center field of the stadium stood a Chinese-style pagoda that was bigger than anything you'd normally see. It was the entrance to the replica of this competition. In front of the pagoda, dozens of contestants from the 3 cities had already gathered. One by one, all of them were in a spirited manner, and some of them were even wearing luxurious equipment. Obviously all of them were talents that had been carefully cultivated by major schools, clans, and guilds. And when Lindsay walked through the crowd, he immediately attracted quite a few gazes. The first were the participants from Tianyu City. Over the past few days, they had more or less heard about Lindsay's exploits, and yesterday, they had witnessed his assassin teasing a provocateur at the station. Therefore, everyone looked at Lindsay with awe. The contestants from Tianqing City and South Cloud City were a bit different, their information was obviously still a bit backward. Did you guys know? This person is Tianyu City's only S-ranked profession this year, but it's a crap profession. Tianyu City was crushed by Nanyun and Tianqing last year, and they're pulling so much this year? And this Lindsay seems to be close to the Dragonfall Guild's Qianjin, a connected person. Thus, none of these people looked at Lindsay with contempt. Among the crowd, there was another person who was eyeing Lindsay. It was none other than Qin Feng. Just yesterday, he had been forced by Han Qi to run naked in public and had been arrested by the security guards, almost about to go to the police station. Later, he sent someone to investigate carefully and found out that this Lindsay had no background whatsoever. He was just a poor man through and through. Qin Feng exploded with anger in the hotel on the spot, slamming the things in the room to pieces. Thinking about those humiliating images from yesterday, he decided that he must take revenge. Lindsay, just wait and see, I've come with a killer weapon this time. Qin Feng's eyes gradually went cold. Right at this moment, the broadcast of the arena sounded out, quiet in the arena please, our match is about to begin. First of all, welcome the 60 participants from the 3 cities. They are a total of 4 S-class professionals, 24 A-class, and 32 B-class professionals. Loud applause and cheers immediately erupted from both inside and outside the arena. Next, let me explain the rules of this tournament. The copy of the Rising Star competition is a special copy, its map is in the shape of a pyramid with a total of 7 floors. Only a pyramid-shaped map was immediately displayed on the big screen, with the layer below being the largest, and the higher up it went, the smaller it became. Each layer is subdivided into a number of areas, each with different landforms, alien monsters, and bosses. After each participant enters, they will be teleported to a random area on the first floor. You all can fight monsters or PK each other. As long as they win, they will all be counted as points. After reaching a certain amount of points for each layer, you can choose to come to the portal in the center area and climb up to a higher layer. Only the screen showed the point conditions for each layer to enter a higher level, which were 1,000 points, 3,000 points, 5,000 points, 8,000 points, 12,000 points, and 20,000 points. The higher the tier, the more difficult it is, and the higher the score. As a special reminder, all self-consuming items are disabled in the replica. Only the pill bottles and blue bottles distributed by the competition can be used. Finally, we will select the top 3 players of the year based on everyone's scores. And based on the total points, the city with the best score will be selected. By the way, the player who wins the first place will also receive a $1 million prize prepared by the organizing committee. Hearing this amount of prize money, the audience was immediately buzzing, and the players were all ready to go. Now I announce, the competition officially begins. The scene once again erupted with long-lasting applause and cheers. Then, the players began to walk into the portal in turn, and Lindsay followed suit. It was at this moment that a system quest popped up in front of Lindsay's eyes. Ding! You have an optional task to receive. Please choose one of the following options. Option 1, obtain the top 3 places in this tournament. Reward, 1 system lottery draw below A rank rewards. Option 2, winning the first place in this tournament. Reward, 1 system lucky draw guaranteed a rank reward. Option 3, winning the first place in this tournament and reaching the 7th floor. Reward, 2 system draws designated as S rank rewards. You can choose this time? And the reward for this option 3 is obviously much better than the other 2. Whatever, it's it. Lindsay chose the third without the slightest hesitation. Then, with faith, he entered the portal. After a few seconds of time and space transition, Lindsay found himself in the middle of a forest. Welcome to the first level of Area 16, Goblin Forest. Then, uncountable goblins wielding weapons were seen swarming up from all directions. Goblin Warrior, Goblin Archer, Goblin Shaman. Race, Goblin Class F. Level, 5. Life, 1000. Skills, Shun/Evil Bow and Arrow, Increased Totem, etc. Skills, Shun/Evil Bow and Arrow, Increased Totem, etc. Race, Goblin F Class. Facing the rushing goblins, Lindsay said unhurriedly, "It's really been a long time since I've seen monsters of such a low level, they're all a bit rusty." Little dragon, self-help time. Before the words fell, the demon dragon had already appeared in front of him. Ow! The demon dragon was originally so hungry that its eyes were glowing green, and when it saw these goblins running, it was already hallucinating. In front of its eyes, all of them were walking fresh meat delivered to its door. In the next second, a ball of lightning spat out of its mouth and hit a kobold. Damage dealt, 4,998 points. That kobold was directly roasted by the lightning, emitting a mesmerizing aroma. Goo goo! The demon dragon's stomach growled furiously, rushing to pounce on that kobold and feasted on it. Kill Goblin Warrior, experience plus 50, lifespan plus 50 days. Gained match points plus 5. Demonic Dragon devours Kobold Warrior, triggers talent, Infinite Devouring, inherits 10% of its attributes, full attributes plus 5. When the other kobolds saw the demonic dragon eating up their own kind, where could they stand it and immediately launched an attack towards it. Damage, 2, 3, 6 strike, 2. Although the demon dragon was only level 1, its skin was so thick that these attacks were like mosquito bites. However, after being bitten by a mosquito too many times, it would also get angry. Ow! The demon dragon let out a milky howl of rage, followed by a circle formed by lightning spreading out in all directions. The demon dragon has comprehended a new skill, Electricity Circle. Skill, Electricity Circle. Releases a lightning-attributed circle with itself as the center and spreads out continuously, with a maximum diameter of up to 30 meters, dealing damage to enemies along the way equals intelligence 5. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. It actually comprehended the skill on its own. Lindsay was overjoyed. This was the first time his summoned beast had comprehended a skill on its own. Only to see that electric lightning circle kill all the kobolds it encountered along the way. At the same time, the match points quickly rose and had become 536. Your summoned beast demon dragon has been upgraded, current level, level 2. At the same time, the demon dragon began to frantically eat its roasted kobold meal. The attribute values followed suit and rose more than wildly. Summoned beast, demon dragon juvenile. Race, demon, dragon. Branch, special species. Rarity, S-class. Rank, 2. Life, 9,500. Mana, 11,500. Strength, 950, agility, 950, stamina, 950, intelligence, 1350, spirit, 1150. Skills, thunderball, electricity circle. Talent, magic immunity, infinite eating. Only one level up and so many attributes had grown. Unfortunately, after the little dragon ate more than 30 roasted kobolds to rise to level 3, he couldn't eat anymore and started to doze off in place. After all, it was still a baby and didn't have that much energy. Otherwise, there was no telling what numerical value monster it would become. Chapter 40. This Lindsay must be hyped up. At the same time, outside the replica, the large screens on both sides of the stadium were displaying the real-time situation inside the replica. As there were a total of 60 participants, the camera was constantly switching between each participant's battle situation. At this moment, the screen was showing a girl with a ponytail, her fiery red hair attracting attention. She was holding a bow and arrow with a flame pattern in her hand, flexibly dodging amongst a group of kobolds while continuously shooting arrows. Each arrow carried an orange flame, and a gorgeous firework would bloom when it hit the enemy. A cheer immediately erupted from the audience, and it was mostly boys. Wow, it's Tianyu City's popular player, Mang Li. Her profession is an A-ranked spark archer. It's rumored that she joined the Dragonfall Guild on the first day she awakened her profession. And she's also on good terms with Dragonfall's daughter, Chu Yuyu. Worthy of being my wife, she's really beautiful and valiant. Scram, when did she become your wife? It's my wife. Then, the camera switched to another contestant. Only to see that the picture was also of a girl, with a cool look, deep pupils, and dressed in ethnic-style clothing, with many silver ornaments all over her body. The entire person gave off a mysterious feeling of iffiness. The girl was facing the hedgehog human race, and at this moment, she was surrounded by a group of enemies that were balled up into spikes, and it was difficult to break through the defense with physical attacks. However, the girl had a cool face and slowly pulled out a silver bell from her loose cuffs and gently shook it. Ding 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 ding. The silver bell emitted a crisp ringing sound. In the next second, the land underneath the bodies of those hedgehog people unexpectedly crawled out with dense worms. In an instant, the girl's surroundings turned into a sea of poisonous insects, and dozens of hedgehog people all died of poisoning. The audience at the scene all sucked in a breath of cool air. Many people were wondering, which player is this? There was also someone who excitedly introduced them. This is Io from our southern Cloud City. She's an S-rank occupation, an insect sentinel. Wow, so beautiful and has a very morbid feel to her. I like it so much. Dear Mang Li, by the time you read this, I'll already be in love with Io and want to say sorry to you. Geez, you guys are disgusting, Jime guys, together we'll guard the cool beauty Io. Then, the camera switched again. This time, the characters on the screen had only just come out for a second, and the entire audience boiled up like never before. Most of them were girls, and each one of them screamed at the top of their lungs, Shi Xingyu. Shi Xingyu. Shi Xingyu. Only to see that in the picture, a flamboyant young man was holding a long sword and waving it like a flowing stream. At the same time, 6 long swords were fluttering up and down around his body, combining defense and offense. In a matter of moments, a dozen or so ratmen had been cut down by the sword. Ah, is this the strength of the S-class profession, immortal swordsman? Worthy of being the pride of our Tianqing city. So handsome, so cute. Brother Xingyu, mommy loves you. I heard that Qi Xingyu is from the Qi family of the Sword Blade Guild? His sister is the famous Qi Yuing? Look at people's strength, background, and looks, I'm really sour. Next, the camera continued to switch. Only to see that in the middle of the picture, a teenager was sitting cross-legged on the ground meditating as if he was doing nothing. On the ground in front of him, a small black thing was sleeping soundly. There was a buzzing sound from the audience. Who is this? This seems to be that Lin something from Tianyu City. He's the only S-ranked profession in Tianyu City this year, but it's rumored to be a trash profession. That's right, that's him. His profession is called Demon Summoner, and I heard that he has to sacrifice his lifespan, so no one dares to summon it. That sleeping little thing, it's his summoning beast, right? Let me take a look at it. Sees less, it's only level 3? Ma, this is too weak. For a moment, even those spectators in Tianyu City who had heard rumors about Lin Zhe were made to feel less confident. After all, no one had seen him actually play with their own eyes. You guys, Lin Zhe has been reported to be so hot these past few days, it's not possible that he's actually a water boy, is it? I think it is. I guess he signed up with some company and deliberately hyped it up. The next step is to become a netizen, right? Hey, it seems that this year, Tianyu City is really a bit of a pull, and it's estimated that it's going to lose to Tiancheng and Nanyun again. Because Lin Zhe's screen really wasn't anything to look at, the guide quickly switched the camera to the next person. Meanwhile, inside the replica, Lin Zhe saw that Xiao Long was still sleeping, so he didn't bother him and sat next to him to work on his turtle breath technique. At this moment, a girl's voice sounded behind him, "You're Lin Zhe?" The tone was aggressive and without any politeness. Lin Zhe turned his head, only to see a red-haired girl with a bow and arrow standing not far away. It was none other than Meng Li from Tianqing City. Other than a pretty good face, it looks pretty ordinary to me. Meng Li commented sharply. You are? Lin Zhe was a little confused. Humph, you don't need to know so much. Meng Li couldn't help but say, I'm here to settle the score with you. Lin Zhe's black man asked, settle a score? Do I know you? Meng Li, you don't need to know, you're the kid who wants to climb up to our family's yo-yo sister? Originally, Meng Li was Chu Yuyu's fangirl, and she joined the Dragonfall Guild because of Chu Yuyu. There was a Chu Yuyu fan support group on the internet, and she was the head of it. After seeing Lin Zhe's news a few days ago, she exploded with anger on the spot and decided that she must find Lin Zhe to settle the score. On this end, before Lin Zhe had time to speak, Meng Li continued. I'm telling you, our sister Yuyu is gentle, kind, sweet, and generous, and not worthy of a toad like you. She's just too kind and innocent to be compelled by someone like you. When Meng Li complimented Chu Yuyu, it was with eyes full of tenderness and admiration. When she spoke of Lin Zhe, her eyes were immediately on the verge of spewing fire. It made Lin Zhe look blank. Actually, Chu Yuyu and I only met once. Lin Zhe explained. You. I didn't expect you to be even worse than I thought. Which made Meng Li even angrier. You're actually a scumbag who dares to do nothing. Go to. After saying that, with a deft backward step, her body lightly jumped into mid-air. At the same time, the hand opened the bow and guided the string, and the arrowhead was already flickering with orange flames. At this moment, outside the replica, inside a VIP lounge high up in the arena, the principals of various high schools, as well as the directors of the admissions offices of various prestigious universities, were gathering here to watch the battle. Those directors of admissions offices all had snowy eyes, observing each player in the replica very carefully. After all, the annual newcomer tournament was also their main battlefield. Every university wanted to get the best students in their pockets at the first opportunity. One of the directors said, this year, Tianqing City's momentum is very strong. Not only did it give birth to 2 S-ranked professions, but several A-ranked professions have also performed very brightly. Meng Li, for example, is very good in terms of both combat power and potential. We'll take this person from our school, you all move back a bit. This teacher, please respect yourself. Student Meng Li is also on our university's reservation list, and we won't budge. Everyone calm down, fair play. Next to him, the principal of Tianqing's second middle school heard the discussion and stroked his beard in a very self-satisfied manner, as Meng Li was from his school. Standing beside him were Lu Hanlin and Feng Wuchen. Old Lu and old Feng, your Tianyu City is indeed pulling some crotch this year. That principal said. Especially you, old Lu, it's not easy to come out with an S rank, but it's a chicken-ribbed profession, I feel sorry for you. Although it was said to be regretting for him, it was actually secretly showing off. Lu Hanlin, however, didn't argue and said calmly, no rush, watch the match. Feng Wuchen, no rush, before officially graduating, it's not certain which high school Lin Zhe is from. Lu Hanlin, you go to the side. Meng Li's principal shook his head from the side, thinking, you two are really ducks with hard mouths. It was at this moment that a message was displayed on the big screen. Celestial Qingcheng Meng Li is out of the game, accumulated points, 102. Director Meng Li, WW. Directors who are fighting for Meng Li, WW. The whole audience, WW. Chapter 41, Teenage Girls and Bugs, a favorite episode. A heated discussion arose in the audience. Goddess Meng Li how could she be eliminated so quickly? Could it be that she encountered some powerful boss? Impossible, how powerful can a boss on the first floor be? I think it was just backstabbed by someone else. I can't accept it. Is there anyone to avenge my wife? Right at this moment, the big screen humanely played a real-time follow-up replay of Mangli. Just 1 minute ago, just as Mangli made a retreat, the bow and arrow in her hand was about to fire out at Lin Zhe. At that moment, she suddenly felt her back hit a huge object. Her reflexes were also extremely sharp, and she immediately distanced herself from the huge object. Fixing her eyes on it, she saw that the giant thing had skin like lava all over its body and a pair of curved horns on its head, looking evil and powerful. Strange, is there this monster in the goblin forest? Mangli wondered. Immediately, she tentatively shot out a few arrows. Snap! 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 The arrows exploded into several brilliant fireworks on the beast. However, after the sparks dispersed, the behemoth was unharmed, with not a single skin wound. At this time, the behemoth actually spoke, another lowly thing that plays with fire to my head? Then, just in the next second, the entire picture of the camera was covered by a sea of fire, and the camera interrupted. After the replay was broadcast, everyone present fell into a state of stagnation. There was a long silence before discussion erupted once again. What the hell was that just now? There's such a high difficulty boss in the first tier copy, is there a mistake somewhere? The principals and directors in the VIP lounge had the same reaction. Quickly go hire a technician. Did they get the wrong data when designing the replica? Getting the high-level boss to the first level? At this moment, the spearhead on the audience's side was pointed at Lin Zhe again. Was Goddess Mangli piking that Lin Zhe just now, then why isn't Lin Zhe out? I guess Lin Zhe ran away as soon as he saw that monster. He escaped. Damn it, this freight gas is too good, isn't it? That's right, and why doesn't he go give our Goddess Mangli a hand? The crowd began to vocalize one after another. Meanwhile, inside the copy. Not yet realizing that he had become a target, Lin Zhe spat out, "Who the hell is that woman? Why is it so inexplicable?" Just a moment ago, when he saw that Mangli was actually about to attack himself at the drop of a hat, he directly summoned the Inferno Demon. Then that episode played out. At that moment, a prompt popped up on Lin Zhe's interface. Gained plus 100 match points, current total points, 636. It's better to continue brushing up to 1000 points and then hurry to the second level. Next, Lin Zhe directly brought Yen Demon to set the mountain on fire and brushed the entire goblin forest hard. When he encountered the level 8 boss king of the goblins, of course, he was also instantly killed in seconds. The score quickly rose to 1084 points. At the same time, there were quite a few other participants who quickly reached over 1000 points. After all, the difficulty of the first level was not high. However, there were also those who had been eliminated from the competition early, mostly some relatively weak B-rank professions. Lin Zhe came to the center of the first floor and walked into the portal, and space and time shifted once again. Welcome to the second level of Area 7, Blood Wolf Canyon. Only to see that the environment he was in had turned into a mountainous and rocky canyon area, surrounded by a haze of mist. A ghostly wolf howl also came from the distance from time to time. Lin Zhe was walking in the middle of a path that was lined with grass on both sides, and it was so quiet that even his own footsteps could be heard clearly. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of rustling in front of him. In the next second, several beasts with bloodshot eyes scurried out from the fog. Blood Wolf Patrol. Race, Blood Wolf Clan. Level, 10. Life value, 2500. Skill, Blood Wolf Sharp Claw, Deadly Bite. Skill, Blood Wolf Sharp Claw, Deadly Bite. As he watched, several blood wolves lunged towards Lin Zhe, but he was not afraid at all and shouted, "It's your turn, Hellhounds!" In the next second, 10 majestic and domineering black dogs emerged from the shadows on the ground. Hellhounds versus blood wolves, it always feels like a special match. Moreover, the monsters encountered a few times before were too high in level, so now it was just the right time for the Hellhounds to upgrade. Only to see 10 Hellhounds lashing out against the blood wolf's attack, the racial suppression coupled with the various equipment and talent bonuses caused the enemy to instantly collapse. The blood wolves that were so powerful just a moment ago, all of them let out a miserable cry of ow ow ow. Kill Blood Wolf Patrol, experience plus 100, longevity plus 100 days. Kill Blood Wolf Patrol, experience plus 100, life expectancy plus 100 days. Points plus 8. Points plus 8. Not bad, not bad. Lin Zhe stroked the Hellhound's forehead. However, right at this moment, the Hellhounds suddenly had their ears straightened up, alertly looking towards the front. only to see a figure slowly walking towards Lindsay in the fog ahead. Along with it, there was a clear ringing sound like a bell. Only when the figure came closer did Lindsay see that it was a girl wearing ethnic clothing. Her appearance was beautiful, but she had a cool feeling of being uninviting and unapproachable. It was none other than South Cloud City's S-ranked profession, the Imperial Bugmaster Io. Only the girl's face was expressionless, her head slightly tilted to the side as she said, "S-rank, you too?" "You are?" Lindsay asked curiously. At the same time, he silently spat in his heart, "Why do I keep encountering strange characters today? Now this one can't even speak." But what Lindsay didn't know was that the audience outside the replica was once again boiling at this moment. "Look, the new wife Io has appeared. She's going to PK someone, wait a minute. Her PK target is that guy Lindsay. It's rumored that Io has just PK'd 3 people in a row, and all 3 of them didn't last more than 1 minute, this is Lindsay's end." Yes, 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 yes. All of them were watching Lindsay's defeat with immense anticipation. Only to see Yao gently shake the bell on her body. Here it comes, Maidens and Bugs, favorite episode. Some viewers with more unique tastes cheered. Only to see that after those poisonous insects drilled out, the hellhounds immediately began to drop blood like crazy. "Oh? It's poisoned?" Lindsay reacted. No, it seems that in addition to being poisoned, they've also been hit with paralysis, retardation, and so on, as well as a special cursed state. What a powerful bug. Lindsay was also a bit surprised, not expecting this girl to be so evil. It then retrieved the hellhound. "Look guys, Lindsay can't do it anymore, taking back all the summoned beasts." The audience watched in fascination. However, in the very next second, Io sensed a hint of something wrong. It was because Lindsay's blood level hadn't dropped at all. "You, vermin, aren't afraid?" There was a ripple on Io's cool face. What she didn't know was that Lindsay had the blessing of the encountering fortune talent, so the negative status was directly immune. Lindsay slowly spoke, "Why is it that every single one of them is somehow attacking me? Are people so rude nowadays?" Suddenly his eyes changed and he said, "Since you want to fight, then I'll be impolite?" However, the moment their eyes met, Yao immediately took a step back. Immediately afterward, she assumed a welcoming stance, as if she had encountered some great and unprecedented crisis. The unknown audience cheered once again. "Quick look! Yao seems to be about to zoom in. I haven't seen the cold beauty strike such a big pose before, I'm looking forward to it. Hurry up and knock that Lindsay down." In the next second, Io moved. The movement was as swift as lightning. Directly in the opposite direction of Lindsay, she pulled out her legs and ran. "Lindsay, huh?" Audience, What they didn't know was that Io had grown up in a wild valley and had very precise animal instincts. At this moment, the hairs of sweat on her body had already stood up. Scary, that person, so scary. Io was still shivering slightly while escaping. Chapter 42 Southern Cloud City's Plan. Everyone was confused by the scene before them. What happened? Did I miss something? The camera didn't catch Lindsay just now. What did he do to Io that made her run away straight away? Trash Lindsay, unless he took his pants off on Io in public, it's hard for me to think of why Io would run away. I don't understand it, but I'm greatly shocked. Many people began to speculate wildly, and the more they thought about it, the more outrageous it became. Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge, the principals and directors were also very puzzled. A few principals came up and asked Lou Hanlon, "Old Lou, what exactly did you, Lindsay, do to the other little girl? I'm telling you, molesting someone is against the law." Lou Hanlon was speechless for a while. Is there a possibility that Lindsay he is really powerful? When these words came out, several other principals immediately shook their heads. "Blow, you keep blowing. He's a demon summoner, what kind of strength can he have? If he has strength, he has no life. Forget it, if you don't say it, just don't say it, I'll see how long this Lindsay can last." Inside the copy, Lindsay summoned the bloodied hellhounds and opened the new talent he had gained after his first rank breakthrough, Demonic Hot Springs. He began to heal the dogs. The dogs were instantly full of blood and status. "Alright, let's continue to brush the monsters." And so began to trot along, brushing the wolves in Blood Wolf Canyon quickly. When they reached the bottom of the pass, they only heard a howl of woo. A giant wolf covered in red fur appeared in front of him, much larger in size than those minions just now. Boss Blood Moon Wolf King. Race, Blood Wolf Clan. Level, 15. Life value, 16,000. Skills, Arcane Dagger, Spell Riptide, etc. Expand for details. Description: a wolf who stole spells from the Elven Magic Academy and led his pack to become more powerful. Only a circle of flying daggers made up of spells appeared around the Wolf King, with the tips of the daggers pointing at Lin Zhe. The 10 hellhounds were also not in the least bit out of position, all of them stopping in front of Lin Zhe, baring their teeth and sending warnings to the Wolf King. Lin Zhe, how about it, dogs, confident? Do you need to ask for help? Woof. The hellhound barked decisively, as if to show that it was confident. Very well, go. The 10 big black dogs immediately transformed into 10 dark shadows on the ground and glided towards the Wolf King. That Wolf King was also startled, and those spell-flying daggers immediately stabbed towards the dark shadows on the ground. However, the hellhound was invincible in its dark shadow state and did not deal any damage at all. In the next second, 10 dark shadows had bullied their way to the Blood Moon Wolf King's surroundings, and then, the dark shadows simultaneously exploded, and 10 large black dogs leapt out from the ground. Each one of them took a bite towards the Wolf King's body. Although that Wolf King was higher than the hellhound in terms of attributes, it was difficult to cope with 10 times the number of enemies. Soon, under the bleeding damage of the hellhound, it was at the bottom of its blood bar. Killed Boss Blood Moon Wolf King, experience plus 2,500, lifespan plus 2,500 days. Acquired loot, 2,500 copper coins, Spell Dagger Skill Book, Blood Moon Wolf King's Teeth Material. Congratulations on the upgrade of your summoned beast, the Hellhound, current level, level 23. And at this moment, Lin Zhe's points had come to 2,836 points. I'm still a little bit short of qualifying to go to the 3rd level, but it seems like I've already finished brushing the monsters in this map? Lin Zhe was somewhat in a quandary. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to head towards the center of the area, walking and then looking for monsters to fight as he went. At the same time, the area center of the 2nd level. A few of Tianyu City's B-ranked professionals passed by the teleportation portal. Let's try to reach 3,000 points quickly, then we can go to the 3rd floor. One of the occupiers said excitedly. Yeah, looking forward to it. However, at that moment, everyone suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. What's going on? A feeling of nausea and wanting to vomit? Me too, it can't be because I ate bad yesterday, right? Look guys, there are so many little people dancing on my head. I don't see any dancing little people, but there are 2 mushrooms coming over there, one thick and one thin. The thick mushroom is coming towards me. Wait, what is it going to do? Help, the mushroom is killing people. Several people themselves didn't know what was happening, and they were instantly eliminated from the game. However, this scene was seen very clearly from the viewpoint of the audience. The audience didn't understand what those few people were talking about with the mushrooms. What they just saw was that a man and a woman appeared behind the few people. The woman was very tall, with a head of straight black hair that fell like a waterfall all the way down to her calves, looking a little bit beautiful and a little bit mysterious. The man, on the other hand, was very tall and robust, wearing a sleeveless cloth shirt, revealing his muscular arms, and his arms were also covered with tattoos of strange designs. Just now, it was this man who had sent those B-ranked professionals out one by one like pinching a chick. At this moment, the man said very proudly, "Humph, is this the level of Tianyu City and Tianqing City's professionals? I think they're really worse than trash." When these words came out, many people in the audience let out a cry of dissatisfaction. Only to see the woman very alluringly relying on the man's body, she said, "Barbarian Bone, your movements just now were so handsome and fierce." The man wrapped his arms around the woman's water snake waist and said, "This is nothing. When we take first place in South Cloud City, I'll let you see something even more handsome and fierce at night." Audience? Do you two know there's a camera rolling? Must you flirt openly like this? Really, it's making my heart yellow. Only to hear the pair continue chatting. "Woman, this trick we just did kinda worked. I'll put them on status first, then you give them the killing blow. I think we'll just crouch here and kill all of Tianchang and Tianyu's." "Man, it's still you that you have a brain. Let's do it like this." And so, in the next few hours, the two hunted and killed several more occupiers using this method, including some A-class occupiers. Moreover, the two killed the people who came when they saw that they were from Tianyu City and Tianqing City, and released them to go to the next level when they were from Nanyuan City. This move caused many people in the audience to become completely dissatisfied. What kind of thing is this? It's not fair at all for you two to stage an ambush here. Yeah, it's too much of a lack of martial virtues. And can you two stop groping around in the bushes? And making strange noises? In the VIP lounge, many principals made the same complaint. These two are Barbarian Bone and you from Southern Cloud City, right? Both of them are a rank professions, neither of them are weak, so why would they do such things as backstabbing people? A principal dressed in national costume walked out, but was quite smug. The Rising Star competition is not only about strength, but also about tactics. Which rule has said that backstabbing is not allowed? The other principals were dumbfounded, because in principle, it was indeed like that. Meanwhile, inside the replica, Barbarian Bone and Ayu were ambushing when suddenly a figure appeared, and upon fixing their eyes on it, it was none other than quite a few people's new wife, Ayao. Ayu immediately went forward and asked, Ayao sister, how is it going on your side? 8 people, already killed. 2, not good enough to kill. Ayao replied in a raw language. Oh? Which 2 people are not good to kill? Qi Xingyu, Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, the most dangerous. He, I have heard of Qi Xingyu, his strength is indeed strong. But that Lin Zhe, it said that he's just a Venus rank profession, he shouldn't be? Yu was a bit puzzled. Forget it, Ayao girl, you go ahead and continue hunting the other professions, leave this place to us. Aha! Ayao responded and ran away. Hearing this conversation, the people outside the replica sort of all understood that their South Cloud City's plan this year was to combine their efforts to eliminate the other cities. This way, their own people would have a greater chance of winning by taking first place. Although it was also considered a very reasonable tactic, quite a few spectators were still so angry that they pounded their chests and cried out for injustice. Right at this moment, a handsome young man in black light armor was slowly coming with a light pace. Chapter 43 Lin Zhe turns out to be so powerful? In the grass, Barbarian Bone said in dissatisfaction, I don't think this Aya was reliable either, he can't even beat that Lin Zhe, and he even said that he's the most dangerous. I couldn't even hold back my laughter just now, that Lin Zhe, what's so dangerous about him? Ayu explained, Ayao's sister grew up living in the deep mountains, so she probably hasn't seen much of the world, right? I've heard that Lin Zhe's occupation is simply unusable. Barbarian Bone, it's managed to arouse my curiosity, kind of wanting to meet this person. Then there's no need to compare, surely my family's Barbarian Bone is much more powerful than him. Barbarian Bone, it's still my family Ayu who can talk, come on, mouth one. After saying that, the two of them were again getting tired of each other. Right at this moment, a teenager in black light armor passed by the grass where the two were ambushed and walked towards the portal. The two immediately used their detection skill. Speak of the devil, this isn't? I'll cast illusion. Only to see you standing up and pulling out a red mushroom from somewhere. Or a red umbrella laying on a board kind of thing. Then she danced in place in a dance full of ethnic flavors. Lin Zhe heard a loud noise and turned around. A woman with long hair and feet was holding a mushroom and twisting her body crazily. Am I hallucinating? Lin Zhe was very puzzled. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, you smiled confidently and evilly, he's hit. Then, Barbarian Bone strutted towards Lin Zhe. As he walked, he also made a mockery, so you're Lin Zhe, it's true that you're pretty much what I thought, skinny as a chicken, not even as good as AB class trash. Only to see those strange tattoos on Brute Bone's robust arms light up with an eerie glow. Then, he clenched his right arm into a fist, making a power-storing motion, and in the next second, he was about to strike towards Lin Zhe's face. At the same time, in the audience. Good lord, this time Lin Zhe will finally be finished. However, I can't seem to be happy about letting this savage Bone win, come to think of it Lin Zhe didn't do anything to hurt the heavens. A second of silence for Lin Zhe. However, this punch from Barbarian Bone seemed to be carrying a mountainous force, charging straight at Lin Zhe's face. In the next second, Lin Zhe was raising his hand, and his palm caught Brute Bone's sandbag-sized fist easily. Barbarian Bone? I've been wanting to ask since just now, one of you two dances at the drop of a hat, and one of you punches without saying anything, what exactly do you want to do? Lin Zhe said somewhat helplessly. What? Barbarian Bone and you were shocked at the same time. You actually didn't fall for this compulsive illusion mage illusion spell of mine? And this battle tattoo warrior of mine is able to utilize tattoos to enhance his power to 100 times, and you actually came next with one hand? The two of them were in incomparable shock before they remembered. Could it be that what Io said is true? What an epileptic pair! Lindsay coldly spat. But I do have a suitable opponent for you two here. In the next second, the Inferno Demon and the Phantom Queen appeared behind Lindsay at the same time. One was large and the other demonic, each giving the man and woman in front of them a run for their money. The two tried to check their information and found that it was surprisingly full of question marks. Just how high are these two summoned beasts? However, there was no way for them to wait for the answer. In the next second, the two high-level demons, one using a fist and the other swinging a whip, both without much force, directly made the two people's bloodstains empty. This scene just now was also captured by the camera and played out completely and clearly on the big screen outside the replica. Everyone present, including those principals and enrollment office directors in the VIP lounge, everyone's mouths opened into an O shape. Everyone's brains felt like they couldn't turn around. This Lindsay turned out to be so powerful? Surprisingly summoned two summoned beasts, and both of them were killed in seconds? Did you guys notice that one of the summoned beasts was the one that was fighting Mangli? So, Mangli was actually killed in seconds by Lindsay as well? After the reminder, everyone even sucked in a breath of cool air. Who the hell said Lindsay was weak? Come out for me, I promise I won't beat you to death. Lindsay sighed. After easily killing a pair of epileptic males and females in seconds, his points also came to 3,036 points, qualifying him to go to the third level. Just as he was about to step into the teleportation portal, the Inferno Demon suddenly realized that something was wrong. It took large strides towards the grass next to it, and one of its large hands made a grab in the grass. Ah, help! A milky little girl's voice came out. In the next second, a short little girl's entire body was lifted up by Inferno's back collar and grabbed out of the grass. Lord, found a little mouse. Inferno Demon invited credit. HM? Could it be that there's an ambush? Lindsay half narrowed his eyes. Wait, I'm not a bad guy. The girl exclaimed, feeling on the verge of crying. Put her down. Lindsay ordered. However, when Yen Demon's hand was loosened, the little girl let out an ouch and directly sat on her but on the ground. The picture was very comical. The little girl rubbed her but while explaining, just now, I was about to enter the portal, but I ended up seeing that pair of men and women laying their hands on someone else, and I didn't dare to go forward, so I've been hiding here all this time. Until you came over just now. Lindsay looked up and down at this little girl, only to see that she was short and petite, with two pill hair buns on her head, wearing a bright yellow dress that looked quite cute. We have elementary school students competing in this competition? Lindsay queried. Humph, who are we talking about elementary school students? The little girl frowned. I'm already 18 years old, and I'm also a senior, okay? I know you're Lindsay, my name is Jo Xiaoyu, our schools are also very close, I'm from the first middle school. Oh? So you're also from Tianyu City, or from Principal Feng Wuchen's school? Speaking of Principal Wind. Jo Xiaoyu lowered her head and said, actually, he also gave me a task, let me persuade you to transfer to the first middle school. Lindsay was speechless for a while and laughed dryly. I didn't think that this old man hadn't died yet. You don't have to pay attention to him. Only to hear Jo Xiaoyu continue, that. Can I team up with you? Sorry. Lindsay directly refused, I don't team up with people. Forming a team would mean an equal share of experience and points, purely asking for trouble. It really doesn't work, Jo Xiaoyu said aggressively, then it looks like I can only stay here and wait for the time to end. After all, with this monster attracting talent of mine, it's too scary to go to the third floor. After saying that, Jo Xiaoyu lowered his head and prepared to go back to the grass just now, squatting down as a mushroom that no one could see. Wait. Lindsay, however, suddenly brightened up. What talent did you say you had? HM? I mean, one of my talents has the function of automatically luring monsters, and I can't turn it off yet. Group now, group immediately. Lindsay was instantly beaming with joy. Chapter 44 Lindsay's monster was robbed? Outside the arena, the radio broadcasted once again. Dear viewers, the following is a summary of the battle situation. Of the 60 players who participated, 29 have already gone out. 31 remain. At the moment, many of the contestants have already entered the third level, which means that they will face even tougher tests and more intense competition. Just how many of them will be able to stay and successfully ascend to the fourth floor? Let's wait and see. In the VIP lounge, the principal's palms were also clenched tightly. For the truly outstanding students, passing through the first and second tiers could only be considered a warm-up, and the third tier was considered the official start. The monsters on this layer generally came to level 15 and above, while many students were able to rise to around level 15 from the time they awakened their professions to the entry. Not only that, since the entire copy was pyramid-shaped. The higher up the pyramid, the fewer the number of areas and the fewer the bosses, which meant that everyone might face a situation where there were too many monks and not enough gruel. Whether to cooperate or fight for it was also a tactical question. As such, this layer was also the layer where the true level could be most easily seen, and could be considered the watershed between the strong and the weak. At this moment, amongst the group of enrollment office directors, there were a few people with torch-like gazes and anticipation in their eyes. They were the directors of a few of the top universities in Xia, such as Qingbei University, Nanhai University, Western War College, Eastern Biological Research College, Green Dragon Martial Arts Academy, and so on. Everyone was very clear that the third level was their best chance to discover top talent. On their draft paper, several names had already been written down. The hottest name was still Qi Xingyu, who was not only the heir to the president of the Questioning Sword Guild, but had also shown quite a bit of strength in the replica. With a move called 10,000 Swords Coming from the Sky, a single person could rival the strength of a small team. In addition, there was an A-ranked player who had also caught their attention, Frost Magic Guide, Xin Feng, who could manipulate the powerful ice elemental force, and his performance was also noteworthy. And I also heard that his father is the boss of a large company, looking for him to enter the school. Maybe it can also be interchangeable. As for Lin Zhe, although many directors had seen that he was not weak, they felt that it was too evil and only put his name into the pending area. Inside the replica, Xin Feng was wearing a set of flashy equipment, easily finishing off a boss, and his points had reached the qualification to go to the third floor. Hiring a professional chaperone to take me to the duplicates over the past few days has really improved a lot. Xin Feng thought darkly, and for my father's sake, they even gave me an A-ranked trinket equipment with a very good attribute bonus. His eyes flinched as he muttered to himself, Lin Zhe, a poor guy like you doesn't have access to these resources, what are you comparing yourself to me with? After a while I'll make sure to educate you properly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the copy, Lin Zhe pulled Zhou Xiaoyu into his team after hearing that her talent was to automatically attract monsters. This is completely a walking experience brushing machine. With her, do I still need to actively look for monsters to fight on my own? Lin Zhe looked down at Zhou Xiaoyu and revealed an evil smile. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoyu hastily protected her chest. What are you doing? Thinking of something exciting. Lin Zhe planned how to brush the monsters in a while. Oh my god, what a pervert! Zhou Xiaoyu shivered. In the end, the two of them walked into the portal leading to the third level. Time and space shifted, and after a few seconds, the two had arrived in the middle of a wilderness. Welcome to the third level's Area 1, Scarlet Wilderness. As far as the eye could see, mountains of corpses and bones and rivers of blood flowed. As the breeze blew by, a bloody aura surged into their nostrils. Zhou Xiaoyu's face revealed an ominous look. I can feel that there are many monsters approaching us. Just then, a pair of blood-red eyes emerged from the surrounding bushes, each pair eyeing Lin Zhe's side. Yikes! Zhou Xiaoyu was instantly frightened and screamed, trembling as she hid behind Lin Zhe. However, Lin Zhe was all excited. Only to see that the pairs of eyes were approaching towards the two of them, gradually contracting their encirclement. Then, a red-skinned, somewhat ape-like looking creature appeared. Orc Soldier. Race, Orc Class D. Level, 15. Life value, 3000, skills, Bloodthirsty Swipe. Skill, Bloodthirsty Swing, etc. Skill, Bloodthirsty Swing, etc. So it's two human races. One of the orcs let out a contemptuous laugh. Brothers, we have roasted meat to eat at night. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The other orcs immediately let out a series of peculiar cheers and excitement. Then, there was a swarm of them. Ah! Help! Zhou Xiaoyu clutched her head and crouched on the ground, not daring to look at those charging enemies at all. Mom, I want to go home. She regretted that she had to show off and come to the third floor. However, just as she was quietly waiting for the elimination, she realized that those orcs were slow to rush over. Zhou Xiaoyu raised her head to look, only to see that those orcs automated into ashes after charging to a certain distance. Taking a closer look, she only saw that the circle of ground surrounding Lin Zhe and her had been turned into a piece of lava and scorched earth. Lin Zhe, on the other hand, was standing motionless, still looking relaxed. This is also Lin Zhe's skill? Isn't he a summoner? Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise. However, the orcs in the front row all realized this as well and shouted, "There's something wrong with this human, retreat first." However, the orcs in the back continued to charge forward as if they were not listening, pushing the front rows kind into the ring of fire, and then becoming the front rows themselves, in a non-stop cycle. Oh? This is your talent for attracting monsters? Lin Zhe was also very pleasantly surprised. This doesn't even require me to take the initiative to chase after monsters. I can't believe you're quite useful. He quipped to Zhou Xiaoyu. Uhu, is that human language you're talking about? Zhou Xiaoyu chagrined, I'm almost too scared to go out because of this talent. But there was at least one thing to rejoice about, and that was the rising experience value. Kill Orc Soldier, experience plus 75, points plus 8, lifespan plus 150 days. Kill Orc Soldier, experience plus 75, points plus 8, lifespan plus 150 days. In addition to longevity, Zhou Xiaoyu also shared an experience in points. As for Lin Zhe, even though it was a 50-50 split, it was still faster than if he had gone after the prey himself. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zhe had eliminated over 100 orcs and gained over 1,000 points. Let's go fight the boss, said Lin Zhe, pulling up Zhou Xiaoyu and running towards the front. Along the way, there were quite a few more small monsters that were attracted to the area, all of which were easily disposed of by Lin Zhe. On the way, they also encountered some other players, who were dumbfounded by the two's maneuvers, and before they had time to react, the monsters had already been snatched over. Not running for long, the two came to the boss area. Only to see a few stone-built houses next to a taller and more majestic orc than those minions just now was lying on its side on a throne made of animal bones. Boss Orc Tribe Leader. Race, Orc Class D. Level, 20. Life, 35,000, Skill, Axe King Chop. Skills, Axe King Cleave, Blood Burning Rage, etc., expand for details. However, when the orc leader heard someone step into the area, he lazily opened his eyes to take a glance and slowly climbed up. Then with a long leap, he jumped to a short distance in front of Lin Zhe, and in his hands there were already two more huge plate axes. Lin Zhe squeezed his fists and was about to start fighting, however, suddenly a strange change occurred. Only to see from behind Lin Zhe suddenly flew a lot of ice spikes, swish-la-la like a torrential downpour towards the leader. Even Lin Zhe was almost affected, and immediately pulled Zhou Xiaoyu to the side, dodging this time. The leader obviously didn't expect this sudden attack, and by the time he reacted, his entire body had already been controlled by the freezing effect of the ice spikes. 1,000, 1,500, 1,200. Dozens of ice spikes quickly finished off the orc leader. Lin Zhe that hadn't dabbled in a single drop of blood. So I was robbed of a monster? Lin Zhe was also a little surprised as he met this kind of thing for the first time in his life. So this is how it feels to have your monster snatched. Lin Zhe suddenly realized, don't say it, it's kinda stepping on the wrong side of the fence. Lin Zhe looked back, he only saw a cockney wearing white vestments and holding an expensive scepter standing there condescendingly. If it wasn't his old rival Qin Feng, who else could it be? At that moment, Qin Feng said with a smug look on his face, Yo, isn't this my good classmate Lin Zhe? Sorry, I didn't recognize it was you just now and almost hit you. A cocky smile surfaced on his face, however, if I had recognized it was you, I would have taken care of you along with me just now. You, what do you mean? Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyu immediately stood out to voice her displeasure, it's not even if you robbed the monsters, do you still want to put us to death? Oh? Where are you an elementary school student from? Qin Feng mocked, Lin Zhe, aren't you not teaming up with anyone? Why did you group a little girl? Oh I see, I thought you weren't interested in those girls at school, so you have a taste for them? Lin Zhe didn't get angry, he knew that Qin Feng's dog just loved to bark. He only heard him calmly say, Qin Feng, how come you're everywhere, your spirit is still lingering, is it because yesterday's naked run wasn't enough? As soon as Qin Feng heard this, the image of yesterday's humiliation in the teleportation station echoed before his eyes. You seek death. He was instantly infuriated and waved the long staff in his hand. Only to see countless ice spikes quickly condense in the air around him. Qin Feng had also used this ice explosion technique when he was in the trial replica, only now I'm afraid that the scale was again 10 times bigger than last time. Oh? I didn't expect you to become powerful, huh? Lin Zhe pretended to be surprised. I've asked several experts to take me to fight the book during this time. Qin Feng said condescendingly, of course, this kind of resources is something that people like you can't even envy. Bah, why am I wasting so many words with you? Qin Feng's eyes suddenly flashed. Lindsay, you go to hell. In the next second, all the ice spikes in all directions came towards Lindsay. Lindsay was about to turn on the lava domain when he heard Zhou Xiaoyu shout, "Watch out!" Then, a cloud of smoke exploded around her body. Only to see her originally petite body suddenly enlarge and turn into a huge beast, more than 2 meters tall, holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, blocking in front of Lindsay's body. The large shield in his hand was raised above his head like an umbrella, unfurling a field of energy to ward off those ice spikes. Qin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect this little girl to be able to transform and turned into a beast several times bigger than her original body? And it also blocked his own watchman's skill. Ow! The giant beast Zhou Xiaoyu roared towards Qin Feng, feeling like saliva was flying onto Qin Feng's face. Do you step on a horse? Do you want to die? The giant beast cursed in a coarse voice. Also, I hate being called an elementary school student. It was a far cry from the image of the somewhat shy little girl just now. Qin Feng instantly wimped out. Lindsay, you hired a helper, 2 against 1, what kind of man is that? You wait for me, I'm not done with you. Letting out the most vicious words, but he fled in a puff of smoke. Chapter 45, Lindsay vs Qi Xingyu, the most exciting duel of them all. After Qin Feng escaped, Zhou Xiaoyu's body once again appeared to be surrounded by a cloud of smoke, and then her entire body transformed back into a petite version. Lindsay witnessed her performance just now, and was also quite shocked. You still have this side? Oh, shut up. Zhou Xiaoyu obviously wasn't happy, covering a blushing face. People are a girl, and they've chosen to transform into a beast spirit warrior, a rank profession. And I can't control my words and actions after transforming, shame on me. Lindsay was speechless. Lindsay put a hand on Zhou Xiaoyu's head, but thanks just now. You were great. Though even if she didn't put up a fight, Lindsay wouldn't have gotten hurt as all. Here, this is for you. Lindsay threw her a weapon. Broken long knife. Quality, grade A, type, weapon. Equipment limit, level 20. Effect, strength plus 800, physical strength plus 8000, strike rate plus 20%, strike damage plus 30%, 50% chance of applying a bleeding effect when attacking. This was exactly what Lindsay had obtained from fighting that skeleton knight earlier. Wow, such a good attribute. Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. This weapon can be sold for over 1 million copper coins, right? Just keep it, no need to be polite. This bit of equipment was nothing to Lindsay. The main thing was that it was a warrior weapon, which was just right for Zhou Xiaoyu. Thanks then. Since the boss had been snatched by Qin Feng, the two of them had to enter other areas on the same floor to fight monsters next. After all, they had to score a full 5,000 points before they could enter the 4th floor. They first entered area number 2, where the alien race was the Boar human race, and the boss was still the adamantine chariot, but it was a weakened version, so Lindsay quickly resolved it before the other players did. Next, the two came back to area 3. This time, the enemies were jackals, and Lindsay had Zhou Xiaoyu run in front to attract a large group of monsters over, while he himself sat back and reaped the benefits. A few players were originally in a fierce battle with the jackals, only to see 2 people running by like the wind one after the other, and then one by one, all those small monsters were drawn over like metal meeting a magnet. A few people were halfway through the fight, and they were all dumbfounded. Where are my Tama monsters? And at this moment, the audience outside the arena was also watching in awe. This Lindsay, although I admit that you're a bit powerful, what brand new job are you pulling off? When did he even abduct a little lowly? Damn it, this person's morals are so corrupted, it's already a negative score with me. A certain part of my body is getting hard, that's right, it's a fist. And an upgrade reminder popped up on Lindsay's side. Congratulations, you have been upgraded, current level, 24. I didn't expect to level up while fighting. And Zhou Xiaoyu also came to level 18. Just like that, the two of them killed their way to the door of the boss area. But unluckily, it seemed that they had been shortchanged again. Only to see that 2 men and 1 woman were standing at the door of the boss area, discussing tactics. And one of the men was none other than Qin Feng, who had just escaped. However, the look on Qin Feng's face when he was talking to the other two was not at all condescending like he was with Lindsay. Instead, he was very deferential and exceptionally polite. Of those 2 other people, the girl had a pretty face and a curvy figure, wearing a navel-gazing t-shirt with jeans, with 2 revolvers on her waist, very goddess-like. The other person, on the other hand, was a teenager with a face like a crown of jade and an imposing demeanor. Zhou Xiaoyu recognized the teenager at once and shouted in a low voice, "Ah! It's Qi Xingyu. At the same time, outside the replica. When Qi Xingyu's face appeared on the big screen, the people once again boiled over, especially the female fans, each one of them falling into a state of madness. Ah! Qi Xingyu is so handsome. Xingyu bravely flies, the moon will always follow. The moon was the title their fans gave themselves. Finally, my Gigi is being filmed again, this guide is really something, and he doesn't give our Gigi a little more footage. I'm going to complain. And that girl next to him, she's an XIN from Tianqing City, right? Her profession is an A-ranked, elemental gunner. That's right, and it seems like Qi Xingyu and an XIN are childhood friends, they've known each other since they were kids, what a great pair of CPs. Wait, look guys, Lindsay is here too. At this moment, the three people at the entrance of the boss also noticed the arrival of both Lindsay and Zhou Xiaoyu and turned their heads. Qin Feng snorted coldly and was the first to speak. Yo, why is it you dog again? You haven't been following me all this time, have you? Zhou Xiaoyu immediately retorted, what do you mean by stalking you? We're here to fight the boss. Qin Feng was still a bit scared when he remembered Zhou Xiaoyu's appearance after her transformation just now, but thinking that there were people around him, he immediately braced himself and said, then I'm really sorry, this place is already occupied by us. Also, please open your eyes to see who this is beside me, why don't you quickly salute? Lindsay scratched his head and said directly, I don't recognize, who are these guys? He really didn't recognize. However, as soon as these words came out, Qin Feng immediately glared angrily, it doesn't matter if you cursed me, you actually dared to insult young Qi. I think you're definitely tired of living. In fact, he had only just struck up a conversation with Qi Xingyu, but now he naturally wanted to fox around and press Lindsay. Meanwhile, in the audience, the crowd was also greatly dissatisfied with Lindsay's words. Does he really not know or is he faking it? Even Qi Xingyu doesn't know, I don't know whether to say that he's blind or uneducated. He actually spoke out against our Gigi, let's moon cyberstorm him together. I admit that this Lindsay has a bit of strength, but he's too crazy, I guess he'll die in a while without even knowing how. This is going to be a good show, let's hope that Qi Xingyu can leave Lindsay's body intact. And inside the copy, an XIN, who was quite the goddess, also revealed a dissatisfied look when she heard Lindsay's words. Why is this person so rude and impolite? Student Qin Feng, is he an acquaintance of yours? Qin Feng immediately changed his face and respectfully returned, acquaintance definitely not, we're just from the same school. This brat is a student who lives in the slums and usually has extremely poor quality. Oh my god. An XIN heard this and made a show of covering her mouth, looking very incredulous. Then, Qin Feng looked at Qi Xingyu with a flattering gaze. I wonder if young Master Qi can step in and give this insolent maniac called Lindsay a good lesson? Oh? He's Lindsay? At that moment, Qi Xingyu, who had been silent, spoke up. That's right. Qin Feng immediately returned very respectfully, I didn't realize that young Qi had heard of him as well. Oh, right, after all, he awakened an S-ranked waste profession that is infamous. Ha ha ha. Alright, stop talking. Qi Xingyu interrupted Qin Feng and looked Lindsay up and down for a few moments. Then he took a step and walked straight towards Lindsay with an expressionless face. As soon as Qin Feng saw this situation, an impish smile appeared on his face, waiting for a good show to unfold. In the audience, everyone who saw this scene almost made the same expression as Qin Feng. In the VIP lounge, a group of principals and directors were also watching the fun. A few principals surrounded the principal of Tianqing No. 1 Middle School, also known as Qi Xingyu School, and began to flatter him. Elder Wang, it looks like your school's Qi Xingyu is about to show his strength. I'm in favor of it, although Lindsay, this student, has some skills, his quality does leave something to be desired, he should have tasted suffering earlier. I think Lindsay should be happy, after all, he lost to the No. 1 seed of our western region, there's no shame in saying that. There was also someone who said directly to Lindsay's principal, Lu Hanlin. Old Lu, go back and educate this Lindsay of yours properly. If you want to be a good professional, you have to learn to be a human being first. Lu Hanlin, however, stood alone in the corner, staring intently at the screen. Inside the copy. Only Qi Xingyu was seen walking towards Lindsay one step at a time, throwing his weight around with each step. This caused Zhou Xiaoyu's entire body to shrink, whispering, we can't beat him, why don't we just run away? Lindsay didn't say anything, just stood in place with a calm demeanor. He would like to see, this Qi Xingyu, who had been touted by Qin Feng, just how many kilograms he had. As for Qi Xingyu, at this moment, he had already walked faithfully to Lindsay and stopped. The two were facing each other, less than 1 meter away. Everyone, all of them were looking out of their minds, thinking that the big one is coming. Just then, Shi Xingyu took the lead and moved. Only to see him clasp his hands together, his face full of smiles as he bowed 90 degrees towards Lin Zhe. Brother Lin is above, receive a bow from little brother. Chapter 46 Lin Zhe's licking dog appears. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xiaoyu, Qin Feng, and Xian, and everyone in front of the screen were all dumbfounded. Everyone's brains were once again as if they were dead, unable to believe what they were seeing with their own eyes. Even Lin Zhe was completely unprepared for the other party's actions, and several question marks popped up on his head. Qin Feng immediately said, Shi Xiao, is it a mistake or something? He was supposed to watch Lin Zhe make a fool of himself, how did it turn into this scene instead? Next to him, an Xian was also greatly confused, Shi Xingyu, what are you doing? Only to see that Shi Xingyu was unperturbed, saying to the two behind him, fellow student Qin Feng and Xian, originally we had agreed to team up together to fight the boss, but I've now changed my mind temporarily. You two give me face, I'll let brother Lin have this boss. And, I'm going to ungroup with you guys and follow brother Lin. When these words came out, Qin Feng and an Xian were even more shocked. An Xian stomped her little feet and became a bit anxious, Shi Xingyu, are you in the wrong place? Qin Feng was even more like an ant on a hot pan, young Qi, what are you doing, this Lin Zhe just spoke out against you. Alright, you two don't need to say much. Quickly leave. Immediately, he withdrew himself from the three-man squad, allowing an Xian to automatically inherit the captaincy. You! An Xian was so angry that her little face turned red. Wait. At this moment, Lin Zhe slowly looked at Shi Xingyu and said, although I don't know what kind of medicine you're selling in your gourd, my team isn't short of people. So if you want to add to my team, no way. The attitude was also very tough. Lin Zhe secretly thought, nonsense, I'll eat my fill before pulling one more person to share experience and points with me. However, Shi Xingyu not only wasn't angry, instead, he smiled and said, good deal, it's fine if you don't form a team, as long as I'm allowed to follow brother Lin around and observe brother Lin's valor with my own eyes. The moment these words came out, everyone inside and outside the replica was once again dumbfounded. In the audience, the fan filters of many young girls shattered all over the place. The towering male god in their hearts was actually lowering his voice and groveling to a Lin Zhe who had appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, their hearts were bleeding. There were also quite a few people who began to speculate, this Lin Zhe who made Io run away and made Shi Xingyu bow, just who is he? He doesn't actually have some super hard backstage, does he? Inside the VIP lounge, the principal of Tianqing No. 1 Middle School, who had just been surrounded by clusters with a smug look on his face, was also barely able to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Those who were patting him on the back were all incredibly embarrassed one by one as well. If I had known, I would have put in my hard words later. Lu Hanlin breathed a sigh of relief and laughed, this child is truly not simple. Feng Wu just beside Lu Hanlin also let out a loud laugh, and even said in a deliberately loud voice, Aya, it looks like the number 1 seed in the West is someone else. Just who is it? Several of the people who had just bragged about Shi Xingyu and belittled Lin Zhe's face were green and white when they heard that. Inside the replica. Right after Shi Xingyu made some dog-licking remarks, an Xian finally became angry. Shi Xingyu, I think you're just crazy. I don't care about you anymore. After saying that, she turned her head with a condescending twist and left with a 6-parent pace. Qin Feng was left standing there alone, very embarrassed, so he had no choice but to run out after him as well. Now in this place, there were only Lin Zhe, Shi Xingyu, and Zhou Xiaoyu. However, he saw that Shi Xingyu's entire body looked like it had let out a sigh of relief and said, phew, finally gone. Then, with a gaze of incomparable admiration, he looked at Lin Zhe, brother Lin, quick, inside please, the boss is getting cold. Lin Zhe, however, didn't move a muscle and frowned slightly. Being attentive to nothing is either a traitor or a thief. Speak up, what is your purpose? Ha? Shi Xingyu lowered his eyebrows and said, how could I have any purpose? I just admired you to the core after hearing my family father and sister talk about your deeds. By the way, my father's name is Su Jianxin, and my sister's name is Qi Yueying. Ah, this. Lin Zhe then remembered that Officer Su did say that he had a son and a daughter. Only to see Shi Xingyu reveal a gossipy face, whispering in Lin Zhe's ear, by the way, what exactly did you do to my sister that day? Made her not talk much for 3 days after she came back. You don't know, that old woman is usually mean to me. It's the first time I've ever seen that defeated look on her face, ha. Just one word, cool. Lindsay's mouth twitched, remembering the image of flirting with Chi Yuing that day. He quickly snorted, slightly tactful, slightly tactful. What, don't even say it, boss is almost cool, I'm going to go in. After saying that, he hurriedly ran into the boss area. Boss Jackal King Hogwarts. Race, Jackal. Level, 22. Life, 30,000. Skills, Prey Marker, Desperate Na, etc. Description, said to be a newcomer's nightmare, but now only summons 2 minions to taunt. A giant jackal with a short sword in both hands appeared in front of him, with a tongue sticking out of its greedy mouth, dripping with saliva. He a lowly human race, let the old man. Halfway through his words, he was seconded by the inferno demon that Lindsay had summoned. Killed Boss Jackal Hogwarts, experience plus 2,000, lifespan plus 4,000 days. Points plus 200, current total points 5,060. Acquired loot, 2,000 copper coins, evil short knife, equipment strengthening stone grade C. Brother Lin is really good at this. Chi Xingyu walked over and once again let out an exclamation of admiration. My little brother really can't catch a break. Lin Zhe was suspicious that he was some kind of enemy sent to hold himself up. At this moment, both Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu had already exceeded 5,000 points and were qualified to enter the 4th level area. Alright, we're going to the 4th floor, so goodbye. Lin Zhe just wanted to quickly get rid of this ass-kissing king. So much the better. Chi Xingyu let out a light sigh, but the next second immediately made an expression like he was pumped up. I will definitely reach 5,000 points as soon as possible and come up to follow Brother Lin. That's not necessary. After saying that, he took Zhou Xiaoyu and ran quickly towards the teleportation portal on the 4th floor. Meanwhile, in the audience, people were beginning to believe that Lin Zhe definitely had some kind of shocking backstage. Otherwise, how could he make Chi Xingyu kneel to him so much? At the same time, in the middle of the packed crowd, there were 2 people dressed in black robes with white masks on their heads. They were talking in low voices. This Lin Zhe, is he the one who thwarted our plans 3 times? That's right, if we don't get rid of the sun, he will become a great danger in the future. What about the pawn we've planted in there? Why hasn't he started to make his move yet? Do you think he will keep his hands off? There's no need to be anxious, he'll make his move sooner or later. After all, what we gave him helped him a lot. There's no way that weak male could withstand the temptation of that power. Meanwhile, another place within the copy. After Chi Xingyu automatically withdrew from the team, an Xin walked on the road chagrined, with Qin Feng following behind. An Xin. Qin Feng called out to her and said, "Why are you walking by yourself?" Shi Xiao must have been tricked by that Lin Zhe. You have to go persuade him again. Tell him not to talk to that Lin. An Xin stopped walking, but looked at him with a complaining gaze. You still have the nerve to say, I don't know where you came from, you had to shyly come and join me in Chi Xingyu's team. And then that Lin Zhe followed me here. Also, do you think I don't see that you're just trying to use me and Chi Xingyu? Get lost. After an Xin finished speaking, she turned her head and left. Qin Feng stayed where he was, his eyes already carrying resentment. Tramp, my Qin family is at least a ranked family in Tianyu City. If it wasn't for the sake of Chi Xingyu and the Qi family, do you think I would have given a good face to a stinking cousin like you? As a result, you and Chi Xingyu both don't put old me in your eyes. And Lin Zhe, even more damned. Just then, a murmuring whisper began to echo in his ears. Want to get power? Want to get back at everyone who looked down on you? You don't need to rely on others anymore, just call me out and you can become strong. At the same time, on the belt tied around his waist, a yellow gemstone was emitting an ominous glow. Qin Feng's eyes were mesmerized as he nodded, Lin Zhe, I'm going to kill you. In the next second, a cloud of black gas wrapped Qin Feng's entire body. In the audience, an evil smile appeared on the faces beneath the 2 white masks. It's starting. Chapter 47, You'll be the next one to die, Lin Zhe. Wrapped in black qi, Qin Feng's entire body revealed a shadowy feeling. His eyes were cold and resentful, filled with the aura of death. For the first one, let's take you, stinking cousin. He said to an Xin's back. What did you say? An Xin turned back and immediately realized Qin Feng's abnormality, a hint of fear appearing on her face. She decisively pulled out the 2 revolvers on her waist and prepared for battle. Her profession was an A-ranked, elemental gunner, and each bullet came with a different elemental attribute. Only to see Qin Feng waving the scepter in his hand, countless solid ice-forming cone spikes appeared around an Xin. Moreover, the ice thorns seemed to be different from the previous ones again, with each of them lingering with a black aura. Ha, stupid woman. The blackened Chin Fong let out a sound that bordered on mania. I don't think you've been exed by a man yet, have you? It might hurt a bit in a while, so bear with it. You pervert, what are you going to do? And Xin involuntarily trembled. In the next second, only countless ice spikes were seen stabbing towards an Xin's body at the same time. Ah! And Xin let out a mournful scream. In the audience, when the crowd saw this scene, they all revealed a look of disgust. This Chin Fong, has he gone too far? Yeah, and Xin is at least a big beauty, she doesn't know how to show mercy at all. However, there were also some viewers with heavier tastes who expressed a different opinion. Heh, it always feels like that scene just now was particularly emotional. It's too late, let's do this. Among the crowd, the only two people wearing white masks revealed triumphant smiles. It seems that our efforts over the past few days were not in vain after all. Yeah, we didn't suffer much these past few days pretending to be professional coaches to bring this male to fight monsters, hell knows how difficult he is to handle. Good thing, he eventually couldn't be compelled to use that belt we gave him. Heh, that's human nature. And since the images from that scene just now were too violent and bloody, the guide directly cut the camera away. The audience was also quickly attracted by other images, leaving behind what just happened. The only thing that remained in the replica was the corpse of a miserable beauty left in place, a cloud of black chi gradually enveloping her. You're next, Lin Zhe. Chin Fong revealed an extremely evil and twisted expression. At the same time, the monitoring room of this competition. A monitor noticed an anomaly. Strange, how come student in Xin, whose life value had been zeroed out in the copy, wasn't teleported out? On the other end, Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu had already arrived at the 4th floor. Welcome to Area 6 of Tier 4, Treeman Forest. Wow! Zhou Xiaoyu said excitedly, I never dreamed that I'd be able to climb to the 4th floor. Only to see the two of them in the middle of a very old primitive forest, with giant trees in all directions. However, just before they took 2 steps, they heard the sound of a fight coming from the front. The two of them followed the sound and walked over, only to see a man and a woman fighting fiercely in front of them. The girl, Lin Zhe had seen before, was Io, who had run away after being directly scared by him. At this moment, Io was constantly shaking the silver bell in her hand, summoning swarms of worms and flying insects to attack towards her opponent. As for that boy, he was a stranger. He wore a pair of black-framed glasses, had short hair, and looked well-mannered. In his hand, he was holding a wrench. Those bugs were about to get close to him, but they suddenly touched dozens of ping-pong ball-sized mechanical creations, and there was a flash of fire and a violent explosion. Inside the VIP lounge, the principals were hotly debating. I didn't expect Xixingyu, who was favored by everyone at the beginning, to be lagging behind instead. Not to mention Lin Zhe and that little follower of his, but now Io and Chen Hang, who are also S-ranked, have also reached the 4th level. Yeah, Chen Hang's profession is an S-ranked mechanic, don't underestimate it. Chen Hang is also an outstanding student of Tianqing City, it's just that he's been overshadowed by Xixingyu before. A principal of Tianqing City said leisurely. Inside the replica, Lin Zhe had just been delayed too much by Chin Fong and Xixingyu, and had actually arrived late. He didn't realize that Io and Chen Hang, who were also S-ranked, had already come to the 4th floor first. Then the two had just met at the entrance, and Io began to carry out Nan Yun Cheng's plan, taking the initiative to fight with Chen Hang. The two fought fiercely, and the situation was at a standstill for a while. It wasn't until Lin Zhe appeared that the two paused and looked at him at the same time. Io was startled, and immediately retrieved those bugs, clustering them around her body in a defensive posture. Dangerous target, appear. Yao recited. That student over there. Chen Hang shouted towards Lin Zhe, go fight monsters somewhere else. My bombs don't have eyes, be careful not to get hurt. Surprisingly, he was quite civilized and polite. Yao, however, said to Chen Hang, Lin Zhe, highly dangerous. You and I, combining our efforts, is the best strategy. Oh? You're the Lin Zhe among the 4S ranked players in this competition? Chen Hang pushed up his glasses. Hello, my name is Chen Hang, and I'm an S-ranked mechanic profession. How about it, are we cooperating or fighting against each other? Chen Hang was polite without losing his bravado. Lin Zhe had tears in his eyes. Hello, Mr. Chen Hang, you're the first normal person I've met today. Along the way, Meng Li, Io, the two barbarian bones, Xixingyu, and of course Chin Fong, everyone they encountered looked like they were a little bit sick with something major. Even this Zhou Xiaoyu beside him wasn't very normal in a sense. It made him couldn't help but feel worried about the mental state of the new generation of Xia. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Chen Hang looked confused. However, in the next second, Lin Zhe withdrew his joking expression and stretched out his right hand, his fingertips ticking confidently towards the two of them. You two go together, I'm in a hurry. Humph, what a big mouth. Chen Hang's eyes flinched as he said to Io on the other side, don't make a move yet, let me try his strength. After saying that, with a wave of the wrench in his hand, several mechanical turrets were immediately generated around him. However, right at this moment, a strange change occurred. Just behind the three of them, a loud bang was suddenly heard. In the next second, a black unknown substance exploded out of thin air, which looked like gas and liquid, spreading out in all directions. At the center of the black substance stood a figure wearing a white robe, with a yellow jeweled belt around his waist that stood out. It was Qin Feng, yet it looked even more evil and gloomy than Qin Feng. Then, only a few words slowly came out of Qin Feng's mouth, Lin Zhe, I found you. At the same time, the picture on the large screen in the arena was suddenly interrupted. Ha! All the spectators were in an uproar. The signal on the fourth level has been interrupted. In the monitoring room, the staff also shouted in panic. Just a moment ago, the fact that an XIN hadn't been teleported out properly had already caught their attention. However, the cause had yet to be identified, and just a few minutes later, there was a signal interruption problem. What's the situation? A man who looked like a chief came in hot and bothered. He was Lu Pengfei, the police chief of Tianqing City. Reporting to Bureau Lu, the fourth layer of the replica has been detected to be contaminated, all signals inside have been lost. The fourth level? Which players are inside? 3 S-class professionals and 1 A-class professional. There are also 2 A-rank players on other floors that have lost their connections. That staff member handed over the details of a few people. Treadmill, the 3 S-rank players are all inside on the side. Lu Pengfei frowned as he looked at the characters on the profile. If anything were to go wrong with these people, it would be a big deal. Fortunately, there was still one Qi Xingyu who didn't go in. A layer of sweat seeped out from the corner of Lu Pengfei's forehead, and he said very seriously, now immediately interrupt the match by citing a technical fault as the reason, and forcefully teleport the players from the other floors out. And urgently evacuate the entire audience. Okay, I'll get on with it. Wait, Bureau Lu. There's a new situation. Speak. Player Qi Xingyu also went up to the 4th floor just now, and now all 4 S-classes are trapped on the 4th floor. What? Lu Pengfei's brain went blank, nearly fainting. At the same time, the 4th level of the replica. Brother Lin, little brother is here bird. Qi Xingyu shouted out excitedly as soon as he was teleported in. Then the next second, he realized that the entire scene of the replica had become just like Doomsday. The sky was blood red, and the ground was covered by countless black unknown substances. From amongst those black substances, a white bone skeleton soldier was crawling out. And at the place where the black matter gathered, there was also a very powerful-looking white-robed mage standing. What is this situation? Qi Xingyu was confused. Lin Zhe revealed a smile, didn't you have to come? How about it, surprised or not? Chapter 48, We Daxia people are most particular about courtesy and reciprocity. Everyone else besides Lin Zhe was shocked to see this apocalyptic sight. At the same time, various skeleton soldiers that had crawled out of the ground were encircling towards them, and there were different types of soldiers. Undead Elite Soldier. Race, Undead. Level, 40. Life value, 20,000. Undead Elite Mage. Race, Undead. Level, 45, Life, 15,000, Race, Undead. Lifesteal, 15,000. Undead Elite Shield Guard. Race, Undead. Race, Undead, Level, 45, Life, 15,000, Undead Elite Shield Guard. Life value, 30,000. After seeing the information on these monsters, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhou Xiaoyu was so scared that she hurriedly hid behind Lin Zhe. This is the kind of monster that should be on level 4? Ah Yao, dangerous. Qi Xingyu, following brother Lin really does have surprises. Chen Hang, after preliminary calculations, the likelihood of me winning is 0.26%. Zhou Xiaoyu directly lay flat, why don't we just close our eyes and get hacked to death by them, then we'll teleport out. Naive. Lin Zhe said, the replica should already be contaminated, if you die here, you're really dead. Lindsay spoke calmly and lightly, but the others were greatly shocked when they heard him. To put it bluntly, they were all still high school students and had never considered the matter of death. Lindsay pointed at Qin Feng and said, "If you want to get out, I guess the only way is to defeat him." Qin Feng? How did he become like this? Shi Xingyu was greatly confused. Everyone immediately used their probing techniques, only, all that showed up were question marks. "No, he's no longer Qin Feng," Lindsay said. In his insight like fire sight, the opponent's information was displayed as Boss Undead Archmage TARDIS. Race, Undead. Level, 70. Life value, 400,000. Skills, Ice Burst Canopy, Death Harvest, Summon Undead, etc. Expand for details. It's actually a level 70 monster? It's really cheap for that Qin Feng kid, letting him experience the peak of his life. Right at this moment, the lifespan system popped up a reminder. Ding! You have a temporary additional task, lift this copy crisis. Reward, 1 system lottery draw must get an S rank reward. Great, waiting for this. Lindsay instantly came energized. He only saw him instructing towards a few others, "Listen to me if you don't want to die. I'll kill the boss, you guys are in charge of dealing with those skeleton soldiers, do your best and try to be as meticulous as possible." The other 4 nodded their heads as if they didn't understand, as if they hadn't completely figured out the situation. At this moment, the undead Archmage TARDIS who had possessed Qin Feng spoke, "Heh, are you the Lindsay that this body keeps chanting about? It looks like he really hates you, so much so that he summoned me. And thanks to him hating you so much, I was able to use that hatred as food and reach synchronization with his body. You have as much nonsense as the original master." Lindsay said directly, "I just want to know, if you were defeated, would the original owner still survive?" Humph, by no means, even if he doesn't die, he'll still be a vegetable," TARDIS said with a grim smile. "Then I'm relieved." Lindsay had a soothing look on his face. Only then did TARDIS realize that he had been led astray and immediately changed his tone, "If you want to defeat me, do it in your next life." In the next second, the air around them froze down extremely fast. Only to see that above the forest they were in, countless ice spikes curling with black gas were condensing, hundreds of times larger than the original Master Qin Feng's move. Ice Explosion Canopy, an advanced version of the Ice Explosion technique. However, Lindsay didn't give him a chance to make a move. In the next second, fire exploded and Inferno directly appeared out of thin air, holding a heavy hammer towards TARDIS. A level 61 summoned beast? TARDIS obviously hadn't expected Lindsay, a level 24, to be able to summon such a high level one, and was instantly startled. But I'm level 70, what are you comparing me to?" He immediately activated the spell. Whoosh, and disappeared in place. Inferno froze in place as his hammer hit empty. In the next instant, TARDIS had already appeared in the air, above those floating ice spikes. It's an instantaneous transfer? Lindsay hadn't expected this either. Arrogant human boy. TARDIS raised his staff high in his hand, a winning smile on his face. "May you learn how to be humble in your next life." Only the black ice cones that filled the sky fell towards Lindsay. Then in the next second, Lindsay's figure also disappeared in place. This time, it was TARDIS' turn to be surprised. Suddenly, a nebula exploded coldly behind him, dealing damage, 14569. Then, Lindsay's figure emerged from the nebula, and in his hand was already a longsword of warm color, with a few threads of lightning flashing on it. Vault Blade, a gift from Lei Zhenyu. It came with an instantaneous additional damage skill, Song Dome Flash. Only Lindsay swung his longsword and slashed up towards TARDIS. However, TARDIS wasn't a vegetarian either, and with another instantaneous shift, he flashed behind Lindsay. Only to see that at the end of his staff, black energy gathered into a huge scythe blade, and the staff became the hilt of the scythe. Then, the scythe slashed straight towards Lindsay's head. Death Harvest, immediate death effect applied to 100% of enemies, cooldown, 24 hours. Lindsay's sensitivity in the air was no match for TARDIS, and the black energy body in the shape of a scythe instantly passed through Lindsay's neck. Lindsay landed on the ground. When several players saw this, their hearts thumped, thinking, "This is the end." The imminent death status was the most sinister and deadly of all the negative statuses. Ha. TARDIS let out a loud laugh. This is the price of arrogance. However, in the next second, Lindsay stood up, touched his neck, and said, Luckily, the imminent death status is also a negative status. If it was a real sword, it wouldn't have been possible to dodge it. What? Tardis was shocked. How did you not die? At the same time, the monitoring room outside the replica. While everyone was fretting, two middle-aged men with outstanding temperament walked in. One was tall and majestic, like a lion king standing proudly against the herd. The other was on the taller and thinner side, wearing a white suit, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and a pale, shapely face. City Lord Feng, City Lord Lei, you have come. Director Lu Pengfei immediately rose to salute. That Lion King look-alike was naturally Lei Zhenyu, the City Lord of Tianyu City. The other person, on the other hand, was Feng Yuan, the City Lord of Tianqing City. After learning that something had happened in the newcomer tournament, the two of them immediately put down their work and rushed over. How is the situation? Feng Yuan asked. Reporting to City Lord, Lu Pengfei was a little embarrassed. We have forcefully teleported out all the other players in the replica, and the spectators are being evacuated in an orderly manner, but there has been no progress on the contaminated 4th level yet. We can only monitor that the level of the boss inside should not be lower than level 70. Level 70? Feng Yuan's face was unsightly. I heard that all 4S rank professions are trapped inside? Yes. Oh? Lei Zhenyu's eyes suddenly lit up. That means Lin Zhe is also inside? Back to City Lord Lei, that's right. Lu Pengfei replied. Phew, Lei Zhenyu let out a long breath, then I'm at least half relieved. Feng Yuan and Lu Pengfei looked at him in disbelief. Feng Yuan, do you know what you're talking about? I did hear that Lin Zhe was pretty good, but they're facing a level 70 plus enemy now. Lei Zhenyu, Feng Loxi, all I can say is that if Lin Zhe hadn't been in there, then this batch of students would have definitely been wiped out. Now that Lin Zhe is there, I see great hope. Just pray that Lin Zhe plays well in there, ha. Feng Yuan shook his head and complained in a low voice, this old dog Lei, still so big-headed at critical moments, I'm afraid he's not senile. Inside the copy. Tardis was in a state of shock when he saw that the mandatory killing technique didn't take effect on Lin Zhe. What exactly is the origin of this human? Could it be that we have to retreat temporarily today? If you're here, you can leave later. At this moment, a woman's voice that was tingling to the bone rang in his ears. What person? Tardis just wanted to turn around and take a look, but he realized that his neck was not listening to him. And in the vision of the others, a charming chimera appeared behind him. Tardis was already being controlled. Good powerful mind control. Tardis was sweating coldly. However, he saw Lin Zhe slowly approaching him, and a cloud of icy killing intent had already appeared in his eyes. I don't care what your undead race's purpose is, but violating my Grand Xia 3 times is looking for death. He recalled the words that City Lord Lei had reminded him of that day. Don't dare to forget in times of danger, my generation should strengthen itself. No matter how many times you come, I will remove you one by one. After saying that, Lin Zhe instructed the chimera at the side, Lilith, have some fun with him. Yes, master. In the next second, only a large roulette wheel formed by an energy body appeared beside Lilith. Each frame on the wheel had a negative effect written on it. This was none other than the skill that Lin Zhe had drawn earlier, Wheel of Fortune. As long as the wheel was spun, a random negative effect could be applied to the enemy. Let's see what reward this lucky one can draw. Lilith mimicked the Lady of the Hour and spoke in a whiny voice. Oh, congratulations to this gentleman. Is pain. You, what have you done to me? Tardis immediately felt uncomfortable all over, every bone felt like it was being gnawed by worms, while the amount of blood began to decrease little by little. After 1 minute had passed, Lilith spun the reels again. Oh. This time it's a stun. Tardis immediately had a heavenly spin and his entire body fell to the ground. Oh. This time it's epidemic. Tardis immediately had his stomach turned inside out for a week and felt like he was about to vomit and have diarrhea. I'm an undead archmage, and I have to vomit and scurry in public? No way, I have to hold it in. You. Oh. It's poisoning this time. It's freezing. It's burning. It's electrocution. Lilith spun the roulette wheel one at a time, always keeping a bright smile on her face. However, the few people around her were shivering for a while. What kind of torture is this? Tardis was half tortured to death and finally begged for mercy. Stop spinning, please spare me. If not for my sake, then for the sake of the original owner of this body. Damn, that's all the more reason to spin. Lin Zhe heard this and became even more energized. After another dozen or so spins like this, for the last time, the roulette will stop on the smallest grid in size. Congratulations to this gentleman for drawing the top prize, instant death. In the next second, TARDIS didn't utter a word and directly died violently in place. Don't you like instant death? Give it back to you. We in Dacia are most particular about courtesy. Lindsay patted the dust on his body and said with a smile. Chapter 49. Wait a minute, my reward is going to go down the drain? Seeing this fierce operation, the jaws of several other players were almost dislocated. Each of them was thinking, this Lindsay, is he really in the same class as us? At the same time, a prompt popped up in front of Lindsay's eyes. Killed boss undead Archmage TARDIS, experience plus 30,000, lifespan plus 60,000 days. Obtained loot, 30,000 copper coins, Chaos Gemstone Belt, Death Harvest Skillbook, TARDIS Skull Material. Points plus 3,000, current total points, 8,060, points plus 3,000, current total points, 8,060. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level, level 25. Congratulations on the upgrade of your Summoned Beast Inferno, current level, 62. Congratulations on the upgrade of your Summoned Beast Inferno, current level, 62. Oh no, I forgot to disband the team before the fight, and the experience was split equally. Lindsay realized the omission, but it was already too late. He instantly felt like he had lost $1 billion and couldn't wait to beat his chest. Zhou Xiaoyu, after getting something for nothing, hurriedly used an awkward smile to cover up his inner turmoil. Thanks to Big Brother for taking me to upgrade, I'm already level 19. The other three were violently Chow Lemon, I'm sour, why didn't you let me rub on this wave of experience? At the same time, after TARDIS died, those endless skeleton soldiers also one by one seemed to be pulled back into those black substances by some kind of power. It didn't take long for the black matter to dissipate as well, and the replica was restored as before. Only Qin Feng's original body was left in place, already broken. Lindsay looked at Qin Feng's corpse with cold eyes, and thought in his heart, you were originally just a cockney who liked to act like a pussy and was still small-minded, and I can't really talk about any deep hatred. But you did the collusion with the foreigners, no matter if you did it on your own initiative or were forced to do it, you deserve to die. Ding! You have successfully lifted this copy crisis and completed the temporary additional mission. Reward obtained, 1 system lottery draw must get S rank reward. That's more like it. Lindsay received some psychological comfort. Outside the replica. Inside the monitoring room, seeing the technicians' delayed progress, Feng Yuan began to pace anxiously. Wastes, they're all wastes. If anything happens to the students, you will all have to thank the people. Of course, I'm afraid that I have no face as a city lord anymore. Lei Zhenyu consoled from the side, Feng Loxi, I haven't seen you look this nonchalant in a long time. The last time you were like this was when we were in school and you confessed to the class flower and were rejected. Old dog Lei. Feng Yuan couldn't help but curse, it's already that time of the year, you're still in the mood to joke. The only 4 S classes I have in the western region this year can all be in there, plus there are a few A classes that are also lost. If they die in there, the loss is incalculable. As he spoke, he waved his arms excitedly. As a result, he struck a soldier who was approaching with a loud slap on his face. Ouch! The soldier covered his face and said pitifully, reporting to City Lord Feng, the signal on the 4th floor has been restored. Yes? Feng Yuan hurriedly held the soldier's hand and asked excitedly, what is the condition of the several players? Back to City Lord, they have successfully defeated the boss and cleared the contamination. What? Feng Yuan suspected that he had heard wrong. Although he did not want anything to happen to the people inside, it was still unbelievable to hear that these high school students had defeated a level 70 boss. At this time, Lei Zhenyu patted his shoulder, how was it? What did I say? With Lindsay around, there's no need to worry too much. Feng Yuan pushed up his glasses to hide his loss of temper just now, but I can't figure it out, isn't this Lindsay just a newbie in his 20s? Ha ha ha. Lei Zhenyu let out a loud laugh, since the birth of professionals 100 years ago, my Grand Xia has been full of talents, and it's not as if there haven't been a few heavenly wizards born. I'm sorry, but this time it was picked up by my Tianyu city. I still don't believe that this was done by Lindsay alone. Feng Yuan said, there are several other S classes in there, especially since there's also Qi Xingyu, the heir to the Qi family, so maybe they combined their efforts to defeat it? At this moment, the screen in the monitoring room redisplayed the images from the replica. Only a few people were seen walking up to Lindsay. Student Lindsay, this time it's really thanks to you. Chen Heng was the first to speak, thanks to the fact that I wanted to duel you just now, I really had the eyes to recognize you, shame on me. After saying that, he bowed slightly. Thank you, you are a benefactor, Io said, and a rare ripple appeared on that ancient and unperturbed face. Thank you, Lin Zhe. This was Zhou Xiaoyu. Brother Lin. I really didn't see the wrong person. Shi Xingyu, on the other hand, was the most excited. If you don't mind, little brother would like to follow you all the way. That's not necessary. Lin Zhe was fleshed out for a while, just wanting to fork this person out. This scene was also captured in the surveillance room's camera. Seeing was believing, and this time, Feng Yuan was completely silenced. Lei Zhenyu laughed out loud from the side as he watched him get defeated. Only after a long time did Feng Yuan remember something and immediately said to the staff, quickly, get in touch with a few students, I want to speak to them personally. Inside the replica. Feng Yuan's voice rang in everyone's ears, hey, can the students inside hear you? This is Tianqing City Lord Feng Yuan. Hearing that contact had been made with the outside world, a few people's hearts completely relaxed. The few people briefly told Feng Yuan everything that had just happened. Feng Yuan sighed, I can't imagine that Qin Feng would. Also, we also found the body of his mentor Lu Jiming in the restroom. It should have been murdered by those undead sect people as well. Several students have worked hard. We'll open the exit portal in a few minutes, we'll talk about everything else when we come out. At that moment, Lin Zhe, however, suddenly shook with the tiger's body. That's not right. The system mission is to achieve first place and summit the 7th floor. I've only reached the 4th floor. If I go out like this, won't my reward go down the drain? He immediately boldly opened his microphone. City Lord Feng, can I continue to break through to the next level? The few people around him and those in the monitoring room were stunned when they heard this. You've gone through such a great calamity, and you still want to continue to break through the barrier? After a long time, Feng Yuan said in a serious tone, in principle, it's possible, but Lin Zhe students, you should already be very tired, so it's better to come out and rest first. After thinking for a moment, he added, if you're worried about the rankings, then there's no need to do so, because you're already the proper number 1 in terms of points. Lin Zhe scratched his head. Of course he couldn't divulge that he had a system mission, so he immediately made up a reason now. My family grew up in poor conditions, and I've always looked forward to participating in such a replica. I want to see more of the world again. Moreover, since we were young, our teachers have told us, where there's a will, there's a way. Our Daxia children can't do things halfway. Also, the audience outside must have waited for this competition for a long time, and I'm afraid that ending it like this will create a very bad public opinion. Speaking that was a moving and reasoning, bringing up all the reasons he could think of. Well, you don't say. Feng Yuan stopped and fell into a short silence. City Lord Feng, I also want to continue upwards. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoyu surprisingly took the initiative to say, just now, I gained a lot of experience for nothing, so in order to repay Lin Zhe, I'm going to continue to help him lure monsters. In that case, I'm going to go on as well. Shen Hang chimed in, even though I haven't reached the score to go to the 5th floor for the time being, as a reserve army of Dixia, how can I voluntarily give up? In favor, I, too, will go. Yao said. Then naturally, I'm going too. Shi Xingyu said with a smile, it's best if I can join Brother Lin's team. Not even the door. Lin Zhe directly refused. What if I'm really rejected, then I want to break in on my own as well. For a while, all 5 people actually clamored to continue up the ladder. Let's make another comprehensive assessment. Feng Yuan was a bit headstrong, but still said cautiously. And evaluate a hammer. At this time, a bold and rough voice came from the voice chat. Lei Zhenyu, approve it. Old dog Lei, what are you approving indiscriminately? Who has the final say in Tianqing City? Then what? Only the voices of 2 city lords bickering into a frenzy came from over there, and several people listened in disbelief before the voice over there hung up. After a short interval, they received a text message, the match continues, be safe. Chapter 50 New S Rank Talent, Viral Transmission Science. Meanwhile, inside the stadium. Right after the announcement of the match being suspended just now, the audience immediately booed. Hinama, refund. However, for the sake of safety, the officials were still resolute in their attitude and let them exit the stadium in an orderly manner. At this moment, a large number of spectators were walking out in a steady stream. Among them, there were those 2 black-clothed men wearing white masks. Both of them were very joyful at this moment, a stark contrast to the complaining crowd around them. Looks like our plan has succeeded. The contamination will soon spread to the other floors, and then it will invade reality. At that time, we can welcome the arrival of the undead army. The two of us have really gone undercover and labored hard this time. We're waiting to go back and receive our rewards. Just at this moment, the arena's broadcast rang out. Dear viewers, we apologize for the inconvenience caused just now. Now that our malfunction has been repaired, you can choose to return to your seats to watch the match again. Those who have already left can also watch the match via mobile. The people suddenly boiled up again. Great! Great! Luckily, I haven't left yet. Everyone returned to their seats. Just a moment ago, City Lord Fong had decided to allow this major annual tournament to continue after conferring with all the higher-ups. However, only Lin Zhe and his 5 contestants were allowed to continue just now, and the military had been sent to inspect the 1st to 3rd floors. In addition, an Xian, who had been killed by Qin Feng, had also been teleported out, and although she had suffered a considerable amount of mental trauma, it was said that she would be able to recover. Among the jubilant crowd, only the 2 men in black were dumbfounded. What? Does that mean the contamination has been cleared? That's Lord Tardis with a level 70. Right at this moment, the phone of one of the men in black rang. As soon as it was connected, a broken voice came from the other end of the phone. You two losers, Lord Tardis's signal has disappeared, as well as the Chaos Gem's signal. This. The man in black stammered, unable to speak. What's the use of scolding us? We're also puzzled. The person on the other end of the phone slowed down a little and said, Alright, you two urgently return to Tianyu City. Now that we only have 1 gem left, take advantage of Lei Zhenyu's absence and hurry up to execute Plan B. Success or failure is at stake. Yes. The 2 men in black replied. Then they transformed into 2 black shadows with a whoosh and disappeared from the crowd. Inside the arena, only the large screens on both sides resumed the real-time images from the replica, and at that moment, the camera happened to land on Qi Xingyu's face. Everyone already had a sense of lost and found joy, and at this time, they were even more excited. Only to see that on the screen, Qi Xingyu was using a move, 10,000 swords coming from heaven. The 6 flying swords could briefly transform into hundreds of sword chi, descending from the sky like a dense rainstorm, cutting down all monsters within a 50-meter radius. This incomparably handsome move immediately drew applause from the crowd. Although Qi Xingyu's dog-licking image just now had caused quite a few people to take off their powder, it seemed to have redeemed itself now. Then, the scene turned. In the icy sky and snow, a troop of gnome race was marching in their steel chariots, when suddenly the ground they drove over exploded, apparently having been ambushed by a landmine. The pygmy soldiers at the back immediately pulled out their guns and cannons to respond to the battle, but unexpectedly, dozens of mechanical turrets suddenly appeared in the circle around them and began to fire fiercely towards them. By surprise, the gnome soldiers were all wiped out. A well-mannered, spectacled teenager walked out and wiped his nose handsomely. It's Chan Hang. I didn't expect him to be quite cool. People exclaimed in astonishment. The scene shifted again. In the jungle, a foxman female boss was searching for something. Suddenly, the land behind her transformed into a puddle of poisonous insects, and from the poisonous insects, a black shadow silently emerged. One could only see the black shadow gently hugging the foxman woman from behind, and in the next second, countless poisonous insects spread along the black shadow onto the foxman woman. The poisonous insects began to gnaw on the fox lady's flesh and blood, causing her to let out miserable screams. Soon, the foxman woman had been left with a white bone, while the black shadow's eyes were always as cold as an ancient well. This bizarre way of killing monsters, watching the scene was filled with cold sweat. Oh my god, it's Io. How come it feels like the level of perversion has gone up another notch? But it always feels more like it. Some of the boys squirmed. Meanwhile, inside the VIP lounge, the principal and university directors were also watching the live broadcast. Each player's play was exchanged for their frequent nods. Do you guys feel that these players seem to have become a bit more powerful again than just now? Yeah, facing the level 20 monsters on the 4th floor is also a breeze. Could it be that during those 10 minutes of malfunctioning just now, did they go through something in there? It feels like everyone's firing on all cylinders. It's almost like they're chasing after some goal. Right, where's that player called Lin Zhe? Said Lin Zhe, and Lin Zhe arrived. On the screen, it happened to switch to an image of Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu. Only Lin Zhe was seen sitting leisurely on the grass, a stark contrast to the image of those 3 fighting hard just now. The audience immediately let out a different sound. This Lin Zhe, what new job is he planning to pull off? Can he learn from the other three? He's not active at all. It's unwatchable. Cut away, cut away, cut away. However, this time, the guide failed to cut away the picture like the first time. This was because City Lord Fong had specifically ordered to see what tricks this Lin Zhe had up his sleeve. Inside the replica. Achoo! Lin Zhe sneezed as he sat on the grass. Why does it feel like someone is scolding me? After entering the 5th level, he didn't immediately start the monsters, but prepared to organize his attributes and items, as well as the most important, the lottery. He flipped through the props box and took out the newly acquired belt encrusted with yellow gems just now. Chaos Gemstone Belt Set 1-5. Quality, Grade A. Type, jewelry. Set effect, 5-piece set? So Qin Feng was the one who wore this, lost his mind, and summoned that monster out? Lin Zhe thought darkly. However, this negative effect was ineffective for him, so he immediately equipped it, and by now the set had also been activated 4/5 of the way through. Next, he opened his personal information panel to check. Name, Lin Zhe. Profession, Demon Summoner. Profession, Summoning. Rarity, S-Class. Rank, Level 25 3%. Rank, First Order. Life value, 171,390. Mana, 77,590, Power, 16,349 plus 3,000. Strength, 16,349 plus 3,000, Agility, 10309 plus 1,500, Stamina, 14639 plus 2,500, Intelligence, 4239 plus 3,500, Spirit, 4,259 plus 3,500. Talents, Demon Affinity, Soul Link, Duplicate Summoning, Scorching Air, Fateful Fortune, Master of Time Management. Skills, Summon Demon, Demon Gaze, Flame Fury, Lava Field, Insight, Demon Hot Spring. Summoning Position, 4/4 Inferno, Hellhound, Demon Queen, Demon Dragon Juvenile. Equipment, Vaulted Blade, Dark Master Set, Cursed Gemstone Necklace, Fallen Gemstone Ring, Blood Gemstone Breastplate, Chaos Gemstone Belt, Honorary Citizen of Dasha Platinum Medal. After looking at his attributes, Lin Zhe nodded in satisfaction. Alright, now for the lucky draw. And this time, it was a designated S-rank reward, so it was well worth waiting for. Immediately, the lottery interface was opened. A variety of words and phrases scrolled up, eventually stopping. Congratulations on drawing the skill, Viral Propagation S-rank. Skill, Viral Propagation. When an enemy target hits your negative status, it can die the negative status to another enemy target within 10 meters, and can be repeated indefinitely. Each infection consumes 100 mana points. Lin Zhe looked at the description in shock. It's too much like being open, isn't it? And it looks especially suitable for Lilith. He immediately gave the talent to the Phantom Queen. Lilith's current mana was 350,000, and each infection consumed 100 points, which meant that she could infect 3,500 times without drinking a blue pill. P.S. For those of you reading this, please add a bookshelf and reward a freebie. Chapter 51, the 5th floor's speed pass method. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up and immediately thought of a new idea for brushing monsters. When he looked beside him, Zhou Xiaoyu was already sitting in the grass on the verge of falling asleep. Don't fall asleep, the monsters are coming. Lin Zhe deliberately scared her. Ah! Zhou Xiaoyu jumped up directly with a carp, looking around while saying in horror, "Where are the monsters? Where is the monster? You're lying." The look was very comical. Lin Zhe laughed and ordered something in her ear. Zhou Xiaoyu nodded timidly, then ran towards a certain area of the replica. The audience outside the arena. The crowd had been staring at Lin Zhe's screen for 5 minutes, yet Lin Zhe had been meditating on the lawn. It's too anticlimactic. We came all this way to see a match just to watch him meditate? Yeah, is he trying to cultivate immortality? Hurry up and change the channel, I want to watch Qi Xingyu. Ah Yao or Chen Hang will do. At this moment, there was a rumbling sound coming from the distance, like a low thunderclap, and the whole earth seemed to be shaking at the same time. Then, Zhou Xiaoyu's petite figure ran towards Lin Zhe, screaming as she ran. And right behind her was a swarm of monsters that looked like black, pressurized clouds. Only when they got a little closer did the crowd see that there were minotaurs, elves, giants, and so on. The audience was shocked. Someone quickly reacted, "Wait a minute, aren't minotaurs and elves, these foreign races, the monsters of the 5th floor? Yeah, does that mean Lin Zhe is on the 5th floor now? One level higher than Qi Xingyu and the others? However, Zhou Xiaoyu was seen running in a wailing manner. A slight slow step was going to be swallowed up by the swarm of monsters. It turned out that just now, Lin Zhe had asked her to go to the various areas to lure the monsters, drawing all the monsters from the different clans together. Lin Zhe, what are you still waiting for? Hurry up and do it. What's the rush? Lin Zhe smiled bashfully. Lilith, come out to work. In the next second, the graceful phantom queen reappeared in the air. Master, what are your orders? Try the new skill effect. Yes, master. Lilith was seen pouting and releasing a pink peach bubble. The bubble hit a Minotaur warrior, and its two eyes immediately became hollow and lifeless. Then with a loud ah, it began to launch an attack on the kindred around him. Moo! Mudhorse, are you stepping on a horse and going crazy? The Minotaur shaman next to him broke into a yell. Then, Lilith used her newly learned virus propagation skill on the Minotaur warrior that had been hit by the charm effect. Instantly, the charm effect spread to the shaman who cursed him. Only to see the two Minotaurs start attacking others around them again. The next step was simple. The charm effect spread from one to the next, just like the name of the skill, virus spreading wildly among the monsters. In an instant, hundreds of monsters, no matter if they were of the same kind or foreigners, all began to beat each other up. In a short while, experience and points alerts were drifting wildly above Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu's heads. Lin Zhe, on the other hand, was just watching the fun. This sight caused the spectators at the scene to once again stare at each other with rounded eyes. What? 16 minutes and 39 seconds to clear the 5th level? That's counting the time he spent lying flat there in front of him. What kind of evil fighting style is this? Is it on? This Lin Zhe was watching the monster fight from the side. He didn't put in any effort. And he's a big man and he's letting Zhou Xiaoyu lead the monsters. Is that a good idea? I'm going to sue him for employing child labor. No, Zhou Xiaoyu is already an adult. Everyone disagreed with Lin Zhe's fighting style, but they had to be convinced. Because the number of monsters was indeed decreasing. Not to mention that this was the 5th floor, and everyone knew that its difficulty was placed there. And in the monitoring room, at this moment, Feng Yuan also sucked in a breath of cool air. He was the one who had told the guide not to switch the screen, just to see how powerful Lin Zhe really was. Now that he had seen it, he felt that it wasn't quite the same as a traditional strong person. Ha ha ha. Lei Xinyu patted his shoulder and laughed triumphantly. Feng Lao Xia, you're too old-fashioned. As long as you can defeat the enemy, what do you care what method he uses? As long as it's not cheating, it's fine. Feng Yuan pushed up his glasses and was non-committal. Inside the duplicate. Kill Elf Hunter, experience plus 125, lifespan plus 250 days, points plus 15. Kill Minotaur Shaman, experience plus 125, lifespan plus 250 days, points plus 15. Kill Giant Warrior, experience plus 140, lifespan plus 280 days, points plus 18. The experience and points given per one was not much, but it couldn't help that there were so many of them. After killing more than 2,000 monsters, Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu's points also came to 12,033 points, getting the qualification to go to the next level. Not only that, Lin Zhe had upgraded again. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level, 26. As well as that, he also got a bunch of drops that weren't much use, such as over 100 elven staffs and over 200 Minotaur totems. Lin Zhe put them into the prop box, ready to take them and sell them afterwards. Alright, it's almost time to go to the next level. Lin Zhe stood up from the grass and patted the dust on his body. I wonder what alien race is on the next level again. Zhou Xiaoyu was a little apprehensive. Lin Zhe mused for a moment and said, you should have already noticed, right, that the floors of this copy correspond perfectly with the rankings of the foreign races in the 10,000 races. The first floor is the F-ranked rat people or something like that, the second floor is the E-ranked blood wolf race, the third floor is the D-ranked jackal people. And so on. Then on the 6th level, it would definitely be an A-ranked race. A-class races? Zhou Xiaoyu's small mouth slightly opened. Isn't that the dragon race or something like that? That's right, the A-class races that we learned about in our textbooks are at least two, the dragon race and the blood race. I never thought that I would have to fight the dragon race after just awakening my profession for 2 weeks. Zhou Xiaoyu was a bit intimidated. Fear nothing. Lin Zhe calmly said, this copy is a purely artificial copy, the monsters are obviously all weakened, and I estimate that the monsters on the next level are only a little more than level 30. What do you mean only? Zhou Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, I'm just level 20 now, you make it sound like level 30 is low. Ha ha ha. Lin Zhe gave an unruly laugh. He didn't care too much about what monsters were on the 6th level. What he was more looking forward to was the 7th level. It wasn't just because of the system quest to be completed. It was also because, according to his deduction, the monsters in the 7th level were S-class races, and the currently known ones were heavenly gods and demons. The corresponding scenes were definitely the heavenly god realm and the hell realm. Although this was an artificial copy, there had to be at least one. Thinking of this, an expectant light lit up in Lin Zhe's eyes. Cut the crap and hurry up. After saying that, Lin Zhe took the lead and stepped into the portal, and Zhou Xiaoyu apprehensively followed. Outside the replica. They've entered the 6th floor. Everyone was once again boiling. It was rumored that the last person to climb up to the 6th floor in the Rising Star contest had been more than 10 years ago. Chapter 52, Speeding Through the 6th Floor, Surprising 7th Floor. As soon as they entered the 6th floor, Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu were greeted with a shock. A bolt of lightning struck down with a swish and landed in front of his toes. Luckily, Lin Zhe reacted quickly and dodged it by pulling Zhou Xiaoyu with him in a backward step. When he looked up, he saw a huge dark blue flying dragon passing through the sky. The entire body was also flashing with a few streaks of lightning from time to time. Boss Sky Commander right. Race, Dragon A rank. Level, 35. Life value, 100,000. Skills, Thunder Breath, Thunder Wing Shock, Static Field, etc. Expand for details. Description: one of the 5 great dragons, master of the power of thunder and lightning. Legend has it that he even has a close relationship with the heavenly god race. Oh? Fighting a boss right off the bat? Lin Zhe muttered as he looked at the giant dragon above his head, and it's still a right? Ah. It's actually Lei Te Ya. Zhou Xiaoyu also let out a gasp of surprise. Although the dragon race was a very mysterious high-ranking race, the dragon, Sky Ruler right, was a household name by the people of Daxia. This was because it was written into the junior high school textbook, Introduction to Foreign Races, and there was a special accompanying picture. When many people were still students, they had looked at that picture while envisioning their future as a dragon-slaying teenager. I didn't expect to actually let Lin Zhe see it here. Legend has it that right is at least above level 100, but here he's only level 35? It always feels like if Right the dragon knew about this, he would be furious, Lin Zhe spat out. Only to see the artificially weakened version of the Right flying around above Linza, issuing a warning in a thick, heavy voice. Let me see who's here. Oh my god, it's 2 ickle humanoids. I swear, I only need to use one of my fingernails to crush you. Lin Zhe was dumbfounded. What was with this thick English to Chinese translation accent? But Right obviously wasn't being funny, only to see that his huge wings began to have quite a few lines of thunder and lightning wrapped around them. Immediately afterward, 10,000 pounds of thunder struck down towards Lin Zhe's duo. Phantom Demon, Inferno Demon, you two work together. The Inferno Demon jumped out with a bang and blocked the lightning with its thick arm, directly blocking the lightning with its flesh. Crispy and numb, it feels like a massage. The Inferno blew up awesome. Then, the Phantom Demon used Wheel of Fortune directly on Right, and the pointer stopped at Petrify. Only to see the gargoyle flying, it suddenly stiffened and couldn't move. Then, the entire body fell to the ground. The Inferno immediately rushed up and swung the giant hammer in his hand to smash it. 80,000, 80,000. Without 2 hammers, the shoddy version of Right was smashed to a miserable mess. Even the screen of the live broadcast was automatically mosaic. The people in the audience once again looked dumbfounded. The legendary Lei, one of the 5 great dragons, was ed over so quickly? This is the 6th level. I remember that very few people in history have made it to the 6th level. This time it's really worth it. This Lin Zhe, he really seems to have something. In the VIP lounge, all the principals and directors seemed to have finally believed in Lin Zhe's strength as well. A group of people were surrounding Liu Hanlin and starting to flatter him, the opposite of their attitude just now. Old Liu, congratulations, your school has really produced a treasure. Old Liu, actually I was just prodding Lin Zhe just now. And the directors of several prestigious schools had officially written Lin Zhe's name onto their recruiting lists, and it was still at the top. And figured out what resources they were going to come up with later to snatch people up. Inside the replica. Kill the boss Sky Reiner Right, experience plus 15,000, lifespan plus 15,000 days. Points plus 1,000. Obtained loot, 15,000 copper coins, pale blue robe, sky halberd, dragon scale material. Easily done. Lin Zhe clapped his hands. At this time, he suddenly realized, how come he took the full amount of experience and points and didn't share them equally? Only then did he realize that Zhou Xiaoyu had already exited the team. He looked at Zhou Xiaoyu in confusion. Zhou Xiaoyu smiled sheepishly and said, I feel like I didn't play much of a role either, so I won't share your experience. Actually, I'm already satisfied with being able to walk to the 6th floor, and the points will be enough for me to attend a very good university. Why don't I just walk here? I won't be your little pendant for the rest, thank you, Lin Zhe. Zhou Xiaoyu revealed a bright smile, clearly her mind was made up. Lin Zhe also stopped forcing himself and said, alright, thank you for your help along the way as well. Then he summoned all 4 of his demons and stood in a row. Inferno Demon, Phantom Queen, Hellhound, Imp Dragon. Looking at the fact that his demon army had already taken his shape, Lin Zhe was quite satisfied. He issued an order, next, it's up to you guys to utilize your power. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Woof woof. Chirp. The 4 demons responded simultaneously but not neatly. Go on, aim for a quick battle. The enemies on this level, aside from the gargoyles just now, the rest were relatively low-grade dragon races such as bipedal flying dragons and earth dragons. In addition, there were also the dragon race's dependents, an army of draconians. However, with the level 62 Inferno and level 65 Phantom Queen as the main force, the dogs as the assassin core, and Little Dragon picking up the slack, all the foreign races were instantly routed. Moreover, Little Dragon didn't forget to take a few bites, utilizing that infinite devouring talent to grow his attributes and had risen to level 5. Inside the monitoring room, Lei Zhenyu saw these miscellaneous hairy monsters in the copy and spat, old foam evil, you're a bit watered down on this 6th level, how come there's only one giant dragon and the rest are all this kind of sidekick? Feng Yuan, nonsense, this is an artificial replica, currently humans have only seen one giant dragon, the Sky Commander, and that was decades ago. As for the other giant dragons, they all only exist in legends, where would anyone make them? Besides, one giant dragon would have been enough for others to suffer, who knew that Lin Zhe had beaten it so easily. On the contrary, it looks as if the copy is weak. Lei Zhenyu smiled smugly, so blame Lin Zhe? But with you saying that, I'm starting to get a little worried about what the 7th floor is being made into by you guys. Don't mention it. Feng Yuan held his forehead, I really hope Lin Zhe doesn't go to the 7th floor, it always feels a bit humiliating. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe's points had broken through 20,000 points. And he was confidently heading towards the portal on the 7th floor. Everyone in the audience and outside the arena watching the live stream was holding their breath. This would probably become an unforgettable image in their lives, as they would see someone successfully break into the 7th floor. It was simply unprecedented. As for Lin Zhe, he was also incomparably looking forward to what the Heavenly God Realm or the Hell Realm would actually look like. Would he see other demons or even the Heavenly God race? After stepping into the portal, there was another few seconds of time and space transition. Welcome to the 7th level area, Hell Realm. In the next second, the true appearance of the 7th layer was unveiled in front of Lin Zhe and everyone else. Then everyone was dumbfounded. With the rough painting style, poor modeling, and spicy colors, it was probably evident that this was a land of lava. It was as if just a moment ago they were playing a well-made 3A game, and the next second they switched to a red and white machine pixel game. Just a moment ago, you were admiring a painting of Qingming Shanghai 2, and in the next second, it turned into a kindergarten painting. Inside the monitoring room. What the hell is going on here? Lei Zhenyu sprayed out a mouthful of tea, I could think of it being brown, but I didn't think it could be this brown. Ahem. Feng Yuan forced himself to calm down, the 7th floor was made decades ago, and at that time, it was already considered very high technology. Since no one has ever entered the 7th layer, it hasn't been updated. Besides, what human has ever seen the Hell Realm? The designers could only do as they imagined. Lei Zhenyu all wanted to join the other viewers in shouting, De Nima, refund your money. Of course, the most immersive person would have to be Lin Zhe. Walking in the middle of this world with an incomparably rough painting style, his heart, which had been incredibly expectant just a moment ago, was now finally dead. Just then, a red gorilla appeared in front of him. The kind with a strangely ugly face, extremely low pixels, and a checkerboard visible along the edge lines. The red gorilla whimpered and ran wildly towards Lin Zhe. The monster's information popped up. Boss Inferno. Race, Demon S-Class. Level, 35. Life value, 120,000. Skills: Flame Fury, Lava Field, etc. Description: Description: said to be a very manic branch of the demon race, specific information is unknown. Put. Lindsay almost didn't burst out laughing when he saw this. Ha ha ha, Inferno Demon, this one's all yours. In the next second, the Inferno Demon appeared in front of him, and after taking a look at the monster and his description, he instantly burst into a rage. Just which is insulting our noble Inferno Demon clan. Immediately, he took a hammer and knocked that red gorilla to pieces. P.S. The 7th layer is brown, but buried with surprises, revealed in the next episode, begging to be added to the bookshelf, begging for 5-star reviews, begging for free swag. Chapter 53 Mythical Reward. Lindsay took first place in the fault. Next, Lindsay encountered some strange demons. Hellspawn, eye demons, swamp demons, and so on. All of them had the same style as the red gorilla, and all of them looked crooked. However, there was a phantom demon with a pretty face, but Lindsay realized that she looked exactly like the young lady in a certain type of video from Sakura Country. I guess the person who designed this copy just copied and pasted it directly. And Lilith was jealous and had to ask which of the two of them was more beautiful. Lindsay then explored this pitiful copy for quite a while, and also fought quite a few monsters, and since they were all level 35 plus monsters, there was quite a lot of experience. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level, 27. It doesn't feel like there's much left. Lindsay was a bit disappointed. Anyway, we've also topped the 7th floor, so the quest given by the system should be completed, or we should just withdraw. Outside the replica, the spectators had also grown tired of watching this spicy replica, and some of them directly left the stage and went home. Everyone was thinking, alright, you're number 1 anyway, just come out quickly and forget about it. Lindsay was about to leave, but to be cautious, he ended up scanning the surroundings again with insight like fire. Suddenly, he noticed that in the special vision of insight like fire, there was something in the distance marked out with a golden glow. Lindsay immediately became interested. Luckily I took an extra look. Could it be that there's something good hidden in this Thai copy? He immediately started in that direction. It was just that the further he went, he found that the modeling of his surroundings became rougher and rougher. It was almost like a display of works from the series learned animation for 3 years, without eyes. At that moment, he came to the doorway of a space, and the thing marked by the golden light was on a display stand roughly 50 meters in the distance. And on the ground between the doorway and the display stand, flames that were so fake that they couldn't be faked were bubbling up, like they were made of paper cutouts. However, when Lindsay stepped on that flame, he took damage. 29,801. There's actually such high damage? Lindsay was also a bit surprised. At that moment, a set of prompts popped up on his interface. This copy of the final trial has opened. Do you have the courage to step into the flames of this hell and obtain the legendary secret treasure? Perhaps turning around in time is the best choice. Tip: don't think you're smart, there's only one secret to success: keep your feet on the ground. Ha! A place like this actually hides a final trial? Quite capable of hiding it? At the same time, the screen of the live broadcast all turned into a colorful mosaic, and it was no longer possible to see the images inside. What's going on? The monitoring room, Feng Yuan was shocked. It won't be contaminated again, right? After experiencing an accident, everyone was a bit like birds of a feather. Luckily, however, the staff hadn't detected any contamination or anomalies, and it was merely the live feed that was malfunctioning in some way. Inside the copy, Lindsay read the paragraph over and over a few times. That means that if you want to get that item, you can only honestly step over it? All other means, such as flying, climbing walls, teleporting, or hooking things over, would definitely count as foul play. However, Lindsay was happy when he saw the words Hell Flame. This thing might be harder than heaven for others, but for him, it was a pure giveaway. The person who wrote the question shouldn't have expected someone to bring a demon to break into the copy, right? In the next second, Lindsay sat directly on the shoulder of Yen Demon and let Yen Demon step into those paper like hell flames. Sure enough, he didn't suffer any damage. Ha, this temperature, it's just right. The Inferno Demon boasted. Cut the crap and get going. Lindsay ordered. It didn't take a minute for Lindsay to easily reach the location of that showcase. The circle of ground near the display stand was not covered in flames, so Lindsay jumped off of the Inferno Demon's shoulder. The item on that showcase also appeared up close in front of Lindsay. Only to see that it was a golden flame, and unlike the feeling of all this junk modeling around it, the flame looked very real. and it just kept leaping there silently, as if it wouldn't go out. Just then, an interface reminder popped up above Lin Zhe's head once again. Congratulations on completing the final trial and obtaining the reward, Eternal Flame. In the next second, the golden flame slowly flew directly towards Lin Zhe. Weapon inlay, Eternal Flame Mythic Grade. Effect: when this item is embedded in equipment, all fire attribute damage dealt will be true damage, and will be increased to 5 times its original value. The flame is under the control of the equipper's consciousness, and if the equipper does not recall it, the flame can burn everything and will never be extinguished. The item can be set with any weapon and can be freely disarmed. What, mythic grade? Lin Zhe was shocked. Ever since he was a child, amongst his perceptions, S rank was the top. Now a mythic grade item actually popped out. How could such an item be placed in this Thai copy? Was it done intentionally? And this effect, it's too powerful, isn't it? Lin Zhe's eyes were glowing. Immediately, he set it on top of that molten fire heavy hammer of the Inferno Demon. Only to see a kind of golden flame emerge from the already mighty and domineering hammer. Thank you, Lord, for the reward. Inferno Demon smiled. Congratulations on clearing all floors of this copy. You will be teleported out of the copy after 60 seconds. 60, 59, 58. It's finally over. Lin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Outside the copy, Shi Xingyu, Chen Hang, and Io had also long since ended their matches at this time. Among them, Shi Xingyu had managed to reach the 5th floor, but unfortunately, his blue was depleted, so he had to pass out on his own. Chen Hang and Yao, on the other hand, had stopped at the 4th floor. All three of them were waiting outside for Lin Zhe's final result. Just then, a handsome young man in black light armor was seen walking out of the portal. Several cameras immediately disliked towards his face, appearing on the big screen in real time. The entire crowd let out a cheer. No matter how much they had questioned Lin Zhe and denigrated him before, at this moment, they couldn't help but send their blessings and knees. Lin Zhe is awesome. Lin Zhe is so handsome. Lin Zhe, I'm going to give you a monkey. Then, the final point rankings of the tournament were released on the big screen. First place, Lin Zhe, 24,360 points. Second place, Zhou Xiaoyu, 12,056 points. Third place, Shi Xingyu, 9,624 points. Fourth place, Io, 8,789 points. Fifth place, Chen Hang, 8,438 points. Sixth place. Seeing Lin Zhe's score take the fractured first place, everyone once again boiled. At the same time, the system sounded. Ding! You have won the first place in this competition and ascended to the 7th floor, earning you a reward, 2 system draws designated as S-rank rewards. Zhou Xiaoyu, Shi Xingyu, and the others swarmed around Lin Zhe. Zhou Xiaoyu, Lin Zhe, thank you. I actually managed to get 2nd place, I don't even dare to believe it. I'm afraid that if I go back and tell my grandmother the news, she'll be so excited that she'll have a heart attack. Shi Xingyu, brother Lin, it's worthy of you. I'm determined to have you as my big brother. Which school are you going to take? I want to go to the same school as you. Io, Shi Xingyu, disgusting. Words that make sense. At this time, 2 tall figures also appeared behind a group of students, and when the students saw them, they automatically made way. It was none other than the 2 city lords, Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan. Lei Zhenyu's large hand done slapped on Lin Zhe's shoulder. You brat, I really didn't look at the wrong person. Then, with a provocative gaze, he looked at Feng Yuan. Well? Dare to laugh at no one in my Tianyu city again? Feng Yuan pushed his glasses, ignored Lei Zhenyu, and directly said to Lin Zhe, Student Lin Zhe, our Tianqing city now has a talent recruitment program, with a very good transfer policy. As long as you join us at Tianqing city, I promise you a set of garden houses and... You get the hell out. Lei Zhenyu was furious, digging in my face, huh? Right, Lin Zhe, which university do you want to enter? You don't know, those teachers in the admissions office are on the verge of fighting, everyone wants you. Lin Zhe scratched his head, I'll have to reconsider. However, right at this moment, a soldier hurried over and whispered something in Lei Zhenyu's ear. Lei Zhenyu's expression changed abruptly. What, my city lord's mansion was attacked? Chapter 54 Lei Zhenyu, Melee Lightning Technique. After receiving this news, Lei Zhenyu immediately pulled Feng Yuan and Lin Zhe aside to discuss it alone. Feng Yuan was also startled. The Tianyu city lord's mansion was attacked by the undead clan? Lei Zhenyu nodded. It's rumored that those ghostly things built an anchor point in Lao Zi's office and have now begun to invade reality. Anchor points, that is, the positioning points of the copies. When the foreign races wanted to invade the blue planet, they all needed to determine an anchor point, generate a copy at the anchor point, and then invade the real world through the copy. This was the rules of this planet. All races could not override the rules. Lei Zhenyu continued, they should have planned this a long time ago, deliberately creating a mess on this side of the race to lure me over here. Then they took advantage of my absence to invade my base again. But there's one thing I don't understand. Lindsay asked, why did they choose the anchor point at your city lord's mansion? Even if you weren't there, wouldn't the invasion be much more difficult than choosing somewhere else? The situation is urgent, I'll answer you later. Only Lei Jinyu's body stood straight and said squarely towards Lindsay, Major Lindsay of the Special Operations Team is at your service. Lindsay was stunned for a moment and immediately stood straight as well, present. You are now dispatched on your first mission, follow me back to Tianyu City to crush the enemy army. Lindsay instantly came in hot blood, made a military salute, and firmly replied, yes. After Lei Zhenyu finished speaking, he directly used a scroll, generating a temporary teleportation portal in front of his eyes. Go! In the next second, Lei Zhenyu and Lindsay stepped into the portal. Feng Yuan watched the two of them go far away and sighed heartily, Lindsay is already a major? That's really not simple. However, as the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Feng Yuan shook his head helplessly, I'm afraid Lindsay will be absent from the award ceremony in a while. After a few seconds of time and space shift, Lindsay and Lei Zhenyu appeared in the middle of a garden near the city lord's mansion. At a glance, they saw thick black smoke rising from the roof of the city lord's mansion, with sirens blaring from all sides, and a number of soldiers coming in and out. However, a visual barrier had been placed around the circle, and the citizens outside were unable to see the real situation here. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud bang, a corner of the city lord's mansion collapsed a large chunk down, inside there were also sounds of various blades clashing together, obviously a very fierce battle was taking place. Tramp! Lei Zhenyu directly cursed, this bunch of mother ing undead, are they trying to tear down my home? He stabilized his emotions and said to Lindsay beside him, regarding that question you just asked, why the undead invaded the city lord's mansion, I'll answer it now. More than 30 years ago, the undead invaded my Grand Xia, causing us to suffer heavy losses. However, Xia's professionals were no slouches and united to beat them back. In the end, I personally killed their leader, the undead monarch. However, the undead monarch is immortal, and his heart has been kept in my city lord's mansion. I didn't realize that these undead, in recent years, have become active again. Using the granting of power as bait, they have drawn in a number of humans to create chaos everywhere, but of course, the last few have been resolved by you. And their ultimate goal is to resurrect that undead monarch and revitalize the undead clan. After listening, Lindsay said, so they're here to snatch that heart? Precisely. After Lei Zhenyu finished speaking, he pulled up both of his sleeves, and the well-developed muscles on his arms swelled up, it's simply delusional. I asked you to follow me this time, in fact, I don't need you to do it, it's just to see a big scene, you're still a student after all, in a while, you can just quietly watch the battle. Just in time, old me hasn't had a fight in years either, my fists are itching. All of a sudden, Lei Zhenyu's entire body was surrounded by lightning, as if he was wearing an armor formed by lightning. His already messy hairstyle was even more rooted upside down like a lion king. Lindsay was also startled, it was a blessing to see Thunder God Lei Zhenyu display his strength with his own eyes. His profession was close combat thunder law, and it was said that his level had already exceeded 100, initially entering the ranks of 5th ranked experts. Seeing Lei Zhenyu take an arrow step, his entire body flashed towards the city lord's mansion like a raging thunderbolt, lifting the ground along the way into a gully. Ding! You have a new mission, completely thwart the revival plans of the undead clan, reward, 1 system draw. Another mission? Lindsay glanced at the system and immediately followed. At this moment, the city lord's mansion was already in a state of disarray, with many of the walls collapsing to the ground. And from the side of the city lord's office, there were countless skeleton soldiers crawling out, each one of them being of the 2nd rank or higher. On the corridor, many soldiers were fighting them bitterly. Although the soldiers were all 3rd-order breakthrough powerhouses, they couldn't hold back the dense number of skeleton soldiers, so they couldn't be distracted at all. In addition to the skeleton pawns, several undead race generals also joined the battle. A skeleton general holding a lance, riding a skeleton warhorse came out of the portal in faith. Taking advantage of the fact that the soldiers could not be distracted, he immediately stabbed out his lance. 2 young soldiers instantly fell to the ground. What you people did to our undead clan back then, I want you to pay in blood. The skeleton general said arrogantly. You dream. Accompanied by a voice as loud as a bell, a figure wrapped in blue lightning appeared from the corner of the corridor, then came straight at the skeleton general like a cannonball. The skeleton general immediately crossed his lance in front of him to parry. However, in the next second, there was a click and the spear broke. Then, a fist carrying the power of 10,000 pounds struck the general's skeleton head, which instantly exploded like a watermelon and shattered into pieces. However, the power of this punch did not stop there, and those skeleton soldiers behind the general were also reduced to ashes in a giant blue shockwave. Booming Thunder Fist, one of the main skills of the melee thunder method. Lei Zhenyu spat towards the general, who only had a skeleton body left, and said disdainfully, back then, if it wasn't for your undead clan violating my Grand Xia first, our two clans could have stayed well away from each other. Remember, no matter how many times you come, what awaits you will only end up like this. City Lord Lei. All the soldiers were relieved to see Lei Zhenyu arrive. Linzai followed behind, also witnessing the wonderful move just now, and couldn't help but admire Lei Shen's strength from the bottom of his heart. Right at this moment, only a crisp ringing sound was heard in the space of the corridor, like the sound of a glass bottle falling to the ground. Then, blackness spread rapidly throughout the entire corridor, and everyone looked like they were immersed in a black current. At the same time, in everyone's status bar, there was an additional negative status, Abyssal Curse. Abyssal Curse, all attributes and values reduced by 90%, duration 10 minutes, this status cannot be dispelled with skills or items. What kind of effect is this? The soldiers cried out in horror. Everyone's attributes were indeed only 10% of their original values, and their blood and blue bars were shortened by a large margin that was visible to the naked eye. Not good, we've been ambushed. Lei Zhenyu shouted angrily, also having been hit by this negative status. At this moment, a woman's creepy laughter came from the air, ha ha ha, you guys just have fun here. As the voice disappeared, only a steady stream of skeleton soldiers came surging in once again from that end of the corridor. All the soldiers were stony-faced, they could have been evenly matched with these skeleton soldiers, but after being hit by this status, they were afraid that they would be killed if they were not taken a hit. After the value of everything was reduced by 90%, even the speed became very slow, there was no way to escape even if they wanted to. Damn it, these undead know how to play dirty. Lei Zhenyu was furious, it doesn't matter, I'll take the top. After saying that, a wall formed by lightning immediately crossed the middle of the soldiers and the skeleton soldiers. Although Lei Zhenyu had also been hit by the Abyssal Curse state, he was after all a 5th-ranked powerhouse, and numerically, he even had more attributes than many of the soldiers under normal circumstances. However, Lei Zhenyu also knew that he wouldn't be able to hold out for long in this state. Damn it, we need to think of something immediately. He thought darkly. Just then, a teenager's voice sounded behind him. City Lord Lei, it's my turn to make a move. Only to see that the teenager in black light armor was stepping on top of that black cursed substance and walking in faith, completely as if nothing was wrong. Everyone, including Lei Zhenyu, was shocked. How can you be fine? Only Linzai knew that no matter how powerful the Abyssal Curse was, it was still a negative status. And he was immune to all negative statuses. Only Linzai walked to the front of the soldiers' line, facing the raging skeleton soldiers, and sent out a fist with flames in it. The Flame Fury skill was unleashed, instantly wrapping all the skeleton soldiers in the flames of hell. Chapter 55, Opening the Draw, 2S Rank Rewards. Seeing Linzai kill the skeleton soldier with a single punch, the human soldiers were all shocked. Isn't this young man just over level 20? He hasn't even broken through rank 2 yet. Lei Zhenyu was also slightly wide-eyed, he had known that Linzai was a genius-type player, but this was the first time he had seen the unfathomable depth of his strength up close. And didn't his profession rely on summoning demons to fight? How come he was so strong himself? This wasn't a genius, it was simply a demon. Haha, I didn't expect that old me actually got ambushed, shame on me. Lei Zhenyu laughed at himself and turned his gaze to Linzai. I was going to say that I'd just let you watch the battle, but now, I'm afraid I'm going to have to let you go out in person. Linzai, no problem, leave it to me. Then he shouted into the air, Han Chi, is there. In the next second, a woman in black tights appeared out of thin air in the shadows on the ground, and it was Han Chi from the Special Operations Team. I'm in. The tone in which she spoke was still without fluctuation. City Lord Lei, Major Lin, leave this place to my protection. Han Chi said expressionlessly. Well, please. Linzai finished speaking and walked towards the outside. When he stepped out alone, Linzai stopped in his tracks. It's better to come and draw the two system rewards first. This time, they're both designated S rank rewards. Immediately, with eyes full of anticipation, he called up the draw page and activated it. Congratulations on drawing the skill, Fatian DS rank. Skill, Dharma Heaven and Earth. The body enlarges to 100 times its original size, and all values are similarly enhanced by 100 times. Duration, 120 seconds. Cooldown time, 10 hours. Congratulations on winning the prop, Summoned Beast 2nd Stage Evolution Coupon 1S grade. Item, Summoned Beast 2nd Stage Evolution Coupon. A one-time consumable prop that can be used on a first-level Summoned Beast to evolve it to second level. Props, Summoned Beast 2nd Level Evolution Coupon. One skill, one prop? Lin Zhe's eyes lit up, and both of them look powerful. Which demon should I give this, Mana Sky, to? The first thing that came to his mind was the Inferno Demon. The Inferno Demon, which was already extremely destructive, would definitely be able to reach the level of destroying the heavens and the earth with this skill. The second thing that came to mind was Phantom Demon, not for anything else. Phantom Demon with this must be very big, just thinking about it is exciting. However, in the end, he decided to give it to the Demon Dragon. Not only can it make up for its current lack of battle power, but when the Demon Dragon grows up, that degree of destruction he is a little afraid to think about. Immediately, the skill book was given to the Demonic Dragon to learn. As for this evolution coupon, since it was for a first-rank Summoned Beast to evolve to second rank, currently only the Hellhound was suitable. So, without hesitation, it was directly used on the Hellhound. Congratulations, your Summoned Beast Hellhound has evolved into Hell Demon Dog. Summoned Beast, Hellhound. Race, Demon. Branch, Beast Demon Breed. Rarity, C grade. Rank, 42nd order. Life, 30,000. Mana, 15,000. Strength, 2,000, Agility, 4,000 plus 100, Stamina, 3,000, Intelligence, 2,600, Spirit, 1,500. Skill Evolution, Bloodthirsty Gnaw Life Taking Gnaw. Deals 1 damage equals Agility 10 to a single enemy and causes a bleeding effect for the next 20 seconds, dealing damage per second equals Agility 2. Cooldown 2 seconds. New skill, Mark of Prey. Applies a mark on the target, visible only to self, and guides the direction of the prey. When the self attacks the prey again, it deals 1 blast of damage, after which the mark disappears. Maximum mark duration, 10 days. Other skills, Shadow Assault. Equipment, Thorn Dagger. After evolving, the big black dog's appearance also changed a bit. Its body was a circle larger than before. Before it was half a person tall, now it was almost as tall as a person, and it was simply oppressive when it walked up to a person. And the 3 blood-red eyes also became more ferocious. But in the next second, the 10 big black dogs stupidly harked their tongues and pounced enthusiastically towards Lin Zhe. Stop. Lin Zhe immediately stopped it. Good guys, I'm afraid I'm going to fall apart if I'm pounced on by you guys like this. Do you guys even know that you're already a 200+ pound child? At the same time, the back garden of the city lord's mansion. A group of people wearing black robes and white masks were surrounding a place. In the darkness, a tall undead woman slowly stepped out. She wore a long Gothic-style dress, with a thin figure, pale skin, and black hair draped over her shoulders. In her hand, she was also holding a floating glass bottle filled with a black unknown substance. Seeing the woman appear, those white masks immediately knelt reverently, calling out in unison, "Greetings to Lord Witch Demon." "Get up," the woman said in a noble tone. "Slaves of the human race, you have all worked hard this time. When the plan succeeds, my king will grant you immortal bodies and great strength." "Thank you, my lord." A white mask stepped forward and bowed, reporting to Lord Witch Demon, "My king's heart is hidden amongst the underground treasury. We are breaking through the blockade boundary. However, I'm worried that Lei Jinyu is close to returning after receiving the news." Ha ha ha. The woman let out a creepy cold laugh. "It's not that it's coming back soon, it's that it's already back, and it's with that Lin Zhe who has sabotaged my plans 3 times. What? All the white masks were startled. This is not good. The woman continued to laugh. "What are you afraid of? They've already fallen into my trap." The woman pushed the glass bottle in her hand in front of the crowd and guffawed. "In order to subdue Lei Jinyu, I went through a lot of trouble to get this. Even if he's no longer powerful, as long as he's below the 6th rank, he won't be able to escape the negative effects brought about by this thing. Lord Witch Demon is wise." All the white masks shouted in unison. However, right at this moment, a voice came from the side. A group of people are sneaking around. What are they hiding here for? The crowd followed the voice and saw a handsome young man slowly walk out. What, Lindsay? The woman's face immediately changed drastically. You've obviously been hit by the abyssal curse, how can you be fine? When those white masks saw that, they also all backed away like a mouse seeing a cat. Lindsay smiled without saying anything and walked straight towards the woman. Humph, I don't believe it. Only to see the woman's hand wave forward, that glass bottle immediately flew towards Lindsay. Then it cracked in front of Lindsay with a bang, and the black substance spread out again, instantly coloring everyone in the space black. Ah! Lord Witch Demon, how come even we are here as well? Those white masks, one by one, all of whom had been hit by the abyssal curse state, wailed. Everyone's blood bar became only a drop, very short. What are you afraid of? The woman said, the status will be lifted in 10 minutes, right now the focus is to destroy this Lindsay first. However, in the next second, she was surprised to find that Lindsay's pace hadn't slowed down at all. What's wrong with you? There was some trembling in the woman's voice. I'd like to thank you instead. Lindsay laughed, saved me quite a bit of trouble. In the next second, 10 gigantic hell demon dogs scurried out of space and pounced towards those white masks. Ah! Help! There were screams of misery. One bite at a time, the hell demon dogs only took a few seconds to finish off all those white masks that were already bloodied. Lindsay looked at their corpses and said coldly, as a human race, for the sake of some bull power, you actually became a human traitor, you really deserve to die. Lindsay said, looking at the undead witch demon with a layer of icy killing intent already in his eyes, you're the mastermind behind this? At the same time, her information appeared in his eyes. Boss undead witch demon Hela. Race, undead. Level, 70. Life value, 150,000. Skills, undead summoning, evil to the bone, etc., expand for details. Description, she used to be the undead monarch's right-hand man, and since the fall of the undead clan, she has been dedicated to resurrecting the undead monarch and rebuilding the undead clan. Only level 70? I thought how powerful. Lindsay expressed disdain. Hela? You're a level 20-something, and you think I'm low on level 70? Chapter 56, Big is big, but it only lasts 2 minutes. Lindsay scornfully looked at Hyla, and even made a tsk tisk tisk sound at the same time. Hyla felt a strange humiliation. Fortunately, she had not experienced the human race home for the new year being chewed out by the neighbors at the head of the village, otherwise it would have felt very familiar. Unable to bear the humiliation, Hela became irritated. I'm at least a great witch demon of the undead clan, how dare you look at me like I'm garbage? Cognitively correct. Lindsay said, you are trash, all of you undead race are trash. Hela was so angry that she wanted to immediately go up to the firefight, but immediately came to her senses. She knew that this Lindsay wasn't just simply arrogant, he was the biggest threat besides Lei Jinyu. However, she couldn't lose her temper verbally. She snorted coldly, I'm not going to fight with you. Just let him play with you. After saying that, Hela chanted a few incantations under her breath, and instantly, the entire earth began to shake violently. At the same time, she herself floated to the far side of the Madair, sitting back and watching the battle. With a sudden loud bang, the side of the city lord's mansion collapsed. A giant hand of morose white bone punched a hole in the outer wall and reached out from inside. Then, a huge skeletal monster stood up from amongst the rubble. It was over 20 meters tall, its body was made up of huge white bones, and it held a long sword in its hand. Inside its 2 empty eye sockets, there were also ghostly green flames floating. Boss Undead Duke Gar full form. Race, undead. Level, 70. Life value, 300,000. Skills, Deadly Heavy Cannon, Deadly Tsunami, Soul Extraction, etc. Expand for details. Description used to be one of the 3 right-hand men of the undead monarch along with Archmage Tardis and Witch Demon Hela, but after being heavily injured by humans, he lost his spirit and could only be manipulated by Hela. Oh? This seems like an old acquaintance. Lindsay said as he looked at the huge skeleton. After entering real mode in the first trial copy, the final boss was the undead duke that was fought, but back then, there was only a skull. This time it was a full body. And the undead duke gal apparently recognized Lindsay as well, the ghostly green flames in its eyes burning even brighter, presumably remembering the shame of being ate over by the inferno demon's punch last time. Only to see its entire body fall into a state of frenzy, letting out a hiss that shook the heavens, raising the longsword in its hand high, and stepping towards Lindsay. Dang! Dang! The huge body stomped out violent vibrations on the ground. Lindsay, however, was calm and said, "Little dragon, it's your turn this time, practice with your new skills." In the next second, the black and colorful imp dragon appeared at his side, squeaking and acting cute. Over there, the mid-air Hela immediately used her detection technique, and at a glance, it was only level 5? Although she knew that Lindsay had a few tricks up his sleeve, that was because he had 2 level 60 plus demons. Now taking a level 5 monster out to carry a level 70 boss? Had he gotten so arrogant that he forgot his last name? However, the demonic dragon directly used the S-rank skill he had just obtained, Dharma Heaven and Earth. In an instant, the dark and ungainly little dot disappeared in place. Huh, where's the dragon? Hela froze. In the next second, the weather, which had been sunny just a moment ago, suddenly clouded over, as if a huge dark cloud had covered the sky. When she looked up, she realized that a huge behemoth was flying over her head. "It's that dragon?" Hela exclaimed, "How did it become so big?" At this moment, the imp dragon had become 100 times as big as it was originally. And his attributes also came. Life value, 1.1 million. Mana value, 1.3 million. Strength, 110,000, agility, 110,000, stamina, 110,000, intelligence, 150,000, spirit, 130,000. Not to mention Hera, even Lindsay looked dumbfounded. Is this a value that a level 5 monster should have? However, since the little dragon was scaled up in equal proportions and didn't grow into an adult dragon, it still maintained that somewhat cute look. Squeak! The demonic dragon let out a childish cry, but it resounded through the heavens and earth, revitalizing everyone. Only that Undead Duke was not afraid of the scene in front of him due to his lack of spiritual intelligence, and in turn, he was not afraid of the scene in front of him. Only to see his skeleton's mouth open, aimed at the dragon in the sky, a shot of ghostly green energy was building up in his mouth. "Stupid fork, don't do it the hard way." Hela rushed to stop it. However, it was too late. In the next instant, only a whoosh sound could be heard. A round of death-defying heavy cannon was fired towards the demonic dragon. Z! The demon dragon reversed in the air and was almost hit. And the death-defying heavy cannon fired into the sky, blasting a cloud into pieces. Z! The demon dragon let out an angry chirp. A huge blue ball of lightning spat out from its mouth and lightly landed on the undead duke's body. Boom! A loud bang was accompanied by a huge shockwave, instantly raising countless sand and rocks, and some slightly thinner trees were snapped off. This might, terrifying as it was. Damage dealt, 745,601. Directly exceeding twice the total life value of the undead duke, instantly killing him in seconds. Only to see the undead duke wailing, his white bones gradually shattering and turning into ashes in the blue lightning energy. Kill boss undead Duke Gar, experience plus 60,000, lifespan plus 60,000 days. Acquired loot, 60,000 copper coins, Kingslayer longsword, morphing white bones material, skeleton summoning scroll 1 time. Congratulations on your upgrade. Current level, 28. Congratulations on the upgrade of your summoned beast, Devil Dragon. Current level, 12. The imp dragon directly rose 7 levels in a row from level 5. And seeing this scene, Hela, the entire ghost dropped her jaw. "This Lindsay, what kind of demon is this?" Lindsay pointed at her in mid-air. "Little dragon, there's another one there." Hera was stunned, and then she saw the giant shadow rushing towards her. However, in the next second, the giant shadow reappeared with a bang and turned back into a small, black, and unrecognizable figure. Lindsay, the demon dragon, and Hela all froze. Damn, I forgot that the duration of Mana Heaven and Earth is only 2 minutes. This couldn't help but remind him of a certain large holster serial with a monster fighting theme that he had watched before crossing over. Big is big, it just doesn't last. Lindsay spat. Hela slapped her chest, "Scared me to death. However, we can't dwell on this anymore, we have to hurry to the basement to find my king's heart, that's the top priority." After saying that, his entire body transformed into a spiraling shadow and flew away with a whoosh. Seeing Hela flee, Lindsay didn't immediately chase after her, and asked the 10 Hell Devil Dogs, marked? Woof! The Hell Devil Dogs expressed their affirmation. It turned out that just a moment ago, Lindsay had already had the Hell Devil Dogs use their newly learned skills to mark Hela with prey marking. Hela couldn't detect it on her own, but Lindsay could see that mark and it lasted for up to 10 days. At this moment, coupled with the insight into fire skill, Lindsay clearly saw Hela appear on the ground. Follow. In an instant, 10 hell devil dogs burrowed into the shadows and disappeared. Meanwhile, inside the corridor of the basement, many human soldiers were lying on the ground, no longer breathing. In the treasure trove at the end of the corridor, all kinds of equipment and props were also in a mess. Some white masks were rummaging around inside. Whoosh! A shadow spiraled out, transforming into a pale woman in a gothic gown. Lord Witch Demon! The white masks knelt down. Don't kneel, have you found it? There was anxiety in Hella's tone. Reporting to Lord Hella, please look at this. A white mask offered a locked wooden box. The wooden box's appearance was plain and ordinary, but inside it looked like it contained something alive, with the sound of thump, thump, thump coming from it. Hella was overjoyed. This is it. Just we looked for half a day. White Mask toned some difficult, also did not find in this lock matching key. No need to look for it. Hella said, this box is a spell killing prop, it doesn't have a key in the first place. As for the method to open it, Hella said, a shadowy smile suddenly appeared on her face. She only saw her mouth urging a short incantation, and in the next second, a body of energy that looked like a silk thread was drawn out from each of the white mask's bodies. Then, several energy bodies merged into the unlocking of the wooden box at the same time. As for those white masks, they only felt their bodies start to become weak. Lord Hella, what have you done to us? There is only one way to open this box, and that is to absorb souls. Hella wore a smile on her face. This is your last contribution to resurrecting my king, you should be honored. Hella, you bastard. It wasn't until the last moment of their lives that those white masks realized they were being used. In less than a minute, all of them collapsed to the ground, never to move again. Click, a crisp sound rang out, and the wooden box opened. A greenish-gray heart was thumping inside. Chapter 57 I heard you're immortal? Oh. Hella's eyes let out an excited glow, oh my great king of the undead. Only to see that she directly dropped the box and cupped the beating greenish-gray heart in both hands. Then, reverently kneeling on both knees, she held the heart high in both hands and recited a long string of difficult-to-understand incantations under her breath. Within a few moments, the blood vessels at the top of the heart gradually spread out. Then, flesh and blood began to grow around the veins. It seemed that around this one heart, a person was going to gradually grow. Great king of the undead. Your most loyal slave, Hella, hereby welcomes your birth. Hyla recited the words in her mouth with incomparable devotion. However, in the next second, on the ground around Hella, 10 hell devil dogs jumped out of the shadows and bit up towards Hella at the same time. Mark of prey, when the caster catches up to the prey, it triggers a blast of damage. 162,031. Hella, who only had a total of 150,000 blood, was instantly killed by this unforeseen attack. It's fine, now the dog is making a name for himself. Lindsay slowly entered through the treasury doorway. You despicable. Hella was on the ground with one breath left. You old northern nose, dying and still talking so much. Lindsay directly did not give the other party a chance to curse. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Hella, however, suddenly laughed wildly as if she had gone mad on the ground. What's the madness again? The undead monarch has already been resurrected, and your human race is still a step too late after all. Ha ha ha. Lindsay looked towards the heart that was gradually generating flesh and blood. Boss Undead Monarch's Heart. Race, Undead. Level, 1. Life value, 100. Skill, none. Just this? Lindsay said disdainfully, destroying it isn't a matter of minutes? Destroy it? Naive. Hella spoke with the last of her strength. The king of the undead is outside of the laws of the 10,000 races, he's immortal and indestructible. Even though you, Lindsay, are powerful, there's no way you can stop it. Even if the best experts of your human race came, it would still be the same. Immortal and indestructible? Lindsay frowned slightly. Suddenly, he remembered something. Inferno demon, come out. In the next second, the giant Inferno demon appeared by his side. I gave you a new prop, just in time to try it out. Lindsay issued an order. Yes, Lord. Only to see the Inferno demon take out his hammer, which had changed slightly from its previous appearance, and the flames on it had turned a golden color. Eternal fire, manipulated with the user's will, burning everything and never going out. Then, Inferno demon slammed his hammer directly towards that heart. The golden flame instantly covered the heart. I've said that my king is immortal, so what if I use the fire elemental attack? Hela said, even if it burns to ashes, it can instantly regenerate flesh and blood. Annoying, villains die from talking too much, you know? Lindsay coldly spat. However, he saw the golden flames gradually burn away the flesh and blood that had just grown around the heart, and then, the heart gradually shrunk in the midst of the flames. When it was about to be burned away, a mournful scream was emitted from the heart. It then disappeared in the air, leaving only a few orange sparks slowly floating in front of Hela's eyes. Hela watched in horror as the sparks fell to the ground. This can't be, it can't be. The faint spark went out as well. And eventually, the horror on Hela's face froze, and her entire body turned into a puddle of white bones, which then shattered and weathered. Kill boss undead witch demon Hela, experience plus 60,000, lifespan plus 60,000 days. Obtained loot, 60,000 copper coins, great witch's skirt. Kill boss heart of the undead monarch, experience plus 20,000, lifespan plus 20,000 days. Obtained loot, bitter gemstone earring. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level 29. Ding! You have completely thwarted the revival plans of the undead clan, obtaining a reward, 1 system drawl. Watching the series of tips pop up, Lindsay was quite satisfied. At that moment, he noticed the bitter gemstone earring on top of the item. It was a dull, black gemstone earring. It's the last piece of the 5-piece set. Lindsay was overjoyed. He was about to check the attributes when the dense sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Only to see that the one at the head of the line was clearly Lei Jinyu, followed by Han Chi and a group of soldiers. 10 minutes had come and gone, and they had already lifted their abyssal curse status. Has that thief found the undead monarch's heart yet? Lei Jinyu came in a flurry of wind and said with great excitement. Before Lindsay could reply, he spotted the open wooden box that had landed on the ground. Lei Jinyu's heart fluttered, and he was on fire. It's over. The heart has been released? Has it been taken away by the thieves? Damn, it's all my fault for accidentally falling into a trap. After saying that, he punched the concrete pillar next to him, smashing it out into a large crater. City Lord Lei, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses for a moment. Lindsay was somewhat speechless. I killed the undead witch demon, and I destroyed the heart of the undead monarch. What? When Lei Jinyu heard this, his entire body was even more excited than it was just now. In his excitement, there was also disbelief. The undead monarch is immortal, how did you do it? If someone else had said this, he categorically wouldn't have believed a word of it. But today, he had already witnessed too many miracles created by Lindsay, and besides, this was clearly not an occasion for joking. Therefore, he had to believe it. Lindsay, on the contrary, scratched up the back of his head, somewhat in a quandary, and thought to himself, should I tell you about getting the eternal flame seed in the 7th layer? Lei Jinyu understood and said to the soldiers behind him, the crisis is over, so all of you go and take a short rest. Send someone to clear the entire building again in a while. Not long after, only Lindsay, Lei Jinyu, and Han Chi were left in the room. Han Chi is one of our own and your subordinate, you can trust her. Lei Jinyu instructed. Lindsay nodded and told what he had encountered in the 7th floor. After listening, Lei Jinyu pondered a little, there was actually such a strange encounter? No wonder the screen suddenly cut off at that time, we thought the copy had been contaminated again. It looks like the person who designed this copy did it intentionally. Let's not talk about this. Lei Jinyu patted Lindsay's shoulder, Major Lindsay, you've made another great achievement this time. I really haven't misjudged anyone, our Tianyu City, no, it's our Granxia, has produced a future star. Lei Jinyu said excitedly, smiling from ear to ear. Sorry, got a little excited. Lei Jinyu withdrew his expression, now you have one more thing. Lindsay's heart, which had just relaxed, tightened slightly again. The award ceremony for the contenders competition shouldn't be over yet, so you should quickly go back and receive your award. Just this matter? Lei Jinyu said with a straight face, you just contributed your heart and soul to Xia, but this kind of thing is destined to be unknowable to the people. The reason why the people are able to live in peace and contentment now is precisely because of the silent dedication of countless unsung heroes in exchange. But at least, I can't let you miss out on the award ceremony that belongs to you just because I abducted you for the mission. Go on, get on the podium and let everyone see you, it's an honor that belongs to you and you deserve to enjoy it. Meanwhile, in Tianqing City, in the gymnasium of the Rising Star competition. The award ceremony now officially begins. Accompanied by a majestic marching song, Zhou Xiaoyu and Qi Xingyu walked onto the stage. The host's voice came over the radio. Let's congratulate the third-place winner of this competition, Qi Xingyu. A burst of applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Next, let's congratulate the runner-up, Zhou Xiaoyu. Although many people didn't recognize her, they also gave their applause and blessings. Next is the champion, player Lin Zhe. It's just that, because contestant Lin Zhe had some temporary personal matters, he couldn't make it to the scene. A sound of disappointment emanated from the audience. What's wrong with this Lin Zhe? What's wrong with this Lin Zhe? What's wrong with the champion being absent from this annual tournament? On one side, Feng Yuan looked at the scene and also shook his head helplessly. However, before the words on the radio could be finished, a temporary portal was suddenly generated in the center of the podium. The crowd was shocked, and instantly the entire room went silent. However, they saw a handsome teenager in black light armor step out of the portal with faith. Luckily I made it in time. Lin Zhe smiled somewhat awkwardly. It was the host on the radio who reacted quickly. It seems that Lin Zhe's players' affairs have been taken care of. He really does bring surprises every time. Now then, let's congratulate the winner of this Rising Star competition, Lin Zhe. The entire room was abuzz. Chapter 58 Undead 5-piece set, new system function. The award ceremony ended in a chorus of cheers. Lin Zhe walked off the awards stage with a large golden trophy and a card with the words $1 million in prize money written on it. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. The flashes of various cameras lit up, and Lin Zhe was immediately stopped by a bunch of reporters. Mr. Lin Zhe, may I ask how you feel right now? Lin Zhe, may I ask what your secret to becoming stronger is? Can you share it with everyone? Mr. Lin Zhe, may I ask which university you're going to enter? In the end, it was the security personnel who helped him out. However, he was immediately surrounded by the directors of the admission offices of the universities again. Student Lin Zhe, let's learn about our Eastern Biological University, the best university in the country for the summoning department. We're willing to allocate you a single dormitory, as well as the benefit of free reimbursement for all copies during the 4 years of attendance, as well as a variety of equipment and weapons for you to choose from. Student Lin Zhe, you should have heard of Qingbei University. We are the best comprehensive university in the country. The school is fully configured, and all kinds of training equipment are state-of-the-art, working closely with the high-precision technology of the beautiful country. Come to our Manhwa University. All the benefits they promise, we are not bad. Also, our school has a lot of beautiful women, so we can arrange for you to study with beautiful schoolmates. Fine, that's how it's done, right? The other directors gave sideways glances. Student Lin Zhe, I'm from the Western War College. We're the best school in the country at cultivating combat-oriented talents, and we're just as good at welfare. The other thing is that the school is right here in Tianyu City, so it's convenient to go to school. Go, is that a benefit? The other directors immediately retorted. Lin Zhe was silent, but actually had an answer in his heart. In fact, just before the undead invaded the city lord's mansion just now, he hadn't settled on which university he would actually go to. Perhaps it would be the most famous one in the country, Qingbei? However, after what had just happened, he realized that he had crossed over to Tianyu City since he was 8 years old, and he already had a deep affection for this place. Although he was an orphan, there were friends, teachers, and city masters here as well, and if Tianyu City were to encounter a crisis like the next time, he wanted to be the first to step in to protect it. A man's ambition was to be a man of the world, but he also had to guard his hometown. Therefore, he wanted to choose the Western War Academy. Lin Zhe immediately took the director's business card and said, "Then, teacher, we'll be in touch later." That director froze for a moment, obviously not expecting Lin Zhe to agree so quickly, and hurriedly nodded his head. Okay, I'll wait for your information. When the other directors heard this, they became anxious and urged, "Mr. Lin Zhe, don't jump to conclusions so quickly, reconsider." Lin Zhe slipped away in a hurry and disappeared into the crowd. When he re-entered his home in Tianyu City, it was already very late. Lin Zhe laid down on the sofa, his entire body almost falling apart from exhaustion. Thinking about the fact that he had first participated in the competition today and then solved the undead crisis afterward, it felt like it had been a really long day. Opening the news, he saw that the news about winning the tournament had been placed at the headline of the page, and that his picture was also plastered on it. He didn't bother to open the content and simply ignored it. However, there was also a piece of news that caught his attention. Well-known pharmaceutical company owner Qin Dongjun, I want to get an explanation for my dead son. This Chin Dongjun, naturally, was the dad that Chin Fong hung on to all day long. According to the news, Chin Dongjun said that his son died in the competition and must have been framed by other contestants. The organizers have now gone over to negotiate with him, but the two sides have not come to terms. Lin Zhe let out a cut, thinking that with a son like this, his father probably wasn't easy on the eyes either. Maybe, after that, he will be approached again. Turning off the news, Lin Zhe began to check out today's harvest. Apart from some things that could be directly listed on the exchange, the most important thing was that Affliction Gemstone Earring. He opened it to check the attributes. Agony Gemstone Earring. Quality, Grade A. Type, Jewelry. Effect, Agility plus 1000, attaching a random negative status other than instant death to the wearer every hour. This effect cannot be dispelled. Set effect, 5-piece set? Without thinking, Lin Zhe placed it directly into his own equipment bar. Then, he only saw the 5 ornaments emit a different colored light at the same time. The last line of question marks on each trinket was finally unraveled. Set effect, additional 1000 to all attributes. The negative status effect of each trinket is increased by 100%. Obtain skill, Summon Undead Elite. Skill, Summon Undead Elite. Temporary summoning skill, each time you can randomly summon one of Undead Archmage Tardis, Undead Dukgar, and Undead Witch Demon Hela to fight for you. The negative effects can just be ignored. Another 1000 to all attributes, plus the skill, it's not too bad. Next, it was time for the most anticipated draw. However, having just opened the system page, Lin Zhe was about to draw a prize when a message popped up. It has been detected that the number of quests you have completed has exceeded 10. Do you want to consume one lucky draw opportunity to open a new function of the system? Yes, no. Ha! Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. The system has a new function? Chapter 59 Leapfrog Improvement, Cancer of the 10,000 Races. Consuming one lucky draw opportunity in exchange for a new feature shouldn't be a loss. Lin Zhe thought, and immediately chose yes. System loading. Successfully opened new feature, prize upgrade. Any prize obtained through this system's lottery can be upgraded by consuming its lifespan. Lin Zhe's eyes instantly lit up. System, what is my current total lifespan? Current remaining total lifespan, 1,374 years and 123 days. Congratulations on becoming a 1,000-year-old immortal bastard. Why are you still cursing with this system? Lin Zhe's mouth twitched. But it's only been a day, and you've actually saved up this much life expectancy already? Lin Zhe remembered how many big bosses he had crossed over to fight in this day today, and it felt reasonable. System, pull up a list of upgradable ones for me. In the next second, the system listed a long list of names, all of which were talents and skills he had drawn earlier. Talent class. Soul Link S rank, upgrade progress 1-3, current upgrade requires a lifespan of 5,000 years. Time Management Master S rank, upgrade progress 1-2, current upgrade lifespan required 5,000 years. Infinite Devouring S rank, upgrade progress 1-3, current upgrade life expectancy 5,000 years. Master of Fortune S rank, upgrade progress 1-3, current upgrade life expectancy 1,000 years. Master of Fortune S rank, upgrade progress 1-3, current upgrade life expectancy 1,000 years. Skill class. Virus Propagation S rank, upgrade progress 1-3, current upgrade life expectancy 1,000 years. Law of the Heavens S rank, upgrade progress 1-3, current upgrade life expectancy 1,000 years. Skill class, Law of the Heavens S rank, upgrade progress 1-3, current upgrade life expectancy 1,000 years. Insightfulness Grade A, upgrade progress 1-3, current upgrade life expectancy 500 years. Elemental Berserk Grade A, upgrade progress 1-3, current upgrade life expectancy 500 years. Elemental Rage Grade A, upgrade progress 1-3, current upgrade life expectancy 500 years. Elemental Rage Grade A, upgrade progress 1-3, current upgrade life expectancy 500 years. Shadow Raid Grade A, upgrade progress 1-3, current upgrade lifespan 500 years. Wheel of Fortune Grade A, upgrade progress 1-3, current upgrade life expectancy 500 years. Wheel of Fortune Grade A, upgrade progress 1-3, current upgrade life expectancy 500 years. At a glance, all of them required the consumption of hundreds or thousands of years, with the highest actually reaching 5,000 years. Talents were generally more expensive than skills, especially some of the ones involving rule-based talents. Well, it instantly feels like my lifespan isn't very rich anymore. Lin Zhe looked around, finessed his calculations, and decided to first raise a, turning good fortune into good fortune, talent. After all, this talent was quite useful, and the last few times he had relied on it for victory. And all the other skills seemed to be sufficient for the time being. Does it consume 1,000 years of lifespan to upgrade the talent, turning good fortune into good fortune? Yes, no. Without hesitation, I chose yes. Talent, turning bad luck into good fortune. Immune to all negative effects. Talent, turn good fortune into good fortune. Immunizes all negative effects and transforms them into positive effects. Current upgrade progress is 2-3, lifespan required to continue upgrading is 5,000 years. Lin Zhe's eyes glowed, so invincible? In the next second, he immediately felt a surge of clarity, and power surged in his heart. Opening the equipment bar, he realized that all the negative effects of that undead gemstone 5-piece set he was wearing had all turned positive. Cursed gemstone necklace, 50% chance of error when attacking a target, 50% increase in bludgeoning rate when attacking. Fallen gemstone ring, decrease attribute value by 10 levels, increase attribute value by 10 levels. Blood gemstone chest badge, causes 1 hemorrhage per 10 with 10% life value, automatically heals 1 time per 10 seconds with 10% life value. Chaos gemstone belt, easier to go into a state of losing your mind, keep your mind clear. Suffering gemstone earring, attach a negative status other than instant death randomly to the wearer every hour, attach a gain status other than after resurrection randomly to the wearer every hour. 5-piece effect, increase the negative status effect of each piece of jewelry by 100%, increase the positive status effect of each piece of jewelry by 100%. Lin Zhe looked at these effects and felt that he had lost the ability to speak other than. This thing is too much like opening up, isn't it? Leap and bound improvement, ah. He saw 2 gain effects hanging there on his status bar, increased speed and increased stamina. This should be the bitter gem earrings randomly increasing gain status every hour, and it was multiplied by 2 under the effect of the 5-piece set, so it was 2 statuses. Looking at his life expectancy of just over 300 years, Lin Zhe thought in his heart, it seems like I can't stop practicing the turtle breath technique every day, and I still need to go brush up on my life expectancy more often. Just then, his voice communication rang, and the caller was an unfamiliar name called Hu Weidong. Lin Zhe thought back for a few seconds and took out a business card in his coat pocket to take a look at it. Then he remembered that this Hu Weidong was the director of the admissions office of the Western War College. Lin Zhe answered the phone. Hello, is this student Lin Zhe? I am, hello Director Hu. Ah, student Lin Zhe, once again, congratulations on taking first place in this competition. It's also a great honor that you chose our school. In that case, are you free these days? I'd like to give you a tour of our school, and get the enrollment paperwork done in the meantime. Ah, is it so urgent? Lin Zhe was a bit speechless. He hadn't even graduated from high school yet, and he was told to do the college enrollment procedures? Ah ha ha ha. A somewhat awkward laugh came from the opposite side. It's good to do it earlier, so we can also arrange your dormitory and so on for you earlier. Of course, your dormitory is definitely the most upscale dormitory on our campus, a single one, huh? Lin Zhe heard it out, since too many schools wanted to grab him, so the other party was afraid that he would change his mind temporarily, so they hurriedly let him do the enrollment procedures. Lin Zhe would smile and didn't break it down, all right then, or maybe the day after tomorrow. He was already certain that he was going anyway, so let's just go along with the other party's wishes. Yes, no problem at all. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously very happy. I'll send you the detailed address in a moment. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Then I won't disturb your rest today, bye. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zhe looked at his chat software again. As expected, it was exploding with messages again. Wang Hao sent a voice, my son Lin Zhe, oh no, righteous father Lin Zhe, you can do it, you've won the championship. If you are rich and powerful, don't forget each other. Shu Yuyu sent a message, I saw the news that you won the championship, congratulations. Some other day about dinner, ah. By the way, Meng Li, that little girl is what happened with you contradictions? She seems to be autistic now. Even Qi Yueying left a message, congratulations. By the way, my brother, I don't think he said anything strange, right? Lin Zhe swiped, and without realizing it, he laid down on the sofa and fell straight to sleep. At the same time, Tianyu City's City Lord's mansion. Since the attic had been extensively destroyed, Lei Zhenyu's office had also been temporarily moved to the underground emergency shelter room. It was now late at night, but he was still conducting a meeting on the line. And it was a meeting of the 12 city lords of Desya that was of a rather high rank. He was sitting alone next to a very large round table, and although the other 11 seats were not occupied, each one of them lit up with a light screen on which the names of the cities were written according to the 4 directions. West, Tianyu, Tianqing, and Nanyun. North, North Capital, Luo Capital, Black Dragon. East, East Sea, Great Lake, Linshan. South, South Sea, Thousand Flowers, Longtian. These were the 12 major cities of Great Xia. At this moment, a calm voice was emitted from the light screen of the East Sea city. In that case, the crisis of the resurgence of the undead is considered completely lifted? That's right. Lei Zhenyu replied. However, there may still be some remnants of the human traders left, which we are in the process of removing. These grandchildren used a villa on the outskirts of the city as a base, and it was also smashed by us. Old Dog Lei is still the same thunderous tactics as always. The one who said this was Yun Tianxiong, the city lord of Southern Cloud City. Ha ha ha. Lei Zhenyu said somewhat smugly. The main credit also goes to a new genius born in my Tianyu, who, by the way, also won this Western Rising Star competition. Slightly heard about it. A solemn woman's voice rang out from Luodu City's light screen. I've watched the nightly news. It seems to be called Linzai? Humph, exactly. Lei Zhenyu said, this son will be the future pillar of my Grand Xia. I said little Lei. A pale voice issued from the light screen of South Sea City. It's easy to tear your eggs when you take big steps. It's better to blow less. In the words of the young people, you're called poison milk. That's right. The Great Lake City's city lord helped with a thin accent. Which of our cities hasn't given birth to a few supreme geniuses? It's not rare. Oh? Lei Zhenyu cocked his legs together and said confidently, what about geniuses who beat several level 70s in their 20s? Have you guys ever produced one? What? The other city lords froze for a few seconds and scolded, you just blow you. I'll believe the hell out of you. Feng Yuan, as much as I hate to admit it, what Old Dog Lei said is true. Now, the other few city lords were all silent. Ah, thanks, old evil Feng. Lei Zhenyu laughed. However, after a few seconds, he withdrew his smile. Alright, let's not talk about this, there's one more serious matter. When we fought with the undead clan today, we were hit by a negative status called the Abyssal Curse. Lei Zhenyu's face became increasingly serious. That thing shouldn't be the undead clan's own. I'm worried that this abyss is that thing. Abyss? Feng Yuan said with some surprise, you mean the cancer of all races, the Abyss clan? Chapter 60 Duel, Summoned Beast. When these words came out, the other city lords were also startled. The Abyssal clan? The female city lord of Thousand Flower City said, that's a special race that exists among the legends of certain races, and if you compare the races to a piece of farmland, the abyss is the locusts, destroying them wherever they go. That's why it's also known as the cancer of all races. Feng Yuan, but in the 100 years of the human race's birth occupation, it has never seen this race, and has never heard of any other existing races encountering it, and has always only heard of it in the myths and legends of very few races. Yes. Luodu City's female city lord said, City Lord Lei, aren't you being too sensitive? Perhaps that negative status just happens to carry the word abyss? Lei Zhenyu, I hope so too. However, is there any curse that can directly cut all values by 90%? I've never heard of it in my entire life. This. The other city lords fell into silence. I think it's better to report it to Great General Huayu first. Feng Yuan said, even if it's not true, it's good to make a file to keep. That's the only way. Lei Zhenyu said heavily. 2 days later, early in the morning. Linzai jumped out of bed early because today was the day he was going to the Western War College to do the paperwork. The college wasn't far from his home, and he could reach it in half an hour by bus. As soon as he stepped off the bus, a very majestic and imposing school gate was displayed in front of him, and on the plaque there were 6 large and powerful words, Western War College. There were also some sculptures of professionals in front of the school gate, all of which looked very heroic. The entire style of the school gate gave a solemn and grandiose impression. Rather than being a school, it was more like some kind of army. Hu Weidong, the director of the enrollment office, had waited at the entrance early, and when he saw Linzai appear, he immediately came over with a smile on his face. Seeing Linzai looking very intently at the modeling of the school gate, Hu Weidong laughed. How is it? Not bad, right? Actually, the school's predecessor was an army base, so it inherited this ironic style. These sculptures are all of our outstanding graduates from previous classes, and there is no lack of heroes who later made great achievements in battle. Let's go in. Walking into the school gates, one did find that it was a bit different from the kind of solemnity of the school gates. Inside, most of the buildings were more modern, and there was a large area of green space, and there were many students walking on the road, all looking spirited. Lindsay couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. Remembering that before he crossed over, he had only gone to a very ordinary third-born institution, in this life, he had fulfilled his dream of a prestigious university. Hu Weidong took him through some formalities. After it was over, Hu Weidong's entire body looked like it was relieved, and his face smiled even more broadly. Then he took Lindsay to visit the dormitory specially prepared for him. Unlike the imaginary kind of dormitory with a few bunk beds in one room, this dormitory was a one-room layout with a separate kitchen and bathroom. It felt a bit more luxurious than Lindsay's own home, and he was really a bit moved. Hu Weidong seemed to have read his mind. You can move over any time, but the latest is 1 month later, when the freshman year officially starts. Coming out from the dormitory, Hu Weidong took him to visit the teaching building, cafeteria, physical training hall, replica battle hall and other facilities. When he was finally ready to visit the stadium, he realized that many people were fishtailing towards the gate. Is there something important today? Lindsay asked. Oh, I almost forgot. Hu Weidong slapped his head. Today is an academic exchange meeting between our university's summoning department and the Eastern Biological University, and it's being held right here. It's just as well, you're also a career in the summoning faction. I'll take you there, and by the way, I'll introduce you to Director Ma of the summoning department. Lindsay secretly thought, Eastern Biological University? It's said to be the best university in the country for summoning majors. Nodding his head, he said, all right, go take a look. At this time, there were already quite a few people sitting in the stands of the stadium. In addition to the entire faculty and students of the summoning department's majors, there were quite a few people from other departments who had also skipped class specifically to come and watch. After all, this was an academic exchange meeting with another school. In this era of martial arts, academic exchanges were almost like martial arts competitions, so naturally, it would attract a lot of people to come over and watch the fun. As soon as Lindsay entered, he saw that in the center of the playground, two huge beasts were wrestling together. On one side was an ancient bear king, with a huge body size, thick limbs, and a mouthful of sharp teeth, appearing ferocious. On the other side, there was a tall stag with a pair of towering and sinuous antlers on its head, looking majestic and noble. Both behemoths were above level 40. At this moment, the stag was slamming its antlers into the other side, while that ancient bear king had grasped the antlers in its two hands, its body not moving at all. Both sides were engaging in a game of power. The host's voice came out from the radio. On one side is Shui Yang of the Eastern Biological University, his occupation is Ancient Beast Summoner. On one side is Lu Ming from our school, his occupation is Spirit Beast Summoner. Just now, 2 students from our school have already lost to Shui Yang. Will Lu Ming be able to get back in the game? Only 2 boys were standing at the back of the 2 behemoths, issuing commanding orders. Dear, hold on, don't let up. Bear King, use a killing move. In the next second, the ancient Bear King held the deer's antlers with both hands and didn't let go, and leaned his entire body backward, directly coming up with a backdrop. Only to hear the giant deer's ow sound, its entire head was heavily smashed on the ground, and its life value was instantly reduced by half. The giant deer was lying on the ground, twitching all over, unable to get up for a long time, and its status bar already had an additional, broken bones, negative status. The stands were instantly in an uproar. What kind of power is this, to make the giant stag lose its fighting ability in one move? Worthy of being the Eastern Biology University, it really lives up to its name. I've heard that Shui Yang, the ancient bear king, is a beast recorded in ancient legends. It's really powerful. And I've heard that Shui Yang isn't even the most powerful of the students they've sent here this time. On the radio, the host said, it seems that the winner has already been divided. I announced that Shui Yang's classmates have been awarded. And so on. What is the ancient Bear King up to? Only to see that Shui Yang shouted, Bear King, ride the victory. Don't give the other party a chance to survive. The ancient Bear King roared and immediately swung both of his fists, smashing fist after fist on the giant deer that had already lost its fighting ability. The giant deer let out a mournful scream, hearing the hearts of those present tighten. Shortly after, the giant stag's life value completely turned to 0. The people present all let out a hush. An academic exchange, is there a need for such a harsh hand? Yeah, no one summoned beasts come from the wind, and since we've lost twice in a row, you guys don't have to be so ruthless. What's going on with this East Sea Biology University? Are they here to exchange, or are they here to seek revenge? If you don't know, you'd think someone killed his father. The passion from earlier was obviously gone from the broadcast as well. I declare Shui Yang the winner. In the center of the stands, two middle-aged men who were slightly older were standing side by side. One of them, a bearded man, let out a smug laugh. It seems that your Western War summoning department still needs to improve. He was none other than Director Wang of the Eastern Biological University. The other man was dressed in a suit. He was Director Ma of the summoning department of the Western War College. At this time, Director Ma was also very upset, but just because of his status, he was not able to have an attack, so he could only say, "Your school style is still consistently ruthless. We have lost, and still do not give a living at all." Director Wang smugly said, "Humph, that's a must. In the future when you go to the battlefield, the enemy won't show you any mercy." "I'm sorry, that's our style." After saying that, the few accompanying students behind him were showing a self-satisfied expression, expressing their great agreement. Director Wang's reasoning was actually not wrong. It's just that, due to the fact that after the death of a summoned beast, wanting to resurrect it would often require a very high price, so usually in friendly matches like the academic exchange, everyone was point blank and wouldn't lay their hands on it. At this time, the winning Shui Yang on the playground was even more furious. In the face of everyone's booing, he directly raised his middle finger and provoked, "Those who are not convinced, come down and compete with my ancient Bear King. Are you guys from the Western War College? You just win by fighting words? According to me, they are all trash." This provocation attracted even more dissatisfaction from the students. However, everyone was hindered by the fact that their own strength was indeed insufficient, or they were not from the summoning department at all, so they could only hate their teeth. On the stands, Lin Zhe and Hu Weidong had also witnessed the entire fight just now. Hu Weidong said indignantly, "What kind of quality is this student? Isn't this bullying?" Lin Zhe, on the other hand, didn't look happy or angry. He just felt that the other party's behavior was a bit too much. The other thing was that Shui Yang's reaction was also a bit too much of a clown. A level 40 plus summoned beast, why jump like this? Ding! Detecting your sharp evaluation of the contestants, you have a new task to make the rival school completely admit defeat at the academic exchange conference. Reward, 1 system draw. Lin Zhe? Wait, I can't even evaluate it? Chapter 61. This Lin Zhe wouldn't be sent by the opposite side to trap me, right? Only to see Shui Yang continue to circle the playground, offering his middle finger to the people in the surrounding stands, causing more and more people to look away. Director Ma of West War was also very dissatisfied. "Director Wang, this student of yours is a little too impolite." Director Wang, however, was unimpressed and laughed. Young people, high-minded, I think it's quite good." Director Ma could see that they said they were here for academic exchanges, but they were actually here to show off their strength. Just then, Hu Weidong led Lin Zhe to Director Ma's side. "Director Ma, let me bring you to a new student. This is Lin Zhe, officially enrolled this September. Also from your summoner profession." Director Ma was indignant in his heart and didn't have much of a heart. He just glanced at Lin Zhe and gave a perfunctory greeting. "Oh, I see." At this time, Lin Zhe took the initiative to speak. "Hello, can I go up and compete?" Director Ma froze for a moment and looked Lin Zhe up and down for a few moments. "This is an academic exchange, everyone is free to go up and compete, but didn't you even start your freshman year?" Lin Zhe thought to himself, "Do you think I want to go up? It's not easy for me to want to rest for a few days, but the system has to send me a mission. It's really chasing after me to send me rewards, there's no way around it, hey." Hu Weidong heard Director Ma say this and quickly explained, "You don't know, Lin Zhe won the Western Rising Star competition a few days ago." "Is that so?" Director Ma said absent-mindedly, "But no matter how great the Rising Star contest is, it's still just high school students, and here are all outstanding students who have been going to college for several years. If we let them go to the Rising Star contest now, everyone would be the strength of a champion." At this time, the bearded Director Wang spoke up. "Director Ma, this is your fault. Why are you stopping people? Let all of us appreciate the strength of the champions. These few students of mine are not talented, they haven't fought the champion yet." Although he verbalized this, several people heard it clearly, he was being sarcastic. The few students accompanying him behind him also cast cold glances at Lin Zhe, as if they were looking at a piece of meat on a slab. Lin Zhe also heard this old man Wang's explicit and implicit praise of himself, but didn't break it down. Instead, he said to him with a smile, "Then, Director Wang, if I win over all your students, what kind of reward will you not give me, high or low?" When these words came out, several people froze for a moment. "Nonsense." Director Ma hastily droned on, "You, a freshman who hasn't even enrolled in school yet, what are you babbling about here? In his heart, he screamed bitterly, "Why is it so unlucky today? It's not enough that the students lost, but there's also a freshman who can't understand the situation to lose my face." That director Wang but laughed loudly. "You, this little student is very interesting. See this trigger finger in my hand?" Only to see that the other party was wearing a large greenish trigger finger on his hand, which didn't look like it was cheap. "This is a teleportation gem ring. It can generate teleportation portals at will. The market price right now is just over 50 million. Huh? If you can really win these students of mine, I'll give it to you. But relatively." Director Wang smiled wistfully at Director Ma. "If this student loses, Director Ma, you'll have to give my students something of equal value." "Ha?" Director Ma was dumbfounded. "It's settled." Nevertheless, Lindsay didn't wait for Director Ma to speak and directly agreed, then ran straight towards the playground. "Wait a minute, I'm also sister to agree, Yao?" Director Ma looked at Lindsay's back and his face went white. "Damn, this Lindsay is afraid that he's not a spy sent by this Wang. He's going to pit me to death. I've lost a lot of money this time." In the center of the playground, Shui Yang was still rampantly declaring war on the stands. Who else? At this moment, a handsome teenager took the stage, and the stage immediately let out a loud applause. The host on the radio hurriedly said, "It seems that another student from our Western War has answered the battle. He is from the big, Lindsay, who will only be a freshman next semester?" At these words, the scene was stunned. Everyone was looking at each other in disbelief. What's the situation? Even if I really don't have anyone left in Western battle, I don't need to take a high school student to fill the number, right? Director Ma even shook his head repeatedly. "I really can't afford to lose this person." Shui Yang laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. "Ha ha, has your Western War already pulled this far? Pulling in people who haven't even enrolled in school to fight in the war." Lindsay, however, wasn't angry and said indifferently, "Against you, people who haven't even enrolled in school are already enough." Only to see him waving his hand, then said, "Cut the crap and let your horse come over. I can let you have 3 moves first." After saying that, the huge inferno demon suddenly appeared on the playground. Shui Yang snorted coldly, "Humph, let me have 3 moves? Really don't know the heights of heaven. My ancient bear king is level 46. Wait a moment." Shui Yan looked at the message of the inferno demon on the opposite side, level 62. A drop of sweat seeped out from the corner of his forehead, but he still showed no weakness. "Humph, so what? My ancient bear king has the bonus of an ancient fierce beast, and its attributes weren't much worse than a level 60 in the first place. Also, since you said you'd let me have 3 moves, I'm not going to be fake polite with you." He immediately seized this opportunity. In the next second, the ancient bear king appeared on the field, and judging from its size, it was about the same height as the inferno demon, and even a bit more robust. The two giant beasts faced each other, causing everyone on the field to feel the oppressive force. "Ancient bear king, go!" Shui Yang ordered. "Within 3 moves, a winner will be determined." Ow! The ancient bear king let out a howl and ran towards Yen Demon, his thick limbs stomping the arena with a thud sound. Then, a huge bear paw slapped at Yen Demon. As Lindsay instructed, Yen Demon didn't dodge or retaliate, it just stood straight on the spot. That palm seemed to be wrapped in the power of the mountains and seas, and the level of destruction that hit his body could be imagined, so much so that the spectators each couldn't bear to look at it. Slap. Damage dealt to Inferno Demon, 23. The ancient bear king froze, Shui Yang froze, and the entire audience froze. Just now, the ancient bear king slap had clearly hit him solidly, right? However, Yen Demon was still, and a very contemptuous look appeared on his face, as if to say, "That's it?" Ow! The ancient bear king was instantly infuriated. It basically hadn't fought a losing battle since it was trained by Shui Yang. How could it tolerate such a situation? In the next moment, it directly locked the Inferno Demon in a deathlock with both of its arms, intending to reproduce the back-slamming masterstroke from earlier. However, it froze once again. Because it realized that even though it used all its strength, the other party's feet did not leave the ground by half a centimeter. And in the eyes of the crowd, the image of 2 majestic behemoths in a deadly hug was fixed on the arena, directly embarrassing. Lindsay shielded his eyes, he simply had no eyes to see. Yen Demon also shouted as if he was being harassed, "Lord, I just can't stand it anymore." In the next second, blazing flames erupted from his body, wrapping the ancient bear king, who was holding him in a death grip. Ow! The ancient bear king let out a loud scream in the fire and immediately rolled around on the ground in agony, his blood bar rapidly disappearing. Lindsay, "Oh, I'm sorry, my summoned beast didn't last 3 moves before it struck." Shui Yang was in a hurry. Stop it, stop it. I'm admitting defeat. Stop? Lindsay said disdainfully, your director Wang just taught, don't leave the enemy alive, I've learned it well only to see the ancient bear king rolling around in the fire, eventually returning to 0 life value. Lindsay popped up a reminder, kill the ancient bear king, experience plus 20,000, lifespan plus 20,000 days. Shui Yang collapsed, his entire body kneeling on the ground as if he had lost his soul. Mainly because, the ancient bear king breed was precious, and to be resurrected, one needed at least 100 million copper coins. This Shui Yang was afraid that he wouldn't be able to use it as a summoned beast again for years. At the same time, cheers erupted from the stands. Having been suppressed for too long just now, this time they had finally fought a beautiful turnaround. Director Ma of the Western Battle also had a look of surprise on his face. This Lindsay, there's something. Only that Director Wang and the few accompanying students behind him had their faces clouded over. Director Wang looked at the trigger finger in his hand, and a trace of worry flashed through his heart. However, he quickly regained his confident smile. To a cold-looking boy with Korean-style bangs, he said, Luo Shang, it's your turn this time. Then, leaning into his ear, he whispered, go straight on the one I gave you. The boy nodded slightly, revealing a cold smile, don't worry, director, let's see if I don't do him. Chapter 62. Who said I was going to enter the summoning department? On the field, Lindsay stood still, listening to the applause and cheers from the entire crowd. At this moment, he only saw a boy with a cold and arrogant temperament slowly walk up. His features were cold, and without a trace of expression on his face, he looked like he had a very strong aura. The people present gradually quieted down as well, and began to turn into small murmurs. Ah, it's Luo Shang from the Eastern Biological University. I heard that he's the most powerful one among the students who visited this time. Yeah, I heard that he's only a junior now, and he's already risen to level 50. Moreover, Luo Shang is also the eldest son of the Luo family, the most powerful Luo guild in East Sea City, not to be underestimated. It seems like our West War is going to lose this time after all. That high school student, he's no stronger, he can't possibly compare to Luo Shang. At this time, the host also spoke over the radio. Now on the field is student Luo Shang. His profession is an S-ranked Dragon Master. I wonder if student Lindsay can still maintain the momentum he had earlier. Let's wait and see. The host was getting a little less confident himself by the end of his speech. When Lindsay heard this, he became a little more interested. Dragon Master? Isn't that occupation of Chu Yuyu? However, he saw that Luo Shang calmly walked to the designated position, then waved his right hand. The next second, everyone only felt that the air on the playground quickly chilled down. Despite the sunny weather, they still got goosebumps. Then, they saw the space above Luo Shang's head open a crack, and a flying dragon covered in ice crystals slowly emerged from it. Summoned Beast, Ice Dragon Lord. Race, Dragon Grade A. Level, 69. Life value, 300,000. Z. The ice dragon let out a long, crisp and long cry in the air, attracting the attention of everyone in the room. Everyone's mouths opened slightly, shocked by the noble yet powerful appearance of this summoned beast. On the radio, the host sounded again, Luo Shang actually summoned a level 69 Ice Dragon Lord. Such a noble breed, even if we look at the entire Blue Star, we wouldn't be able to find a few. On the stands, Director Wang snorted coldly through his nose, isn't that nonsense? This is something that I had to break into over 3,000 high-level border copies before I managed to swipe it. Luo Shang using it to beat that high school student is honestly more or less killing the chicken with a bull's knife. But in order to win, it's all about doing whatever it takes. The Eastern Biological University had indeed carried out doing things ruthlessly to the end. Only to hear the host continue, so, what summoned beast will student Lindsay take out in response this time? Only to see Lindsay stand in place and use his summoning technique without panicking. In the next second, a small, dark, black dragon with a pair of small horns appeared at his side. Chirp! The little demonic dragon let out a milky cry. It immediately drew an uproar from the entire crowd. Host, what, Lindsay actually summoned a level 12 young dragon? Ahem, student Lindsay, as the host I'll kindly remind you you don't actually have to take a dragon to fight a dragon, that one just now was pretty good. I'm in favor of it. At this time, Luo Shang coldly spoke, kid across the street, that little dragon of yours isn't cheap, is it? I don't see you as a rich person either, you shouldn't be able to afford to resurrect it. So I advise you, change it to an ordinary one to cope with the situation, the result will be the same anyway, you're bound to lose. Lindsay thought to himself, you're still weirdly kind. It doesn't matter, using him is enough. Lin Zhe replied calmly. Hee hee, then don't blame me for not reminding you later. Luo Shang's eyes gradually went ice cold. Go, Ice Dragon Lord. Z. That ice dragon once again let out a crisp chirp in the air. Then, the wings covered in ice crystals began to flap violently. Instantly, gusts of bitterly cold wind with countless ice spikes scraped towards the imp dragon. The people on the field watched with sweaty palms, not to mention that little dragon. If they were to endure this kind of attack, they would definitely die as well. CH. Countless ice crystals fell on the ground in front of Lin Zhe like rain, and only after a long time did the ice mist gradually disperse. Within the mist, the imp dragon had already disappeared. Was the imp dragon left with no dregs left in seconds? On the stands, some people were worried, some regretted, and some sighed a sigh of knowing it would happen. Then, just as everyone's attention was focused on the little dragon's location, the ice dragon flying in the air let out a mournful hiss. The crowd was instantly stunned. Only to see a small demonic dragon whose size had enlarged 100 times appear behind the ice dragon, grasping the ice dragon in its hands like a toy. Then, towards the ice dragon's slender and elegant neck, it directly fired a lightning ball. Damage dealt, 109-3891. Since the little dragon's level had risen to level 12 and had also used the infinite devouring talent to increase his attributes by quite a bit, his attribute values had come to Strength, 1952, Agility, 1965, Physical Strength, 2048, Intelligence, 2191, Spirit, 2236. Plus the amplification of 100 times the attributes after Mana Heaven and Earth. So a shot of lightning ball directly caused over 1 million damage. That ice dragon lord only had a total of 300,000 blood. How could he withstand this kind of damage? And before he could even react, he passed away instantly. Instead, he walked away without any pain at all. Kill Ice Dragon Lord, experience plus 50,000, lifespan plus 50,000 days. Congratulations on the upgrade of your summoned beast demon dragon, current level, 15. This flowing set made everyone look confused. A level 12 took a level 69 in seconds? This little dragon and this Lin Zhe, what kind of monsters were they? Luo Shang obviously hadn't fully reacted to what was going on either. What? My ice dragon. After several seconds, it was only after his cold face finally broke the big defense, and his entire body fell to its knees. That's the ice dragon lord that there aren't many in the whole blue star, Jew, actually. Ah. In the end, he shouted without regard for his face. Lin Zhe no longer paid attention to him and directly shouted in the direction of Director Wang on the stands. Director Wang, do you still have students who want to go on? Facing the gazes that looked over in unison, Director Wang was instantly choked. One by one, the few students behind him began to push their way to the back, trying to squeeze the person next to them to the front. Everyone was thinking, damn, don't let me get on. I can't afford to resurrect my summoned beast. After a few seconds, Director Wang finally gritted his teeth and uttered a few words, we admit defeat. At once, the teachers and students of the Western battle were all abuzz. Ding! You have made the opposing family completely admit defeat, completing the task. Receive a reward, 1 system lottery draw. After a few minutes, amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd, Lin Zhe walked back to the stands. With his hand stretched out towards Director Wang, he playfully smiled, hey, Director Wang, I'll be polite then. This. Humph. Director Wang reluctantly removed the oily green trigger finger and snapped it onto Lin Zhe's hand. Teleportation stone trigger finger. Quality, Grade A. Type, jewelry. Skill, generate a portal to teleport to a designated anchor point. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The value of the trigger finger was still within the range of affordability. Those 2 battle-damaged summoned beasts were not something that could be handled with tens of millions of dollars, they were all calculated in hundreds of millions at least. Moreover, a lot of effort would have to be put into it. Humph, let's go. Director Wang led a few students and retreated in a grayish manner. Don't go, sit down and have some tea again. Director Ma said conspiratorially from behind. This time, it was his turn to be pleased. From ignoring Lin Zhe just now, he instantly became flattering. Student Lin Zhe, welcome, you're the future hope of our summoning department. Wait. Lin Zhe immediately stopped the excited Director Ma. Who said I'm going to enter your summoning department? Chapter 63, Become a Special Counselor and Enjoy the Fortunes of All? Lindsay said with a calm face, "Who said I'm going to enter your summoning department? Director Ma? Later? You let me wisp a bit, ah." Director Ma was a bit confused. "Aren't you going to enroll in our Western War College next semester?" "Right." Lindsay replied. "Isn't your profession demon summoner?" "That's right." Lindsay replied. "Then which department will you join if you don't join our Western Warfare's summoning department?" At this time, Hu Weidong, who hadn't said anything from the side, said with a smiling face. "You don't know, Director Ma, but Lindsay signed up for the warrior department." "What?" Director Ma was anxious. "As a professional of the summoning faction, you're going to go and fight hard against those professionals of the melee faction?" Lindsay asked. "Then let me ask you, Director Ma, through today's match, do you think that I still have any shortcomings in this aspect of summoning?" "Well, it can be said that the level is already very high. It may have reached the level of a senior student." Director Ma shook his head and praised from the bottom of his heart. "So, if you can join our summoning department, you'll definitely be like a tiger with wings." Lindsay shook his head. "Since Director Ma thinks so, doesn't that mean that I don't need to study any more in this area? Joining the summoning department won't improve me much. On the contrary, I do feel that I still have a lot of room for improvement in terms of combat, so I signed up for the warrior department." This. Director Ma was speechless. Suddenly, he thought of something and his eyes lit up. "I have an idea, student Lindsay. I'll hire you to be the special advisor of our summoning department." It was Lindsay's turn to be confused. "Special advisor, what's that for?" "It's to assist in our teaching, perform some demonstrations of strength, or take our students through practical exercises and so on, kind of like an assistant teacher." Hu Weidong interrupted. Director Ma, having a student as a teaching assistant, or a freshman, that's not up to code." "Director Ma, what's wrong with that? It's meritocracy, why stick to the norms?" "Big deal, Lindsay's salary will come out of my own pocket." "That's right, add one more thing, you can also enjoy all the teaching facilities of our summoning department." It was obvious that he really wanted to pull Lindsay into the summoning department. "Well, since Director Ma has already said this," Lindsay politely said, "then I have no choice but to accept it." "Good, great. Welcome to our summoning department." Director Ma shook hands and said. After that, the two added their contact information to each other, and Lindsay took his leave. After the academic exchange ended, the teachers and students also walked out of the playground one after another, and Lindsay also walked amongst the crowd. Suddenly, Lindsay's left shoulder was tapped twice by the person behind him. Lindsay subconsciously looked back towards his right, only to see a girl with a smile as warm and soft as jade appear at the back. It was none other than Chu Yuyu. Seeing that Lindsay actually recognized his own little trick of sounding out the east and striking the west, Chu Yuyu's eyes widened slightly. "Lindsay, you actually didn't cheat?" Lindsay thought to himself, "This trick Wang Hao and I have long since played badly, we've all played out our muscle memory." Ahem. Without waiting for Lindsay to reply, Chu Yuyu continued, "I didn't expect only a few days gone, you seem to have improved again? You're able to defeat Luo Shang's kind of level." Originally, just now, Chu Yuyu had also sat on the bench and watched the entire match, and was also pleasantly surprised to see Lindsay on the court. "Right, what happened to that dragon of yours just now? Last time when we played a copy together, we hadn't seen you use it either." "Wait." Chu Yuyu looked like she remembered something. "That dragon wouldn't be the one you asked me how to hatch last time, you found the method so quickly? You know, many dragon eggs take years to hatch." Lindsay laughed. "Oh, it's a long story, I have my own way." In his heart, he thought, "Nonsense, I've invested 12 years of my lifespan into it, if it can't hatch so fast." Chu Yuyu continued, "By the way, to congratulate you formally joined our Western War, did not expect a few days to see, you have become my senior brother. Quickly, call us senior sister to listen." Lindsay's wide eyes want to take advantage. "There's no door, there's no window." The two walked and chatted in the crowd. What Lindsay didn't notice was that quite a few people around him cast jealous glances, especially the boys mostly. "Look guys, isn't that my goddess Chu Yuyu? How come that Lindsay also looks like he knows her?" "You beggar let go of it, people Chu Yuyu is the Dragonfall Guild's daughter, there are many people chasing after her, this Lindsay is probably also trying to chase after her, right?" "Then you're wrong, didn't you see the news the other day? It's rumored that this Lindsay has officially declared with Chu Yuyu." "What? Are you kidding me? Isn't he not even a freshman yet? Is he even a freshman yet? What exactly is this Lindsay's background? I can't accept it. A bunch of men and women were behind them, all showing sour expressions. Right at this moment, another girl walked across from Lin and Chu, as cool as the moon but with a bit of ing chi. You. That girl greeted Chu Yu. But when she suddenly saw Lindsay next to her, her whole body looked like she was startled. She only saw a blush fly out of her small face, but made a puffed up look. Lindsay, why are you here? And Yodio, how did you get to know him? The person who came was none other than the Chi family's eldest miss, Chi Yueying. Chu Yu was also a little surprised. What, sister you guys know each other too? When these words came out, Chi Yueying immediately remembered the shameful scene that happened when she and Lindsay met for the first time, and her face turned even redder. Asking everything will only harm you, Chi Yueying said fiercely. Ah ha 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 ha. Lindsay also laughed awkwardly. Damn, the world is really small. The day he molested her, who the hell knew that this Chi Yueying was Officer Su's daughter, Chi Xingyu's sister, and Chu Yuyu's friend? Ahem, right. The blush on Chi Yueying's face hadn't completely faded, and she said to Lindsay with some squirming, congratulations on joining our warrior department. Lindsay, oh? So you're from the warrior department too? Chi Yueying, you don't even know that? I'm at least an ace player of the warrior department. Chu Yu was dumbfounded. Wait, you joined the warrior department, not our summoning department? These three people's one-sentence conversation once again drew even more heated comments from the bystanders. What's with that Lindsay? How does she even know Chi Yueying, the third-year sister of the warrior department and the daughter of the questioning sword guild? Moreover, Chi Yueying usually looks like a warrior. Why does she look so shy in front of that Lindsay? Look at the one on his left and the one on his right, these three are actually related. Lindsay wouldn't be enjoying the legendary happiness of all people, would he? What feudal remnants, I'm so sour. Not right, I want to report it. No, I don't have enough brain capacity, I'm going to blow up. Everyone threw resentful glances at Lindsay. Chapter 64 Running Thunder Skill, New Talent. The three of them chatted unknowingly in a sea of jealousy. At this moment, Lindsay looked at Chi Yueying. Right, senior sister Chi, that turtle breath skill you gave me is quite useful, thanks. I don't know if there are any other ancient martial arts you can learn on your side? Since he had joined the warrior department, he still needed to build a foundation from himself. Moreover, he had saved up quite a bit of lifespan that he hadn't used. Oh? Chi Yueying didn't expect him to talk about this, and immediately became interested. Her beautiful eyes brightened up all of a sudden. Then how many layers of the turtle breath technique have you practiced? Chu Yu spat out, Sister Yu is really a martial arts nerd. Once you mention practicing martial arts, you're not sleepy anymore. And you? Chu Yu looked at Lindsay. Why is it that to Sister Yu you can call yourself a senior sister in a big way, but not to me? Lindsay laughed, probably because you're more of a novice? You. Chu Yu was so angry that she stomped her little foot. I'm too lazy to care about you. Put. Chi Yueying couldn't help but laugh out. This scenario, even more so, caused the surrounding crowd to look like they had cha lemons, souring their cheeks to a smaller size. That Lindsay actually made Miss Chu angry? And made the always serious sister Chi Yueying laugh? Heavens, please strike this kid to death with lightning. Over here, Chi Yueying said with a straight face, getting down to business, so how many layers have you practiced to? Lindsay scratched his head, I don't know much about your ancient martial arts, how many layers are there? Chi Yueying explained in a serious manner, generally speaking, ancient martial arts are divided into 5 levels of realms, introductory, minor success, major success, elite, and master. By the way, some martial arts have a transcendent realm above the sovereign, but it can be directly ignored because it's usually not something that can be refined in a normal human lifespan, and only exists in ancient legends. How about it, has your turtle breath technique reached the introductory realm? It's probably already reached the sovereign realm. Lindsay said lightly. He remembered that last time when the system was utilizing the talent, Time Management Master, it did mention the word Zongshur. You think I'm joking with you? Chi Yueying was however a bit displeased. You've only been practicing for a few days? My grandpa practiced for more than 30 years from the time he got that book, and he only reached the Grand Mastery realm. This turtle breath technique is just like its name, one needs to be as peaceful as a rock like a divine turtle, quietly cultivating and regulating, not a single distraction in the mind. How can one learn it like you are so impatient? After practicing to the highest level, when you sleep, chi comes out of your ears, the name is turtle breath, and you will have a great and noble life. Chi Yueying unconsciously began to lecture. A few words that made Lindsay speechless. After all, it was impossible for him to tell the secret that he could consume his lifespan to learn things. Seeing Lindsay's embarrassed face, Shu Yu gloated, "Make you a little mouth blah blah blah, make our sister Yu angry, right? Sister Yu, if you can talk more, talk about him properly." On the contrary, Shi Yuing made Shi Yuing laugh. "Alright, it seems that a slow and methodical martial art like the turtle breath technique isn't very suitable for you, take this one." Immediately, he initiated a trade request. Lindsay saw a new ancient book placed in the window. The Running Thunder Technique? Lindsay pronounced its name. "That's right," Shi Yuing said, "the only martial art under the sun is speed. This Running Thunder skill emphasizes the word fast, which should be more suitable for an impatient personality like yours." Shi Yuing continued leisurely, "However, it still requires diligent cultivation and slow progress, it's not something that can be achieved overnight." "Then thank you, senior sister." Lindsay received the Running Thunder skill and said with a smile. In his heart, he was thinking, "Mom, dare I say that I'm no longer associated with impatience in your eyes? Taking someone's hand is short, I'll bear it." Chu Yu interjected, "I didn't expect that you, Lindsay, would also be interested in practicing ancient martial arts? Is this ancient martial arts really useful?" Shi Yuing immediately said, "Of course my dasha's ancient martial arts are useful." After the era of professional awakening came, although people can learn skills directly through skill books, the increase in attribute points can still only rely on equipment and upgrades. Cultivating ancient martial arts is slow, but it's the most cost-effective way to raise attributes, and you don't need a family's wealth to achieve it. It's also very helpful for the battle power enhancement of the entire population of Disya. That's why our Chi family's Sword Blade Guild has been dedicated to promoting ancient martial arts. By the way, recently I've been preparing a Douyin number for the promotion of ancient martial arts, you two quickly add my attention. Shi Yu Image was opening up her words and began to gabble to the two of them. Lindsay and Shu Yu looked at each other helplessly. Lindsay quietly said, "Why do you think you're okay asking her this kind of question?" Shu Yu gently smacked her face, "Call me talkative." Afterwards, the three of them ate lunch at an upscale restaurant, Shu Yu's treat. During the meal, Shi Yuing also urged Lindsay to practice the Running Thunder skill well, and when the time came, she would give it to her as fodder for the Douyin number. Lindsay had to casually snort. After a meal, the three of them bid farewell. When Lindsay returned home, he immediately took out the Running Thunder secrets and placed his hand on the cover of the book. Trigger Talent, Time Management Master, do you consume your lifespan to learn this book? Yes, no can be paused at any time in the middle of the process. Select yes. You're learning the Thunderbolt technique. You've spent 3 years getting a glimpse of it. You've spent another 8 years, and you've made some progress. You have spent another 17 years, and you have achieved great success. You have consumed another 23 years, and have reached the ultimate entrance. You have consumed another 28 years to reach the realm of the Grandmaster, and can preach and teach. Though you have reached the apex, there is still some confusion in your mind. Continuing to consume 8 years to cultivate, the realm has not progressed at all. Do you continue to consume your lifespan to learn? Yes, no. Oh? Still continue? Lindsay's eyes widened slightly, then he made a decisive choice, continue. You continue to consume 56 years and finally break through to the transcendent realm. Once the Running Thunder comes out, it destroys mountains and chaps the earth, and is now complete. When Lindsay opened his eyes again, with a slight prodding of his mind, there seemed to be 10,000 pounds of thunder in his hands ready to strike. Good Lord, it took me a total of 143 years of lifespan. Now he had a total lifespan left, 423 years and 43 days. But it's good to have reached the transcendent realm at least. Moreover, he realized that his strength and agility values had also gone up by more than 500 points. He was still quite satisfied with this result. Right, I got a lucky draw opportunity from participating in the competition in the morning, and I haven't used it yet. Immediately, he opened the lottery page and offered a 10-year lifespan guaranteed a rank reward. Congratulations on drawing the talent, Unbreakable Golden Body Grade A. Talent, Unbreakable Golden Body. Physical defense and spell defense are increased by 50%, and you add a shield to yourself equal to your lifesteal limit, and when you take damage, the shield is consumed before your lifesteal is consumed. The lost shield will be restored at a rate of 10 points per second. Seems pretty good? Lindsay rejoiced. It wasn't a talent that enhanced combat power, but the importance of being able to save your life was equivalent to doubling your life value. Lindsay immediately learned this talent himself, and with a blood bar of over 170,000 plus a shield of over 170,000, it was steady and reassuring. Just then, Lindsay's phone rang. Upon looking at the caller, it was actually Lei Genyu. Hey, hello Lei City Lord. Lindsay, here comes the mission. Chapter 65 Central Granxia, Misty Forbidden Zone. Hearing Lei Genyu's words, Lindsay's gaze flickered. Please speak. It's a border mission. Lei Genyu slowly said on the other end of the phone. A new copy appeared in the middle of Granxia yesterday, and several professionals were trapped inside. This time, I want to send you to participate in the rescue as well as fight to conquer the copy. Central Granxia? Lindsay repeated. That's right, the Misty Forbidden Zone in the center. Lindsay had done an understanding of the geography of Daxia since he crossed over to this world. Since the arrival of the era of universal awakening, the country of Daxia had been divided into 4 regions, east, south, west, and north, with each region having 3 large cities, as well as a number of smaller cities. Between the cities, there were border mists separating them. The central region of Daxia, on the other hand, is completely covered by the mists and does not belong to any of the jurisdictions in the southeast, west, north, and west, so it is also known as the Misty Forbidden Zone. It was also for this reason that the duplicates in the central region were generally of a higher level and more dangerous than the duplicates at the city borders. Lei Genyu continued, this replica was only generated yesterday, suitable for level 50-60, and after several professionals went in yesterday, they never came out again. The monitoring instruments on them showed that they were all still alive, but they never came out for unknown reasons. As soon as I saw this quest, I thought of you. After all, you've had many similar experiences. I understand. Lindsay asked, when do we leave? Early tomorrow morning. I'll send you the time and location later, and remember to find me for reimbursement of your teleportation expenses to the teleportation station when you turn around. No need. Lindsay said, I just happened to receive a new teleportation stone trigger today, so you can just tell me the anchor point of the copy. Oh? You still have that thing? Lei Genyu was dumbfounded. Your kid really has a new surprise after not seeing you for 2 days. It's really a fearless afterlife. It's all by chance, by chance. Lindsay said modestly. Right, there's one more thing to remind you of. Lei Genyu resumed his serious tone. Since the central region isn't in the city's jurisdiction, it's often the case that different cities each send their own professionals to participate together in a group. Therefore, some people's purpose may not be pure. Everyone is ostensibly teammates who fight monsters together, but in reality, there will be all sorts of open and secret battles. Sending you this time is also an exercise for you. Lindsay, okay, I understand. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before hanging up the phone. The Misty Forbidden Zone? Lindsay secretly thought, I wonder what's new. He couldn't help but look forward to it. The next day, Lindsay woke up early and used the teleportation stone trigger directly at home, and an emerald-colored teleportation door opened in the living room. A few seconds later, it reached its destination as promised. That old man Wang's props are really good. Lindsay found himself teleported to a very small campsite, and on one side of the campsite, there was a Chinese-style pagoda, which was the copy's teleportation gate. There were a few Border Legion soldiers on sentry duty around it, and underneath the pagoda, there were already a few professionals standing over there chatting. Lindsay checked those people's information, and they were all above level 50. Lindsay walked over, and one of the soldier-like men immediately noticed him and spoke towards him. Hello, I'm Sue, the captain of the 17th Detachment of the Border Legion. I'm in charge of leading this mission, and you are? I'm Lindsay from Tianyu City. Tianyu City. Lindsay. Oh, come to think of it. Sue said, you're the one with the youngest age and level in this mission, right? At these words, several other professionals also looked at Lindsay. Upon checking his level, he was only level 29? One had to know that this was a level 50-60 copy. Everyone began to look at him with questioning eyes. Sue, however, said to them, don't look at this little brother's low level. It's rumored that he was personally recommended by their city lord, so it seems that he's skilled. A single sentence caused a few other people to retract their gazes in disbelief, and also caused Lindsay to add a few impression points to Sue. However, right at this moment, one of Lindsay's shoulders was suddenly hit hard by someone. A tall figure walked past behind him, while a coarse voice rang out. Hee, what's the point of just being skilled? The most important thing in fighting border copies is experience. This person walked straight towards Sue, clearly bumping into Lindsay, but didn't even look at him, obviously on purpose. Only then did Lin Zhe see his appearance, close to 30 years old, hair down to his neck and tied up at the back, a scar on his rugged face, and a cigarette in his mouth. He looked like an old man. Name, Xue Chong. Profession, Chained Warrior Class A. Level, 58 second rank. Big Brother Xue. A few occupiers immediately greeted him. A few other occupiers also exchanged pleasantries. Isn't this Luo Guild Xue Chong? He's been very active lately. It seemed to be quite famous. However, the man ignored the others and walked up to Su Wei and casually greeted him. Captain Su, hello again. Oh, it's Xue Chong. Captain Su Wei returned. You're here to participate again? How many times is this your time this month? Don't mention it. Xue Chong waved his hand. It's not that trashy old brother of mine. He lost a match with someone a few days ago, and his own summoned beast was killed. What a useless thing. I came here this time just to look for a new summoned beast for him on the way. Lin Zhe almost didn't laugh out loud. The old brother he was talking about. I'm afraid it's not that Xue Yang who dragged himself around so much that he ended up being defeated by himself? Only to hear Xue Chong continue. If you ask me, a profession like summoner is weak and expensive, and you can only rely on summoned beasts when fighting, so what's the point? If that kid dares to lose a fight next time, I'll send him to the factory to play screws. Don't say that. Su Wei laughed somewhat awkwardly. In our mission this time, there is a summoning faction professional. Who? It's that little brother Lin Zhe. Su Wei replied. Xue Chong looked at Lin Zhe, but as if he was oblivious, his eyes narrowed slightly and he exhaled a puff of smoke. Is this the one you said Captain Su was skilled in? He sneered disdainfully. A level 29 newcomer, and a city lord's recommendation. I'd say it's some kind of connection, right? Captain Su, do we really want to let someone like that fight the book with us? I'm afraid that in a moment, the person won't be saved, but instead, he'll drag everyone to their deaths. These words managed to incite the emotions of the other occupiers, and several of them showed a hint of worry on their faces. Seeing the other party's repeated provocations, Lin Zhe directly disliked them. What, scared? It's not too late to go home to your mom. What did you say? Xue Chong didn't expect Lin Zhe to be so rigid. His eyes glared, looking banditish. You'd better know who you're talking to. After saying that, he looked like he was going to go up and fight. All right. Su Wei stopped Xue Chong and took out the majesty of a captain. Both of you cut the crap. Xue Chong, even though you have dozens of border copies of experience, you have to allow for newcomers. And Lin Zhe, don't be too hot-tempered. The Misty Forbidden Zone can't be compared to a normal border copy. Everyone must be united when they go in later. Lin Zhe, I don't have a problem with that, as long as the others don't start anything. Snort. Xue Chong sneered. Since Captain Su has said so, I have no problem with it, as long as some people don't drag me down. Su Wei shook his head, thinking that he was afraid that this time, the team would not be easy to lead. Next, Su Wei began to count the number of professionals present, and together with himself, there were a total of 12 people. Su Wei walked up to the crowd and once again exhorted, our mission this time, apart from attacking the replica, there is also a rescue content. The difficulty is relatively high. In a moment, everyone must be united. Then, people began to walk towards the foggy door. After a few seconds of time shift, all 8 people arrived in the middle of the replica. Corrupted Goblin Forest. Restricted level, 60. Difficulty, Nightmare Mode. Quest description, please help the natives here to purify the polluted spring water. At the same time, a reminder popped up from Lin Zhe's system. Ding! You have a new quest, successfully clear this copy. Reward, 1 system draw. Chapter 66 Shadow Moon Leopard Queen. As soon as he entered the copy, a rotten odor hit his nose. And as one looked around, the forest that should have been lush and green was withered and decayed everywhere. The grass on the ground was also all grayish-yellow and lifeless. Looking into the distance, even the sky took on an ominous grayish-purple color. Seeing this sight, everyone couldn't help but frown. What's going on here? A female professional said uneasily. It looks like the entire forest has been contaminated by something. Su Wei said. He swept everyone with his gaze and said with a serious expression, everyone should not act rashly or leave the group without authorization in a moment. The others nodded and all followed him, marching forward. Only that Xue Chong walked up, side by side with Su Wei, and handed over a cigarette. Here, Lao Su. Thanks, no need. Su Wei declined. It's better to be careful in the copy. Hey, it's all trivial. Xue Chong put the cigarette in his own mouth while starting to brag. this is also a copy below level 60, I'm level 58, so I can say that I've reached the ceiling level of this copy. Don't worry, I'll bring them to speed pass in a while, but only if some of them don't drag me down. Saying the last half of the sentence, he also deliberately amplified his voice for the people behind him to hear. The group of people walked and came to a wetland area. There were many more small pools of water in the grass underneath the floor, and the water in that pool was also gray-green and gray-green, appearing dead. We have entered copy area 1, Thirsty Water Swamp. Just then, someone noticed something and shouted, "Look at the ground, there are monster footprints." As expected, they only saw one by one paw prints on the dirt between the grasses, like they were left behind by some beast. Shuechong half squatted on the ground, took a closer look, and dipped his hand into the dirt in the footprints, brought it up to his nose and smelled it, and said, "Like a shadow moon leopard type of beast. Let's go, let's follow the footprints over and take a look," Su Wei said. The group of people followed the footprints for a few more minutes, only to see a group of black beasts roaming in a large grassy area in front of them. Each one's fur was shiny black in color, yet a dash of crescent-shaped white hair grew on its forehead. Shadow Moon Leopard. Race, Shadow Moon Leopard Clan Class D. Level, 50. Life value, 20,000. Skill, Shadow Moon Sharp Claws. Description, a beast that lives in the goblin forest, worships the moon god like the goblins do, and some have been domesticated to act as mounts for the goblins. Oh, it really is a Shadow Moon Leopard. Suwei's eyes lit up as he patted Shuechang's shoulder. "Alright, Shuechong." A few professionals behind him also cast admiring gazes towards him. Shuechong proudly crossed his arms. "Dude, I've at least hung out in the border replica no less than 100 times, I still have this common sense. That's why I said that playing duplicates relies on experience, not just anyone can come." After saying that, he even glanced towards Lin Zhe's side. Just then, the crowd realized that on a large rock not far away, a Shadow Moon Leopard that was much larger than its counterpart was sleeping. Boss Shadow Moon Leopard Queen. Race, Shadow Moon Leopard Clan Grade D. Level, 50. Life value, 150,000. Skills, Night Shadow Assault, Shadow Moon Rage Claw, Moon God Blessing, etc. Expand for details. Description, although it is only the leader of a D-class race, it is quite a noble individual. Every year, countless male leopards fight to the death for the right to court. "Ah, it's actually a boss," the professionals exclaimed in whispers. "Got lucky this isn't?" Shuechong became even more complacent. Go up together and do the monsters." "Wait." Captain Su Wei said with a straight face, "We'd better find the missing person first." "Old Su, it's fine." Shuechong said with some impatience, "It won't take much time. These Shadow Moon Leopards are only level 50, and they're all brittle, even the boss only has 150,000 blood. Don't worry, I've fought them many times before." He turned back and called out to the professionals, "Follow me if you want to fight, the loot goes to you. I just need to capture that boss alive, who let my punk old brother want a summoned beast, what a pain in the ass." Upon hearing that the loot would go to everyone, several professionals were eager to try. "May not." Just then, Lin Zhe spoke up, "This isn't an ordinary Shadow Moon Leopard." The several professionals looked at him blankly. Just a moment ago, Lin Zhe had used insight like fire to check on these Shadow Moon Leopards and discovered that each one had a special black mist hidden in its body, which looked very abnormal. Snort. Shuechong let out a disdainful sneer. "You level 29 newbie, first time here in a copy, blindly commanding what? This is not an ordinary Shadow Moon Leopard, what else could it be? Don't listen to this newcomer, he just can't beat these high-level monsters and wants everyone to stop fighting." After saying that, he took the lead to charge up on his own. Of the remaining professionals, 3 of them followed suit. Of those left behind, a female professional with shoulder-length hair said, "I also feel that this place is strange, and my heart is straightening up." Only to see that Shuechang's figure change, his body was suddenly covered in thick, heavy armor, and several thick, heavy chains were wrapped around his arms, with blades attached to the ends of the chains. His profession was an A-ranked chain warrior, combining offense and defense in one, with both long-range and melee combat. The other 3 professions also quickly unfolded their combat forms. In an instant, several Shadow Moon Leopards didn't have time to react and were buried under the blades. "Hee, it's a breeze." Shuechong was even more complacent. "I told you that the Shadow Moon Leopard is easy. Come to the replica without fighting monsters, what are you doing, watching the scenery? Ha 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 ha." However, right at this moment, a professional looked at the corpse of the Shadow Moon Leopard and said, "Strange, how come it doesn't give experience? In the next second, the dead shadow moon leopard suddenly popped back up, and many black tentacles grew on its body. Before that professional could react, those tentacles instantly wrapped all of his hands and feet. Ah! That professional let out a shout. But it was too late. Only to see that shadow moon leopard jump towards the water pond next to him, pulling that professional into the water pond at once, completely disappearing. The crowd was shocked. What happened? Shuechong also did not expect this situation and froze. At the same time, one could only see that all the shadow moon leopards in the area had beckoning tentacles growing out of their bodies, and were coming towards the professionals in unison. And once they checked the information, they found that the descriptions of all the shadow moon leopards had changed to corrupted? Race? Rank? Life value? What the hell is this? Shuechong panicked this time as well, and his feet retreated back and forth. Big brother Shui, help me! At this time, another professional who had followed Shuechong to fight the monsters sent out a plea for help. One of his legs was entangled by a tentacle, and he was being pulled into a pool of water by a shadow moon leopard. A drop of sweat flowed out from the corner of Shuechang's forehead. Tramp, I can't protect myself, so you're on your own. After saying that, he was going to retreat back. I'll go save him. Su Wei saw the situation and already had 2 more crescent-shaped battle blades in his hands. Forget it, it's better for me to do it. Lin Zhe said coldly. At the same time, there were already 10 more shadows underneath him, rapidly chasing after him towards the distress seeker. In the next second, the black shadows transformed into big black dogs and charged straight up, the daggers held in their mouths cutting off all those tentacles. The man walked in front of the ghost gate and only reacted after several seconds, rolling and crawling as he ran back. At the same time, a huge fire-red demon appeared before the eyes of the crowd, leaving them with a rather broad back. Then, an extremely violent sledgehammer in its hand slammed into the ground, and golden flames immediately covered those shadow moon panthers with tentacles. Z! The group of shadow moon leopards let out shrill cries in the flames, then one by one, their forms were destroyed. An experience reminder popped up in front of Lin Zhe's eyes. Kill corrupted? Experience +1, lifespan +1 day. Kill corruption, experience +1, life expectancy +1 day. What, only adding 1 point? Is there a mistake? Chapter 67 When You Gaze into the Abyss. Meanwhile, everyone was stunned when they witnessed the ability Lin Zhe had just performed. What was wrong with this level 29 newcomer? Not only did he cross the level to fight monsters, he also killed a large number of them in seconds. Little brother Lin Zhe, Su Wei asked with a shocked expression, were those all your summoned beasts just now? Lin Zhe nodded slightly. That professional who had just been saved by Lin Zhe immediately ran to Lin Zhe's side. Since his feet were still soft, he directly knelt on the ground and hugged Lin Zhe's thighs as he excitedly shouted. Brother Lin, I really can't thank you enough. If it wasn't for your hand, I would have been accounted for here just now. You're my savior, my parents. The corners of Lin Zhe's mouth twitched, and he tried to shake him off with force, but instead, he was hugged even tighter. Wait, don't fling tears and snot on my pants. The others also had a changed impression of Lin Zhe and sent thankful looks. In this time, Shuechong and the other professional returned to the group in a grayish manner. Su Wei said seriously, Shuechong, I've repeatedly emphasized not to act rashly. We've already sacrificed one of our teammates just now, and we've suffered heavy losses. It's good that you're experienced, but you can't just act based on experience. Thanks to little brother Lin Zhe's prior reminder and his subsequent rescue, we didn't let the losses grow further. Shuechong knew that he was in the wrong, so he could only nod his head extremely reluctantly. He thought to himself, damn, who knew that those shadow moon leopards would turn into monsters? Grass, not only did I fail to capture the shadow moon leopard queen, but I also made a fool of myself. At this moment, when he saw Lin Zhe become the center of attention, a hint of icy gray flashed under his eyes. On Lin Zhe's side, he didn't care what everyone thought. What puzzled him the most right now was, why did those monsters give only 1 point of experience? And even his own insight into fire couldn't view the other party's information. Just at this moment, the female professional with shoulder-length hair shouted, "Yikes, look guys." Only to see that in the grass, those black tentacles that had just grown on the shadow moon leopard were now sticking out of the land again, one fluttering with teeth and claws. Then, like snakes, they crawled towards the crowd. Everyone, including Lin Zhe, was startled. Run! Lin Zhe was the first to react, prompting Su Wei. Facing this unknown monster, he thought that running away was the best strategy. Moreover, this monster's experience value was pitifully low, and there was no reason to stay here all the time. Well, let's run. Su Wei nodded and immediately ordered. Thus, everyone began to run in the direction of the forest. After running like this for about a few minutes, the crowd realized that there were no more tentacles chasing behind them. And now, they arrived in the middle of a dense forest. Only, the entire forest also seemed like it had been polluted, and the color of all the trees was permeated with a kind of deadly gray. We have entered Copy Area 2, Goblin Forest. Where should we go now? A professional asked. Su Wei thought for a moment and said, "Let me wisp, the description of this quest is to purify the polluted spring. There's a high chance that those missing people went to look for the spring as well. So, our first step is to find the spring first. But this forest is so big, where can we find the spring? Let me try." At this moment, a glasses-wearing, honest-looking professional walked out. He briefly introduced himself. "I'm Li Mingzhi from Linshan City. My profession is water elemental magician, and I have the ability to perceive water sources." After saying that, he closed his eyes and held a staff in both hands, shaking it a few times. After reopening his eyes, he already had an answer as he pointed in a certain direction, over there. "Let's go," Su Wei ordered. Thus, everyone began to advance along that direction. Along the way, the group didn't encounter any more weird monsters, only some ordinary beasts, which were resolved very easily. After about 5 minutes of walking, Li Mingzhi was delighted. "I can sense that we're almost there." As expected, after walking for a while, the crowd heard the sound of water flowing. Along with the sound of the water, there were also the sound of some girls whimpering and crying. The crowd looked at each other, have raised vigilance. Through a bush in front of them, they saw a gray-green ditch next to a few women kneeling there, sobbing. Those women looked similar to humans, only with pointed ears, big eyes, a pair of thin cicada-like wings on their backs, and unusually fair skin. A few of the professionals were looking a bit dazed. "This stinky ditch is a spring?" a professional asked. "And are those girls elves?" "No, it's the goblin race." Su Wei explained, "Goblins are close relatives to elves, but they have an extra pair of wings than elves, and their personalities are more lively and spirited." "Damn, why don't we just capture a few goblins and go back as summoned beasts?" Shuai-chon licked his lips and muttered to himself. Goblin Servant. Race, Goblin Race Grade C. Level, 50. Life Value, 100,000. Skills, Nature Plus, Dark Side of the Moon, Nature Summoning. Who's there? At that moment, a few goblins looked over this way. The few professionals looked at me and me at you, all of them were a bit embarrassed and walked out from the bushes. "We mean no harm," Su Wei said. "You?" The goblins looked around, but a look of surprise suddenly appeared on their faces. "You are saviors, right?" "What?" Several professionals looked at each other. The High Priestess was right. "You guys are the saviors who came to help us purify the spring, right?" Only a few goblins broke into smiles, each of them wearing long white tulle dresses, the curves of their bodies hidden. Each one was as bright and colorful as a lotus flower out of the water. There were a few male professionals whose eyes went straight as they watched. However, Lin Zhe was frowning slightly, because in his line of sight, there was likewise a cloud of black gas in the bodies of several goblins. Su Wei clasped his hands together and saluted. "It's impossible to talk about a savior, but we are indeed here on a mission to purify the spring water." "Great!" The goblins hugged. Su Wei asked, "In addition, there were a few of our compatriots who came in on a mission yesterday. I wonder if any of you have seen them?" Several goblins shook their heads blankly. Then a goblin covered his mouth and smiled. "Saviors, the source of the polluted spring is on the mountain, so please follow me, several of you." After saying that, several goblins jumped up and walked forward. "Follow," Su Wei said. The few people were about to walk forward, but they saw Lin Zhe standing in place with a serious expression. Su Wei read his mind and said, "Don't worry, I can also see that there's something fishy going on. But we can follow it first, we might even find some clues." In a moment, everyone listened to my orders and act immediately at the first sign of trouble. At this time, Shuai-chon disdainfully glanced at Lin Zhe. "Kid, don't think that everyone is drunk and you're the only one awake. That thing just now was just a momentary oversight on my part. Every one of us here can tell that there's something wrong with these goblins. In terms of experience in playing duplicates, you're still not ranked among the few of us." After saying that, they were strutting towards the front. Lin Zhe looked at the group of people's distant figures and said to himself, "No, you guys don't know anything. Because at this moment, a prompt popped up from his system. Ding! Alert, you have entered the observation range of the abyss. When you gaze into the abyss is also gazing into you. Lindsay was also puzzled. What is the abyss? That is? Chapter 68, The Fountainhead. This was the first time the system had popped up this type of prompt. What was the abyss? He had never heard of it in the 10 years since he had traveled to this world. The people in front of him obviously didn't know about it and were still following a few goblins through the forest. Lindsay thought about it and decided not to tell them for now. It would probably be for nothing if he did. The group continued to walk. The terrain gradually became steeper. Apparently they were going up the mountain. And the further up they went, the more the crowd realized that something was wrong. Only to see the surrounding trees from dense gradually become sparse, and each tree also with malnutrition in general, looks withered leaves. Sue began to lure words from the goblins. What exactly did you encounter in your forest? How did it get polluted like this? A goblin replied in a thin voice, about 50 years ago, a worm came to the forest and burrowed into our springs, and our goblin race couldn't do anything about it. The worm carried the power of corrosion with it, and the mother spring flowed everywhere, eventually corrupting the entire forest into what it is now. The goblin spoke as if it was about to cry out, with a look of icy pity. Sue then asked, so in order to purify the spring, you have to defeat that worm? The goblin nodded, yes. Our high priestess said that a group of humanoids would arrive in the near future to help us eradicate the big worm and purify the spring. I didn't expect that today is finally the day we wait. All of you saviors must help us. The goblins spoke in a hysterical manner, but the professionals behind them each glanced at each other, not entirely believing their words. As they were talking, the group came to the entrance of a cave, and from inside came the sound of pattering water. Inside is our spring, a goblin said, making an inviting gesture at the entrance of the cave. However, the professionals stumbled at the entrance. The cave was dark inside, giving off a very unsafe feeling at first glance. Hell if it was a trap. Are you all worried that there is danger inside? The goblin asked. Shuichong directly said, Humph, ghost knows if what you said is true or not. Only to see that the goblin wasn't in a hurry, only that innocent expression on her face became frivolous. You all are cautious as hell. Then, the frivolous expression became gradually hideous again, only, if you still want to leave now, I'm afraid it's already too late. In an instant, black tentacles burst out from each goblin's body, rapidly extending towards the crowd. Prepare to meet the enemy. Sue immediately blocked the front, the two battle blades in his hands shining with silver light. Treadmill, there is indeed a trick. Shuichong shouted angrily and took a step forward. I'm here to meet you all. Corrupted? Race? Level? Life value? Each goblin's information once again turned into a bunch of question marks. In the next second, thousands of tentacles poured out of the cave entrance in a black mass. Shuichong was startled and immediately dodged to the back. The tentacles directly entangled Sue, who was in the forefront, and at the same time, two people behind him were also entangled by the tentacles. Lindsay immediately utilized the lava domain, attaching the tentacles with a continuous burning state, making them unable to move forward. However, in just this moment of effort, Sue and the other two had already been dragged into the hole, leaving behind only a miserable scream that echoed inside before it too gradually weakened. This sudden change made everyone's jaws drop. Out of the 11 people, 3 were missing in an instant, and that included the captain. Besides Sue, the ones who were taken were that water elemental magician, Li Mingzhi, as well as that long-haired female professional. What to do now? A professional shivered and said, Tramp. Shuichong cursed, I'm not playing anymore, I'm leaving. After saying that, he took out his teleportation scroll. However, in the next second, he was awkwardly in place. The teleportation has failed? What? The others were also startled. This meant that even if they wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to. Lindsay secretly thought, I guess this is also related to that thing called abyss. Grass. Shuichong punched the ground. It's all because of my unlucky brother. If it wasn't for the sake of catching summoned beasts for him, I wouldn't have come here today. Then, do we still have to go save Captain Sue and the others? A professional said with a shiver. Save them? Shuichong cursed, it's hard to protect ourselves right now. Save the Nima people? But Sue is at least the captain of the Border Legion. If we just leave it like this, we may also have a lot of trouble. A professional reminded. Shuichong hesitated for a moment and said, whoever of you wants to go in and save, go ahead. I can be responsible for guarding the outside to receive it. Lindsay smiled and cursed, goon. At the same time, the system popped up a prompt. Ding. You have a temporary additional mission, rescue the trapped person. Reward, 1 system draw. Lindsay laughed, since some people are such goons, I'll go. When these words came out, Shuichong was instantly enraged. Who are you talking about? Lindsay smiled without saying anything, but he walked up to him. Borrow your chains. Shuichong froze. What do you want? Saving people, of course. Lindsay said lightly, none of you are going. I can drag so many people by myself? Oomph, you're borrowing it just because you say so? Shuichong put on an arrogant demeanor. Who do you think you are? Oh? That means you're not willing to save people? Lindsay waved his hand. Forget it then, why don't you just not save anyone? I'll tell you the truth when I go out later, of course, if I can still get out. At this time, the other professionals also persuaded from the side. Big brother Shuichong, just lend it to him. At times like this, let's all unite a little. Saving Captain Su will help us all. Snort. Shuichong responded unconvincingly and threw the chains on his body directly to the ground. Thanks. Lindsay didn't get angry either. Bending down to pick up the chains, he smiled and said, by the way, I never told you, your brother's name is Shui Yang, right? That giant bear of his was killed by me. If you want to blame it, you can only blame your luck for catching up with today. After Lindsay finished speaking, he walked towards the cave without looking back, only to hear Shuichong roar grass from outside the cave. After entering the cave, Lindsay summoned the hell demon dogs and put those chains on them before quickly traveling inside the cave. He has entered copy area 3, Creeping Cave. It was at this moment that he realized he had been put on a debuff. Abyssal Gaze, you have been targeted by the abyss, permanently lowering your spirit value by 10 points per minute. Once the spirit value drops to 0, you will be completely corrupted by the abyss. Permanently reduced? What a fierce debuff! However, thanks to the fierce fortune, advanced talent, the lowering effect turned into an increasing effect. The corners of Lindsay's mouth were suddenly harder to suppress than AK. And the further he went inside, the more the spirit value rose. Before long, it had actually come to 50 points per minute. Although this is good for me, I'm afraid that Team Su and the others won't be able to hold out for long. Lindsay thought, unconsciously speeding up his pace. After sprinting like this for a while, Lindsay arrived in a relatively open cave. The first thing that caught his eye was a pool that occupied half of the cave, and the water inside was also gray-green, emitting a foul-smelling odor. It was probably the source of the spring that these goblins were talking about. And the top and 4 walls of the cave, all full of black tentacles, densely packed between the tentacles, there are dozens of goblins were hanging on it, just like a puppet theater marionette doll. Hanging with them, there were also Su Wei and 3 other team members. At this moment, a goblin was turning to that spring source and letting out a very creepy voice, very different from the gentle one just now. Lord Bug, we have brought the human professionals, please enjoy. Within seconds of the words falling, the entire cave began to shake violently. Then, the gray-green liquid in that pool began to rise, as if it was going to drown the 3 people in it. Lindsay felt a hint of something wrong and immediately used cave-like fire to look around. There was no sign of any creatures, but a prompt appeared. Boss Abyssal Giant Worm. Race? Level 100. Life value 10 million. What is this thing? Chapter 69 Level 100 boss is also a matter of 2 hammers. A level 100 boss with 10 million blood? Although Lindsay had already fought quite a few bosses over the levels, he was really still shocked to see this information. I shouldn't have blinked to see an extra 0, right? And looking at the scene in front of him gave him a sudden bad guess. This cave and those rising gray-green liquids, do they look like a stomach and its gastric juices? No wonder there were no monsters to be seen here. It turned out that he was inside a huge monster. Good guy, so those goblins said the worm is such a big worm? And those black tentacles are actually the feeding organs of this huge monster, right? This would explain why those shadow moon leopards encountered at the beginning were inexperienced. Because they had long since become part of this huge monster's body, just like fish bait, specializing in luring people on the hook. It turned out that the entire forest was within the predatory range of this giant worm. This was the real reason why the forest was corrupted. A wave of nausea flooded Lindsay's heart when he thought of being inside someone else's stomach, and he immediately ordered to the hell demon dogs, go save the people first. Only to see the 10 large black dogs immediately transform into 10 shadows and travel along the wall. Then they jumped out at the place where the 3 were bound, and used their thorn daggers to cut off the tentacles that were hanging a few people, saving them. At this point, the 3 people were already blurred in consciousness, and Lindsay quickly tied them to the Hell Devil dogs with chains before ordering, "Take the people out first." Woof! The big black dogs carried the people and ran off in the direction they came from. Meanwhile, the entire cave hadn't stopped shaking. Instead, it was shaking more and more, as if it was enraged. The dozens of goblins also looked like they had instantly awakened, and one by one, they let out strange screams, and along with the countless black tentacles they lunged at Lindsay in unison. Those gray-green stomach fluids also gushed out in a steady stream. Lindsay slowly said, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in you guys because the experience you're giving is just too little." Capturing the thief, his target was the entire giant worm. In the next second, the large-sized inferno stood in front of Lindsay. "Destroy the cave for me." "Yes, Lord." The Inferno Devil took the hammer in his hand and smashed it into the ground. Damage dealt, 448-7612. It dealt close to 4.5 million damage in just one hit. This was the result after the Flame Rage skill dealt 10 times the damage of the power, while Elemental Berserk amplified it by 3 times, and Eternal Fire amplified it by another 5 times. With one shot, those goblins driven by the black tentacles were immediately drowned in a sea of fire. The surrounding rock walls, on the other hand, instantly burst apart, revealing writhing flesh. Under the burning flames, those flesh bodies also began to burn, explode with blood, and scorch. "Keep smashing for me." Lindsay was enjoying this process immensely. After entering this copy today, it felt very depressing. It hadn't been a good fight either, so now he could finally have a good time. The second hammer, the same 4.5 million damage. Right after Inferno smashed the third time, a prompt finally popped up in front of Lindsay's eyes. Has killed the boss Abyssal Giant Worm, experience plus 200,000, lifespan plus 200,000 days 547 years and 245 days. Loot obtained, 200,000 copper coins, Abyssal Worm Jaws weapon, Giant Worm armor, Giant Worm teeth material, Abyssal Cursed Stomach liquid consumable. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level 30, congratulations on your upgrade, current level 30. Ding! You have successfully rescued the trapped person, receive a reward, 1 system draw. Wait, how many days? Lindsay looked at his rewarded lifespan and was shocked. Awesome! Lindsay said. This time, he immediately called up the lottery page and started drawing. Congratulations on drawing the talent, Abyssal Walking Grade S. Talent, Abyssal Walking. You and your summoned beast can walk in the abyss. What is this tramp? Several question marks popped up on Lindsay's head as he spat out loud, "This description, it says as much as it doesn't, and it doesn't help in battle. That's not helpful at all. It feels like a complete waste of words." Lindsay collapsed. And along with him, there was also the entire cave, where stones constantly began to fall. He then reacted, and immediately put away his Inferno Demon and started running back. As he was running, a large rock suddenly fell with a thud, blocking his path. However, in the next second, a blue light appeared, and the entire boulder burst open. As the dust cleared, Lindsay, whose body was covered in electric light, struck a fist pose. Luckily, I've practiced my running thunder technique to the transcendent realm. Then, his entire body was seen to be like an electric light as he began to sprint through the narrow cave. Meanwhile, outside the cave, several large black dogs had already sent Suwei's trio out before turning into black shadows once again and disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Suwei and the others had already awakened. After hearing that it was Lindsay who had saved them, the 3 of them were incomparably grateful. Then, the entire mountain began to shake violently. "Has little brother Lindsay not come out yet?" Suwei said with concern. "You guys have been out for a while, but he hasn't come out yet." A team member said, "It can't have been. Yeah, it's hard to survive in this situation." Shuachong quickly picked up the conversation. "Captain Su, this mountain is about to collapse, we'd better retreat." On the surface, he was anxious, but in his heart, he was a bit gloating. However, in the next second, an electric light flashed out from the cave entrance, and Lindsay appeared in front of everyone. Lindsay! The crowd's eyes all lit up and they flocked up. Lindsay said, "The mountain is about to collapse, it's important to escape first." Aha! Everyone responded in unison, unconsciously having taken Lindsay as their backbone. Only Shui Chang's face grew more and more gloomy, thinking in his heart. When Lao Zi said that the mountain was going to collapse, you guys didn't move a muscle. When that kid said it, you all nodded your heads like idiots. You all don't put me in your eyes, do you? Some of the 11 players summoned their mounts, some used acceleration buffs and ran towards the bottom of the mountain as fast as they could, and along the way, the mountain rocks collapsed, and several times, they were almost hit. But in the end, they still managed to come to the foot of the mountain. Has entered copy area 4, Back Mountain. At the same time, only to see the entire mountain crumble behind them. A huge meatworm fell from it and collapsed on the ground, its body stretching over 100 meters, but it had already lost its vital signs. When the crowd saw this, they were all shocked. Could it be that the worm that those goblins said polluted the spring is this one? I could think of it being big, but I didn't expect it to be this big. So disgusting. But since the bug is dead, isn't our mission accomplished? However, right at this moment, a voice rang out in the air. Completing the mission? How can you think so beautifully? After killing my beloved pet, none of you will be able to get out alive. In the next second, a woman's figure appeared out of thin air in mid-air. From the looks of it, she had a pair of pointed ears and big eyes, and obviously belonged to the goblin race as well, but she was wearing a purple clown costume and looked quirky. Boss Abyssal Puppeteer Luna? Race? Level? Life value? Skills? Skills? Another bunch of question marks. At the same time, the crowd heard dense footsteps coming from all directions. When they looked around, groups of goblin race were encircling towards them. Chapter 70 Abyssal Puppeteer vs. Phantom Queen. Only to see those goblins, one by one, approaching towards the crowd at an extremely neat pace as if they had lost consciousness. Corrupted Goblin. Race? Level, 55. Life value, 50,000. Skill, Nature Summoning Corruption, Dark Side of the Moon Corruption, Nature Addition Corruption, etc. Expand for details. These goblins are corrupted too? The crowd was like an enemy. At that moment, someone noticed something and pointed at the front of the group of goblins and shouted. Look guys, there's a human race inside them. The crowd looked in the direction he pointed, and as expected, there were a few human-looking ones walking among them. There. Suwei's eyes widened as he quickly pulled up several portraits in the interface. No mistake. They're those few missing professionals. The crowd was stunned. After searching for half a day, they hadn't expected to appear in the enemy's ranks. They look like they've been brainwashed? A professional guest. And in the middle of Lin Zhe's insightful view, special line of sight, those corrupted goblins and those few corrupted occupiers in front of him all had a thin black line attached to their heads. The densely packed thin threads intersected in the hands of the goblin called Abyssal Puppeteer Luna, in mid-air. It looked as if everyone was her puppet. No wonder it was called Puppeteer. Suwei had a serious face. We have to save them. It's already too late. Lin Zhe threw a pot of cold water behind him. Also, don't think about saving them, everyone take a look at their status bar. Everyone took a look and realized that everyone was hooked up to that negative status called Abyssal Gaze. Abyssal Gaze, you have been targeted by the abyss, and your spirit value is permanently reduced by 100 points per minute. Once your spirit value drops to 0, you will be completely corrupted by the abyss. The reduced value had come to 100 points. And Linza deduced from this, the originator of this status was Luna the Puppeteer. The closer he got to her, the stronger the effect would be. At this moment, everyone was in a state of shock. What is this? Once it drops to 0, it's completely corrupted by the abyss? Someone finally reacted, these goblins, and those few professionals, their spirit value, it can't be that they've already been reduced to 0, right? At this moment, Luna let out a string of mischievous laughter in the air. Ha, finally realized it? Looks like you guys aren't too slow. Then, make a choice. Either be slowly consumed to death, or bow down to me now. By the way, these few compatriots of yours. She pointed to the few missing professionals, but all of them chose to surrender. Oh. Luna covered her face with 5 fingers, her eyes looking out through the cracks, and made an expression like she was watching a good show. So, you guys, what will you choose? Sweat oozed from the corners of everyone's foreheads. If they resisted, they would have to fight hordes of goblin legions. It was obviously not that easy. And even if they succeeded, they would still be manipulated by the other party because their spirit value was zeroed out. Could it be to just surrender? Everyone was caught in a dilemma. Humph, if you want me to surrender, do it in your next life. At this moment, Suwei let out an incomparably firm voice. Old me, a great summer human, a sub-captain of the Border Legion. Even if I die, I will fight until the last moment and then commit suicide by the neck. These words immediately ignited the hot blood of many people. That's right, old me would rather die in battle than surrender to a foreign race. Brothers, let's go together. And Lin Zhe stayed in the crowd, revealing a smile at the people's reactions, as if he had gotten a satisfying answer. Humph, how ungrateful. Luna frowned slightly with her fine eyebrows and said, then you all go to hell. As soon as the words fell, her 10 fingers gently flicked the black threads in her hand, and the legions of people he manipulated began to surge over like waves. The people, too, had prepared themselves for battle. However, right at that moment, an even more flirtatious voice rang out behind Luna. This little sister is quite good at this. Who? Luna was also startled and immediately turned her head back, only to see the Phantom Queen Lilith, dressed in a black high-cut bikini, appear behind her. On her face, there was also a playful expression, and it was even more flavorful than Luna's. Luna's entire person looked like a brat in front of her. When Suwei and the others saw this, their mouths were also wide open. Where did this demon come from? However, they saw Lilith holding a long, thorny whip in her hand, directly lashing out at Luna. Whoosh! Luna instantly moved to a farther place and dodged the attack. Hee, pretty fast reaction. Lilith said playfully, but, can you really dodge it? In the next second, a lottery carousel appeared behind Lilith's back, with a wide array of entries on it. Let's see, what reward has this little sister drawn? Lilith transformed into a concierge lady and started spinning the dial. Luna's eyes flashed, I don't have time to play games with you. Only to see her wave her hands, several black silk threads immediately flew towards Lilith. However, in the next instant, Luna's movements froze. Congratulations, little sister, for winning Petrify. Lilith cheerfully applauded. You did what to me? Luna couldn't speak properly, and a rare fear showed in her eyes. Now it's your little sister's turn to make a choice. Lilith's face was unbelievably expectant. Do you want to die a painful death, or a torturous one? Her voice and tone were evil to the bone, sending a shiver down the spine of everyone present. Instead, she was more like an evil villain than Luna. Lilith, don't waste time, make it quick. Lin Zhe said towards her. Master hates it. Lilith revealed a slightly disappointed expression, I still want to play more. However, when these words came out, everyone around Lin Zhe's side had their mouths wide open. It was only then that they reacted, so this demon is also Lin Zhe's summoned beast? Just how many powerful summoned beasts does this guy have? And this one is so beautiful and calls him master? However, they saw Lilith swing a whip at Luna's body, and the entire stone immediately became split into pieces and fell to the ground. It was instantly killed in seconds. It's over so quickly? The others just felt like their brains weren't enough. They unanimously looked towards Lin Zhe, adding another point of awe to this youngster. Shuachong was the only one who stood behind Lin Zhe, his emotions becoming even more complicated with disbelief, jealousy, and hatred. He took a deep breath, and the gray in his eyes intensified. However, people's emotions were soon interrupted once again. Only to see Lilith suddenly acting like a puppet, her movements becoming very mechanical. Oops, crap, what's wrong with people? Lilith pouted. And in Lin Zhe's line of sight, Lilith's behind had been connected to several black silk threads, and he couldn't help but sink his gaze. At the same time, a crazy laughter echoed through the air. Ha 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 ha. In terms of control skills, I'm above you. In the next second, on the other end of the black silk thread, Luna once again appeared in the air with full blood and full status. Everyone's hearts flinched, secretly screaming, this is the end. P.S. For those of you who see this, can you give a 5-star review? Additionally added to the bookshelf, the author thanks you on his knees. Chapter 71, Underhanded? Entering the hidden area. Seeing the situation turn around again, everyone was screaming in agony. Even such a powerful summoned beast as Lin Zhe was controlled by the other party, they were even more hopeless. The group that had just given out bold words were now shaken up once again. Tramp! Shuachong said even more viciously, why am I so unlucky today? I should have known better than to come to this copy. It's useless to talk about this now. Lin Zhe coldly said, answer the battle properly. Grass, who do you think you are? Shuachong had suppressed himself for a long time and completely exploded, ordering me 3 times. You're still out of tricks now. Alright, Shuachong, calm down. Suwei droned on, patting his shoulder with his hand. However, Shuachong immediately shook his hand away. Don't take it from me. Shuachong shouted at Suwei, if it wasn't for the delay just now to save you, I wouldn't be surrounded right now. With a few words, Suwei's face was made to look very ugly. However, in the next second, a star-colored longsword was already in front of Shui Chang's neck. Lindsay held the long sword and coldly spat out a few words. If you want to die, I can grant you your wish now. You stepped on the horse. Shui Chang was furious, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Shui Chang's neck had already been rubbed through a bit of skin and blood was flowing out. All right. Suwei patted Lindsay. Now is not the time for infighting. Lindsay, on the contrary, I think that the existence of some people is the root cause of the obstacles to our unity, and it's better to get rid of them earlier. Suwei whispered in Lindsay's ear, I'm on your side, but this Shui Chang has the Luo Guild's background. I'm afraid you'll get into trouble if you make your move too obvious. At this time, laughter once again came from Luna's side. Ha ha, what a show. I've heard that humans are a mentally fragile race, and it's true. She only saw her fingers move and Lilith slowly flew towards a few people. Luna, let your own summoned beasts give you an understanding. After saying that, Lilith raised the whip in her hand. Everyone's faces turned ashen, and they only felt that great trouble was on the horizon. However, Linza said easily, all right, Lilith, stop pretending. Luna, huh? In the next second, Lilith could only be seen flicking up her fingers and picking off the black silk threads attached to her body one by one, as casually as taking away the hair stuck to her body. Then she revealed an expression of disinterest. Hey master, I had wanted to act out a bit more to scare them. I didn't expect to be recognized by you so quickly. Everyone's mouths once again opened into an O shape. What the hell, you did it just to scare us? Congratulations, did it? You're great. On Luna's side, her little mouth was even more wide open. How could you be fine? Adult secrets, little sisters ask less. Lilith made a very seductive expression. Lindsay also just remembered that Lilith was born with a talent to resist mind control type spells, Spirit Fortress. So what if you're not under my control? Luna said arrogantly, there are still them under my control. Only to see her 10 fingers move frantically, and in the next second, the corrupted goblins on the ground raised the weapons in their hands and rushed towards the group. Lilith let out a bad smile. What if I let them out of your control? Only to see Lilith pout, a pink peach heart flew onto a corrupted goblin's body. That goblin immediately stopped and froze for 2 seconds before showing its teeth and started attacking the companions around it. And at the same time, Lilith's viral propagation took effect, and as word spread, all of the goblins began to fight each other, suddenly falling into chaos. Suwei and his group were originally preparing to fight to the death, but suddenly saw that the monsters were actually passionately fighting each other, and all of them were dumbfounded. At the same time, hints kept popping up in front of Lindsay's eyes. Kill corrupted goblin, experience plus 550, lifespan plus 550 days. Kill corrupted goblin, experience plus 550, lifespan plus 550 days. The mood was even more incomparably pleasant. As the enemies began to kill each other, those black silk threads connected to their heads all stirred up with each other, variously twisting and knotting, like a messy mess. Ah! Luna frantically screamed in the air, flinging her hands to the sides, directly throwing away all the black threads in her hands. I hated when silk threads get tangled together. It's annoying. She let out an extremely nervous sound, frantic to the extreme. Then, she looked over with extremely spiteful eyes. You've managed to piss me off. Only to see her pull out a black leaf as she spoke. As she held the leaf and gave it a gentle shake, a drop of black dew fell down and snapped onto the ground. The game ends here. Luna cupped her face and said expectantly, enjoy the power of the abyss. The drop of black dew instantly spread out in all directions. And the ground that had dripped through immediately turned into nothingness as if it had been eroded. In an instant, the originally flat ground turned into a bottomless void of nothingness. Moreover, it was clearly a drop of dew, but as if it was endless, it spread rapidly towards the surroundings, and the void of nothingness was rapidly growing larger. What is that thing? Suwei said in alarm, seeing that the void of nothingness was about to spread to his feet. When Lindsay saw this, he also felt bad. Run! He immediately shouted. The crowd understood and immediately summoned their mounts or used acceleration buffs and began to run away. And Lindsay himself summoned the Hell Demon Dog and rode it. The Hell Demon Dog immediately spread its legs and ran swiftly. And the void of nothingness was spreading at a rather terrifying speed, following closely behind the people. Ha 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 ha, escape and run. Let's see how long you guys can last. Luna let out a crazy laugh behind her. Over here, everyone was so tense that they were sweating profusely, with no time to think of anything more in their eyes than running for their lives. Only Shuechong rode on a rhinoceros beast, looking at Lin Zhe, who was slightly ahead of himself in front of him. A sudden evil intent arose in his heart. Lin Zhe, die for me. Only to see him flinging the chains in his hands, and in one fell swoop, he lassoed the hind legs of the demonic dog under Lin Zhe's seat. Ow! The big black dog shrieked in shock, its center of gravity unsteady, and its entire body fell to the ground. Then, all that could be seen was the spreading void of emptiness immediately engulfing Lin Zhe in it. What happened? When the others heard the sound, they all turned back. Shuechong made a panicked face. Lin Zhe, he just fell and was sucked in by that black hole. What? Everyone shouted something bad. Only Shuechong lowered his head and revealed a sinister smile of triumph. Ha! In the middle of the darkness, Lin Zhe stood up. When I get out, that bastard will be finished. But where is this place? He looked around, and there was darkness everywhere. Has entered the hidden area of the copy, Heart of Darkness. Has triggered the talent, Abyssal Walking. Lin Zhe was a bit puzzled. There's a hidden area? And, how did the talent get triggered? After a second, he reacted, could it be that this is the abyss? It's better to find a way to pass through the hidden area. He began to walk in the middle of the boundless darkness. As he walked, something seemed to be faintly visible on both sides. In front of the black background, some gray silhouettes appeared. Upon closer inspection, they were all women with pointed ears. It's the Goblin Clan? Lin Zhe was surprised. How come there's one here too? And each of the goblins maintained their movement to escape, with a very panicked expression on their faces. It was like a freeze frame of their last moments before they were born. After walking like this for a while longer, Lin Zhe realized that a faint glow had appeared in front of him. Although it was extremely small, it became very conspicuous in this darkness. Lin Zhe immediately quickened his pace and ran towards the light. When he got closer, Lin Zhe realized that the light was a transparent substance suspended above the ground. It was crystal clear, between a liquid and a gas, and was emitting a fluorescent light. And the faint light was reflecting the face of a sleeping young girl. P.S. families, don't worry, that grandson Shuechong didn't have a good ending. Chapter 72 3 Conditions for Passing. That young girl was also a goblin in terms of her looks and features. At this moment, she was leaning against a crumbling wall and sleeping soundly. Although her eyes were closed, she could tell that her face was very pure and beautiful. Skin in the shimmering light, but also appears to be as white as jade, glowing breakable. Perhaps hearing the commotion, the goblin girl slightly opened her eyes. Seeing a person suddenly appear in front of her, she let out a loud cry. There's a ghost. The goblin girl maintained her position of sitting on the ground, stomping her legs and dodging in panic. You're the one who's a ghost, your whole family is a ghost. Lin Zhe said breathlessly. Huh, it's actually a human? The girl rubbed her sleepy eyes, and only then did she see Lin Zhe's appearance, and she couldn't help but feel a bit wretched. I can't imagine that there's a second person here who isn't corrupted by the abyss besides me? She couldn't help but wonder. Lin Zhe's mind was also filled with questions. Who are you? My name is Leylin. The girl introduced herself, a high priestess of the Goblin Clan. HM? High priestess? Lin Zhe repeated. He recalled that when a few goblins showed them the way in the beginning, they did mention the identity of the high priestess. It said that the high priest had predicted that a savior would come to purify the spring. However, he instinctively thought of it as an old man, not realizing that it actually looked so young. Don't look at me with that look. Leylin's face showed some irritation. I'm 149 years old, and we goblins are supposed to be a race of longevity. Of course, 149 years old is indeed considered young in our race, almost equal to your human race's puberty. Lin Zhe was a bit speechless, thinking to himself, should I call you grandma? Alright, it's my turn to ask a question this time. Leylin said in a serious manner, why did you, a human, appear here? Lin Zhe thought for 2 seconds and felt that exchanging information was the best option at this time. Thus, he told the other party what he had encountered after entering the copy as briefly as possible. After listening, Leylin was silent with her head bowed, seemingly with endless sorrow under her eyes, looking churlish. After a while, she opened her mouth. I can't imagine that Luna ended up going this far. Lin Zhe didn't choose to interrupt her, but instead waited quietly by the side for her to continue. After another while, Leylin looked like she had slowed down and began to tell the whole story. I was elected by my clan to become the high priestess in charge of divining the future of our clan because I had shown high spiritual power since I was a child. Our clan lived a quiet and peaceful life in the forest like this. Until more than 100 years ago, Luna was born, and when this child was born, the entire forest sang for her because she was the goblin with the highest spiritual power in the history of our clan. It was also because of this reason that I received Luna into the Hall of Sacrifice as my apprentice. In fact, it was also to train her to become the next high priestess. This child is very studious and extremely gifted, learning many magic spells at an astonishing speed, and will soon be on the verge of surpassing me in a short while. Even, she began to delve into an extremely esoteric spatial magic, a magic that allows one to travel through other times and spaces. Now that I think about it, it's all my fault for indulging her too much at the time. Until one day, Luna managed to open the space gate and told me that she saw a dark future behind it, and that everyone in my clan would be destroyed in a catastrophe. However, I didn't divine this future, so I didn't believe what that child said. Hey, now that I think about it, if I had listened at that time, I probably wouldn't have gotten to this point. Right after that day, Luna became more and more strange, often saying things in a godly manner, and her temper became more and more bad-tempered, and our clan members became more and more afraid to get close to her. After that, Luna spent even more of her time on that space magic in a big way, often going for years without a trace. Until one day, when she reappeared, her entire person had changed and brought back something extremely dark. Abyss? Lindsay blurted out. Exactly. Leyland nodded. Luna said that sooner or later, the 10,000 clans would be annihilated in the middle of the abyss, and that instead of doing so, it would be better to submit to the abyss sooner. And when our entire clan tried to resist her, we realized that the power of the abyss was indeed incomparably strong, so strong that we couldn't resist at all. And so, the entire forest was corrupted, becoming what you see. After listening, Lindsay took a little time to digest this pile of information. In the middle of the day, he asked, "Then, why did you appear here again? Why weren't you corrupted by the abyss along with your people?" "That's because," Leyland said as she gazed at the mass of light in front of her that looked like a liquid and a gas, "it's because it protected me. It's a spring that our goblin race has guarded since ancient times, and legend has it that it was blessed by the gods who sent it down. When Luna took our last line of defense, I swore to guard the spring and held it in my arms. When I awoke again, I came here. All of my people were swallowed up by the abyss, and only I, who was holding the spring source, was spared." Lindsay then remembered the framed goblins he had seen on the side of the road as he traveled all the way here, thinking that they were the clansmen who had been killed. "I'd like to ask you about that." Leyland had a curious look on her face. "Why are you actually here at all?" Lindsay moved his arms and legs. "What's the problem here?" "What's the problem? This is the realm of the abyss. How could any normal person survive in there?" Leyland thought for a moment. "To make an analogy, if all other races are fish, then the abyss is an incomparably arid desert. How could it be possible to live?" "Is that actually the case?" Lindsay then realized how useful that abyssal walking talent of his was. Otherwise, the first moment he was sucked here, he was afraid that he would already be a dead man. It was a shame that he had said at first that it was a useless waste of a talent. "Then one last question." Lindsay's eye sank. "What does it take to pass this hidden copy?" At these words, Leyland fell into another short silence. Then she shook her head. "There's no way, it's simply impossible to get out." Lindsay frowned slightly. "As a matter of fact, since it's a copy, there must be a way to pass it, so how could it be impossible to get out?" "Theoretically, yes, but what if the conditions for that passage are extremely harsh?" Leyland said. "Could it be that you have to fight extremely difficult bosses?" asked Lindsay. Leyland shook her head once again. "Forget it, words can't prove anything, come with me." After saying that, she stood up and carefully cupped the fountain in her hands as she walked towards the front, the mass of light dispersing the darkness around her. Lindsay immediately followed her. It wasn't known how long they had been walking, but the two of them arrived next to a cliff, below which seemed to be a bottomless void. And beside the cliff stood three strange-looking stone statues, each of which had a hand outstretched as if they were asking for something. "Here, these are the pass conditions, there are 3 in total." Leyland said, "You can see for yourself what they want. You'll know how outrageous it is when you see it." Lindsay curiously walked over to the first stone statue, and an interface automatically popped up in the center of that claimed hand. Those who wish to pass must offer the most important treasure. First treasure, life value. Description: sacrifice a life value equal to the upper limit of one's own life value. See, the first condition is so harsh. Leyland said, even if you eat a buff that increases your blood, it will be counted together inside the blood cap, it simply won't work. While Leyland was talking, Lindsay was operating something over there. Then he heard the stone statue directly broadcast, the first treasure has been successfully sacrificed. Leyland was confused, wait, what's the situation? Chapter 73. Is this hidden level so simple? Leyland's eyes rounded and she immediately used her scrying technique on Lindsay. However, she saw that Lindsay's blood bar was still full. How did you do that? Leyland could hardly believe it. Lindsay smiled faintly. Just a moment ago, when he saw that first item that needed to be sacrificed, he thought of a talent he had acquired not long ago. Talent, Unbreakable Golden Body. Physical defense and spell defense are increased by 50%, and you add a shield equal to your life value limit to yourself, and when you take damage, the shield is consumed before your life value is consumed. Lost shield will be recovered at a rate of 10 points per second. According to the rules of this phrase, if you wanted to take the life value from him, you would first take the shield. Therefore, just now, Lindsay had merely broken a layer of shield, and his own red bar was not losing any blood at all. It was only after that first stone statue had fulfilled the conditions that he put his outstretched hand down. Lindsay slowly walked towards the second stone statue. Above the outstretched hand, the information interface popped up again. Those who wish to pass the barrier must offer the most subtle of treasures. Second treasure, time. Description: sacrifice a lifespan twice as long as the average lifespan of one's race. This is it? Lindsay almost didn't laugh out loud again. He conversed with the system within his brain. System, what is my current remaining lifespan? Current total remaining lifespan, 1,227 years and 33 days. Good lord, it's been over 1,000 years again without realizing it. Meanwhile, Leyland was still blathering next to her. See, if the first treasure still has some means of getting through, the second one is completely impossible. Because there's no buff that adds longevity. And the riddle is so cockamamie that the lifespan of the sacrifice is directly tied to the race, so that even long-lived races can't get away with it. Leyland shook her head and said helplessly, let's just go back. However, right at this moment, the second stone statue also sent out a voice broadcast, the second treasure has been successfully sacrificed. Ha! This time, instead of screaming, Leyland froze dumbly in place, feeling like her brain wasn't enough. Instead, he saw Lindsay standing there with a smile on his face. No. Leyland stared at him here and there with a bewildered look. No, how come you're not dead? Lindsay was speechless. Listen to what you're saying, is this human language? Just a moment ago, Lindsay had sacrificed 204 years of lifespan. Exactly twice the average lifespan of the human race today. After the universal transmutation, the lifespan of humans was indeed a bit longer than that world before he crossed over. And Leyland's entire body was still in a state of extreme disbelief right now, trying hard to convince himself with various reasons. This person, did he happen to live more than twice as long as their human counterparts? Impossible. Or is this stone statue out of some kind of bug? Scratching his head, he couldn't figure out exactly why. Taking advantage of the moment when she was walking around and reading in pieces, Lindsay had already walked next to the third stone statue. Those who wish to pass must offer the most precious treasure. Third treasure, life. Description: sacrifice 3 lives. The sacrificed lives disappear permanently and cannot be resurrected by any means. Lindsay murmured, is it directly life this time? It seems like this copy really doesn't want people to pass. I told you. Leyland recovered and came over to say, there's only 2 of us here, and it directly wants 3 lives. The only scenario I can think of is that there's a group of people who came here who also happen to all be unafraid of abyssal corruption, and there also happen to be 3 people who are willing to sacrifice their lives to get everyone else out. The 2 of us, we're definitely out of luck. Leyland said at the end of her sentence, also feeling angry at the conditions that were harsh to the extreme. This time, even Lindsay pondered. Sacrificing 3 lives wasn't actually impossible for a summoner like him. However, the key lay in the fact that the sacrificed lives disappeared permanently and couldn't be resurrected by any means, so that would be difficult. Sacrifice an inferno? Phantom demon? Little dragons? Even if it was a dog, he felt quite reluctant to give it up. And it also bestowed them with so many excellent words, the palm of one's hand is all meat. While Lindsay was in a bit of a dilemma, he suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. I seem to have a temporary summoning skill. He opened his equipment bar and checked the effect of the Undead Gem 5-piece set. Skill, Summon Undead Elite. Temporary summoning skill. Each time you can randomly summon one of Undead Archmage Tardis, Undead Duke Gal, and Undead Witch Demon Hela to fight for you. Lindsay's worried face burst into a joyful smile. Isn't that something? He instantly used this skill, and in the next second, a gust of cloudy wind blew by, and the Undead Archmage Tardis appeared in front of him. Leyland was taken aback when he saw a sudden extra person next to him. There's a ghost again. Huh, why did I say again? Linza, this time you're not wrong, he's the ghost. Only Tardis bowed respectfully in front of Lindsay and said, Master. When Lindsay saw him, it was as if he saw Qin Feng, who was possessed by him, and gave him a contemptuous look and said, Very well, go fulfill your mission. Yes. Tardis walked towards that stone statue without hesitation. Then, Lindsay continued to use his skills, and Hela and Gar walked out one after another. Both of them were also respectful and generous without hesitation. Lindsay secretly thought, I never thought that this skill could be used like this? This is the most useful episode of your undead clan. While Leyland was beside him, the person looked dumbfounded. No, what's going on here? You three stupid big guys really just sent it inside without saying a word? Is this human a devil? No, it's even more terrifying than the devil. Right after the last undead disappeared, Lindsay realized that skill had directly grayed out, equivalent to being permanently disabled. At the same time, the third stone statue sent out a broadcast. You have successfully sacrificed the third treasure. Congratulations on clearing the hidden area, plus 100,000 experience. Then, as the third stone statue's outstretched hand slowly lowered, a rectangular spatial portal opened at the edge of the cliff. Blinding white light instantly shone in, causing both Lindsay and Leyland to block their eyes. We can go out? Leyland was in complete disbelief. In the next second, she actually cried out directly, Whoa, I've been in there for I don't know how long, and I thought I'd never be able to get out. Do you know how I've been living these days? Whoa! Crying with that snotty voice. Lindsay looked at her like this, thinking that she was already 149 years old, and only felt amused. After she cried for a while, Lindsay said, All right, after we go out, do you have any way to purify the spring? Leyland wiped her tears and cupped the ball of light in her hand. I can use it, but Luna will definitely stop it. Lindsay rubbed his fists. That's a good one. When we get out, I'm going to kick her ass. After saying that, the two walked into the portal one after the other. Chapter 74 Killing Luna, Getting S-Class Loot. Meanwhile, in the corrupted forest. Even though Lindsay had been sucked into the hidden copy for an unknown amount of time, not a long time had passed in the normal copy. It seemed like the flow of time was different in the two worlds. While the group of professionals were still frantically fleeing for their lives, that void hollow was following closely behind them. In this moment of effort, several occupiers had already been sucked into the void and were instantly vaporized. The others were also becoming more and more alarmed and fearful in their hearts. Among the group of people, Shuichong was riding on a rhinoceros beast rampaging. However, the speed of the rhinoceros beast was limited, and it looked like it was about to be sucked into the void. Shuichong also reacted quickly, directly flinging the chains on his body and hooking them towards a professional riding a warhorse in front of him, jumping onto the horse's back himself and letting the rhinoceros beast fall into the middle of the void. What are you going to do? The professional on that warhorse shouted towards Shuichong behind him. Go down and have fun, you. With a force, Shuichong directly threw the man down, then continued on his own on his warhorse. Shuichong, what are you doing? You're killing people. Seeing this, a few other people hurriedly shouted. What are you shouting for? Shuichong viciously disliked, at times like this, it's important for me to save my life. This scene was also seen by Luna, who had been following behind. Only to hear her let out a mocking laugh like she was watching a play. Ha ha ha, fight, grab, show your truest humanity. My favorite thing to watch is the way you weak beings struggle in despair. Ha 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 ha. However, in the next second, a door of light opened behind her. A black-clothed teenager jumped out of it with a whoosh. His body was wrapped in lightning, and he kicked Luna in the back with a swift kick. Ah! Luna cried out in pain, while her entire body was bounced out a long way. When she came back to her senses and saw the teenager in front of her, she was even more shocked. It's you? No, how is this possible? How can you even fight against the power of the abyss? And the three puzzles in that hidden area, how could you possibly get out? For the first time, Luna's eyes revealed a look of unfathomable horror. And right at that moment, the goblin high priestess Leyland also slowly walked out of the time and space door. Under the sunlight, the skin all over her body was even whiter, and her entire body exuded a holy aura. Luna, Leyland said slowly, how much longer are you going to make a scene? Stop it. Sister Leyland? Luna was once again shocked, you actually didn't die? In her surprise, there seemed to be a trace of imperceptible celebration. However, her eyes quickly turned gloomy once again, even if you guys come out, what can you do? Here, my power is endless. After saying that, her hands once again released dozens of black silk threads that connected to the polluted land. Ha! Lindsay sneered, then I'll beat you until you get down. In the next second, inferno demons, phantom demons, demon dragons, and 10 hell demon dogs appeared together around Luna before all charging towards Luna. This is. Luna obviously didn't expect this situation either, and instantly tried to move. Humph, little sister, where to run? Phantom Demon had already predicted ahead of time and used a control skill to pin her in place. In the next instant, Inferno Demon's cannonball-like fists struck up. The 10 hell demon dogs also bit up in full force. Finally, a giant shadow swept across the sky, and a huge ball of lightning fell from the enlarged demon dragon. Instantly, the area of dozens of meters in a circle blew up, not an inch of grass was left. Damn it, little dragon, you don't want to accidentally injure a friendly army. Lindsay lectured. Ow. The demonic dragon gave a cute cry in the air, but it resounded through the heavens and earth, echoing for a long time. It made Leyland look dumbfounded. However, she saw Luna's position, and after suffering from successive attacks, she actually still survived, and the black threads on her hands were continuously sending energy to her. Although at this moment, her face and body were all burned like black charcoal, and her hair was messy, looking very wretched. Ha 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 ha. Luna laughed bravely, as long as there's still a single piece of contaminated grass here, I won't die. Luna, that's enough. Lilim's voice came from behind her. In the past it was all because I indulged you too much and let you make a big mistake. Leyland's voice was full of majesty, but the majesty was tinged with a bit of sadness. Now, it's also time to stop this farce. After saying that, she flicked her hand, and the glowing fountain slowly flew to the ground, then merged into the earth and disappeared. Then, the land where the massive light had disappeared was seen to be rejuvenated from the corrupt grayish color it was originally glowing with. Then, the land that had returned to normal began to spread out rapidly. What? Luna was horrified, the spring source I'd been searching for so long is actually in your hands. Thanks to it, I was able to survive for so long inside that boundless abyss. Leyland said with a lowered brow, I can only say that everything is arranged by fate. And as more and more land was revitalized, Luna's power gradually diminished. Even the panel that was all question marks just now revealed some of its true information. Boss Abyssal Puppeteer Luna? Race, Abyssal. Level, 60. Life value, 100,000. Skill, Dark Puppetry, Skill, Dark Puppetry. Oh. Lindsay looked at her information and spat, I didn't realize that the main body was actually this weak. In the next second, Lindsay directly activated the Running Thunder skill, and his entire body rushed towards Luna like lightning, punching her directly in the heart and personally ending her life. Luna stifled a grunt and spat out a mouthful of black liquid. How is this possible? Her eyes gradually grayed out. Killed Boss Abyssal Puppeteer Luna, plus 40,000 experience, lifespan plus 40,000 days, 109 years, 315 days. Acquired loot, 40,000 copper coins, Puppeteer costume equipment, Gate of the World's props, Abyssal core material. Congratulations on your promotion. Current level, 31. Ding. You have successfully cleared this copy, and have been rewarded, 1 system draw. It actually only gives this much experience? Lindsay was somewhat speechless. It's better to look at the loot. Equipment, Puppeteer costume grade A, level 40 or higher. Defense plus 2,400, Spirit plus 2,400. Plus 50% increase in resistance to mind control spells, plus 50% hit rate for self-cast mind control spells. Props, Gate of the World's S grade. Each time, you can randomly open a copy, and the difficulty of all of them is real mode or above. Cooldown, 24 hours. Material, Abyssal Core S grade. It is said to be able to create equipment with the power of the abyss, the details are ominous for now. This outfit would be good for Lilith to wear. Lindsay secretly thought, as for this prop, it's kind of interesting. Looking at the description, that means it's equivalent to a private copy maker? Then in the future, you'll be able to leave your home and play copies at home every day. As for this abyssal core well, Lindsay held this stone-like object with an ominous black gas rising from it. Ding! You have a new quest. Successfully utilize the abyssal core to create an equipment. Reward, 1 system draw. Oh? There's a quest for this too? Lindsay's eyes lit up. At the same time, after Luna's death, the ever-spreading void of nothingness had finally stopped, and was in turn purified by the fountain source. The place that had originally turned into nothingness regrew soil and vegetation. At that moment, a loud noise came from a short distance away. Lindsay looked over, and it was the few occupiers arguing over there. Shui Chong! I saw it all just now. One of the occupiers shouted, "You killed someone." Yeah, I saw it too. You pushed someone down in order to grab him out. So what if I did it? Shui Chong rationalized, in that situation just now, saving your life is the most important thing. This is a copy, not a city. Killing is not a crime. Lindsay looked at Shui Chong, and his eyes quickly went cold. Almost forgot, there are still unsettled accounts. Saying that, he slowly walked towards him. Chapter 75, A Gentleman's Revenge, Pay as you go. In the original team of 12 people, not adding Lindsay, there were only 6 people left, which could be considered a heavy loss. Facing the questioning of the people around him, that Shui Chong didn't feel the least bit guilty and directly disliked him. At this time, Su Wei also walked over and accused him, "Shui Chong, why are you brutalizing your compatriots?" Compatriots? All I know is that just now, if Lousy didn't do that, it would have been Lousy who died. Besides, it's not that uncommon to kill someone in a border copy. Su Wei said angrily, "What are you talking about? Do you still have me, a lieutenant of the Border Legion, in your sights?" Hee, Team Su, it's just that I'm usually respectful to you, so don't you press me with this. Shui Chong made a look of oil and salt. Killing someone in a copy isn't a big deal, not to mention that I have the Luo Guild at my back. At most I'll go out and be investigated. What he said was not false. According to Dixxia's regulations, killing outside of a replica was absolutely against the law. But in the replicas, PK between professionals was allowed, and it was naturally normal for someone to die as a result. By the looks of it, this Shui Chong obviously wasn't the first time he had done this kind of thing either. In the face of Shui Chang's dead pig-like demeanor, the people all shook their heads helplessly, not having much to do. Just at this moment, a teenager's voice rang out not far away. "What are you guys wasting words with him? Wouldn't it be fine to just kill him directly?" The crowd looked that way, then they were all startled. "Lindsay, you're not dead?" However, they saw Lindsay holding a long sword, his footsteps were windy, and he walked straight towards Shui Chong, each step dripping with killing intent. His gaze was icy cold, and there was a hidden smile at the corner of his mouth. People were shocked by his aura and consciously made way, not daring to block his path. That Shui Chong, seeing that the person who was framed by his own hands had come back to life, was also a little weak, and his complexion became flustered. What do you want? Don't mess around. Lousy is a person of Luo Guild. If Lousy has anything, you kid also. Su Wei also wanted to step forward to dissuade. "Lindsay, little brother, you listen to me." However, before the words were finished, Su Wei only felt that he was splashed by some kind of hot liquid. Turning back to look, one of Shui Chang's arms had already fallen, and blood was spewing out from the wound. Uing. Shui Chang took 2 seconds to react, then covered the wound and screamed miserably, "Ah! This sword is a reward for you walking without eyes and bumping into me." Lindsay said quietly. "Mud horse." Shui Chang roared angrily, and with his other hand holding a chain, he was about to charge up. In the next second, that hand fell to the ground along with the chains. "Ah!" Shui Chang let out another shout. "This sword is to reward you for not listening to the command and charging around." Shui Chang lost both of his hands and subconsciously knelt on the ground in pain. Yet the teenager's eyes remained chilled. Lindsay. Shui Chang's tone finally softened. If you kill me, after you go out, Luo Guild will not let you go. But if you don't kill me, after going out, whatever extreme equipment you want, I can give." Without waiting for the other party to finish, a spherical object fell to the ground with a thud and rolled a few times, with shock still in its expression. The surrounding people were shocked and took a step back, only to see that above the neck of Shui Chang's 7-foot man, it was already empty. And 5 meters behind him, the teenager in black armor was turning his back to them, shaking off the bloodstains on his star-colored longsword and slowly sheathing it. Everyone, wide-eyed, was silent. Then, Lindsay turned around, and everyone subconsciously took a step back. It wasn't until Lin Zhe's icy eyes gradually eased over that everyone was slightly relieved. Lin Zhe, you've gone a little overboard, Su Wei said with some anxiety. I'm afraid I'll get into trouble. Lieutenant Su. Lin Zhe opened his mouth. I'm eradicating this scum of the human race, the dregs of Daxia, in my capacity as Major of Daxia, and if there will be people coming to my door, then I'll just have to eradicate them one by one. This. Su Wei was confused, thinking, Lin Zhe is actually a major? I don't doubt. So, does everyone have anything to say? Lin Zhe looked at the others. Everyone didn't dare to speak. Just then, Leylin flew over and flirted, you human races are really interesting, the person who just saved this crisis and allowed you to survive, instead of thanking him, you go worry about someone who set you up. The person who saved us? Is that referring to Lin Zhe? Everyone was surprised once again. They were so busy running for their lives just now that they didn't even have time to turn around and look at what was happening behind them, and they were also wondering why their enemies were suddenly dead. But now that they thought about it, those summoned beasts just now did seem to be Lin Zhe's. It was only then that everyone reacted to the fact that it was Lin Zhe who had saved the entire crisis. Everyone, their gratitude and reverence for Lin Zhe was overwhelming. The female professional with long, shoulder-length hair walked out and said, My name is Mu Yun, I'm from Thousand Flowers City, and today is the second time you've saved my life. I really don't know how to thank you properly. Water elemental magician Li Ninger also walked over, yes, thank you so much. The others also gathered around to express their gratitude. Su Wei wiped the blood that had been splattered on his face and also said respectfully, Junior brother Lin Zhe, no, Major Lin Zhe, just now it was me who didn't have the right stance, and I hope that you won't take it to heart. A professional suddenly said with righteous indignation, this Xue Chong, he just deserves to die. We were almost all killed by him. A person pretended to be confused, did anyone see how Xue Chong died just now? It seems like he was killed by a boss, right? Immediately, others helped, yes, it was killed by a monster, no one is allowed to talk nonsense. Lin Zhe smiled faintly and glanced sideways at Xue Chang's fallen body in a pool of blood, thinking that it was all his good fortune that this bastard had survived until just now. However, he also had to thank him for tripping on himself, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to enter the hidden map and meet Leylin. Then maybe this copy would be permanently unsolvable. Alright. Lin Zhe said to everyone, let bygones be bygones, this matter is over. Everyone nodded. At this moment, a message reminder also popped up on everyone's interface. The spring water has been completely purified, congratulations, you have cleared this copy, gaining plus 30,000 experience, the system will close after 60 seconds. Countdown begins, 60, 59, 58. Finally getting out? Everyone let out a huge sigh of relief, their faces unable to hide their joy. And at this moment, the entire forest had been transformed into a mountainous landscape. Leylin walked towards Lin Zhe with a hint of shyness on her face, I haven't had a chance to thank you yet, this time it's really thanks to you, you're a great benefactor to our goblin clan. Right, this is for you. Leylin handed Lin Zhe an item. Lin Zhe took it in his hand and looked at it, it was a ball of light of the same nature as that spring source, only smaller in appearance. Props, small fountain source mythic grade. Can purify all things of darkness? Mythic grade? Lin Zhe's eyes lit up, the same level as the eternal spark? Leylin smiled, this is what I separated from the fountain, you are the hero who defeated the abyss, but the abyss will most likely be on your back as well, perhaps in the future you'll need it more than I do. Thanks. Lin Zhe put it away. Then, it's time to part ways. Leylin said somewhat reluctantly, I can foresee that one day in the future, we'll meet again. Well, goodbye. Lin Zhe said goodbye. In the next second, time and space shifted, and people were teleported out of the copy. Chapter 76 The 12 City Lords Meeting is something I can attend? When they came back to their senses again, the crowd had already returned to the camp in the central misty forbidden zone. Seeing that everyone was looking tired and half of them were missing, a few soldiers in charge of the garrison immediately rushed up. Team Su, why did you guys go in for so long, what happened? It was only then that the crowd realized that it was already dark outside. It's a long story. Su Wei let out a low sigh, prepare to return to the city immediately. Yes. After Su Wei finished speaking, he walked over to Lin Zhe and said, Major Lin, I'll say goodbye for today, you can contact me again if you need me. Lin Zhe returned the salute. A few other professionals immediately swarmed up and flattered him, Brother Lin, what are the arrangements for later? Could you honor me by letting my little brother treat you to a meal? Come sit in our thousand flowers city, the scenery is beautiful. Obviously, I was here first. Everyone wanted to come and flatter. Lindsay waved his hand and said lightly, "Thanks, but I have important matters to attend to today, so I'll take my leave." After saying that, he used the teleportation stone trigger on his hand. In the next second, a teleportation portal with an emerald-colored border was created out of thin air in front of him. Lindsay walked in without looking back and disappeared into thin air, leaving the people in the camp to watch in awe. Was that a teleportation stone trigger just now? That thing isn't cheap, is it? Usually only the guild's top brass have that kind of thing, right? Everyone, more and more, felt the unfathomable depths of this youngster Lindsay. Each of them shook their heads and left unhappily. At the same time, Tianyu's city lord's mansion. The house that had been destroyed a few days ago was still in the middle of repairs. Lei Zhenyu ended his day's work and moved his muscles. While there aren't that many things to deal with today, let's go for a small drink in a while. Not 2 steps after he had just walked out of the office, a portal was generated directly in the corridor in front of him, and Lindsay walked out. Ha! Lei Zhenyu froze for a second. "Lindsay, why are you here?" "City Lord Lei, I have something important to say." Lindsay said with a straight face, "I don't know if you've heard of the Abyss?" Lei Zhenyu, A cloud instantly filled his face, which had been quite relaxed just a moment ago. The two of them re-entered the office, and after a quarter of an hour had passed, Lindsay finished telling Lei Zhenyu the ins and outs of what had happened today. Of course, all of the content related to the system was directly skipped over by him. And after Lindsay finished his narration, Lei Zhenyu's face became more and more gloomy. Lindsay asked, "This abyss, what exactly is it?" Lei Zhenyu's worry clouded over. The abyss is a race that transcends the outer races, also known as the cancer of the 10,000 races. Wherever they go, they bring destruction. This is the case with the corrupted goblin forest you just mentioned. However, things about the abyss have always existed only in the legends of certain foreign races, and I would never have thought that something so terrifying had already appeared in our border copy. Lei Zhenyu let out a long sigh. "It's my negligence, I shouldn't have sent you to participate in this kind of difficulty of any. But it's not right to say so. If you hadn't gone to participate today, maybe the replica would have infiltrated into reality, and the consequences would have been even more unimaginable. In short, this matter is very serious. I'm going to call a meeting of the 12 city lords immediately." If it wasn't for these words from Lei Zhenyu, Lindsay wouldn't have thought that this abyss was something so sinister. He had originally thought that it was only something slightly more powerful than the undead. After all, it didn't seem like it was particularly difficult to win. Seeing that Lei Zhenyu was about to have a meeting, Lindsay said, "Then you go ahead and get busy, I'll leave first." "No, don't go yet." Lei Zhenyu called out to him, "You stay and have a meeting with me." Lindsay was dumbfounded. "No, a meeting at the level of the 12 city lords is something I can attend?" Half an hour later, the two appeared beside a large round table in the conference room. Lei Zhenyu was sitting at the edge of the table, and Lindsay was sitting behind his side. Above the other 11 seats, 11 light curtains once again lit up, each with the name of a city written on it. After Lei Zhenyu relayed what had happened today to the other city lords, all of them fell into a silence. After a long time, Beidou City's light screen first made a sound. "So, the legends about the abyss are actually true?" Linshan City's light screen also said, "Lei City Lord, you raised your suspicions only a short while ago, and then you came across it today. How could there be such a coincidence?" Lei Zhenyu, "I wondered about it as well, but that's just the way it is." An old man's voice was emitted from the East Sea City's light screen. "I raise a query. What if what these professionals encountered was just a very powerful other kind of enemy? How can we be sure that it was the legendary Abyssal Clan?" Lei Zhenyu turned his gaze towards Lindsay, hinting for him to speak. Lindsay understood and put in his voice, "I understand that all of you city lords must have doubts since you haven't seen it with your own eyes, but I, as someone who has personally experienced this replica, am quite certain that the enemy is the abyss. I think that if all of you were to ask other witnesses, they would also give this answer." However, as soon as Lindsay's voice came out, the first reaction of the other city lords was surprise. "City Lord Lei, why are there other people on your side? You've let idle people attend the 12 city lords meeting? This is inappropriate." The Great Lake City Lord said in a shrill, thin voice. "This is the Lindsay I mentioned last time, not some idle person." Lei Zhenyu said confidently, "If it wasn't for the fact that he happened to be the one who entered the copy today, our great summer might have been eroded by the abyss." When these words came out, the other city lords were even more outraged. "Lindsay? That's the high school student you said helped you repel the undead? Old Lei, why do I feel that your words are even more untrustworthy? You're saying that this high school student repelled the abyssal ones? Yes, even if he's more powerful, he's still just a high school student. Everything has to be in order. If you say this to 10 people, I'm afraid 11 of them won't believe it. That's right, Old Lei, aren't you lifting this doll a little too high? Alright, all shut up. City Lord Lei chided, all of you don't believe me, do you? So open your eyes and watch for yourselves. Only to see Lin Zai take out an object with a black vapor and place it in front of the light screen. It was the trophy he got today, Abyssal Core. The light screen had a camera function, and all of the city lords saw the item with its ominous aura and read its description. Now, all the city lords finally fell silent. If they still didn't believe this, they were more or less cerebral thrombosed. Lei Zhenyu, whether or not today's crisis was just a fluke is still uncertain. Perhaps it just happened to be that copy that was swiped at the border. Or perhaps, we've already been targeted by the abyss. If it's the latter, then it's highly likely that this will become the biggest crisis our Granxia, and even the entire human race, has ever seen. Chapter 77, Assassin. Lei Zhenyu's loud voice echoed in the room, also causing everyone's hearts to tremble slightly. It had been 100 years since the universal awakening profession, and it had only been in the last 10 years or so that the human race had managed to live in relative peace. Could it be that this tranquility was about to be shattered again? Alright, let's stop here for today's meeting. Lei Zhenyu said, what we should do next remains to be discussed further and reflected to the great general. After saying that, he hung up the light screen and the entire room became darkened down. He looked a little tired in the darkness. An old man's, the wine didn't work out again today. He joked. Lin Zai asked, City Lord Lei, is there anything I need to do next? Lei Zhenyu exhaled a long breath before saying, honestly, this matter is too special, and I'm still not sure what will happen next. However, you don't need to worry too much, do what you need to do, and you still need to continue attending the university as well. I'll send you a mission when I have one. Understood. After that, Lin Zai left the city lord's mansion, and a teleportation portal directly transmitted him to the vicinity of his home neighborhood. While finding a fly tavern to eat, he thought about what Lei Zhenyu had just said about the abyss. It seems like we still need to hurry up and level up. Let's try to break through the second rank first. After eating, Lin Zai walked on the night road home. The old street he lived on was so old that the entire street was dark at night due to its age, and the road was small and narrow. The garbage cans along the road were neglected, and the garbage piled up so much that it roamed out and emitted a burst of stench. Lin Zai secretly thought, in a couple of days, we will move to the school dormitory to live. While walking in a dark alley without lights, Lin Zai was vaguely aware of a movement coming from behind. He turned his head back and immediately used the insight into fire skill. There was no one around, but on the ground, a puddle of shadows was marked by a striking red color. And it also directly displayed the opponent's information. Name, Chen Chuan. Profession, Shadow Attack A rank. Level 61 3rd stage. This person is following me? Lin Zai thought darkly. Pretending as if nothing had happened, he walked forward for another 20 meters or so before turning around and realizing that the mass of shadows was even closer. Just then, the communicator in his interface received a message. Han Chi, Major Lin, we found someone following us. The opponent's level exceeds mine by 15 levels, but I won't be afraid and will definitely fight to the death. Lin Zai, that won't be necessary, you don't have to fight in a while. After sending the message, Lin Zai headed directly over there and shouted with a big grin, Chen Xuan, come out. The stalker named Chen Xuan in that mass of black shadows was startled in his heart. He had clearly transformed into a puddle of shadows in this dark place. How could he still be discovered? And how could he still be directly called out by the other party by name when he had clearly used a talisman that hid information? To know, when you were ambushing someone and the other party directly called out your name, that feeling was simply like being struck by lightning. As a professional assassin, this is simply a great shame. Thinking of this, the black shadow on the ground moved, charging towards Lin Zai at breakneck speed. Shadow binding technique. In the next second, many black shadows in the shape of duct tape emerged from the ground around Lin Zai, firmly wrapping his body like a mummy. Easily done. Chen Xuan smiled confidently from the shadows. So what even if you found me? Chen Xuan thought darkly, according to the intelligence, you're just a level 27 novice. No, you're level 31 now? Well, so what if you're level 31? Ever since I became a professional assassin, the prey I set my sights on has never missed. In the next instant, Chen Xuan's black shadow had already bullied its way to Lin Zhe's feet, and then his entire body sprang out of the black shadow like a gust of wind. A short dagger stabbed directly towards Lin Zhe's heart. Die for me. Damage dealt, 193. Chen Xuan? Die for the old man. Die for the old man. Die for the old man. Chen Xuan nimbly darted around Lin Zhe, constantly stabbing Lin Zhe's vitals with his dagger. Then the damage numbers were all 201, 194, 392 bludgeoning, miss, 191. After half a day's work, not to mention rubbing off on Lin Zhe's blood bar, even his layer of shield only dropped a little bit. No, it's impossible, how could this happen? Chen Xuan exploded, looks like we'll just have to use that move. I'd say you're almost done. At this moment, Lin Zhe finally spoke, a small smile on his face, as if he was playing a game. You've used up your chance, it's my turn now. In the next second, he only saw lightning flashing all over his body, and with a bang, he even directly broke the black shadow that was tied to his body. Just when Chen Xuan was still in shock, a fist that was laced with the power of lightning was quickly struck out. Then, Chen Xuan's entire body was seen flying out dozens of meters away, and then with a tie sound, the entire person was planted into the foul-smelling garbage can. Wow! Chen Xuan spat out a mouthful of blood, only to feel that his sternum was broken. Grass, what's with the strength of this summoner's power? His eyes glazed over in pain. No, I have to run quickly or I'll die. Only to see his body transform into a puddle of black shadows once again, fleeing frantically towards the distance. Major Lin. Han Qi appeared beside Lin Zhe. The enemy isn't dead yet, do you want me to chase after him to make up for it? He should be hired by someone else. Lin Zhe smiled blandly. You follow him and see who's really behind it. Yes. In the next second, Han Qi directly became invisible in the air and disappeared. Lin Zhe loosened his muscles, and in his mind, he carefully pondered what people he had offended in the past few days. The Abyssal Clan? It shouldn't have come so soon, right? And they weren't so weak that they had to invite human assassins to carry out an assassination. Shui Chong? Shui Yan? Luo's guild? A contestant in the tournament? Or was it that the undead clan hadn't been completely wiped out yet? Well, without counting, it seems like I did make quite a few enemies. Lin Zhe helplessly spread his hands. Could it be that this is the trouble with being too powerful? A certain corner of the city. Inside a Chinese-style courtyard, several black-clothed and powerfully suited thugs were escorting Chen Xuan as he knelt in the open space. It was unknown how long they had waited before the door of the mansion directly in front of him slowly opened. A figure floated out from inside. His body was covered in a sort of shadow, so it was impossible to see his looks or clothing. So, you failed your mission? The silhouette let out a very majestic voice. Branch President, Chen Xuan knelt on the ground, trembling as he said, listen to my explanation, that kid is definitely not simple. Humph, a kid who only had a first-rank breakthrough not too long ago, that made it difficult for you? That silhouette sneered, Chen Xuan, you're really getting more and more useless. This time, the head of the man, but the client spent a lot of money on it, how the hell did you do your job? Chen Xuan ignored his injuries and began to kowtow in a panic on the ground. I know, this time it was my negligence and carelessness, please give me another chance. The silhouette slowly said, you also only have this one chance, cherish it. Otherwise, the consequences are clear to you, the next sacrifice to Lord Shadow Demon will be you. After saying that, the silhouette turned around and walked into the house, the door closing once again. Leaving only Chen Xuan still on the ground, he kept kowtowing in terror, not stopping until his brain was bleeding from the kowtow. Chapter 78 Demon Shadow Guild, Gate of 10,000 Realms. The next day, Lin Zhe slept until he woke up naturally, feeling especially relieved. Moreover, this night, he had earned quite a lot of longevity with the turtle breath technique. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, the first thing that caught his eye was a long-haired woman sitting on the edge of his bed. Mei Wei. Lin Zhe was startled. Boys should protect themselves even at home. Fixing his eyes, he realized that it was Han Qi. At this moment, she seemed particularly sleepy, and was squinting her eyes, her head planted downwards, feeling like she was about to fall asleep. Only when she heard Lin Zhe's response did she open her eyes and force herself together. Major Lin, you're awake. Her face still had an expressionless look, but the dark circles under both eyes were a bit heavy, and she looked a bit amused. Lin Zhe spoke, what are you doing here? Didn't you ask me to follow that person last night? I wanted to report back when you woke up. spoke also without tone color. How long have you been sitting here? 3 hours now. Han Chi replied. Lin Zhe was somewhat speechless. This Han Chi was really like a robot, he didn't even know how to be flexible in carrying out orders. You don't have to be like this in the future, it's okay to report a little later. Lin Zhe said, alright, go ahead, what's been investigated? Yes. Han Chi responded, that person came from a very famous but mysterious assassin organization called the Demon Shadow Guild. Demon Shadow Guild? Does this kind of black underground organization still exist in our Grand Xia? Lin Zhe asked. To be precise, the Magic Shadow Guild is not an organization native to Daxia, it was first born in the beautiful country and currently has chapters all over the world. This guild specializes in doing unseemly things for people with money and power, as long as the price is high enough, no matter if it's assassination, arson, kidnapping, theft, even the most dangerous tasks they can do. Our Daxia is also perennially untouchable, it's just that the other party's whereabouts are so secretive that the detection rate has always been very low. Like this? Lin Zhe pondered, then where did you track them yesterday? I detected their gathering place in a courtyard yesterday, but then in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a piece of. It's probably using some kind of spatial skill. They failed in this mission, so I guess they'll be looking for you again soon. Major Lin, my strength is limited, so I suggest that you send in extra men. You're quite honest. Lin Zhe waved his hand, but there's no need, if they want to come, I'll be there anytime. Alright, debriefing is complete, I'll take my leave. Han Chi bowed and was immediately about to vanish into air. Wait. Lin Zhe thought of something, how many times have you entered my house like this without a word? Han Chi came in for a dull, crooked-headed kill, every day, I'm at your house to protect you, huh? Lin Zhe was speechless, if he didn't know that Han Chi's character was like this, he really suspected that she did it on purpose. Remember, in the future, you're not allowed to quietly enter my house without my permission. Roger that. After Han Chi left, Lin Zhe remembered that there was still one lucky draw opportunity that he hadn't used yesterday. He immediately opened the lottery page and spun the words. Congratulations on drawing the talent, 10,000 Thunder returning burial grade A. Talent, burial of all thunder upgrade progress, 1-3. Amplifies thunder elemental damage to 200% and skill range to 200%. Lin Zhe was delighted, It doesn't look too bad for Little Dragon. Immediately, he loaded the skill book onto Little Dragon. Alright, now there's one more important thing. Lin Zhe looked towards the S-rank prop, Gate of the Worlds, that he had obtained by defeating Luna. In order to get stronger quickly, it's best to brush a copy every day. Immediately, he chose to use the prop. In the next second, a portal about the size of a room door at home immediately appeared before his eyes. Props, Gate of the Worlds. Each time, a random copy can be opened, and the difficulty of all of them is real mode or above. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Please confirm, do you want to start the 10,000 Realms trial? Yes, no. Friendly reminder, the difficulty of the copies is high, and you only live once, so please choose carefully. Lin Zhe thought to himself that there shouldn't be any problems, and just as he was about to select yes, a prompt popped up from his exclusive system. A prop that can be deeply bound to the system has been detected, is it possible to consume 100 years of life to bind it? What is this? Lin Zhe was astonished. After binding, the prop can add a number of new functions. For example, each copy entered can be recorded as an anchor point and can be entered repeatedly. Another example, after dying in a copy provided by this prop, you can spend your lifespan to be resurrected, and the lifespan required for resurrection depends on the difficulty of the copy. There's this kind of function? Lin Zhe was delighted. Bind. 100 years of lifespan has been spent, completing the binding. Only to see that Gate of the 10,000 Realms disappear from the item bar and turn directly into an icon in the system interface. Do you want to start the 10,000 Realms trial? Yes, no. Lin Zhe decisively chose yes. Then, time and space shifted, and he found himself in a verdant grassland. Copy, grassland. Restricted level, none. Difficulty, real mode. Quest description, the villagers here are being attacked by slimes, please help them get out of their predicament. Without any effort, Lin Zhe cleared this copy. The Gate of the Worlds could be used once every 24 hours, so for the next 2 days, Lin Zhe just went in once a day to play his copy, and it didn't take much time. However, the ones he encountered were relatively easy, and it took a few days to add up before he finally rose to level 32. On the third day, Lindsay entered the copy again. Time and space shifted, and he found himself in a deserted land, with morose white bones piled up everywhere. And he himself was crouching behind a half-man-high boulder. Bravely enter the undead realm. Restricted level, none. Difficulty, nightmare mode. Quest description: among the undead clan, the corpse clan is being oppressed by the skeleton clan. Please help them to get out of their predicament and overthrow the skeleton clan's rule. The undead? It's them again? Lindsay was startled. Have we not finished killing them yet? However, he then thought that these copies were projections of real events that had once happened, not necessarily the present. The corpse clan and the skeleton clan? What's that again? Lindsay was also confused about the description of the quest. Has entered copy area 1, land of buried bones. Just then, footsteps came from the other side of the stone that covered him. He peeked half his head out from behind the stone and realized that a team was walking past not far away. The leader, an imposing skeletal soldier, held a machete over his shoulder in one hand, and in the other hand, he was leading several chains, and attached to the chains was a bunch of captive-looking people behind him. Each of these people had greenish-gray skin, ragged clothes, shackles around their necks, and shackles attached to their feet. And there were both men and women, young and old, each with a skinny figure, looking rather pitiful. At the side and back of the group, there were also a few skeleton soldiers with large swords, occasionally giving them a kick and scolding them to walk faster. Lindsay casually checked the information of one of the captives. Corpse people. Race, undead. Level, 14. Life value, 5,800. Skill, Gnaw. Description: belongs to the corpse people of the undead clan, a weak, order-abiding zombie one. Lindsay looked at the skeleton soldiers again. Skeleton elite soldier. Race, undead. Level, 46. Life value, 40,000. Skills: breaking slash, corpse poison technique, etc. Description: belongs to the skeleton clan of the undead clan, possesses strong force. Good lord, there's such a big difference in levels, no wonder those zombies can only be captives. Lindsay muttered to himself. But based on the description of the quest, it seems like I'm on the side of the zombies? After Lindsay finished thinking, he was about to stand up from behind the stone, ready to strike. However, right at this moment, he suddenly felt that his left and right shoulders were each being held down by a hand. Without realizing it, there were actually two more people behind him, one on his left and one on his right. Who? Lindsay was startled. To be able to get close without him realizing it, they must be notably strong. Shoo! Don't make a sound. One of them whispered a reminder. Little brother, what are you doing here? Another voice asked. Lindsay turned his head back, and only then did he see what the two people looked like. Both were in their 20s, not much older than Lindsay. One of them wore a pair of glasses and had angular facial lines. He looked like a well-mannered scholar, but he was also vaguely ruthless. The other, on the other hand, was completely unkempt, with a bearded face and hair spread out in a messy manner. Strange. Why do these two people look so familiar? Lindsay's entire body was stunned. Wait a minute. Isn't this the younger version of Feng Yuan and Lei Zhenyu? P.S. Those who see here are all Hikari and Ifei. Can you give a 5-star favorable review, and add a bookshelf if you haven't already done so? I wish you all a great fortune. Chapter 79: Naive City Lord. Lindsay looked at the two people in front of him and was completely confused. He double-checked again, and there was no doubt that it was Feng Yuan and Lei Zhenyu. Almost identical in looks, they just looked quite a bit younger, and there was more youthfulness and childishness in their temperament. It looks like the events of this copy took place over 30 years ago? Lindsay guessed. He immediately used his skills to check on the two. Name: Lei Zhenyu. Profession: Melee Lightning Method A rank. Level: 59 second stage. Name: Feng Yuan. Profession: Light and Dark Priest A rank. Rank: 57 second order. Both of them actually hadn't broken through the third rank yet. Just then, the system popped up a quest reminder. Ding! You have a new quest, successfully passed the copy with 2 NPCs surviving. Reward: 1 system draw. There's a quest? Seeing Lindsay's dumbfounded look, Feng Yuan chided Lei Zhenyu, look at you scaring the human child silly, I told you not to be so adventurous and shoot people in the back. Lei Zhenyu had a look of being unable to defend himself. No, how did I take the risk? You didn't shoot him just now. He turned to Lin Zhe and said, "Little brother, don't listen to him. Let me ask you, I see you're only level 31, you're still in college, right? How did you end up in this kind of high-level copy?" Lin Zhe then came back to his senses and had to snort, "Oh, I just randomly came in by accident." "It wouldn't be that you had a falling out with your family and gambled your way in, right?" Lei Zhenyu asked. Feng Yuan flipped one hand over his head. "What do you care about people? Why do you ask so much?" "Ha ha ha." Lei Zhenyu revealed an understanding look. "I understand, young and foolish. But this place is too dangerous for you, and nightmare mode can't teleport out, so just follow behind the two of us." However, right at this moment, a scolding came from a short distance away on the opposite side. "Who's over there, sneaking around?" The voices of the three who had just spoken had been heard by the other party. Lei and Feng immediately closed their voices, however, it was too late. With the sound of footsteps, a few skeleton elite soldiers carrying machetes walked towards this side. "Damn it!" Lei Zhenyu cursed, "I told you, what I'm not good at is ambushing. If we want to fight, we'll fight head on." After saying that, he directly stood up. His hands already had an extra pair of finger tigers, and there was a hint of lightning power flashing above his fists. Feng Yuan helplessly shook his head. "Every time I team up with you, it's always like this." Then he also stood up and a thick holy text appeared in his hands. "Heh, actually two humanoids?" The skeleton soldier said disdainfully, "Capture you back and sacrifice you to my king." Feng Yuan frowned slightly and said quietly to Lei Zhenyu, "Listen to my instructions, in a moment." However, before he could finish his words, Lei Zhenyu's entire body directly rushed out, his fist filled with the power of lightning blasting towards the opposite side door. Boom! That skeletal soldier's skull instantly shattered in a cloud of lightning. But right at that moment, several other skeleton soldiers simultaneously slashed towards him with their swords. Lightfall's art. Feng Yuan's voice rang out from behind. In the next second, a waterfall formed by holy light fell from the enemy's head. This holy light had an innate restraint against the undead clan, and those soldiers immediately looked like they had lost their strength, their skeletons scattering to the ground. "Thanks." Lei Zhenyu gave a big grin towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, was so angry that he pointed at his nose and cursed, "Lei Zhenyu, can you stop being so impulsive every time? Can you listen to the command? Hey, what's the point of being so excited?" Lei Zhenyu didn't take it to heart. "It's just that the result is that we won anyway." Lin Zhe looked at this extremely unreliable Lei Zhenyu from the side and laughed in his heart. "I didn't realize that back in the day, was City Lord Lei so prodigal?" Right at this moment, a voice interrupted the bickering between the two. "Ha ha ha, you guys won? Coming to our wreck race's territory to spread your wildness and still want to go back alive? Aren't you human races too self-righteous?" Then, a rattling sound could be heard from all directions. Only those white bones that had been broken apart just now began to reassemble themselves. In addition to those few skeleton soldiers, the white bones stacked everywhere on the field also seemed to come alive and began to form human figures. At once, dozens or hundreds of skeleton soldiers surrounded towards them. "This is a bit tricky." Lei Zhenyu scratched the back of his head. "You still have the nerve to say that?" Feng Yuan scolded. "Blame me?" Lei Zhenyu laughed playfully, but then his eyes flashed. "Looks like it's time to bring out the real deal. Little brother over there, try to hide as far away as possible, it might hurt you in a while." Immediately, the power of lightning covered his body, and then, his entire body turned into a blue humanoid energy body with upside-down hair. "Old dog Lei, are you really going to use your newly learned great move?" Feng Yuan said cautiously. "That's a one-day cooling down for using it once. What if you use it now for later? First, use it, then say it." Lei Zhenyu looked like he was storing up his strength with great effort, even speaking was not easy. Hearing the duo's conversation, Lin Zhe smiled calmly. "Forget it, it's better if I do it." He was only seen standing up in a heated manner. "Little brother, what are you doing? You shouldn't come and add to the chaos at this time." Feng Yuan was about to go crazy. One Lei Zhenyu was enough for him to suffer, now how come there was another one who didn't listen to the command? However, in the next second, in the middle of a group of skeleton soldiers, there was suddenly a loud bang, and a mountainous demonic dragon suddenly appeared. With a single butt, it first killed a large number of skeleton soldiers. Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan were shocked and subconsciously took a defensive stance, thinking that a big boss had arrived. Then, the demonic dragon used the electricity circle skill, and a circle of lightning lights centered on its body and began to spread out in all directions. Under the Dharma Heaven and Earth enchantment, the damage was directly expanded by 100 times, coupled with the newly comprehended 10,000 thunders return to the burial talent. The damage and range was doubled by another 1x. Enemies that were caught in the lightning aperture along the way had around 2 million damage numbers popping up on their heads, and were instantly destroyed to the point that not even crumbs remained. Elite Skeleton Soldier killed, experience plus 460, life expectancy plus 460 days. Skeleton Elite Soldier killed, experience plus 460, life expectancy plus 460 days. An experience prompt appeared above Lin Zay's head once again, and it repeated itself almost 100 times. Congratulations on the upgrade of your summoned beast Demon Dragon, current level 17. Then, right in front of the astonished gazes of Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan, the huge demon dragon recovered into a small dot and flew towards Lin Zay. Then it chirped and acted cute. Well behaved. Lin Zay stroked its head. What? Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan reacted. Little brother, this is your summoned beast? Both of their mouths were open enough to stuff a fist. It was only after a while that the two walked over to Lin Zay, and their attitudes were even more polite than earlier. Lei Zhenyu clasped his fists and said very respectfully, I'm really thankful to this little brother for saving me just now. It's really true that you can't tell the difference between a person and a hero. Formal introduction, my name is Lei Zhenyu, and this one is called Feng Loxi. Get lost. Feng Yuan pushed him away, so angry that he pushed his glasses. This person never talks properly. Hello, my name is Feng Yuan. My name is Lin Zay. Lin Zay somewhat awkwardly introduced himself. These two people were both father-generation figures in his eyes originally, but now they had become peers, and were still engaging in all sorts of childish behavior in front of his eyes. It always felt a little uncomfortable. By the way, City Lord Lei, what are you guys doing here in this copy? Lin Zay asked. In the next second, he realized that there seemed to be some problems with his name calling, but it was too late. Wait, what did you just call me? Lei Zhenyu's eyes widened. Chapter 80, Oh Lin Zay, you've died a horrible death. Did you just call me City Lord? Lei Zhenyu pursued. I called it wrong in a trance, ahahaha. Lin Zay had to cover his embarrassment with a laugh. Lei Zhenyu laughed bashfully, this little brother of yours is quite interesting. Calling a City Lord when you see someone. Don't be silly. Feng Yuan slapped Lei Zhenyu away. Little brother Lin must know that the two of us work under City Lord Mu. City Lord Mu? Lin Zay reacted. This was talking about Lei Zhenyu's previous City Lord, Mu Tianxing. However, little brother Lin. Feng Yuan said with some seriousness, this title can't be called carelessly. Lei Zhenyu, however, said as if nothing had happened, what's wrong with that? There's no one else here. I won't hide it from you, the two of us were also sent by that old man Mu to do a quest today. It's said that there's something fishy going on in this copy, and that the undead clan is secretly planning something unfavorable to our human race. Lin Zay nodded. He was now convinced that he had come to a copy from more than 30 years ago. He remembered that Lei Zhenyu had also mentioned before that it was he who had personally crushed the undead monarch's attempt at restoration at that time, which was why that heart was preserved in the Tianyu City Lord's mansion. At this moment, he looked towards the captured civilians of the corpse race. After the soldiers of the skeleton race had died, but they hadn't fled, each one of them was shivering in place, as if they were terrified. Lin Zay remembered that his main quest was to help them, so he walked straight over. Lei Zhenyu followed behind. They're also from the undead clan, in my opinion, just kill them. At these words, the captives trembled even more. Lin Zay, however, asked towards the group of zombies, tell me, the skeleton clan that captured you, in what direction? A small zombie who looked like a young boy raised his hand shakily and pointed in a certain direction. Lin Zay nodded and raised the star-colored longsword in his hand, and the little zombie was horrified. In the next second, the hand rose and fell, the chains on the zombies were all chopped off. You guys are free, hurry up and go. Lin Zay said coldly to them. This action caused Lei, Feng, and all the zombies to freeze. Lin Zay shook his head, thinking, I can't help it, it was the mission that asked me to save them, and they should indeed be harmless to the human race. Lin Zay turned to the two behind him and said, Lei Chang. Brother Lei, brother Feng, we'd better hurry up and go fight those skeleton races. The two nodded and followed Lin Zay towards the front. Along the way, they encountered some more small skeleton tribes, all of which were quickly annihilated by the three of them. Looking at Lin Zay's athletic stance, Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan seemed to treat him with even more respect. This young man, although he looks a few years younger than us, his strength isn't below us. Lei Xinyu came forward and asked Lin Zai, by the way, little brother Lin, what was that dragon you summoned just now? That power of thunder and lightning, it really made Lei envious. With that tone, it sounded like incomparable envy. Hearing that, Lin Zai drifted a little, not expecting to be flattered by his own city lord and superior one day. Also, there's something else that I've wanted to ask since just now. Lei Zhenyu said, that star-colored longsword of yours, it looks a bit familiar. After saying that, Lei Zhenyu already had an identical longsword in his hand. This sword was given to me by Old Man Mu, as a reward for taking first place in the Rising Star competition. Lei Zhenyu introduced it, but the weapons I specialize in are the fist armor and the finger tiger, so I don't usually use them, so where did you get this one from? It was only then that Lin Zai reacted to the fact that this, Vault Blade, was exactly what Lei Zhenyu had given him 30 years later. Careless, I should have known better than to take it out. Truth be told, this one of mine was also given to me by the city lord. Lin Zai had no choice but to explain. This was true, it was indeed given to him by the city lord. Good old Mu. Unbeknownst to him, Lei Zhenyu immediately became furious. I thought this was a unique weapon. I didn't realize it was mass-produced. This old man is so bad that he must be giving this weapon away to everyone, verbalizing what an unparalleled inheritance it is. Little brother Lin, we've all been tricked by that old man Mu. He spoke with righteous indignation. Lin Zai twitched the corner of his mouth beside him, thanks to the fact that he's only an NPC, or else it'll be a big misunderstanding out there. Without realizing it, the three of them had arrived at the edge of a cliff. The first thing that caught their eyes was a crumbling castle on the opposite side of the cliff, which looked especially eerie and weird under the black and dark clouds. It should be there. Feng Yuan pointed across. But how are we going to get over there? Lei Zhenyu looked at the gully between the two cliffs. The distance between them was at least 100 meters away. And below the cliffs, it was even deeper. Look, what's that? Feng Yuan suddenly had a flash of light in front of his eyes. Only to see that from the opposite side of the cliff, a white rope bridge was being automatically generated, gradually extending over this way. It was only when he got closer that he could see that each rope bridge was made up of a section of white bones. In a short while, the white bone rope bridge had already been set up. This is for us to walk on? After Lei Zhenyu finished speaking, he was ready to step on it. However, he was immediately pulled back by Feng Yuan. Wait a moment, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. He looked at the rope bridge that was swaying in the wind, his face somewhat heavy. Right at this moment, the interface popped up in front of the three of them. Welcome to Copy Area 2, Bridge of Bones. The level challenge is opening. 3, 2, 1, loading completed. Rules: the rope bridge is divided into 10 sections, each section has a left and a right section of white bone petals, and only one section is secure. Please choose the right petal and pass all 10 sections successfully as if you have passed the level. Special reminder, the only way to cross the cliff is to cross the bridge, all other means are forbidden. The three read the rules and all frowned. In other words, we have to pick the right one 10 times in a row before we won't die? Lei Zhenyu realized that things were not going well. Feng Yuan casually picked up a stone and threw it violently towards the opposite bank. However, he saw that the stone flew halfway and was stopped by something invisible before falling into the bottomless cliff below. Lin Zai read Feng Yuan's intentions and said, this kind of rule-based barrier, I guess it's impossible to drill a hole, trying to rely on flying or something like that definitely won't work. Lin Zai released the big black dog to give it a try, but it was directly blocked by a wall of air. Sure enough, summoned beasts don't work either. Lin Zai shook his head. But this is the real mode. Dead is really dead. Feng Yuan said, we're kind of in a dilemma now. Grass. Lei Zhenyu smashed a large hole in the ground with his fist. I hate this kind of replica that isn't a monster fighting content. Lin Zai pondered, the two of them are NPCs, so it doesn't matter if they die, but the system has a mission to make sure they don't die. He thought for a while and said, let me do it. Little brother Lin, what do you want? Feng Yuan asked nervously, trying to stop him. No matter what, you can't let a junior like you risk this kind of thing. Lin Zai, however, revealed a handsome smile. It doesn't matter, if I fall, you guys mustn't venture in, you must wait where you are, got it? Lei Xinyu and Feng Yuan were shocked by his aura. Although they didn't understand what it meant, they still nodded plausibly. It looked, on the contrary, like Lin Zai's two little brothers in general. Then, I'm going to start. Lin Zai came to the front of the first section of the suspension bridge, hesitated a little, chose the left side, and then boldly took a step. Ka-ching! The white bone petal broke directly. Nima! Lindsay almost cursed out loud, only to feel an empty space under his feet. Then, he saw his entire body directly fall into a 10,000-foot cliff. Little brother Lindsay. Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan were also startled and immediately ran to the edge of the cliff to look down. Just where was the silhouette still visible? How could this be? I told him not to be impulsive. Feng Yuan was so anxious that he paced in place. Little brother Lindsay, ah. Lei Zhenyu directly sat on the ground and cried out, "You died a horrible death." PS families continue to ask for 5-star reviews, added bookshelves, and free small gifts. Chapter 81, Mechanisms? Why don't we just tear down the castle? Lindsay opened his eyes and realized that he was in the middle of chaos. Recalling just now, he cursed, "Nima, only the first step and I'm dead? What kind of luck am I having?" At this moment, the system popped up a prompt. Detected that you have died in the 10,000 Realms trial. Do you want to consume your lifespan life to resurrect? This time, consume lifespan, 10 years. Yes, no. Lindsay then smiled. Just now, when the three of them were facing a death test, he remembered that the gate of 10,000 realms was already bound to the lifespan system, and could be resurrected by consuming lifespan. Regardless of the difficulty of the replica, as long as there were enough lifespans, they could be resurrected continuously, which was why he dared to walk directly onto that rope bridge. However, he still didn't expect to die just after taking the first step. Lindsay was a bit speechless, and resolutely chose yes. Nonsense, if I choose no, wouldn't that be a complete karma? 10 years of life have been consumed for resurrection, and you will be retransported to the entrance of the replica. White light flashed before Lindsay's eyes. At this moment, at that white bone rope bridge, both Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan were overwhelmed with grief and remorse. Feng Yuan was still showing some restraint and was alone in his gloom. Little brother Lindsay, I didn't expect you to be so brave. If I can still go back alive, I will definitely report to City Lord Mu and make you a martyr. And let all the people of the city know about your great deeds. Lei Zhenyu was different, only to see his entire body pounding his chest. Little brother Lindsay, you're so impulsive. If you want to die, it's our two older brothers who will die in front of you. Although we haven't known each other for a long time, I'm sure I'll never forget you. That look, living like the old man and woman crying in mourning at the village entrance. I didn't have the time to be a brother in this life. Wait for the next life, I'll be your little brother. At this moment, a voice sounded behind the two of them. Brother Lei, brother Feng, what are you two doing? The two of them froze and looked at the voice, only to see a handsome young man in black armor appear in front of them. If it wasn't Lindsay, who else could it be? Both of them were dumbfounded in place, especially since Lei Zhenyu's tears and snot were still hanging on his face, making it even more comical. Lindsay, little brother? You, how come you're not dead? Lei Zhenyu's eyes widened, as if he hadn't yet believed what he had seen with his own eyes. When did I say that I would die? Lindsay, however, smiled easily. Didn't I tell the two of you to wait for me at the same spot? After saying that, he walked faithfully towards that rope bridge again. Remember, if I go the wrong way, wait for me. The two of them nodded, but they both wore a not-so-smart expression. Lindsay took a second step handsomely. Only a click was heard, and the white bone pedal broke once again. Aminos. Lindsay cursed as he descended. Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan looked at me and me at you, and this time they were completely dumbfounded. What is this situation? After a while, Lindsay reappeared in front of the two again. Then for the third, fourth, and fifth time. And Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan just froze as they watched him walk over, fall down, walk over, fall down, and were numb by the end of it. What do you say, can little brother Lindsay pick the right one this time? I'll bet on the wrong one. Then I can only bet right, even though it feels like I'll lose. You two are still betting, aren't you? Lindsay just wanted to throw them both down. Just like that, Suo Chao had made a total of 10 choices, and he had chosen wrongly 6 times, spending 60 years of his life just to revive. The corners of Lindsay's mouth twitched. I hope the rewards given by the system this time had better be worthy of my efforts. After a lot of tossing and turning, it was finally passed. Congratulations on successfully passing the level challenge, experience plus 50,000. Lindsay held his forehead and shook his head. Damn yeah, this is totally the biggest failure since I switched. Could it be because the longer the lifespan, the more non-human? Why else do they say that Europeans have short lives? Lindsay thought of the kryptonite handheld games he had played in his past life and made a wild guess. However, his heroic feat was rewarded with the extreme admiration of Lei and Foam. After successfully arriving on the other side of the cliff, the two of them simply admired him to the core. How the hell did you do that? Lei Zhenyu looked here and there on him, as if he was appraising a rare antique treasure. Lei Zhenyu, have never convinced a few people in my life, but for you, I am absolutely convinced. Foam Yuan also clasped his fists and said, that's right, it really made me, Foam, see what it means to be outside the mountains and outside the people. Alright, it's better to focus on the next level. Lin Zhe said. The three of them turned around at the same time and looked up at the ancient fortress they had just seen on the opposite cliff. Only a red moon hung low, dark clouds covered the area, and a bizarre Gothic-style ancient castle stood alone in front of them. The outer walls of the old castle were eroded by age, and the mottled stone walls were crawling with vines. The outermost iron gate was rusty, as if it hadn't been visited for years. The entire building revealed an air of danger. Welcome to Copy Area 3, Evil Spirit Ancient Castle. This is the enemy's lair, right? Lei Zhenyu said with a straight face, it is said that the undead monarch is inside? Feng Yuan pushed up his glasses, this castle looks evil as hell, I don't know what's fishy inside yet. Whatever fishy thing. Lei Zhenyu said with a big grin, just rush in and finish it off? Feng Yuan shook his head, here we go again, how many times have I said, impulsive like you won't work. This kind of castle, there will most likely be all sorts of organs and hidden weapons inside, you can't be careless. No. At this time, Lin Zhe spoke up, I'm in favor of Brother Lei this time. It's true that there are organs and hidden weapons, but it would be too much of a delay if we follow the enemy's train of thought to break the organs. Therefore, my choice is. Before the words were finished, a ball of fire exploded in the air, and a huge inferno demon appeared in front of him. Lin Zhe continued, so my choice is to just demolish it. In the next second, amidst the astonished gazes of Lei and Feng, the inferno raised the giant hammer in his hand and smashed it towards the outer wall of the castle. With a loud bang, the mottled wall collapsed, and half of the castle was plunged into a sea of fire. At the same time, in the king's hall deep inside the castle, on top of a towering throne, a 9-foot-tall skeleton monarch was half leaning on the throne, looking lazy. This was precisely the undead monarch who was still in his heyday back then. Boss Undead Monarch. Race, Undead. Level, 70. Skills, Deadly One-Chop, Death Roar, Immortality, etc., expand for details. I heard that 3 little mice came outside? He let out a very mighty and domineering voice from his throat. Reporting to the Great King, it's 3 humanoids. The lowest one is only level 31, it's not worth mentioning. The one who spoke was none other than Archmage Tardis. Between the seats, there were also Witch Demon Hela and Duke Gar. All 3 of them were still level 50 to 60 something, quite a bit more juvenile than level 70 30 years later. Wearing a flashy outfit, Gar shook his head and said, haha, I can't imagine that the district's 3 humanoids can still walk here, it seems that their strength is not bad. Hela also followed and said, but the castle has heavy organs laid by me, as long as they dare to enter, what awaits them is only death. Hee, forgive them for not being able to do anything. The skeleton monarch said, 3 rats, still want to overturn the sky? However, as soon as the words fell, there was a loud boom from outside, the entire castle shook, and dust from the ceiling fell all over the hall. Report to the king, it's not good. It's not good. A skeleton soldier rushed in a busy panic to report. The castle was demolished by the enemy. Chapter 82, Why would I mess with him? He's the devil's head. The entrance to the castle. After Inferno's hammer went down, golden flames began to spread inside the entire castle. Along with the flames, there were also zippy screams coming from various parts of the castle. Then various experience reminders popped up in front of Linz's eyes. Kill Elite Skeleton Soldier, experience plus 460, lifespan plus 460 days. Kill Elite Skeleton Shield Guard, experience plus 500, lifespan plus 500 days. Kill Innocent Skeleton Maid, experience plus 120, life expectancy plus 120 days. Kill Beautiful Skeleton Dancer, experience plus 150, lifespan plus 150 days. Why does it seem like strange things are mixed in? Lin Zhe was speechless. In the next second, Lin Zhe directly used the summoning technique. The Inferno Demon, Charmed Demon Queen, and Hell Demon Dog appeared in front of him at the same time, standing side by side. You have 30 seconds to arrive at the battlefield. Lin Zhe ordered, all troops attack. Yes. Then, a host of demons were seen displaying their abilities and charging towards the depths of the castle. Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan once again looked dumbfounded. Other than that dragon just now, what's with these summoned beasts? Are each and every one of them so destructive? At the same time, inside the king's hall. What? The undead monarch had a face of shocked anger and slapped the table next to him to pieces. 3 human races, and they dared to burn down this king's castle? Reporting to the king, in fact, only one of them burned the castle. The junior soldier said, his summoned beast seems to be very powerful. What a joke! Undead Duke Gar interrupted him from the side, with 1,000,000 troops of my undead clan, let's see how powerful he can be. As soon as his words fell, a boom came from outside the hall's door. The entire wall collapsed, and countless undead soldiers were scattered all over the ground. Stepping on the corpses of the soldiers were a huge red demon, a charming and colorful chimera, and 10 half-human tall 3-eyed devil dogs. The undead in the room were all confused. Why are they all demonic races? Not a single one that can fight. The Inferno demon was still holding the corpses of several undead generals in his hands, scanning everyone in the hall with an arrogant gaze. I wonder if there's a few of you, any that are slightly more capable of fighting? How dare you? Undead Duke Gar smashed a wine glass onto the ground and said with great anger, my undead clan, will I allow you to insult me? Let me meet you. After saying that, he took out a long sword and rushed up towards Inferno. Oh? Isn't this my defeated general? Yen Demon was disdainful. What, have I seen you before? Gale froze. The Inferno, however, ignored him, and in the next second, a heavy hammer slammed directly at him. Gar was startled and immediately used his longsword to parry it, but even the man with the sword flew directly out, instantly smashed into bone crumbs. Ice Blast Canopy. On the other side, Archmage Tardis' voice rang out. The temperature in the hall then went extremely cold, and uncountable ice cones formed in the air. However, in the next moment, Tardis froze and did not move. Where are you looking? A seductive voice rang out behind him. Tardis' eyes followed and became trance-like. Think hard about who your real enemy is. Subordinate knows. Tardis replied. In the next second, Tardis maneuvered the ice picks to actually fly all towards the undead monarch on the throne. Tardis, what are you doing? The undead monarch was enraged, against you. He dodged in time, but the ice picks pierced his throne into a sieve. Enraged, the undead monarch pulled out a giant 2-meter-long greatsword from behind him and swung it towards Tardis. A ghostly green sword blade immediately split Tardis in half. Ah ha ha, what a show! The Phantom Queen clapped her hands and laughed before disappearing. On the other side, 10 hell demon dogs turned into black shadows and rushed towards the undead witch demon Hela, who had no choice but to flee in panic towards the back of the hall, and the hell demon dogs followed. As the undead monarch watched his rightful subordinates die and flee, a ghostly green rage emerged in his eyes. All of them are trash. At the same time, Lin Zhe, Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan were on their way to the king's hall, and countless skeleton soldiers immediately surrounded them. Little brother Lin Zhe, your summoner body is brittle, let us protect you. Lei Zhenyu shouted, and several pillars of thunder were immediately generated around him, spinning around Lin Zhe's body, blowing the skeleton soldiers wrapped in them to smithereens. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, generated a bow and arrow of light in his hand and shot it upwards into the sky, countless arrows with divine attributes immediately falling on the skeleton soldiers like a torrential downpour. Without realizing it, the 3 of them had already arrived in front of the door of the king's hall. When the undead monarch saw the 3 silhouettes that appeared over there, his eyes immediately came down hard. If I can't defeat demons, can I still not defeat a few of you humanoids? In the next second, ghostly green sword awning swung out from his greatsword, slashing sharply towards Lin Zhe, who was standing at the front. Watch out! Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan shouted, screaming in their hearts that it wasn't good. Lin Zhe also didn't react and ate the attack hard. Damage dealt, 1389. And it was the shield that was lost. Lei Zhenyu, Feng Yuan, and undead monarch? Feng Yuan, were you the one who said he had a brittle body just now? Lei Zhenyu looked his head to the side. I don't remember, was there such a thing? While the 2 of them were talking, Lin Zhe was already holding the vault blade in his hand, transforming into a shadow of lightning and charging straight towards the undead monarch. Dang! The undead monarch's reaction wasn't bad, immediately blocking it with his giant sword. However, in the next second, a small, black and ungainly dragon appeared behind him. Without waiting for him to react, a lightning ball was sprayed directly onto the back of his head. The undead monarch only felt a wave of dizziness and his vision blurred. He cried out in his heart that it wasn't good, but it was too late, the other party wouldn't give him time to react. In the next instant, Lindsay's hand rose up and his sword fell, and the undead monarch's body and head had already been separated. Only then did the undead monarch come to his senses. So he's the head of the demons, why did I mess with him? However, he didn't die just like that, only to see the head talking on the ground. Even if I lost this time, but so what? My body doesn't die and doesn't perish, there will be a day. Alright, I knew that already, cut the crap. Lindsay directly interrupted. In the next second, the golden flames of the inferno wrapped his entire being until it burned down to nothing but ash. Has killed the boss undead monarch, experience plus 50,000, lifespan plus 50,000 days, 136 years and 440 days. Acquired loot, 50,000 copper coins, undead king's giant sword equipment, undead monarch's spine material. The entire hall once again regained its calmness, and the entire battle lasted roughly 5 minutes. Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan froze in place. This is the end? The undead clan has been destroyed? May I ask, what is the point of the two of us coming to this copy today? I feel like we're even more redundant than these skeleton soldiers. On Lindsay's side, he retrieved the long sword in his hand and waited calmly for the clearance to be settled. However, he then realized that there was a hint of something wrong. The system hadn't popped up a reminder that the quest was complete. In addition, just now, the big black dogs had clearly gone after Hela, but they never returned. He opened the special vision of Insight Like Fire to patrol his surroundings and realized that through the space behind the hall, a striking black streak was hanging in the air. It looked like a black scar. Hidden level, black scars. P.S. It's been winter lately, how many degrees is it in everyone's place? Take care to stay warm. Chapter 83, actually, I'm not really interested in being a city lord. Huh? Another hidden level? Lindsay immediately followed in the direction prompted by Insight Like Fire. After walking out the back door of the hall and passing through a winding corridor, an open courtyard appeared in front of him. 10 large black dogs were surrounding the entrance to the courtyard, emitting vicious barks towards the inside, but they didn't dare to take a step further, as if there was something on the ground of that courtyard. Lindsay walked over to take a look, only to see that in the center of the courtyard, a spatial rift like a scar was suspended abruptly in the air. The edge of the rift was still slowly writhing like a living thing. And Hela was kneeling on the ground, sending out a pious prayer to the rift. "O great Lord of the Abyss, please send down a wisp of divine consciousness to save my undead clan." Then, some thick black liquid was seen flowing out of the fissure, just like blood flowing out of a scar. Lindsay's couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea in his heart. He then remembered that, in the battle at the city lord's mansion that day, Hyla had trapped Lei Zhenyu with something called the Abyssal Curse. Unsurprisingly, it was this item. So the undead have been secretly worshipping the abyss? Only then did Lindsay connect the two things together. He directly stepped into the courtyard, and then the abyssal walk talent immediately lit up. Sure enough, the entire courtyard was covered in abyssal matter. I already knew that you undead weren't something good, I didn't realize that you've already followed the abyss as your master. Lindsay's eyes flashed as he urged his mind, and the running thunder technique was unleashed. In the next second, a palm attached with the power of 10,000 thunderbolts struck directly behind Hela. How could you possibly step into the... Hela was also shocked and fell to the ground, gulping for air. Looking at the fissure in front of him that was constantly oozing black liquid, Lindsay frowned. He took out a light ball from the props bar, and it was the mythic grade prop, miniature fountain source, that goblin priestess Leyland had given him. I didn't expect that being told by Leyland would really come in handy. He dropped a drop of the glowing spring water onto the ground. The light immediately spread across the ground, gradually covering the entire courtyard, and the writhing spatial rift began to close, then disappear. You have cleared the hidden level, Black Scar, experience plus 50,000. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level 33. Congratulations on the upgrade of your summoned beast, Inferno, current level 63. Congratulations on the upgrade of your summoned beast, Queen of Charms, current level 66. Congratulations on the upgrade of your summoned beast, Hellhound, current level 41. Congratulations on the upgrade of your summoned beast, Demon Dragon, current level 19. Good man, all upgraded, huh? Lindsay smiled, this battle wasn't a bad one. Ding! You've successfully passed the copy without 2 NPCs dying, receive a reward, 1 system draw. Ding! You have opened a long quest, purified the abyssal rift 10 times. Current progress, 110. Quest reward, successfully purify 3 times, receive 1 system draw, guaranteed a rank reward successfully purify 6 times, receive 1 system draw, guaranteed S rank reward after 10 times of successful purification, receive a reward? There's actually a new long quest? Lindsay's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but look forward to it. I wonder what the final reward will be. However, he then realized a serious problem. That is to say, the Abyssal Rift isn't the only one, but exists amongst different times and spaces? This meant that the copy of the corrupted goblin forest that he had fought last time was no accident. It's better to take a look at the rewards of the loot. He opened the props bar and checked up on the few prizes he had just obtained. Weapon, Undead King's Giant Sword. Restricted to level 60 or above. Strength plus 3,800, Spirit plus 1,000, Defense plus 2,000, Bludgeoning rate 20%, Bludgeoning damage plus 40%. Material, Undead King's Spine. Can be used to make weapons. Right at this moment, Linza saw that in the props bar, the grids for the spine and the abyssal core that he had gotten last time lit up with a yellow glow at the same time. Materials that can be used to create equipment together with the abyssal core have been detected, generating equipment drawings. He instantly remembered the quest that the system had dispatched earlier, to build an equipment with the abyssal core. But who to find to build it? In this world, if one wanted to build an equipment, they usually looked for someone who had awakened a blacksmith-type life profession. However, equipment related to the abyssal core was obviously not something that could be built by just finding anyone. Forget it, let's talk about it after we get out. Right at this moment, the interface for the clearance settlement also finally popped up. All wreckers have been eliminated, congratulations on clearing this copy, gained experience plus 30,000, the system will close in 180 seconds. Lindsay retrieved the interface and returned to the King's Hall. Lei Jinyu and Feng Yuan immediately came forward. Feng Yuan clasped his hands together and gave a respectful salute. Little brother Lindsay, this time it's really thanks to you. The two of us didn't help much, it's really a shame. Lei Jinyu wasn't so preachy and said directly, what else do you call little brother? I think we can just call brother Lin. Then he walked over and put his arm around Lindsay's shoulder. Don't you think so, brother Lin? Lady. Lindsay was also unceremonious and directly shouted out, his heart bursting with darkness. Unexpectedly, he could still be called brother by Lei City Lord one day. This trip came, I have to say it was worth it. Right, brother Lin, where does your family live? We'll go pay a visit some other day? Lei Jinyu asked. I'm afraid it's hard for you guys to find it even if I say it, Lindsay politely returned. Lei Jinyu was unforgiving. It's fine, I can find it if you say it. Feng Yuan chipped the top of his head, alright, don't pry into people's privacy. Then, he turned to Lindsay, tell you what, brother Lin, as a token of appreciation, keep this. After saying that, he initiated the trade window. Equipment inlay, Holy Light Shelter. Can be inlaid onto equipment. Dark attribute resistance plus 40%, can be resurrected in place and recover 10% of life value after death, cooldown, 240 hours. This, resurrection armor huh? Would it be a little too expensive? Lindsay was a little embarrassed. Feng Yuan patted his shoulder, a small matter, it's worth it to give it to a young talent like brother Lin. Che, just you, Feng Laoxia, will be a good person based on your family's wealth? Lei Jinyu hurriedly said, in that case, Lei, also have an item to give away. He was seen rummaging through the props bar before handing Lindsay an item. Trinket, Acting City Lord Badge. Full attributes plus 10%, defense plus 10%. Description, badge issued by the City Lord himself, can exercise some of his rights in place of the City Lord. This? Lindsay was dumbfounded, you can just give me this too? Feng Yuan exploded, Lei Jinyu, are you damn crazy? If you don't have anything to give away, don't be a jerk about it, okay? Lei Jinyu waved his hand, alright, it's not a big deal. I can't use this myself, so I might as well give it to brother Lin and take it back as an ornament. The corners of Lindsay's mouth straightened, the Lei City Lord back then was also unreliable enough Only to hear Lei Jinyu continue, that old man Mu was mean to me all day long, calling me around as a cow or a horse, and saying that it was for my own good, saying that he looked favorably on me as the future City Lord. I'll believe the hell out of him, this bad old man is bad as hell, I think he just wants me to be free labor. And to be honest, I actually don't have much interest in being a City Lord. Hearing this, Feng Yuan angrily shook his head while sighing, hey, what should I say about you? Lin Zhe, on the other hand, was snickering on the side, thinking, do you see me believing it? Alright, far from it. Lei Zhenyu said, anyway, thanks to little brother Lin Zhe this time, I've made you my friend. When we get out, we can have a peach orchard 3. After saying that, he clasped his hands together. Feng Yuan and Lin Zhe also clasped their hands together, and all three of them respectfully said goodbye to each other. Then, the copy's teleportation countdown had also reached the last few seconds. Brother Lin, we'll be in touch when we get out. The two young city lords waved at him at the same time. We'll be able to contact each other when we go out, just not the two of you now. Lin Zhe thought darkly, and a trace of regret actually arose in his heart. In the next second, time and space shifted, and Lin Zhe had returned home. Chapter 84's Rank Talent, Demon Master. Lin Zhe sat on the sofa, recalling how Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan had just called themselves brothers and sisters. Luckily, it was a data projection, or else he didn't know how embarrassing it would be when he came out. It's better to come and draw the prize. He immediately opened the lottery page and then began to spin it up. Congratulations on drawing the profession exclusive talent, Demon Master S rank. Talent, Demon Master. Effect 1, it's decided to be you. The demons you send into battle have their full attributes increased by 20%. Effect 2, Demons, go. Effect 2, Demon, go. Easier to sense nearby demons, current range, 10 kilometers. Effect 2, Demon, go. Effect 3, Great Demon Gathering. Easier to generate goodwill and loyalty for demons that are not in a contractual relationship. This. Lin Zhe smiled crookedly, the 60 years of lifespan invested in the replica doesn't seem to have been spent in vain. Only how do the names of these skills smell like cottage industry? Lin Zhe was speechless, the components of this system are complicated. Lin Zhe carefully read the description a few more times and nodded in satisfaction. The first effect alone is already great, it's just that the second and third don't seem to be able to be used for now. After all, there's no chance of being able to access other demons right now either. Just then, Lin Zhe's communicator rang, and the caller alert clearly read, Lei Zhenyu. What's going on? Could it be that he knew about the contents of the copy just now? As a matter of fact, the other party shouldn't know what copy he had entered. Lin Zhe's heart gave a beat of analysis, as if he had a feeling of being a thief. However, he still picked up the phone. Hey, Lei D. No. The word was already halfway through his sentence, so Lin Zhe hurriedly corrected himself. Lei City Lord, may I ask what's up? What are you doing in a panic? Lin Zhe, I heard Han Shi say that you've been targeted by the people from the Demon Shadow Guild? Lei Zhenyu asked on the other end. Oh, that's it, huh? Lin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. What, did you think I'd say anything about it? Lei Zhenyu asked. Oh, no, I just thought there would be something more important. Lin Zhe rushed to round up the conversation. Don't take it too lightly. Although I know your strength, the Demon Shadow Guild is the strongest assassination organization in the world, headquartered in the beautiful country, and they even have a few Fifth Order experts. Even I have to be afraid of them. Of course, 5th rank experts are usually used to assassinate the prime figures of various countries. This you don't have to worry about for the time being. I can send you additional manpower if you need it. Thank you, City Lord, for reminding me, but there's no need. Lin Zhe directly replied back, I can do it myself. Alright, I guessed you'd say that, so I won't nag. Lei Zhenyu said, also, speaking of this Demon Shadow Guild, they're actually still more or less related to your profession. Oh? What is it? Lin Zhe came to be interested. It's said that the Demon Shadow Guild is based on the belief in demons, and they worship an ancient and powerful demon by the name of the Shadow Demon, which is how their guild got its name. It is said that this shadow demon loves to suck the souls of people the most, so the targets of their assassinations will also be sent to feed the shadow demon. Of course, this is just hearsay and not necessarily true. I'm mainly warning you to be careful. Shadow demons? Lin Zhe pondered, his heart already getting excited. If the other party really has a demon, then wouldn't the talent I just obtained be of use? Thinking so, Lin Zhe spoke, City Lord Lei, maybe I can just this Demon Shadow Guild over. What did you say? Lei Zhenyu almost suspected that he had heard wrong. After a long moment of silence, he spoke, Lin Zhe, I know that you have the strength, but there's no need to be in too much of a hurry. That Demon Shadow Guild is spread all over the globe, with countless experts. Can't you just say you can take it down alone? Okay. Lin Zhe thought to himself that he couldn't explain this to you. Ha, but I'm not criticizing you, it's not a bad thing for young people to be a bit wild. When I was your age, I wasn't blowing it, that was also spirited. Only at a young age, I was honored by the old city lord to train me to be the future city lord. Lin Zhe looked at the acting city lord badge in his hand and silently spat in his heart. Didn't you say that you weren't interested in being a city lord? And you even gave away the badge. Lei Zhenyu bragged for a while longer and said, alright, I'm not going to bull with you, it's hard to get off work early today, I'm going to drink. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lin Zhe shook his head, rather speechless. In a way, this person hadn't changed much. Lin Zhe turned off the communicator, and seeing that it wasn't too late, he prepared to wash up and go to bed. But before he went to sleep, he thought about the matter of the Magic Shadow Guild assassins, so he made some preparations and turned off the lights. The next step was to keep watch. Meanwhile, in the middle of the dark night, 3 mysterious figures were flexibly scurrying between the top floors of the building. The 3 men were all dressed in black, like 3 athletic Black Panthers. One of them, a tall and thin man, said, Chen Xuan, is that target of yours really that powerful? Calling both of us who are about to break through the 4th rank to give you a hand? You kid isn't fooling us, right? A woman with obvious curves followed, hee, if you dare to trick us, you know the consequences yourself. The third person among them was Chen Xuan, who had assassinated Lin Zhe last time, only to hear him say, humph, what am I doing playing you guys for nothing? When it's done, the commission will all be divided among you, I don't want a penny. All I want is to save my life. In 3 words, the 3 of them had arrived at the roof of an old residential building. The target lives in a place like this? The tall and thin man said, Chen Xuan, why am I trusting you less and less? Shoo. Chen Xuan, however, said cautiously, don't take this lightly. Humph, you guys wait here, wait for me to explore the reality. Only to see that slim woman come to the railing at the edge of the building's roof, she directly leapt, and then her figure disappeared in the air. When she reappeared, she had already arrived outside the window of a certain floor. Her profession was Spatial Warlock, level 79, an expert who was about to break through at the 4th rank. Is this the one? The woman looked inside the window and said disdainfully, it looks pretty mediocre. In the next second, her body disappeared once again, and immediately afterward, she appeared inside the room. Humph, it's so easy, and there's no boundary set up. The woman became even more confident. I really don't know what Chen Xuan is nervous about. However, in the next instant, her expression froze. In front of her eyes, many pairs of blood-red eyes lit up in the darkness, each one of them were all ferocious and were approaching her hungrily. Yeah! The woman's voice cut through the night sky. Chapter 85, Everything comes from the shadow, and the soul of everything returns to the shadow. What's all the noise in someone else's house in the middle of the night? Do you still let people sleep? Lin Zhe rubbed his eyes and appeared in the living room, still wearing his pajamas. Only to see that the window was wide open, and 10 hell demon dogs were crammed into the room, so much so that they were about to be unable to fit in. And what they were surrounding was a woman who had fallen into a pool of blood, only she was no longer breathing. Looking at the woman's delicate curves, Lin Zhe sighed, pity. Then he instructed the dogs, take care of her, don't dirty my living room. As soon as the words fell, 10 large black dogs transformed into dark shadows, dragging the woman's corpse into the shadows and feasting on it. Meanwhile, on the roof of this building, Chen Xuan and the tall, thin man were both startled after hearing the woman's screams. What's going on? For the first time, the tall and thin man revealed a slightly alarmed expression. I told you guys to be careful. Chen Xuan was even sweating down. The target person this time is definitely not simple. Grass. The tall and thin man spat on the ground. Even if it's not simple, it's still a rank 1 newcomer. I'm going to probe the reality. After saying that, he was about to jump downstairs. Just then, a petite voice sounded behind him. Where are you going? Why don't you accompany sister to have some fun? The tall and thin man was stunned and was about to turn back when a long, thorny whip was already lashing towards him. But the man's reaction wasn't slow. When the whip was about to touch his skin, his entire body twisted away at an angle that a normal person couldn't do, dodging the attack. Then he flipped several times in a row and pulled away. His profession was Snake Shadow Fighter, and he was likewise an expert who was close to a 4th rank breakthrough. Fixing his eyes, he realized that on the opposite side was a woman with small black wings and a hot body. You're a man with a very flexible body, Phantom Queen Lilith said with one hand cupping her face. Sister, I like it even more. Quickly and obediently come over and let your sister play. A voice shouted so delicately that the two men in front of her couldn't help but gulp. But as a professional with years of combat experience, the tall and thin man still chided, "Who are you?" "Oomph, lowly lackey, not worthy of knowing this queen's name." In the next second, Chen Xuan and the tall, thin man were simultaneously fixed in place as they realized that their bodies were unexpectedly out of control. When did you?" the man said in horror. "Who told you guys to be so disobedient? Now my sister can play with you guys properly." Just then, a boy's voice came from the entrance of the building. "Lilith, what's your fever here? I asked you to fix them, not to seduce them." Then, a handsome teenager appeared on the roof of the building. Lilith immediately pasted over, "Master hates, I'm just teasing the two of them, I've only been heartfelt to Master alone in my life." How many times have I told you not to say such shameful lines in public?" Lindsay hesitated for 2 seconds and added, "To say it at home." Okay, master." Then, she looked at the two men, and her eyes converted from the teasing she had been doing before to ruthlessness. "Speak, who hired you to kill my master?" Both men had been completely mind-controlled at this point. The tall and thin man was the first to reply, "I don't know anything, I was called by Chen Chuan to be a helper." "Oh?" Lilith rested her chin in her hand, "Then you're useless, cut yourself." "Yes," the tall and thin man said with incomparable loyalty. In the next second, he used both hands to break his head, and with a click, he actually broke his own neck, and then fell to the ground with a thud. The action of the weird let a person stagger. Lilith slowly looked at Chen Xuan, slightly tilting her head with a smile on her face. Even Lin Zhe was a little unnerved by that look, thinking that it was fortunate that she was her own henchman and not an enemy. However, he saw Chen Xuan reply with a dull expression, "Only our branch president knows who the client is, I'm just doing an errand. However, I can take you to the branch president." "Humph, count on you being somewhat useful," Lilith said with a queenly demeanor, "Lead the way." "Yes. Please follow me." After Chen Xuan finished speaking, he was about to set off. However, just as he took a step, he suddenly clasped his head with both hands and let out a very painful cry. "Ah!" As if he couldn't endure it, his entire body began to roll around in place. Lilith and Lin Zhe were both stunned, not expecting this kind of behavior. Then in the next second, Chen Xuan unexpectedly exploded with a bang. The scene was very shocking. Lilith pondered for a few seconds and said, "It seems that he was planted with some sort of program a long time ago, and after detecting the betrayal, he would trigger the self-detonation. I can't imagine that you, the human race, also have such mischievous and evil means. The human race has a lot of mischievous and evil tactics." Lin Zhe's eyes, however, flashed with a trace of dissimilarity, but this time, what if it's also a devil's tactic? In his line of sight, a strand of black evil soul was floating out of that tall and thin man's body, slowly floating into midair before flying in a certain direction. The perceived demon effect from the demon master talent triggered. "Follow." Lin Zhe smiled blandly. At the same time, somewhere in the city, inside a courtyard, several black-clothed and powerfully suited thugs were patrolling back and forth. And inside the mansion, a person whose body was covered in black shadows suddenly had a disturbed mind, as if he had sensed something. "Chen Xuan, that waste has actually..." He clenched his hands into fists. "I'm afraid that this is not good to deliver to the headquarters side." Coincidentally, his communicator rang, and the caller ID was the number of the beautiful country. He didn't dare to have a moment's negligence, and hurriedly picked up the phone. A very angry voice came from the other end of the phone. "Great Summers Gu branch president, how are you guys doing your job? You couldn't even handle a 30-odd leveled first-rank novice, and you even lost 3 members. Not only that, Lord Shadow Demon has just sent down a decree saying that one of your members has suffered from mind control, and that his soul has been contaminated, unable to return to him." The dark shadow known as Sub-President Gu hurriedly explained, "General President William, really, it's really because my subordinates are not doing their job properly. I'll send additional manpower right now." "Forget it," General President William said, "I can't trust your great Xia's strength anymore. I'd rather just send out our beautiful country's right-hand men." If it wasn't for the fact that our client this time, the one surnamed Qin, has added another 100 million in reward, I wouldn't want to support your Daxia branch." Yes, Gu branch president nodded his head like a sieve. "All things come from the shadow, and all souls return to the shadow. All things come from the shadow, all souls return to the shadow." The two finally chanted a strange slogan together before ending the call. Branch President Gu shuddered and paralyzed in his chair, cursing, "Tramp, it's all because of those 3 losers." My great summer branch itself is not held in high esteem by the beautiful country headquarters, and now, I'm afraid I'm going to be alienated even more. Right at this moment, a voice rang in his ears, hee, as a person from Disya, you're giving the beautiful country a dog and you're still being emotionally attached to it? Who? Sub-President Gu was startled. Someone come. He shouted towards the outside of the house. However, after a long time, there was no movement outside. He immediately looked towards the window, only to see that on the courtyard outside, the several power suit fighters were all lying on the ground one by one, already out of breath. When was it? In the next second, he sensed someone behind him and immediately turned around. Only to see that in the room that was just deserted, there was already one more teenager. Isn't your guild looking for me? I've come over myself, saving you all from coming up one by one to give away your heads. You're Lindsay? Sub-President Gu's eyes rounded. He had been in the guild for more than 20 years, and this was the first time he had encountered someone who came to kick his ass. However, he was at least a fourth-stage breakthrough expert, so he wouldn't allow a child to ride over his head. In an instant, he already had an additional Crescent Moon battle blade in his hand, with shadow power attached to it, and sent it out at a speed that was hard to detect with the naked eye. Lindsay was also not slow to react, immediately dodging away. However, in the next second, the layer of black shadow wrapped around the opponent's body unexpectedly separated automatically, as if a person had been copied from him. A black battle blade was held in the black shadow's hand, and it was sent out again at a speed that was no less than that of a moment ago. The speed of the movement was beyond Lindsay's expectations, and he immediately activated the running thunder skill before dodging away. Gu Feng. Profession, Shadow Soul Warrior General A rank. Level, 89 4th rank. As expected of a 4th rank expert, a bit of strength. Lindsay smiled, rather, it's me who underestimated your guild a bit. And what Lindsay was facing at this moment had changed from one enemy to two, Gu Feng, and his shadow doppelganger. Oomph, what a big mouth. The opponent let out a cold snort from his nose, don't blame me, a rank 4 expert, for taking on you, a rank 1, and fighting 2 against 1. Lindsay was dumbfounded, is this about comparing people? In the next second, phantom demons and hell demon dogs appeared in the house, surrounding the one man and one shadow. Then, with a sudden loud bang, the outer wall of the mansion collapsed. The Inferno demon was holding a hammer and looking towards the house. Lord, you didn't call me for the fight? This time, it was Gu Feng's turn to be dumbfounded. How do you have so many summoned beasts? Lindsay dropped a sentence, be careful not to kill them, they'll be questioned later. Then, slowly walked out of the house. However, right at this moment, only a cry could be heard from inside the house, Lord Shadow Demon help me. The entire mansion was suddenly filled with a gloomy wind, and from Gu Feng's body, a dark energy suddenly burst out. An ominous air pressure descended upon the entire domain. In the next second, a huge black shadow appeared in the sky above the mansion. Chapter 86, Your Demon Clan's duel is based on quarreling? Lindsay raised his head to look at the huge black shadow. He saw that it was about 30 meters tall, and its body was made up of a black, smoky substance. His body took the shape of an inverted triangle, with two powerful hands, but the bottom of his body was collected into a wisp of black smoke, and he didn't have any feet. His head was also hidden in the black smoke, with only his eyes and mouth emitting a blood-red light, looking powerful and evil. Lindsay immediately used his skills to check the information. Shadow Demon Shadow. Level, 80. Life value, 400,000. Skills, Soul Harvest, Soul Contract, Soul Shock, Soul Elegy, expand for details. As soon as this object appeared, several demons subconsciously took a step back and went on alert. It's actually a shadow demon. The Inferno demon also said with some surprise. Oh? You recognize it? Lindsay asked. Lilith took over. Shadow demons are one of the older species amongst us demons, using souls as food and souls as power. People thought they were extinct, but I didn't expect to see them today. It's just that. Lilith revealed a few puzzled looks. Just what? Lindsay asked. It's just that shadow demons aren't this huge. The Inferno demon once again grabbed the conversation. They, as a race, could never be as tall as our Inferno demon race. Is that so? Lindsay looked at the giant shadow in front of him and pondered. At this moment, that huge black shadow let out a very rough, low, and extremely majestic voice, who summoned me to descend here. That Gu Feng immediately jumped to the roof of the room, kneeled down on both knees, and responded reverently, back to Lord Shadow Demon, it's me. I implore Lord Shadow Demon to help me kill the enemy, and I will surely offer Lord Shadow Demon double my soul. Only to see the Shadow Demon use those blood-red eyes to condescendingly look askance at Lindsay and the several demons before saying in an arrogant tone, "Humph, it's just a human and a few lowly homunculi, why do you need me to make a move? Who are you calling inferior?" The Inferno Demon was offended and directly scolded, "Your Shadow Demon clan is nothing but a bunch of contraptions hiding in the gutter sucking people's souls, and you dare to clamor against me? Hee, your Inferno Demon clan is nothing but a bunch of temperamental and uneducated gorillas, I see you as the best example." "What did you say?" The Inferno Devil's entire demon exploded. "Lord, don't say anything, let me go smash him." Lindsay was watching from the side. Why were the two demons arguing on the shelf? Why are the two demons arguing? And they're even attacking each other personally? Is this the way your demon tribe fights? It's a bit different, isn't it? Wait. Seeing that the Inferno Demon was about to rush forward in the next second, Lindsay immediately stopped him. The purpose of his trip was to find this Shadow Demon. If he could make this Shadow Demon his little brother, not only would he increase his combat power, but he could also cause this Demon Shadow Guild to directly lose its core power. Simply killing two birds with one stone. Of course, if the Shadow Demon didn't agree, it wouldn't matter if he was killed again. Only to see Lindsay tilting his head, he directly said to that Shadow Demon, "I'm a human demon summoner, I don't really want to fight you if it's not necessary." Hearing this, that Gufeng immediately let out a cold laugh from his nostrils. "Humph, pleading for mercy now? I'm telling you, it's already too late." Lindsay didn't bother to pay attention to him and continued towards the Shadow Demon. "If I'm not mistaken, this current appearance of yours is just you in disguise, right? Your original body isn't actually this huge? Also, you can only descend in this form of a shadow every time?" Instantly, the two blood-red eyes of the Shadow Demon fluttered for a moment. Lindsay smiled faintly, knowing that he had hit the nail on the head. Gufeng, however, was furious. "What did you say? How dare you insult the mighty Lord Shadow Demon? Lord Shadow Demon, please crush this human quickly." "Enough, shut up," the Shadow Demon said towards Gufeng. "That's right, you shut the..." The next second, Gufeng was dumbfounded. "Wait, it was to me?" The Shadow Demon no longer cared about him, but instead looked critically at Lindsay. "I never thought that you human race would have a bright brain. I've descended on their guild hundreds of times and they didn't even see it. But even if you're right, what do you want to do?" Lindsay got straight to the point. "It's simple, sign a contract with me and become my battle force. Relatively, I can provide you with more souls, and you can stop just descending into the world in this form." "Oh? A mere human, you have a big appetite." The Shadow Demon said with interest. "I admit that the conditions you're offering are tempting, but what if I don't agree?" Lindsay smiled. "Actually, from the very beginning, you had no other choice." Before the Shadow Demon could understand what the other party meant, a milky and deafening chirp suddenly came from behind it. Turning back to look, a demonic dragon several times larger than it appeared behind it, drooling at it as if it was about to eat it in the next second. The Shadow Demon froze. This human, he's actually signed contracts with several demons already? And each one is so strong? It pondered for a long time before speaking again. "Well, it seems I have no choice. However, my main body is not in this world, so if you want to sign a contract with me, you need to come to me. The ritual props to open the portal are on his body." The Shadow Demon pointed to Gufeng on the side. In the next second, the Shadow Demon's shadow transformed into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared. "Wait, Lord Shadow Demon." Gufeng was confused. How come Lord Shadow Demon came out to say a few words and then ran away? And it seems like he's reached some sort of cooperation with this Lindsay? Then what the hell am I doing here? I'm leaving? Of course, it was already too late for him to leave even if he wanted to. A few demons were approaching him intently. Half an hour later, a fire broke out in a courtyard somewhere in Tianyu City. The fire was too violent, and by the time the fire police arrived, all the people inside had already been buried in the flames, and it was impossible to discern information about their lives. On the roof of a building 200 to 300 meters away from the fire, Lindsay's hand was turning a pencil. Props, ceremonial pencil. Description: 0.0 minute, 0 second, carve an evil magic formation that will open a temporary portal to a designated location. This is the key to the place where the Shadow Demon's true body is located. Possibly, it's the Hell Realm? But it was already past midnight, so he can only try again another day. Meanwhile, Lindsay also learned something from Gu Feng. The one who had hired their guild to assassinate him was none other than Qin Feng's boss dad, Qin Dongjun. Lindsay thought to himself, I've made too many enemies lately, I'd almost forgotten about this person. But this makes sense, to be able to raise a son like Qin Feng, his father is obviously not an oil lamp either. At the same time, in a certain high-class large flat-story residence in Tianyu City, a noble woman was wearing a gorgeous robe, holding a posthumous photo of a young man and washing her face with tears. Fenger, my Fenger, you've gone so tragically. Whoa whoa. The person on that posthumous photo was none other than Qin Feng. A middle-aged man with a serious face came over and sat down beside the woman, patting her back and comforting her. Alright, don't cry. I've already spent a lot of money to hire someone to take care of the person who killed my son. My Fenger has always been a good student, it's all because of that Lindsay, who ruined everything for Fenger. No matter how much it costs, I'll make him pay for my Wendy's life. Chapter 87 Grandpa Nyo, what kind of decent person can summon a demon? The next day, Lindsay slept until almost noon. It couldn't be helped, the days when he didn't have to go to school were just so spontaneous. After getting up, he made a list of things he had to do next. First, sign a contract with the Shadow Demon, but this needed to be exactly at 0 hour to open the portal. Second, settle the matter of Qin Feng's dad, Qin Dongjun, but considering that the other party was an influential figure, there was still a need to do it a bit more covertly. Third, he had another task, to build equipment with the Abyssal Core. Now that the materials were all in place, all that was missing was a good craftsman. He thought around about the people he had connections with, and eventually thought that the Chi family's Sword Blade Guild was a guild that had spent their lives dealing with swords, and they should know the craftsman. And Lindsay currently knew 3 people from the Chi family already, Su Jianxin, Qi Yueying, and Qi Xingyu. Let's ask that Qi Xingyu kid then. Thus, a message was sent to Qi Xingyu. Unexpectedly, the opposite party quickly gave a reply and returned a whole lot more. I haven't seen you for many days, I didn't expect to receive a message from Brother Lin, little brother is really overjoyed, I wonder how Brother Lin is doing lately. By the way, after hearing that Brother Lin had bailed out of the Western War College's combat department, I also resolutely chose to join. I hope that I can follow Brother Lin's lead and make good progress in my 4 years of college, just thinking about it makes me feel excited. The only downside is that the combat department still has that nagging woman, my sister, I guess she'll be forcing me to practice every day from now on, I'm really sour Q. But the good thing is, she's still got a year before she graduates, Lindsay held his forehead, damn, I regret asking you. Qi Xingyu sent a second message to himself, this time finally getting to the point. Regarding artisans, Brother Lin don't worry. I've already found our Sword Blade Guild's best craftsman, Grandpa Nyo. But in advance, Grandpa Nyo's temperament is a bit strange, he said he wants to meet you face to face before he can decide whether or not to help you build your equipment, I don't know if Brother Lin has time this afternoon? Lindsay replied directly, no problem. Qi Xingyu, alright then, Brother Lin, see you this afternoon. By the afternoon, Lindsay he directly used a portal trigger to create a portal. The place where he came out happened to be at the gate of the Sword Blade Guild. Unlike the bustling cityscape that was common in Tianyu City, this place was located in a quiet and secluded mountainous area, with mist curling up and birds chirping, making one's heart peaceful. Just before taking a few steps, he saw Qi Xingyu already waiting there, followed by a butler and a maid. Qi Xingyu immediately went forward and cupped his fists and saluted, Brother Lin, long time no see. Then he started to shush and ask questions, causing Lindsay to be speechless for a while, only wanting to kick this person away. Then, the butler dressed in a suit led the two into the guild's front door, with the maid in black silk still following behind, holding the sun umbrella for the two. Good lord, is this the life of a young master? Lindsay couldn't help but sigh. After that, the few people began to climb continuously along a winding stone staircase. Only then did Lindsay realize that the entire Sword Blade Guild was built on a mountain. Walking on the foggy mountain road, there were green trees and birdsong everywhere. Every now and then, they passed by an ancient-style building, and in the courtyard, there were members in uniform practicing martial arts. This made Lindsay couldn't help but think of the scenes he had seen in immortal cultivation novels in his previous life, and this kind of atmosphere, it really made him a bit mesmerized. Along the way, when the guild members saw Qi Xingyu, everyone was very excited and shouted good day young master. Some of them even went up and begged for a photo, as if Qi Xingyu was the star of their place. As for Lindsay, he had a bewildered look on his face, guessing who this young man was. How could he actually get a personal audience from the young lord? While hiking, the butler also introduced Lindsay to the Sword Blade Guild. The Sword Blade Guild, as the name suggests, is a guild that focuses on sword cultivation, and most of the professionals recruited are also sword related. Within the guild, it was divided into 3 branches: the sword questioning branch, the sword testing branch, and the sword casting branch. The former favored intellectual and spiritual attributes, while the latter favored strength attributes. Lindsay naturally thought of the words Chi Zone and Sword Zone. For example, Chi Xingyu's occupation was Immortal Swordsman, which was in the questioning sword chapter. Chi Yueying was a Mad Swordsman, which was in the testing sword chapter. As for the sword casting branch, there were mostly life professions that built weapons, and Lindsay's destination today was exactly here. Chi Xingyu introduced, "The person we're going to meet today is the president of the sword casting chapter, and a legendary craftsman of Dixia, Niu Daming. Grandpa Niu has helped build weapons for many famous figures in Grand Xia, and my little brother's 7 flying swords also came from him. But I told you that Grandpa Niu's temper is a bit eccentric, so please be more patient with me in a while, Brother Lin." Lindsay nodded. After walking for a while longer, the crowd finally arrived next to a building, and a clanking sound was still coming from inside. "We've arrived," Shi Xingyu said. When they entered the door, a heat wave immediately hit them, and the air was filled with the scent of metal and carbon fire. In the center of the room was a huge furnace with a roaring fire. Next to the furnace, a group of sturdy craftsmen were carrying out the different processes of casting weapons. A short, thin, and somewhat hunched silver-haired old man was making his rounds among them, and from time to time, he even cursed viciously. "Li Dashan, how many times have I told you, you have to master the strength of the iron, not use a brute force? Su Xiaoqiang, don't keep chatting with little girls on your communicator while grinding. And you, Su San, you have to strictly control the cooling speed of the quenching, too fast will cause cracks in the sword. Are you deaf, blind, or just a cutie?" In terms of height, he was only half the height of those strong men, and in terms of weight he was even much thinner than them. However, the few strong men were obediently trained by him and didn't dare to have a single complaint. In the end, Niu Daming even put his hands behind his back and sighed, "Hey, you guys are really the worst class of students I've ever brought up. It seems that I, Niu Daming, really have no one to succeed me." The few people who visited the door were all stunned. Lindsay immediately checked the old man's information. Name, Niu Daming. Occupation, Craftsman Class F. Level, 102 5th rank. Without looking, it was a shock. It's actually the 5th rank of a living profession. Lindsay was secretly surprised. It was important to know that living professions, regardless of whether they were good or bad, were uniformly F rank, which was a large part of the reason why many people in society looked down on living professions. Moreover, living occupation meant that there weren't any combat skills, so it was difficult to fight monsters and upgrade. This old man, on the other hand, had actually practiced his living profession to level 102. Lindsay couldn't help but stand in awe. At this time, Shi Xingyu greeted him enthusiastically, "Grandpa Niu, we're here." "Oh, it's little you." Seeing the young lord enter, Niu Daming did not show much, just casually answered, "Why are you here?" The corner of Chi Xingyu's mouth twitched. Didn't I tell you in the morning? I brought my big brother here to find you to build a weapon." "Oh, it seems like there is such a thing." Niu Daming lazily looked over towards Lindsay's side. "Hello." Lindsay greeted rather politely. However, Niu Daming looked at him coldly for a moment before turning his head away. "Go back, I won't be casting a sword for you." Lindsay froze. "Wait, Grandpa Niu." Shi Xingyu was also anxious when he heard, "You guys should at least talk before saying anything, Lindsay is my big brother." But Niu Daming turned his back to them and said, "Look at his profession, demon summoner? That kind of profession doesn't seem like a decent person. I'm a righteous man, I hate evil things in my life." Chapter 88: The Will of Gold and Stone. Lindsay was even more confused when he heard Niu Daming's words. No, wait a minute. Someone had said that he was professionally wasted, someone had disliked his low level, and this was the first time someone had said that he wasn't a decent person. Where's my question? Why are you still engaging in moral abduction? Lindsay withdrew the respect he had just shown the old man and directly disliked him. Elder Niu, I took you to be a respectable Daxia meritorious official, I didn't expect to live to such a great age, why are you still judging people's character by their profession? It's more or less superficial, right? When these words came out, the room was filled with people who were shocked. This person actually dares to speak to Mr. Niu like this? The few burly men in the room were instantly offended. You child, what are you talking about? Do you understand basic manners? Is Elder Nyo someone that people like you can judge? No manners at all. Yes, how dare you speak out against my beloved teacher? Shi Xingyu hurriedly stepped forward to clear the air. Several people, it's all a misunderstanding, let's all say a few words less. When Nyo Daming heard Lin Zhe's words, he slowly turned around and stared straight at Lin Zhe with his eyes, with an elusive depth in his eyes. Lin Zhe was also not abashed, and his sight looked back without flinching in the slightest. The two of them stared at each other like this for what had to be dozens of seconds before Nyo Daming finally loosened his tongue. Hee, your kid is quite bold. Let's put it this way, it's fine if you want me to build you a weapon, but you have to pass my test. When Shi Xingyu heard this, his face instantly became a bit ugly. Wait, Grandpa Nyo, it can't be that test, right? The few burly men in the room, on the other hand, revealed an expression of watching the show. Nyo Daming threw his head back. Precisely. After saying that, he walked over to one of the walls of the room, where it was covered with cloth. Nyo Daming lifted the cloth, and what was revealed to the crowd was a teleportation portal. This is my test. Nyo Daming said leisurely. Lin Zhe was a little surprised when he saw the portal. This is a copy? Humph, not bad. Nyo Daming clasped his hands in front of his chest and said proudly, this is our sword casting branch's ace duplicate, created by the old man himself. A few burly men behind him followed his example, each showing an impish grin towards Lin Zhe. It was as if they were saying, humph, kid, you'll be in for a treat in a while. Shi Xingyu hurriedly came to Lin Zhe's ear. Brother Lin, that copy. Stow you. But was immediately interrupted by Nyo Daming. Don't tell him what the copy is about, otherwise it'll be directly counted as cheating and the qualification for the test will be cancelled. Shi Xingyu took 2 steps back in aggression. Lin Zhe's face, however, did not ripple, and said lightly, no problem, I'll accept the test. After saying this, he walked directly towards the portal. Time and space shifted, and when Lin Zhe opened his eyes again, he realized that he was already in a clean and bright place. The scene here didn't look like some real-life scene, but more like a realm of emptiness and clarity, with many orange translucent jades floating around, which were emitting a halo of orange light. Looking down, he realized that what he was stepping on under his feet was also an orange translucent jade stone slab, and underneath the slab was an endless void. Welcome to the replica, Jin Shiji. Restricted level, none. Difficulty, nightmare level. Quest description, this copy prohibits the use of all props and items, please feel your way around on your own, giving hints counts as a loss for me. This description. Lin Zhe was a bit speechless and shook his head. What a stubborn old man. He observed his surroundings, only to see that not far in front of him, there was the same orange translucent stone slab, and there was one at regular intervals, each one higher up than the previous one. The numerous stone slabs formed a row of suspended steps. Lin Zhe leapt and stepped onto the nearest piece of step. Just then, a jade stone floating around him immediately crashed towards him. Lin Zhe's gaze froze and he immediately dodged out of the way. Lin Zhe looked at the emptiness beneath his feet and thought to himself, if he was hit by the stone, he would probably fall. However, right at this moment, the orange jade stones floating around all seemed to come to life and began to crash towards him at great speed. At the same time, outside the copy, a room full of people stopped what they were doing and sat in front of a display screen and watched with great interest. Nyo Daming sat at the front with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. As for the disciples, they hadn't had this kind of fun to watch for a long time, so they were all in high spirits, and some of them even brought a packet of melon seeds and started to get high. Shi Xingyu sat next to Nyo Daming and noticed a hint of something wrong. Grandpa Nyo, why do I feel that the speed of this stone is much faster than when I went in back then? Nyo Daming tilted his head confidently next to him. Silly child, at that time, I adjusted the easy difficulty for you, and I adjusted the nightmare level for him. Ha? Shi Xingyu was dumbfounded. You really don't want him to pass? Nyo Daming snorted coldly. This kid is arrogant. If I can file his sharpness, it will be considered a favor to him. As an artisan, not only do I polish weapons, I also have quite a bit of experience in polishing talents. A disciple beside him immediately helped. That's right, that kid is too arrogant. He actually dared to speak to his teacher like that. This kind of young man, if he doesn't get a lesson now, I'm afraid he'll make a big mistake in the future. Shi Xingyu shook his head helplessly. He knew it was useless to say anything now. Inside the copy. After Lin Zhe had continuously jumped up several steps and dodged several flying jades, he also realized that this was to test his reflexes and speed. He instantly unleashed the running thunder skill that he had already practiced to the transcendent level, and in his vision, the speed of those jade stones immediately became much slower. The next maneuver was silky smooth. Lin Zhe jumped up a dozen steps in a row, and easily dodged the flying stones that crashed into him. Just as he was standing on a certain step, 4 rocks flew from the top, bottom, left and right directions at the same time, and Lindsay hurriedly continued to jump to a higher step. However, right at this moment, that step unexpectedly moved on its own. Lindsay was just about to step on it when the step slid away in a farther direction. Nima, playing dirty? Lindsay cursed, and then his feet became empty and his entire body fell down. In front of the screen, Nyo Daming crossed his legs as if he had waited for an answer. Well, it ends here. Those disciples also bloated and cheered one by one, oh exempt. Only Chi Xingyu shook his head. Looks like this trip Brother Lin came for nothing. Forget it, I'll think about whether there are any other craftsmen I can find. Nyo Daming instructed the disciple next to him, go, force him to teleport out. That disciple was about to get up, however, right at this moment, the scene in the screen changed once again. Only a huge black shadow appeared from the bottom of the screen, and then rose up into the air. Fixing his eyes on it, it was a huge black dragon, and it was carrying a person on its back, none other than Lindsay. Just a moment ago, Lindsay had summoned the imp dragon as it was falling, and then directly used the Dharma Heaven and Earth skill to sit on it himself. At this moment, the imp dragon was speeding towards the direction that the stone steps were leading it to, and those flying jade stones still hadn't stopped attacking, but smashing on the imp dragon was just like a mosquito bite. In less than 2 minutes, the little dragon arrived at the height of the last step, and Lindsay jumped directly onto it and put the little dragon away. Those disciples in front of the screen froze one by one. One disciple stood out and chided, wait, this is considered a foul. This can't be counted. Chi Xingyu said softly, this senior brother, this is where you're wrong, this copy doesn't disable summoned beasts, and flying is naturally one of the means. Xiao Yu is right. Nyo Daming glared towards that disciple, I still don't know about the copy I designed myself? Sit down for me, don't embarrass yourself. The man was defeated and had no choice but to sit down. Nyo Daming stroked his white beard, I have to admit, that kid has 2 brushes. But there's a loophole in my design, next time I need to design the flying stones a bit bigger. Chi Xingyu, yeah. Looks like the people in the future are going to suffer even more. In the screen at this moment, the last step was carrying Lindsay as he slowly climbed upwards into the sky above. Nyo Daming's eyes became sharp, the first level is just to warm up, and the next level is to see his true level. The people in the room all sat down again, their eyes becoming incredibly expectant. Chi Xingyu, on the other hand, his heart sank, and a slightly pained expression appeared on his face, as if he had remembered some bad memories. Chapter 89 Even if it's a god, I'll smash it to him. Only to see that the steps were carrying Lindsay as they slowly climbed, and colorful clouds began to form around them. After a while, the steps came to a small floating island and finally stopped. Lindsay stepped down from the steps and realized that the island was actually a circular platform, surrounded by some small orange jade stones on the ground and auspicious clouds floating in mid-air. And directly opposite him was a huge block of jade that was as tall as a 7 or 8-story building, and was emitting a fantastic orange light. The entire place didn't look like there was any danger, but rather like a place of auspiciousness. What kind of test is it this time? Lindsay was somewhat puzzled. However, when that orange light shone into his eyes, he suddenly felt a little dizzy. At the same time, outside the copy. Ha ha ha, it's starting. A disciple laughed out loud when he saw Lindsay's dizziness. I wonder what that kid can see. Whatever it is, it's enough to give him a pot to drink. There was a sense of anticipation and excitement on all the disciples' faces as they waited for the prize. At the doorway of the house, the maid and housekeeper who had been brought by Chi Xingyu were also looking at the screen. The maid in black silk asked in confusion, why are they so happy? You're asking the right person for this. When the young master came to participate in this replica in the past, I was the one who brought him here. The butler explained. The difficulty of this replica lies in the fact that stone is capable of creating an illusion that will create the toughest enemy the intruder has ever encountered. And the numerical value of this enemy will be hundreds or thousands of times stronger than the real enemy, so this copy isn't a test of whether or not one can pass the level, because no one can beat it at all. What it tests is whether or not the person who breaks through can face their inner fears with grace. The pure maid nodded dumbfoundedly, so that's how it is. Over at the seating area, Nyo Daming asked Chi Xingyu beside him with interest. Little Yua, do you still remember what you saw at that time? Chi Xingyu instantly revealed a eating expression. It was my sister. Ha ha ha. Nyo Daming laughed, and it was also a giganticized version of your sister. At that time, we were all shocked when we saw that image. You were only 11 years old at that time, and a gigantic Ah Ing chased you all over the place, making us laugh so hard that our stomachs hurt. But you still managed to grind 10% of your sister's blood with your kite flying skills, which I counted as a pass, ha. Alright, Grandpa Ox. Shi Yu was a bit embarrassed. Don't make fun of me, it's better to see how Brother Lin is doing. I wonder what that kid will face. Nyo Daming was also looking forward to it somewhat, but no matter what it is, he needs to be able to do it without fear and work hard to overcome it before he can be considered to have passed my test. None of these disciples of mine have passed this test. I, Nyo Daming, never make equipment for those with weak wills. As soon as these words came out, the disciples around them all looked as if they had received great recognition, revealing faces of pride. Inside the replica, Lin Zhe struggled to bring himself back to his senses after a bout of dizziness. He rubbed his eyes and realized that nothing seemed to have changed around him. Neither were there any dangerous things running out, nor were there any levels that required the use of one's brain, and the entire space was quiet and peaceful, to the point of wanting to sleep in the midst of that orange glow. What's going on here? Lin Zhe was a little confused. Then, he used the "inside is fire" skill to watch. He only saw that there was nothing unusual in the four directions, and when his line of sight landed on the huge, intact jade wall directly across from him, a message popped up. Orange Pearl Stone Father. Race, Stone People. Level, 50. Life value, 100 million. Skills, Absolute Defense, Dangerous Illusion. Lin Zhe was shocked when he saw this life value. Wait, sees less? This is a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? Could it be that this is what the test is about? He immediately summoned the Inferno Demon and ordered, "Inferno Demon, smash it for me." "Yes, Lord." Only to see that the Inferno Demon was not ambiguous, directly taking out its molten fire giant hammer, it smashed into that jade wall. Damage figure, 301908. Only 300,000 damage? Lin Zhe recalled that the last time Inferno Demon fought that abyssal giant worm, it was clear that a hammer was 4.5 million damage. Inferno, did you not turn your skills all the way on? Lin Zhe immediately asked. Yes, I used them all. Inferno returned with some aggravation. Lin Zhe pondered alone, it looks like it's this wall's defense that's super high. It doesn't matter, keep smashing for me. Smash harder. Play hard to smash. Yes, Lord. Outside the screen, after seeing Lin Zhe's actions, everyone sensed a hint of something wrong. That's not right, why isn't anything appearing? And what's this kid doing, why is he smashing rocks? Shi Yu asked, could it be that there's something wrong with the function of this orange pepper stone? Impossible. Nyo Daming leisurely said, do you know how big the origin of this orange pepper stone is? There's an ancient idiom in our Disya called sincerity, goldstone. His illusion is about a man who practiced hard with his bow and arrow when he was walking at night. He met a tiger, and when he shot an arrow over it, he realized that it was actually just a stone, and his bow and arrow had been deeply embedded inside the stone. That kind of stone is this orange perlite. And this copy, The Will of the Golden Stone, that I made with my own hands utilizes this very same orange perlite, and it's also one of the oldest and highest quality of them all. So there's absolutely no way something could go wrong. It's just that. Nyo Daming stroked his white beard and was also puzzled, and why didn't this orange perlite create an illusion for that kid? At the same time, inside the copy, amidst the sound of ding dong, Yen Demon was vigorously smashing the stone. Lord, after smashing for so long, how come the stone hasn't changed at all? Yen Demon asked in confusion. It doesn't matter, just keep smashing. Lin Zhe ordered. In his special vision, the total life value of the stone wall was indeed decreasing at a rate of around 300,000 per time, it just wasn't obvious. He guessed, it seems like this test is all about sincerity and patience. There's an idiom called sincerity, goldstone opens, meaning that when sincerity arrives, gold and stone will crack. It just so happens that the name of this copy is also called, The Will of Goldstone. That's right, that must be it. Suddenly, the stone wall let out a click sound, only to see that a crack had opened up on it. Lord, it's working. Yen Demon said joyfully. Lin Zhe's face was also happy, and he became more confident. Yen Demon, keep smashing, I don't believe that this stone wall can't be smashed. As long as it's something with life value, even if it's a god, I'll smash it to him. After more than 30 minutes, a whole stone wall finally collapsed under Inferno's unremitting efforts. Kill Orange Perch Stone Father, experience plus 60,000, lifespan plus 60,000 days, 164 years and 140 days. Congratulations on completing your first kill, experience plus 20,000 extra. Acquired loot, 80,000 copper coins, gold stone set legendary grade. First pass? Lindsay froze. Didn't you say that many people had done this test before? Could it be that none of them passed? And this equipment, legendary grade? Just below mythic level, right? Equipment, goldstone set. Level limit, level 30. Effect, plus 1000 for all attributes, 90% reduction for any physical and spell damage. This effect. Lindsay was shocked. If this is worn, it's really going to be invincible awe. He immediately changed out of his original set of black light armor and put this on. Only to see that the entire set of armor was an orange jade texture, and it looked very flashy just by looking at it. Meanwhile, outside the copy. When Lindsay first passed the copy, an orange beam of light shot up from the workshop and then set off one brilliant orange salute in the sky. The entire mountain where the Swordblade Guild was entrenched shone brightly amongst those ceremonial flowers. The people on the entire mountain stopped their work and practice and looked up at the sky with astonishment on their faces. In a small house at the top of the mountain, an immortal-looking old man slowly walked out, looking at this heavenly vision, and was also quite surprised. A small child ran over in a panic, shouting on his lips, President, the sword-casting branch's ace copy has been demolished. Chapter 90 Yen Demon Worship? In front of the screen inside the workshop, when a group of people saw the large stone being smashed, their mouths all opened into an O shape. Even Neo Daming was no exception, and it was only after a long time that he finally reacted. The orange perlite father that I built with my own hands was smashed? Wait, I suddenly remembered that I opened the nightmare mode. That is to say, broken, just really broken. Neo Daming's two eyes went black, almost about to faint. Teacher Neo! Teacher Neo! What's wrong with you? The disciples rushed to help. At that moment, at that teleportation door, Lindsay walked out of it as if nothing had happened. The first thing he shouted was, Master, I passed, is that good enough? In the next second, he saw that Neo Daming was lying on his seat with a lifeless face, and the disciple beside him was still shushing him. Lindsay was dumbfounded. How is this going back to the fourth child? Seeing him come out, one of the disciples immediately chided at him, It's all your fault that Teacher Neo is like this. Still qualified? I think you'd better leave now. At the same time, the sound of footsteps as dense as rain came from outside the room. I heard that the replica built by the president of the sword-casting branch himself was demolished by someone? It's rumored to be the first pass in more than 30 years, no wonder there were those nice-looking salutes. Let me see who is so powerful. It turned out that the people all over the mountain saw that vision and all ran over, wanting to see the action. At once, the outside of the workshop was surrounded. The disciples have made a mistake. What to do? Now. After a while, Neo Daming finally slowed down. He stood up and sighed, Forget it, if the copy is gone, it's gone, big deal, we'll make another one later. Then, he looked at Lindsay, This is the first time I've met someone like you, that orange perlite actually can't generate an illusion in front of you. Lindsay was confused, Illusion? What illusion? Isn't patience what this copy tests? Cough cough, Neo Daming almost didn't faint again. Kid, let me ask you, since you grew up, haven't you ever encountered an enemy that made you feel tricky, or an opponent that you were afraid of? Lindsay frowned slightly and thought carefully for a while, then shook his head blankly, No? The people inside and outside the room all looked at each other. Everyone felt that Lindsay was bragging, but it was a fact that nothing had materialized in that copy. Only Lindsay was really thinking seriously about this, and he didn't know which kind of enemy was considered tricky. Did fighting for more than 2 minutes count? Looking at your eyes, it's not like you're telling lies. Neo Daming said, Before, when Xiaoyu praised you in various ways, I still thought it was too much. I didn't realize that you do have something different. Well, no matter what, you have passed this copy. I, Neo Daming, never go back on my words and will naturally create equipment for you. Just, can you promise me another small condition? Lindsay wasn't ambiguous. Senior, please speak. That summoned beast of yours with the hammer, I do think that he has quite a bit of artisanal talent. Can you let me take another look at it? Lindsay laughed, That's fine. Inferno Demon, come out. In the next second, Inferno Demon appeared directly in front of the people. He raised his hammer and scanned a circle of everyone present, and asked with a ferocious look on his face, Lord, who are you going to smash this time? The crowd was so frightened that they hastily took several steps back. Lindsay admonished, I'll smash your ass, stand still and let the old man take a good look. Yes. The crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw that this vicious beast actually did listen to Lin Zay's words and stood obediently in place. Many people who had spoken out of turn just now were palpitating. It's a good thing they didn't piss him off otherwise. However, he saw that Nyo Daming was not afraid of the Inferno demon, but walked around it with a face of novelty, looking here and there. While looking at it, his mouth also let out a sigh of admiration. Look at this arm, born to be a craftsman. Look at this downward plate, then my students to stabilize where to go. And this hammer, TSK, it's a pity that it's not used to make iron. After reading it, there was also a long sigh, hey. It's much better than my useless students, but it's a pity that it's a demon, not a human. At this moment, there was a bold laughter from outside the room. Ha ha ha, old Aksa, I'm afraid there aren't many in the world who can be recognized by you. I don't care if he's a demon or a human, just accept him as a disciple, why bother with formalities? Accompanied by that voice, the people outside the room automatically made a path from the left and right, and said, greetings, chairman. Then, a crane-haired, immortal old man walked over. Grandpa. Shi Xingyu shouted, what brings you here? The person who came was none other than the current president of the Sword Blade Guild, Shi Yunhuan. Shi Yunhuan revealed a childlike smile, hee, your friend made such a big commotion, our guild, from top to bottom, those who should be studying and those who should be working, all ran here to see the fun, of course your grandpa I have to come and take a look too. He looked at Lin Zay and smiled, you're Lin Zay, right? Xinger and his father have already mentioned you many times in front of me, as well as that girl you were, although she doesn't say anything verbally, she also appreciates you a lot. Lin Zay made a bow, greetings, President Shi. Shi Yunhuan looked at Yen Demon again, it's also the first time in my life that I've seen a living demon, it's really a long time coming. Elder brother Nyo, how's the consideration going? The opportunity is not to be lost, it's not to be lost again. Nyo Daming looked embarrassed, what are you talking about, brother Chi? Letting this demon be my disciple is too outrageous. And even if I agree, the master of the house won't necessarily be able to agree to it. Lin Zay's eyes rolled and he pondered in his mind. Letting Yen Demon learn artisan techniques from Nyo Daming, then in the future, he wouldn't have to go around looking for people to build things, so naturally, it would be a good thing. Just, I wonder how long it will take to learn. Thinking of this, he said, Elder Nyo, it's naturally fine to let Yen Demon worship you as his master, it's just that we don't have the means to stay here for a long time, so I don't know if you have any canonical books so that we can study and research on our own when we go back? Hearing this, Nyo Daming and Shi Yunhuan looked at each other before bursting out laughing. You kid, the abacus is crashing into my face. Nyo Daming stroked his beard, but it's okay, who let you beat my copy? Here, take it. He pulled out a thick book from his props bar and threw it to Lin Zay. The book read, Nyo Daming Forging Essentials Handbook. This is a condensation of my efforts over the years, I hope you'll study it well. Nyo Daming exhorted. Lin Zay was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed with his hands clasped together. Thank you, Elder Nyo, Yen Demon, don't pay your respects to your master. Yen Demon was a little confused, how come he was a human disciple without saying a word? It felt like he was being sold. However, he still bowed like a human. I, Inferno Demon Barrows, pay my respects to my master. What, so you have a name? Lin Zay asked. Lord, actually, people have already said it. Inferno Demon said a little aggressively, if you don't believe me, flip to the episode where I appeared and take a look. Ha 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 ha. Nyo Daming's laughter interrupted the two of them, only to see him stroking his beard. I can't imagine that after living my whole life, I can still accept a demon as a disciple in my later years, it's really a small knife loppy inflammation opening my eyes. Alright, no more nonsense. Nyo Daming looked at Lin Zay, what equipment are you looking for me to forge? Lin Zay immediately transferred two materials and equipment drawings to him using the window. The materials were the abyssal core and the undead monarch's spine. When Nyo Daming saw the abyssal core that glowed with black gas, his face became grave. He immediately instructed his disciples, all of you go out. Also, blast away all those watching outside. P.S. Guys who see this, can you give this book a 5-star favorable review? It's very important to me, please. Chapter 91 Building an S-Class Weapon, Evil Soul into Bone. After clearing the area, only Lin Zay, Shi Xingyu, Nyo Daming and Shi Yunhuan remained in the entire workshop. Nyo Daming carefully took out the abyssal core, placed it on the smelting table and scrutinized it for a while, and said, I've been a craftsman for my entire life, and I've also searched for mines for my entire life, and I've mined all sorts of copies of rare mineral deposits, like the blue phantom crystals at the bottom of the Shark Sea, the miasma crystals in the crystalline forest, the sunstone in the Giant's Canyon, And also orange pebble stones in the copies just now. However, old me has never seen an evil stone like yours. It looks plain and ordinary, but it's like it has an invisible power, as if it's going to reel me in if I'm not careful. Shi Yunhuan was also staring at the stone's information and pondered for a long time. Abyssal core, abyssal. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, his eyes widened slightly. Little friend Lin Zhe, this abyss wouldn't be. Lin Zhe nodded. President Shi guessed correctly, it's that abyss. After saying that, he roughly told a few people the whole story, and then made a point of admonishing them. I would also like to ask a few of you to refrain from spreading it out for the time being. After all, I'm afraid that if this kind of thing were to become known to the public, it would cause panic. After listening to his experience, the two experienced old men both sucked in a breath of cool air. Shi Yunhuan leisurely said, I can't imagine that at your young age you have already experienced such a menacing enemy and still managed to pass. You have once again refreshed the old man's perception of you. You really have an unlimited future. After saying that, he also instructed Shi Xingyu next to him, Xinger, in the future, mix well with Lin Zhe, do you hear me? Shi Xingyu nodded his head like a sieve. Grandpa, that's natural, I would like to always follow after brother Lin. Lin Zhe secretly thought, you just need to stop being so exaggerated every time. Subsequently, Shi Yunhuan's face revealed a hint of worry. If the abyss really comes, I'm afraid that our human race will have to suffer a great disaster. I wonder if there's any way to cope with it. Let me think about it. Shi Yunhuan bowed his head in silence and actually walked out of the room without saying goodbye. Grandpa is like this. Shi Xingyu said breathlessly, once he thinks about a problem, he enters no man's land. Leave that old man alone. The one who spoke was Neo Daming. I'm not like him, I'm just an ironworker, but I can't think this far ahead. He picked up his tools and waved towards the two young men. Alright, you guys go out, I'll call you when it's over. With that, Lin Zhe and Shi Xingyu walked out of the workshop and waited outside the house. A few disciples re-entered the house, and inside, the sounds of hot forging soon resounded, and rolling black smoke rose from the chimney on the roof. And every now and then, the sound of Neo Deming loudly scolding those disciples of his came through. When Grandpa Neo works, this is what he looks like. Shi Xingyu looked like he was already used to it. About 2 hours later, a disciple walked out of the workshop and greeted the two of them. The weapon has been built, you two come in. The two of them immediately entered the workshop, only to see a long sword made of white bone on the smelting table. The body of the sword was thin and long, it was made up of bone blade after bone blade, and the whole sword was still bubbling with black gas. The surrounding disciples all looked as if they had seen something evil, and kept their distance from it, staying far away. Lin Zhe, however, walked forward, took hold of the longsword, and scrutinized it. Congratulations on acquiring the weapon, Evil Soul into Bone S rank. Evil Soul into Bone. Category, Weapon. Restricted level, above level 60. Effect, Agility plus 2000, Spirit plus 2000, Attack with Abyssal Attribute Damage. Effect, Agility plus 2000, Spirit plus 2000, Attack with Abyssal Attribute Damage. Skill 1, Black Moon Eclipse. Each time you release a crescent-shaped sword chi, inflicting damage equals Agility 5 plus Spirit 5, each time consuming 100 points of mana. Skill 2, Switch Form. Can switch into sword form and whip form, within 10 seconds after each switch, strike rate plus 30%, strike damage plus 90%, and attack speed doubled. Switching cooldown, 60 seconds. Sword form, when facing a single enemy target, the damage dealt by the skill is doubled. Whip form, when facing plural enemy targets, the attack range of the skill doubles. It feels pretty good to look at. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up, and you can switch forms? If there's a whip form, that's too good to give to Lilith, and by the way, it's nice to have Lilith's ability to direct attacks boosted as well. In the next second, the flavorful charmed demon queen appeared beside him, leaving the group of burly craftsmen to look dumbfounded all of a sudden. One by one, every day in this mountain ironworking, usually have very little recreational time. To see this kind of special thing, one by one all look at the eyes are straight, drool nearly to flow out. Here, take it. Lin Zhe threw the long sword to Lilith. Wow! Thank you, Master, for the reward. Only to see Lilith take the long sword in her hands and dance a few sword blossoms, the slender body of the sword matching her figure perfectly. Then, she would swing the long sword horizontally, and each section of the sword's bone blade automatically separated in a split second, connected in the center by a soft substance like flesh and blood, and then the entire sword turned into a long bone-bladed whip all of a sudden. The long whip flew around, scaring those big men who were still horny and coaxed them to take a few steps back, and Lilith burst into laughter. Alright, you go back first. Lin Zhe finished speaking and retrieved Lilith. Just then, a reminder of mission completion came from the system. Ding! Have successfully utilized the Abyssal Core to create an equipment, completing the quest. Reward obtained, 1 system draw. Perfect, Lin Zhe said triumphantly in his heart. At this time, he suddenly remembered something, looked around in a circle towards his surroundings, and asked, where's Elder Ox? I haven't thanked him personally yet. An artisan immediately came forward and said, oh, teacher, he spent too much physical energy casting swords just now, and has now gone back to rest. Then, he handed Lin Zhe a note. By the way, this is some words that teacher left for you, instructing me to give them to you. Lin Zhe took the note, only to see a passage written on it in forceful handwriting. Little friend Lin Zhe, this Abyssal Core is even an evil thing, and the weapons it creates are also evil. But Olmi has seen a truth from you, the demon summoner, that it is not the weapon that is good and evil, but the person who uses it. Thanks to all my years of vain growth, I have only today truly realized this truth. I hope that this weapon, which I built with my own hands, can help you to cut down the demons and remove the devils, and open up a bright path for our human race. The ironworker Nyo Deming stays. Lin Zhe couldn't help but feel some surges in his heart as he read the note and put it away in his item bar. He replied silently in his heart, Senior's mandate, I will not fail. Chapter 92, can't die this time. It was already dark when Lin Zhe returned home. When he thought that he had to go to the Shadow Demon at 0 hour tonight, he was a little bit lazy. Hey, someone as handsome and hard-working as me is only comparable to the Reader Lord in front of the screen. He couldn't help but sigh. Forget it, let's just come and draw the prize. He immediately opened the lottery page and spun the wheel. Congratulations on drawing the talent, Rock Fury Grade A. Talent, Wrath of the Rock. When you have a shield value, every time you take damage, you will inflict a single countershock damage on the enemy. Damage value equals damage value before mitigation taken by our side too. Anti-armor, huh? Lin Zhe was instantly delighted, just the thing to use with his shield. Just then, the system continued to pop up a prompt. A synthesizable talent phrase has been detected, Unbreakable Golden Body plus Rock Fury equals Unbreakable Golden Body. After synthesizing, the original phrase will be nullified, and all the effects of the original phrase will be inherited into the new phrase. Synthesize or not? Yes, no. The system still has this function? Then let's synthesize it, there won't be any loss anyway. Moreover, there's another benefit after synthesizing. When upgrading talents, it's equivalent to spending 1 lifespan to upgrade 2 talents. Lin Zhe immediately chose the yes option. Synthesizing for you has been completed. Congratulations on obtaining the talent, Indestructible Golden Body Grade S. Talent, Indestructible Golden Body. Effect 1, Physical defense and spell defense are increased by 50%, and you add a shield equal to your life value limit to yourself. When you take damage, the shield is consumed before your life value is consumed. Lost shield will be restored at a rate of 10 points per second. Effect 2, while you have the shield value, each time you take damage, you will deal 1 countershock damage to the enemy, with the damage value equals the value of the damage we received before mitigation 2. Perfect. Not only did he obtain a set of Goldstone set that increased his defense today, but he also obtained a new defensive talent, and now he was a complete walking brick wall. That's right, it can still be strengthened. He remembered the gift that the younger version of Feng Yuan had given him earlier in the copy. Equipment inlay, Shelter of Holy Light. Can be inlaid on equipment. Dark attribute resistance plus 40%, can be resurrected in place and recover 10% of life value after death, cooldown, 240 hours. It was a stone that emitted a warm, milky white glow, and he immediately chose to inlay it on top of the Yi Goldstone set. As a result, Lin Zhe now possessed a 50% defense bonus, 90% damage reduction, a layer of shield equal to his life value, shield counter damage, and resurrection after death. This Tama. Lin Zhe himself felt that he was a little too perverted. Can't die, absolutely can't die now, even if you want to kill yourself it's a bit hard. Alright, second thing. Lin Zhe withdrew his excitement, teach Inferno to learn artisan techniques. In order to prevent Inferno from toppling through the ceiling of his house, he used the Gate of All Worlds to enter a relatively simple copy, then found an empty space and summon Inferno out. Barrows, take this and study it well. He tossed the copy of Nyo Deming's Forging Essentials Handbook to Yen Demon. Then, the system popped up a reminder again. Trigger talent, Time Management Master, do you consume your lifespan to study this book? Yes, no can be paused at any time in the middle. Select yes. Studying the Nyo De Ming Forging Essentials Handbook. Your summoned beast has consumed 9 years of its life and recognizes all the words in the book. Your summoned beast has consumed another 0.01 years 3 days of time to learn all the techniques in the book. Your summoned beast has consumed another 0.5 years to master all the key points in the book. Your summoned beast has spent another 0.5 years to complete its work and become a legendary craftsman. After learning, Inferno Barros looked very happy and raised his hammer and started jumping around. Ha, my lord, I feel filled with power right now. Not the usual kind of power, but the power of knowledge. There's a feeling that I'm starting to grow a brain. But Lindsay looked at the text on the interface just now and fell into deep thought alone. Wait a minute, it always feels like there's something wrong. It took him 4 years to become a legendary level artisan, but it took him 9 years to recognize words. I completely overlooked the issue of demons not being able to read Dasha script. Lindsay held his forehead, feeling that things were going in an unexpected direction. However, the Inferno demons are really gifted in the ironwork piece. Even without using the time management master, it's still far beyond the speed of humans. I also wonder how Elderox would look if he knew about this. Just thinking about it was wonderful. Alright, time to go back. Lindsay took back the Inferno, which was still dancing around, into the summoning bar. Tonight, there's one more most important thing to do. Master, it's time to get up. A delicate voice rang in his ears. Lindsay snapped his eyes open. Oh no, what time is it? Only to see the proudly built Lilith clinging to his side, looking at him with seductive eyes. Hee, Master looks quite cute when he's asleep, said Lilith teasingly, but don't be nervous, it's 23:50. You asked people to provide screening services, so naturally they won't forget. Wait, there's an ambiguity. Lindsay corrected, that one is a wake-up call service. Just a moment ago, after Lindsay came out of the Gate of All Realms, he only felt sleepy, so he summoned the Phantom Demon and asked her to remember to wake him up. Lindsay jumped up from his bed in a flash. Alright, gotta get ready to go. He took out the prop, ritual pencil, and skillfully drew a hexagram spell on the floor of the living room. Then, it sat still and waited for the arrival of 0.321. The clock at 0 hours struck, and the hexagram spell formation emitted a dim light. Then, a portal opened in the light. Lindsay's face was delighted as he resolutely walked in. A few seconds of time and space switched, and when he came back to his senses again, he found himself in a very gray place. The light in all directions was dark, and the sky was covered in dark clouds, with only a hint of light in the distant sky, like dawn and dusk. Among the dark clouds, a few lightning bolts were pulled out from time to time, but the sound of thunder could not be heard. Looking around, this place looked like a deserted manor. The grass was barren, the trees were bare, and some of the scattered buildings had collapsed. Not far away from Lindsay, there was a Western-style palace that didn't quite match the style of the entire manor. It somewhat resembled the style of the medieval palaces that Lindsay had seen in movies before he crossed over. Hell Realm Shard Time and Space. Restricted level, none. Difficulty, real mode. Mission description, none. This is the Hell Realm? Lindsay was startled. The Hell Realm in his imagination seemed to be full of lava, blazing fire, torture racks and whatnot. However, there wasn't a huge difference between this place and the human realm, merely that the entire tone had been gray and felt a bit netherworldly. Lindsay instantly summoned all of his demons. Ah, this long-lost heir, Lilith breathed greedily, her chest rising and falling proudly. I can't believe that Master has really come to the Hell Realm. The Inferno Demon, on the other hand, said unimpressed, it's no fun here, unlike my old home, where I can soak in lava. The 10 Inferno Devil dogs scattered around the neighborhood. The Imp Dragon, on the other hand, was hiding behind Lindsay, curiously looking at everything around it. This was the first time it had come to the Hell Realm since it was born. Lindsay had no time to loiter, he immediately used his Demon Master talent to sense the whereabouts of the shadow demons. Eventually, he locked his gaze onto the palace. Chapter 93. The true face of the shadow demon is. Actually? The palace in front of him was very grand and seemed out of place with the surrounding manor. Moreover, the walls of the palace appeared to be weathered and had become dilapidated. Lindsay led a group of demons to the front of the palace, and 2 huge doors stood in front of him. Inferno Demon, open the doors. Lindsay ordered. The doorways were 2 heads taller than Inferno Demon, and there were some reliefs carved on the doors. However, Yen Demon didn't have to exert much force, and the door was pushed. Squeak squeak. The door made the sound of age, and the dust on the door fell down with it. Lindsay walked into the palace and realized that the space inside was very wide. However, the entire place was as if no one had come in for hundreds of years. It was gloomy and the air emitted a musty odor. Inside the hall were some old tables and chairs, as well as some statues, all of which were covered in dust. The entire space was dim, with only a few faint beams of light coming from the windows on both sides. "My lord, is there really something alive here?" Inferno said doubtfully. While walking, he also accidentally bumped over some statues. Just then, a rough and powerful voice came out from the front. "Who is it?" The tone sounded noble and arrogant. Lindsay recognized that it was the voice of the shadow demon he had seen that day. "It's me, the one who made a deal with you." Lindsay shouted into the air. Are you really here?" The voice seemed to become a little flustered. In the next second, the huge black shadow that had appeared last time was revealed once again at the end of the palace. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared to be very oppressive, seeming to take in the heart. However, Lindsay had no waves in his heart. Instead, he shook his head with some displeasure and said, "I say, old brother, since you're signing a contract, be frank and show your true body." Well, the huge shadow demon seemed a bit flustered. Insignificant human, what qualifications do you have to ask the seat to reveal its true body?" "Oh? Want to backtrack?" Lindsay's eyes sank as he said to the group of demons behind him, "Beat it out of me." "Wait." The voice seemed to wimp out and immediately said, "I'll just come out." It settled in place for what seemed like a few seconds of hesitation, and then, the huge black shadow began to disappear. At the same time, at the bottom of the black shadow, a human figure began to gradually rise upwards from its feet. Every time the black shadow disappeared, the silhouette was revealed for one more point, and by the time the black shadow completely disappeared, the silhouette was also completely revealed in front of Lindsay. "Ha!" Lindsay's eyes widened slightly, appearing somewhat unexpected. This was because what appeared in the line of sight was a little girl who was only 1.4 meters tall. She had a petite figure, but on her back was a pair of large wings that were almost as tall as she was, and she wore a long purple and black gothic dress. Her pupils were green, her face was fresh and delicate, and she had a pair of strikingly curved horns on either side of her head, which looked somewhat huge and bulky compared to her petite figure. At the same time, Lindsay's eyes saw her information. Shadow demon. Race, demon. Level, 80. After that little girl saw Lindsay, her eyes flickered a bit, seemingly a bit shy, and then she let out a timid voice. "And no, I didn't expect you to come so soon, man, people aren't mentally prepared for this." Lindsay was completely confused. Although he had guessed early on that the huge shadowy figure was a disguise, he hadn't thought that the other party's true face was actually a loli. Moreover, in stark contrast to the majestic and domineering look that the false shadow had put on, the real body was even a bit socially terrified. "I didn't expect that its cute little sister Lilith was the first to speak. Quickly let your sister touch your head." Inferno, on the other hand, let out a burst of laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, you're that shadow demon from the other day? I thought it was some powerful character, but I didn't expect it to be a yellow-haired little girl." Hearing this, the little girl crossed her waist with both hands and said with a huff, "Who are you calling a yellow-haired little girl? You impolite, uneducated flaming gorilla. What did you say?" Yen Demon was instantly furious with flames all over his body. "I think you're looking for death." After saying that, he looked like he was going to go up and fight. "Alright, don't argue." Lindsay's voice wasn't loud, but it was majestic, causing the Yen Demon to shut up immediately. Lindsay smiled and shot a glance at the little loli, and said, "Let's formally introduce ourselves. I'm a demon summoner of the human race, your future contractor, Lindsay." The little girl regained her somewhat shy demeanor and began to introduce herself. "I'm the princess of the Shadow Demon clan, my name is Noctia, you can call me Nora." "Oh? Actually still a princess?" Lindsay secretly thought. "Is this the palace of your Shadow Demon clan?" Lindsay looked around and asked, "Where are the rest of your clan?" Nora's face revealed a slightly forlorn look. "All of my people are dead, killed by a powerful monster. I'm the only one left of the Shadow Demon clan." "A powerful monster?" Lindsay was slightly curious, but looking at the current atmosphere, it wasn't suitable to get to the bottom of it. "Sorry." He immediately changed the topic. "So how long have you been here?" "Well, it's been about 100 years. Nora replied. Lilith sympathized. "Gosh, little sister has been here alone for so long? What has been going on all this time? It must be so empty and lonely?" Lindsay was speechless. How come words coming out of your mouth make people feel like their hearts are yellow? Nora, however, didn't seem to hear the extra meaning and said with clear eyes. It's not always alone. I don't know since when. Some people from your human race perceived me with a psychic medium, then they signed a soul-lending contract with me. They would regularly sacrifice their souls to me, and I would also grant them power. They're higher-ups, they will also come here to worship regularly, but I never let them enter this palace is all. Lindsay understood. Those people she was talking about were the Demon Shadow Guild. The two sides had entered into a mutually beneficial relationship, with the Demon Shadow Guild providing Nora with souls as food, and Nora providing them with power. And the people of the Demon Shadow Guild never knew that the Lord Shadow Demon they worshipped was actually a little lowly. Lindsay slowly said, as I said the other day, if you sign a contract with me, I can take you out. From now on, you don't have to maintain a contract with those people, and I have a way to provide you with more souls. Hearing this, Nora's pair of large eyes clearly brightened and became flickering. Can I really go out? That expression was like a child who had been starving for days suddenly seeing a fragrant roast chicken. Of course. Lindsay said, however, you might need to wait a little longer. He spread his hands. I won't lie, my summoning bar is full right now, and I have to ascend to the next stage before I can formally sign a contract with you. Well, a hint of disappointment crossed Nora's face, but her eyes quickly brightened up again. There's no need to wait any longer, I have an idea. She began to explain, our Shadow Demon clan has a talent that allows us to turn into a dark shadow and attach to any object. For example, if you have a weapon, I can become your contracted weapon spirit. So, it only takes up your weapon bar, not the summoning bar. Chapter 94 The Fifth Contracted Demon, Shadow Demon? Swordswoman? The author of the previous chapter had something to say about having concept art of the Shadow Demon's true form. There's still this kind of thinking? Lindsay was also a bit surprised, weapon-wise. He first took out his own Cthulhu blade, but quickly shook his head. It was better to use this weapon by itself. What other weapons are there? He rummaged through his props bar, and suddenly his eyes lit up. In the next second, a 2-meter-tall giant sword appeared on the ground, with a dull, heavy, dark and lightless body and a hilt in the shape of several skulls. Undead King's giant sword, a trophy obtained from defeating the undead monarch last time. Nora was also quite satisfied when she saw the sword's shape. That's it. In the next second, her entire body transformed into a black shadow and floated towards the giant sword. Soon, the giant sword was wrapped in a layer of black shadow, looking even more evil and powerful than it originally was. Then, the giant sword unexpectedly stood up by itself in a position with the tip of the sword on the ground and the hilt upwards, and let out a little girl's voice. All right, quickly sign a contract with me. That works too? Lindsay's eyes widened as he looked the giant sword up and down, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Could this be the Sword Maiden? He murmured in his head, system, how many years of lifespan do I have in total right now? Inquiring. Current remaining lifespan, 1,713 years and 315 days. Okay, sign the contract immediately. At the same time, the system popped up the interface. Please confirm, do you want to sacrifice 300 years of lifespan to contract Shadow Demon? Yes, no. Select yes. Contract signed successfully. With a flash of black light, the Black Shadow Giant Sword had replaced the original Undead King's Giant Sword and was lying in the props bar. Summoned Beast, Shadow Demon. Race, Demon. Branch, Shadow Demon Seed. Rarity, S-Class. Level, 80. Life value, 400,000. Psionic value, 100,000. Strength, 35,000, Agility, 50,000, Stamina, 40,000, Intelligence, 20,000, Spirit, 20,000. Talent I, Soul Reaping. All skills consume soul power value instead of mana value. By harvesting the souls of all things, the soul power value limit can be increased. Talent 2, Form Switching. Can switch between Shadow Warrior form and human form. Shadow Martial Form Skill, Soul Elegy. Casts black souls to a range of 50 meters around itself, dealing dark attribute damage value equals agility value 10 and applying fear and retardation effects. Each black soul consumes 100 soul power points and has no cooldown, but cannot be cast after the soul power points return to 0. Human Form Skill, Soul Borrowing. Consumes soul power value and grants it to other individuals in the form of lending. The granted individual receives full attribute bonuses, but the individual's soul belongs to the Shadow Demon from now on. Generic Skill, Shadow Demon Shadow. Creates a giant shadow that taunts the enemy target 100% of the time, with 10 times the life value and defense of the real body. Good guy, looks good. Lindsay looked at the introduction on the panel and complimented. Shadow martial form is an attack skill, and although human form is a buff skill, at this cost, it's pretty sick. I have to say, demons know how to Shylock. After closing the interface, Lindsay was satisfied. Occupational talent, demon affinity has been triggered, shadow demon's loyalty automatically reaches 100%. Only to see the greatsword reappear as a small lowly, and then curtsy towards Lindsay with her knees slightly bent. Nora has met the master. Well, get up, from now on you'll be my 5th summoned beast. Lindsay said. Lilith, however, looked a little jealous. Hate master won't share his love for others in the future, right? Inferno, on the other hand, looked offended. Hee, a yellow-haired little girl can make the Lord contract. Oomph. The shadow demon's little foot stomped in displeasure, once again transforming into a giant sort of black shadow, flying around the palace, deliberately dangling in front of Yen Demon. Hee, gorilla, come and catch me. The giant sword let out a naughty laugh. Nima, don't think that I can't catch you. The Inferno demon also began to scurry and jump up and down in the palace. Giggle. Lilith covered her mouth and snickered from the side. The palace that had been empty and silent for hundreds of years seemed to have the sound of merriment echoing overhead for the first time. Seeing that the scene was once chaotic, Lindsay was a bit headstrong and shouted, "All of you come back." The shadow demons and Inferno demons immediately quieted down and returned to stand obediently in front of him. No conflicts in the future. Got it? Got it. The two demons said in unison, making a well-behaved appearance. Alright, let's go, it's time to go back. After Lindsay finished speaking, he walked outside. Walking out of the palace gates, Lindsay re-entered above the deserted manor. Lindsay asked Shadow Demon Nora, by the way, how did this place become like this? The Shadow Demon began to answer, it was that monster that made our Shadow Demon clan extinct that caused this. This place was originally the territory of our Shadow Demon clan, until one day, that monster suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and only I was protected by my fellow clan members. Towards the end, her voice became watery. Moreover, that monster's power not only made this place deserted, but also caused a time and space disorder, isolating this manor from the outside world. So for more than 100 years, I have been trapped in such a small area. A power even darker and more powerful than demons? Lindsay recalled these words, vaguely sensing a hint of something wrong. It can't be the power of the abyss, can it? His eyes widened slightly, and he immediately said to Nora, "Go, take me to the edge of the manor to take a look." Thus, under Nora's leadership, Lindsay and the demons quickly walked to the border of the manor. In front of them, a grey mist-like energy wall appeared, and an evil aura emanated from it. The aura caused several of the demons to instinctively take a few steps back, but Lindsay stood next to it and slowly reached over. "Master, don't touch." Nora immediately shouted, "This power will corrupt people." But it was too late, Lindsay's hand had already touched the top of that energy wall. "Suffered!" Nora yelled out. However, in the next second, she froze, only to see that Lindsay was unharmed, without any abnormality at all. Master actually isn't afraid of this power? The shadow demon was surprised. Haven't seen it before, have you? The Inferno demon took the opportunity to taunt, "Master has many tricks up his sleeve, you're still young, learn them well." Oomph. Nora averted her face to the side, not bothering with him. Lindsay, on the other hand, quietly observed that energy wall for a while. His guess was not wrong, it really was the power of the abyss. He took out the mythic props, miniature spring source, from the props bar and put a drop on it. Only to see a soft light immediately light up at the place where the drop was placed on the spring source. Then, the light began to rapidly spread towards the surroundings. Soon, the energy wall formed by the grey mist began to collapse and disintegrate in large swaths, eventually disappearing altogether. The demons were dumbfounded as they watched, and Nora's eyes were even wide. I didn't realize that Master could even deal with this kind of power? After the energy wall disappeared, the scenery around the manor was revealed. Lindsay realized that the position they were in was on a higher ground. Looking into the distance, there was a vast grey plain below, surrounded by mountains in the distance. However, it was at this moment that Lindsay noticed a hint of something strange. Not far from the energy wall just now, a black crack was suspended in thin air more than 1 meter above the ground. A black tar-like substance was slowly flowing out of it. Lindsay's eyes flinched, a spatial rift in the abyss? Shadow demon. P.S. The author continues to kneel down and beg for 5-star reviews, bookshelf editions, and free swag. Chapter 95, Visiting the Abyss Again. The demons were also startled when they saw that terrifying spatial rift. Instinct told them that this thing was by no means good and had extraordinary power. However, Lin Zhe's heart was overjoyed. He remembered that he had a mission to purify 10 abyssal rifts. He was worried that he didn't know where to find this thing from, but he didn't expect this to come to him by itself. Lin Zhe accelerated his steps towards the fissures and took out the miniature spring source, again, preparing to purify them. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Only to see that the original fissure that was close to closing suddenly cracked open, and several pale hands stretched out from within. Each of them grabbed towards Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe was less than a meter away from the fissure, and despite his quick reaction, his face was still grazed by the nails of one of the hands, and his face was cut with a small wound. Lin Zhe quickly retreated and wiped the blood from his face. Fixing his eyes, he realized that those hands were all skinny and bony looking, with skin so pale that they looked like corpses taken out of a freezer. Each finger also had long, sharp, black nails. And right after Lin Zhe withdrew, the hands split into 2 sets, breaking open the abyssal fissure as hard as they could, as if they were tearing a wound with force. When the fissure was torn into a near oval shape, something even more horrifying happened. A huge eyeball rolled up from below and rested in the middle of the fissure. Thus, the entire abyssal fissure now turned into a huge eye, which looked very bizarre when paired with a few pale hands in the position of the eyelashes. The pupils of that eye were huge and were flexibly turning, scanning everything in front of it. Lin Zhe and the demons were shocked at the sight. Deep? Abyss general? Race, deep? Abyss? Level? Life value? Skills? For the first time, Lin Zhe's interface displayed this kind of garbled code, as if it had been disturbed. And just then, the eye issued a low and extremely powerful voice, "Who dares to destroy my domain?" As soon as this voice came out, Nora's possessed greatsword immediately flinched back a few steps as if it had seen some natural enemy. "That's him." Nora's voice trembled, "He's the monster that killed our clan." That voice can't be wrong. But then the pupils of the eyes turned to Nora, stared straight at her for 2 seconds, and said, "Oh? I didn't realize that the Shadow Demon clan hadn't died out yet. Good, I'll do another cleanup today." He spoke in a careless tone, as if he was about to do something effortless. In the next second, the pupils in his eyes suddenly shrunk. Then, Lin Zhe noticed that the colors of the scenery around him suddenly changed, and everything turned into a countertone, as if it had been covered with a layer of anti-color filters. Then, the colors of the world changed again, and began to switch between red, green, and blue filters. Skill, noise and agitation. The target's mental value randomly decreases, changing once per second, and the target's mental state changes accordingly. When the target's spirit value returns to 0, it completely returns to the abyss. "Not good, master, let's run." Nora panicked. "My clansmen fell for this trick and all of them turned insane and then killed each other to death." "Ha ha 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 ha." That eye, however, let out a wanton laugh. "Want to run? It's already too late. But your humble 10,000 beings are always like this, knowing that it's a dead end, you will still frantically run away and cry for help. It's really stupid and funny, ha ha ha." However, after he laughed for a while, his laughter stopped awkwardly. This was because he realized that the human race was standing calmly in the distance, not affected in the slightest. And the few demons behind him were all unharmed, even though their faces were looking at the ever-changing hues with some panic. Nora came back to her senses and was also incredulous. "Huh, I'm actually fine?" Lin Zhe's talent, abyssal walking, was activated, unable to be eroded by the spirit of the abyss, and his summoned beasts were naturally unaffected as well. A hint of confusion came out of the pupils of that giant eye. What's going on here?" Lin Zhe directly turned on mocking mode. "You say you're playing a light show with this flowery, colorful array? Why don't you just gouge these big eyes of yours down and put them in your home during the new year? It's quite festive." Lilith followed. "Master, you can also put it in your human race's nightclub, and everyone can bounce around together." "Ha ha ha, a good idea. How dare you?" For the first time, that eye displayed anger. Then, those pale hands above and below the eye socket suddenly stretched out and grabbed towards Lin Zhe. "Heh, is this incompetent rage?" Lin Zhe said disdainfully. "Master, let me do it." Lilith flew in front of him. In the next second, a white bone thin sword appeared in her hand, the very same newly created weapon, evil soul into bone. She flung it with her hand, and the long sword immediately turned into a long bone-bladed whip, reeling all the pale hands that reached over into the range of the attack. Then, countless black half-moon-shaped air blades were sent out, cutting off all of one hand. Impossible. Those big eyes became even more stunned, I can feel. The attack of this weapon comes with an abyssal attribute? How is this possible? Oomph, what a fuss. Lilith said flirtatiously, there's a lot you don't know, let sister teach you. In the next instant, the long bone blade whip was about to lash out at Big Eyes. Wait. Lin Zhe, however, called out to Lilith in time. Then, he turned his gaze to the black shadow giant sword, who had retreated at the end and was cowering. Nora, this time, it's your turn. What? The giant sword trembled twice as a whole. No way, master. I see him and think of my dead clansman. I'm scared. I know. Lin Zhe, however, said without a ripple, that's why I want you to kill him with your own hands. You have to know that the best way to overcome fear is to face it head on. Only by doing that will you be qualified to become my qualified subordinate. Nora still looked a little hesitant, stopping short. That I heard the two conversing as if no one else was there, but it was enraged. Humph, you guys just make a big deal out of talking like this, completely disregarding me? You human brat, I'll remember you, the next time I see you again, it will be the time of your death. After saying that, the edge of that crack was going to close back up, and the eyeball wanted to just bolt. Just as the saying goes, let go of the most ruthless words and do the most cowardly things, that's how it is. Where to run? In the next second, two thick red arms pulled the two cracks up and down, preventing it from closing up, and the owner of the arms was none other than Yen Demon. Only to see the Inferno Demon seemed to be very laborious, shouting towards Nora, yellow-haired little girl, hurry up. Do you still want revenge? Old me hates this kind of insincere and grumbling of yours. I can't hold on much longer. Nora seemed to have finally made up her mind, only to see her sword cross and whoosh straight towards Big Eyes. In the next second, Big Eyes let out a mournful cry, ah. Immediately afterward, countless black tar-like substances gushed out towards the outside. You monster who killed my entire clan, I'll kill you. Nora vented the indignation in her heart as the body of the giant sword began to churn in her eyes. Ah. It hurts, old man. Big Eyes let out an even worse squeal. The image was very juvenile at one point, and it hurt a little to see even Lin Zhe, so he hurriedly turned his head away. After stirring for a while, Big Eyes seemed to have lost its vitality, before Nora withdrew her sword. Then, the crack was seen to start shrinking, bridging, and disappearing. Has repelled the deep? Abyss General? Experience plus 80,000. Congratulations on your upgrade, current level, 34. Ding. Your long-term quest, purify the abyssal rift 10 times, current completion progress, 210, one more purification will receive a stage reward. It's actually just a knockback? Looking at the text given by the interface, Linza was a little disappointed, and it doesn't even give a longevity reward. It did seem like the enemies of the abyss were a bit more difficult to deal with. But it's good to be upgraded again. Just then, the interface continued to pop up messages. Ding. Detected that you purified the abyss, treating it as a beneficial act for the Hell Realm. Opening the ultra long-term quest, Demon Lord. Please contribute to revitalizing the Hell Realm on an ongoing basis, current contribution, 1%. This is? Lin Zhe's eyes lit up, there's this kind of quest? After ending the battle, the giant sword Nora flew in front of Linza, respectfully tilting it 45 degrees as if in a salute. Thank you, Master, for allowing Nora to take revenge. I think my people, finally, can rest in peace. Towards the end of his words, he was actually crying a little. Lin Zhe touched the hilt of his sword and said, you did well. Master, nasty yet this time, Phantom Demon flew over and pouted, Master hasn't even touched people like this. Chapter 9610 Generals of the Abyss. Lin Zhe was speechless and put his hand on Lilith's head and stroked it. Lilith immediately put on an expression of great enjoyment and let out some sounds that weren't suitable for public display. It's just a head touch, don't exaggerate. The corners of Lin Zhe's mouth twitched. At this time, Nora flew over to Inferno Barrows again and said in a small and quick voice, hey, big guy, thanks for earlier. Barrows froze, and there seemed to be a trace of a hard-to-suppress smile at the corner of his mouth, but he still said indignantly, oh, I just can't stand to look at that enemy, don't think too much. Lin Zhe spat, is this the legendary arrogance? After the cracks were eliminated, Lin Zhe could no longer sense any aura of danger. He walked to the edge of a piece of high ground and looked into the distance. He only saw a gray plane in the distance, so dead that there didn't seem to be any life. A little further away were the encircling mountains, among which were a few volcanoes with black chi curling around them, all of which were also in a state of decay. Is this what the Hell Realm really looks like? He remembered the knowledge he had learned from his high school racial studies textbook. Humanity's records about the S-class races, demons and celestial gods, were few and far between, only generalizing that before the awakening of all humans, the two major races, demons and celestial gods, had basically withdrawn from the battle of the races and rarely showed themselves. Thinking of this, Lindsay opened his mouth and asked, apart from the Shadow Demon clan which was exterminated, where did all your other demons go? Did something happen in the Hell Realm? Master doesn't know, Lilith was the first to answer. More than 100 years ago, the demons had a fierce battle with the Celestial God clan, and both sides suffered heavy losses and both were defeated. We, the Phantom Demon clan, actually have very few left. If not for my master summoning me out, I'm afraid I would never have the chance to reappear in the world. Master is truly my benefactor, said Lilith, leaning on Lindsay's body again, and pretending to wipe her tears, acting out her bitter feelings. So are we of the Inferno Demon clan? Inferno Demon Barrows followed. Those damn heavenly gods, they made my old home a mess, and I was also sealed, but luckily I was summoned by you, Lord. Several hell devil dogs also barked woof woof, as if they were venting their resentment. Only Little Dragon opened a pair of big ignorant eyes to look here and there. I didn't expect this to be the case, Lindsay thought to himself. Unsurprisingly, he should be the first person in the human race to know about this. It was just that according to their descriptions, the disappearance of the demons didn't seem to have anything to do with the Abyssal clan, and what was the purpose of the Abyssal hunt for shadow demons? He felt heavy suspicions floating before his eyes. Perhaps, it also had something to do with the ultra-long quest, Lord of Demons, that had just opened. Forget it, it's too early to think about any of this. Lindsay patted his head. The most important thing at the moment is still to find a way to make myself stronger. Strong enough to be able to directly fight the abyss. He looked at those places in the distance and thought to himself, the area in front of us, let's explore it later. Maybe the contributions will continue to grow in the future. Alright, let's go home. Lindsay relaxed his muscles and walked towards the portal he came from. Meanwhile, somewhere in the 10,000 realms, all around was in the middle of a chaotic nothingness. In the midst of the gray mist, there was an incomparably large figure, so large that it was like a mountain. It was unknown how long it had existed here. However, right at this moment, the mountain began to shake and let out a painful roar that was deafening. Devil Mountain, what's wrong? A young man's voice rang out from the side of the mountain. Only to see that the mountain began to stand up as a whole, and through the hazy gray mist, it was vaguely visible that he was a huge humanoid creature. When he stood up, his body towered like a skyscraper. And vaguely, one could see that his upper body was naked, and his skin was greenish-gray with a rock-like texture. His face had a total of 3 rows of 6 eyes, and one of them appeared to be damaged and was oozing black liquid. That young man let out a flirtatious laugh. Ouch, Magic Mountain, what's wrong with you? This man was of average height, a handsome man by human standards. He stood at the feet of the giant looking very small, but his aura was well-traveled. Ouroboros, shut up! The giant, who was called Demon Mountain, said without a word of humor. The Hell Realm has encountered some accidents. My realm has been destroyed by someone, and the other party is actually a human race and a few demon races. Oh? The young man named Ouroboros said with interest, that's a match. What match up? Not long ago one of my men, that crazy goblin girl, was killed. Ouroboros said lightly, the person who killed her matched your description. Looks like it's the same person. Humph. Devil Mountain said with anger, I didn't expect such a strong person to be born from the district's human race, but it makes me have a slight interest in this ant-like race. AI Ouroboros sighed, I'm also curious nah, it's a pity that I didn't capture that person directly to study and research. Hee, it's not like I didn't gain anything at all. Devil Mountain said with some smugness, I collected a bit of that human's blood, you can take it to drum up your messy research. Oh? Ouroboros was obviously a bit surprised. I didn't realize that you, this big guy, had this kind of heart? Humph, I'm at least one of the 10 generals of the Abyss, Ouroboros, who are you underestimating? Just kidding with you, Ouroboros smiled wryly, I'll take your gift then, I'm looking forward to what's a little different about that human race. After saying that, his body transformed into a black stream like a snake and quickly vanished. P.S. As of today, this book has been released for 1 whole month, thanks to the support of all the readers. I'm a newbie, my last book was so badly written that no one read it. After that, I tried my best to learn and write, and then I got this book, and the result is still okay. I will continue to work hard. And then continue to ask for a 5-star praise. A million thanks. Chapter 97 The Magician and Bunny Girl of the Beautiful Country. Time and space switched, and Lindsay once again returned home. Only, the moment he had just stepped out of the door, he had sensed a hint of something wrong. He clearly remembered that when he left, the lights in the house were on. Yet at this moment, the room was dark. A dangerous premonition crossed his mind like lightning, and he immediately popped away from his body. In the next second, right where he had just stood, the shadow on the ground suddenly looked like it had come to life, transforming into a crocodile in shadow form, opening its mouth wide and swimming swiftly from the ground towards Lindsay. Lindsay made another bounce and quickly dodged away. Only to see the shadow crocodile hit a cabinet and explode like a bomb with a bang, instantly blowing the cabinet and its contents into shreds. Nima, my furniture. Lindsay cursed in his heart. Then, without waiting for him to react, on the wall where his back was leaning against, another shadow looked like it had come to life, transforming into a shadowy tiger and attacking him. This time, Lindsay couldn't dodge in time and directly turned around. At the same time, he activated the running thunder skill and punched the next impact of the dark shadow manticore. Boom! The dark shadow exploded once again. Damage dealt to Lindsay, 10921. Although the amount of blood hadn't been reduced at all, only a little shield was broken. However, Lindsay was still secretly surprised. Under his 90% damage reduction, the opponent was actually able to deal 10,000 damage to him? The enemy this time was definitely not an ordinary minion. He had vaguely guessed that the one who could repeatedly attack him at night was probably related to the Magic Shadow Guild. Lindsay immediately opened his special vision of insight like fire and searched the room up and down, but realized that the enemy wasn't in the room. Could it be remote control? He secretly thought. However, the enemy obviously didn't give him time to speculate, and in the next second, the shadows in the room stirred once again, and uncountable shadow pigeons flew out from the four walls. Not good. Lindsay was alerted and immediately summoned 10 hell demon dogs to block the attack. The shadow pigeons exploded once again, instantly blowing the big black dogs out of their blood, and each of them let out a calling sound. Taking advantage of this gap, Lindsay jumped out of the window. After all, the enemy wasn't here, so it was best to leave the room full of mines. In the next second, a series of explosions could be heard in the house, and all the furnishings in the house were blown to smithereens. This loud noise also attracted the dissatisfaction of the building's residents, and instantly, barking dogs and shouting curses came from all the homes, unceasingly. Whose house is so unqualified, setting off firecrackers in the middle of the night? That's it, still let people sleep? This Thai neighborhood, I can't live in it anymore. Lindsay landed on the ground, his eyes averted, blowing up my house, injuring my dog, and making me suffer such a big defeat. Very well, I'll take this revenge down. Ding! Sensing the anger in your heart, you have a new mission: kill the assassin. Reward, 1 system draw. Just then, Lindsay received a message in his mailbox. Nice stance, but it's useless to run away. Your subordinate is in my hands. If you want to save her, come to this place below. Remember, you only have half an hour. There was also a photo attached to the email, and Lindsay opened it to see that Hanshi was being tied up on a chair, while the background looked like an empty warehouse. At the same time, a map location was attached at the bottom of the email. Lindsay, however, had the corner of his mouth hooked. Escape? I was just about to go find you. As long as you expose yourself to the location, it'll be fine. At the same time, the depot area by the riverbank pier in Tianyu City. Inside a certain vacant warehouse building, a tall woman in black tights was being tied up with 5 flowers, and it was none other than Hanshi. And beside her, there was a man and 2 women totaling 3 people. Mr. Stephen, that Lindsay won't be coming, right? One of the women asked the man. This woman was a blonde, blue-eyed foreign girl, dressed in a bunny girl's outfit, looking a bit flirtatious and a bit playful, a living, breathing creature on Earth. Yeah, what if he gets scared and just doesn't come? Another woman also asked. Not only was she dressed the same as the previous woman, even her looks were the same. The two seemed to be twin sisters. Don't worry, my dear Lucy and Lily. The man named Stephen spoke, while placing 2 hands on the shoulders of the 2 bunny girls left and right, a large hand rubbing the delicate shoulders of the 2. The man was about 50 years old, also a blonde white man, tall and thin, with a mustache over his mouth, the ends of which curved upwards. He wore a tall hat on his head, a suit, and a red hood on his back, like a magician in a circus. That Dasha man, he won't not come. He continued confidently, they, Dasha, are most concerned about such useless stuff as benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith. I've captured his subordinates, he's bound to come. After saying that, the man let go of the two rabbit girls and walked over to the Banhanshi, picking up her chin with one finger and said lustfully, I never thought that your great Xia kingdom would have such a beauty. When I kill that Lin Zhe, I'll make you my third assistant and return to the beautiful country with me, how about it? Han Shi still had his usual expressionless look and said mechanically, I'm not interested in foreigners. Stephen, however, became more excited instead. Not bad, I still prefer your kind of personality than the traditional kind of civilized beauty from the East. After saying that, the salty pig hand was about to grab towards Han Shi's body. This gentleman, then how about this one of mine? Right at this moment, a soft voice sounded behind him. Stephen was startled and turned around, only to see the noble and charming phantom demon Lilith sitting next to the windowsill of the storehouse, one hand resting on her cheeks in an enchanting posture. Her looks and figure were even a few points higher than the three women in the room. Stephen's eyes instantly lit up and his mouth watered. However, he was not stupid and knew that the one who came at this time was by no means an ordinary woman. Nevertheless, he still confidently asked, Where are you a beauty from, do you want to come and play together? Only to see Lilith say quietly, I don't like old perverts like you, my heart has already belonged to someone else. In the next second, a handsome teenager jumped directly into the house. Lin Zhe looked at Stephen with a very stern look, and directly opened the door and asked, You're the one who bombed my house? Ha ha. Stephen, however, laughed confidently and said, It seems that it's our guest who has arrived. Lin Zhe sized up this old white man for a few moments, information generated in his eyes. Name, Stephen. Profession, Shadow Magician S rank. Level 104 5th order. Oh. It's actually a 5th rank expert sent by the beautiful country? Lin Zhe said, In order to kill me, your magic shadow guild is really bloodthirsty. Stephen maintained his professional smile, if it weren't for the fact that your Desia's chapter was too much of a waste, I wouldn't have traveled all the way here. Moreover, if it wasn't for the fact that the reward given is really tempting, a place like Dacia, I probably wouldn't have come for the rest of my life. Alright, cut the crap, then let's have some fun. Only to see him lift the red cloak behind his back, dozens of shadow-flying pigeons immediately rushed towards Lin Zhe like missiles before exploding with a pop. Lin Zhe swiftly dodged and immediately summoned the imp dragon, spitting lightning balls towards Stephen. However, Stephen took off the cloak on his back and threw it over the ball of lightning, and in the next moment, the ball of lightning appeared behind Lin Zhe out of thin air and attacked towards Lin Zhe himself. Lin Zhe deftly dodged it, and as a flash of fire appeared, Inferno ran out and hammered down towards Stephen. But then he saw two rabbit girls carry out a large box from somewhere, and Stephen and the rabbit girls jumped in. When Inferno smashed it up, the crate shattered, but it was empty inside. Dang, here it is on the other side of the storage room, Stephen reappeared. Well, so much for playing, right? Lin Zhe applauded. Looks like our guest is having fun. Stephen said with a smile, then let's have an even better one, how about it? In the next second, all the lights suddenly went out, and the entire warehouse was plunged into a darkness that could not be seen. Then, Lin Zhe could only hear the gusts of wind, and countless black shadows like waves rising up, surging towards him from all directions. Ha ha ha. Stephen's voice echoed in space, Lord Shadow Demon is above, please grant this guest a feast of shadows. Just as all the waves wrapped Lin Zhe up, a violent explosion was about to occur. However, in the next second, nothing happened, and the entire room was silent. What's going on? Stephen's puzzled voice rang out. Chapter 98 Beautiful Country's 5th Order Expert, what a ball! The lights in the warehouse relighted. Not far away, Stephen and the two bunny girls, Lucy and Lily, had slightly dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Only to see Lin Zhe standing over there, unharmed. And there was also a little lowly by his side. Mr. Stephen, what's going on? The bunny girl asked. I don't know. Stephen also met this situation for the first time and was a little embarrassed. It was like when you were on the toilet, you had a brew in front of you and wanted to hold a big one, but in the end, not even a fart crumbled out. However, Stephen's face once again resumed its professional smile. It seems that we had a slight malfunction just now. And please don't be anxious, guests, please continue to enjoy the rest of the show. After saying that, he removed his tall hat, his hand digging confidently in it. Then, once again, it was awkward. How come it's not there? Stephen's hand was empty. No, that's not right. He continued to dig into the hat a few more times, but came up with nothing, showing a confused expression. Ha ha, that was a good performance. Lindsay laughed while applauding. I think this is called a no-object performance, right? Very funny and humorous. Stephen heard his sarcasm and said furiously, You wait for me. It was just a little slip up. The next second, he shook his cloak again, but still nothing happened. Lord Shadow Demon is above me, it seems like my shadow power has cut off contact with me? He said in horror, as if he had finally realized the gravity of the matter. Lindsay, however, said indifferently, Is there a possibility that this Lord Shadow Demon you're talking about is by my side? After saying that, Nora by Lindsay's side stepped forward and crossed her arms with a very condescending look. Eh? Stephen looked this slowly up and down a few times and said angrily, How can this little girl be the great Lord Shadow Demon? What a treachery, believe it or not I'll capture her to the island over in our beautiful country for the rich to enjoy. Upon hearing this, Nora's pretty face flew up in a cloud of red, as if she had been strangely humiliated. You lowly slave, how dare you? In the next second, a huge black shadow appeared directly from behind her, exactly the same as the one that appeared in the courtyard that night. Shadow, Lord Shadow Demon? Stephen was dumbfounded. This was exactly the image of the shadow demon they commonly saw. Stephen's knees weakened and he fell to the ground with a thud. The bunny girl twins behind him were also startled and hurriedly knelt down. Is this little girl really Lord Shadow Demon? Stephen's eyes rounded. Linking it to the matter of his shadow powers suddenly disappearing, he seemed to believe at one point more, and bean-sized beads of sweat flowed from the corners of his forehead. One must know that all of them in the Demon Shadow Guild had signed a soul contract with the Shadow Demon, who granted them power but could also take it back at any time. But how is that possible? How could our Lord Shadow Demon listen to this Dasha person? He was greatly confused. Humph. Nora's anger had not subsided, pointing at Stephen, You slave, you're so unbridled, I'll make you pay the price you deserve. Stephen panicked at the sound of this, immediately kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Shadow, Lord Shadow Demon, my subordinate really didn't know it was you. Nora looked at Lindsay. Master, what do you think you should do? When the three foreigners heard this, they were even more stunned. Lord Shadow Demon even called that Lindsay. Master? What exactly is this Lindsay? Stephen began to slap himself hard. This Lindsay brother, bro, buddy, I'm really sorry. I was just hired by someone, I personally have no grudge against you. There is a saying in your dasha called having eyes but not recognizing him in Thai, which refers to people like me. There's another saying in your dasya that says, Oh, those who don't know are not guilty. You will forgive me for what I have done. In a matter of moments, Stephen had gone from being arrogant just a moment ago to being incredibly humble, and both sides of his face had been slightly swollen by his own slapping. Looking at Nora's gaze for advice, Lindsay was smiling coldly. Nora, the second thing you need to learn is to know how to kill and have revenge. I understand, Master. Nora nodded her head obediently. In the next second, she looked at Stephen once again, and there was already a trace of cold killing intent in her eyes. The one who offended my master doesn't deserve to live in the world, your soul will be taken by me. Nora said coldly. Shadow Demon Grand. Stephen still wanted to plead for mercy, however, in the next second, his entire body seemed to see something extremely terrifying, and then collapsed to the ground with a thud. His heart had already stopped beating. Killed a human profession, experience plus 42,000, lifespan plus 42,000 days, 115 years and 25 days. Acquired loot, 42,000 copper coins, shadow magic hat, shadow magic cloak. Ding! You have killed the assassin and completed the mission. Reward obtained, 1 system draw. Congratulations, your summoned beast demon dragon juvenile has reached level 20 and is ready for the first order breakthrough quest. Is it taken immediately? Yes, no. Ha! Lindsay's eyes lit up, the young dragon can actually advance? But let's put this aside for now. Lindsay thought to himself as he looked at the two bunny girls and the bound Han-chi. When the two rabbit girls saw that Stephen had already karma'd off, the two of them hugged each other tightly, shaking as if they were the same as Wu Lao who had a brain hemorrhage next door. Master, did you kill these two as well? Nora asked without emotion. Please my lord, don't kill us, said the rabbit girl who didn't know whether it was Lucy or Lily. We listen to everything and do everything. Lindsay took a look, both of them were only at rank 2. Keep them for now. Lindsay said, they have a little use for now. Then, Lindsay walked over to the two women kneeling on the ground and condescendingly asked, "Tell me, who is the boss of your magic shadow guild?" It's Mr. William from the beautiful country headquarters." Lucy tilted her head up to look at Linza, her eyes like a terrified bunny. "He is also a counselor of the beautiful country." "Nora, kill," Lindsay said directly. "Yes, master." Nora urged her mind, seemingly seeking out a strand of the contracted soul in the middle of the sea of consciousness before severing it. And at this moment, at a press conference in the distant Congress of the beautiful country, a member of parliament directly fell to the ground and died of convulsions. Lindsay continued to ask the bunny girls, "What about the other countries, the Sakura country, the Stick country, the Gari country, the Undying Empire, and so on, who are the club branch chiefs of the Demon Shadow Guild all over the world?" The two bunny girls spoke out one by one. "Nora, kill them all." Lindsay's eyes were ice cold. "Yes, master." Nora was silent for a moment, then said, "All have been resolved." Lindsay nodded, before revealing a cold smile. "Very good." The two bunny girls listened in awe. Could it be that all the chapter presidents really are all dead? In just a blink of an eye? What the two of them didn't know was that the next day's news headlines from various countries would all be clamoring to report the strange death of an important person in their country. Some of them were parliamentarians, some of them were the bosses of a certain gang, and some of them were the big bosses of a certain company. Lindsay thought briefly, then instructed Lucy and Lily, "Listen up, you two, go back and inform the members all over the world that the general president of the Magic Shadow Guild is now me. If anyone has any disobedience, I'll teach them to write a dasha character, death." Chapter 99, The Largest Assassin Organization? It's under my control. The two of them, Lucy and Lily, nodded warily, vaguely predicting in their hearts that after this night, the world's largest assassination organization was about to change. The two of them immediately changed their words and said, "Yes, Chief General. We'll go and do it right now." After saying that, the two of them turned into dark shadows and disappeared into the night. After the two left, Lindsay came to Han Chi's side and untied her. "Thank you, Major Lin, for saving me." Han Chi still had a robotic expression. "Lindsay, you heard everything I said to them just now, right?" Han Chi nodded. "I don't usually have this much time, and there's still some time before school starts, so the Magic Shadow Guild will be left to you to represent it," Lindsay said gently. "Yes," Han Chi responded. Half an hour later, Lindsay returned downstairs in the neighborhood with a bag of kebabs. It was obviously the middle of the night, but there were people piled up underneath the residential building, and there were several police cars parked. "What's going on here?" Lindsay wondered. Meanwhile, amongst the crowd, a few officers were investigating the situation with a few residents. The residents were pointing at the windows of one of the homes upstairs that were emitting smoke outward and screaming in agony. "I don't know, I was sleeping well when I suddenly heard a crash. I thought it was thunder. But who knows, it was an explosion." "That's right, it's too scary. The one who lives in that house seems to be a student, and an orphan. It's really a bitter fate. Comrade police officer, you have to do it for us. The security of this neighborhood is too unsafe. I don't know when it's our turn." The officer could only pacify them. "Everyone rest assured, we have investigated, it's just a gas leak in his house, there was an explosion, the fire is out now, everyone go back to rest." However, next to a police car, another officer was reporting to a serious-looking officer. "Director Su, we have investigated that the resident who was killed is called Lindsay, a first-ranked professional. The traces at the crime scene indicate that it was the work of a fifth-ranked expert from the beautiful country's Demon Shadow Guild. Moreover, we can initially lock in the suspect's name as Steven, an internationally wanted criminal who has assassinated important figures from other countries many times, and we never thought that he would be allowed to sneak into our dasha. And what's even more unimaginable is why he would lay his hands on an ordinary high school student this time." The officer receiving the report was none other than Director Su Jianxin, only to see his face grim, continue searching for clues about the culprit. In addition, was Lindsay's body found at the scene? The young officer shook his head. "No, so there are two guesses. First, the opposite party is after all a fifth-order expert with ruthless methods, and has already destroyed the body. Second, the victim might have been captured by the murderer." "Well, you go down first." Su Jianxin mused alone, muttering to himself, "Little brother Lindsay, I'm afraid that this time, it's going to be a fierce one. Although he's defeated several bosses over level, this time it's the assassin of the world's #1 black organization, and he's also a fifth-rank expert." Right at this moment, a voice rang out next to him. "Officer Su, what are you doing here?" Su Jianxin looked up and was instantly dumbfounded. Who was the teenager in front of him if not Lindsay? And with a big grin, like a person with nothing to lose, he was holding a half-eaten skewer of roasted lamb loin in his hand. Lindsay? Su Jianxin's eyes rounded. In the next second, he reacted and thought to himself, it seems to be a false alarm. Lindsay should have just happened to go out for a late-night snack and escaped the enemy's sneak attack. It's good that your person is fine. Su Jianxin exhaled and slowly said, but there's an unfortunate news to tell you, your house was bombed. Oh, I know. Lindsay blinked, I just went after the person who bombed my house. Ha? Su Jianxin stalled. Just then, another familiar voice rang in his ears, Little Su, how's Lindsay doing? The two of them turned their heads to look, a man with a full mustache appeared next to them, it was none other than Lei Jianyu. City Lord Lei, why are you here as well? Lindsay asked. HM? Lindsay, you're fine. That's good. Lei Jianyu then settled down, it seems that Little Su was quick to alert the police this time and protected you in time. Su Jianxin, no, it's like this. Lei Jianyu didn't listen to Su Jianxin and directly asked, how is it, has that beautiful country's assassin been caught? Su Jianxin showed a difficult face, the other party is an internationally wanted criminal, his methods are brilliant, he hasn't been located yet. Wait, are you guys talking about the one called Steven? Lindsay interjected, I didn't think he was still an internationally wanted criminal with that appearance. Su Jianxin, you saw it? Oh, already killed by me. Lindsay took a bite of a skewer. Su Jianxin and Lei Jianyu were shocked at the same time, huh? Su Jianxin, wait, you're saying that you've already killed the 5th-ranked expert from the beautiful country? Right. Lindsay began to take out a skewer of roasted chicken hearts to eat. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Lei Jianyu finally reacted and erupted into a string of bravado laughter. Lindsay, it's worthy of you. He patted Lindsay's shoulder, if it were someone else, I would just take it as him bragging. But you, I really believe it. He looked at Su Jianxin, well, it seems like we've both been worrying for nothing. However, your police mission isn't over yet. This demon shadow guild actually dares to blend into our Grand Xia, it's really unbridled to the extreme. Our actions must be swift, hurry up and uncover them. Su Jianxin responded, yes. Wait, there's no need for that either. Lindsay once again interjected, the heads of the demon shadow guild all over the world are dead, and now the entire guild is under my control. What did you say? Su and Lei said in unison. Su Jianxin said seriously, little brother Lindsay, this is not the occasion for casual jokes. This time, even Lei Jianyu couldn't believe it instinctively, he couldn't imagine what means Lindsay could use to do it at all. Lindsay nodded, oh, you guys don't believe it? Then you guys can ask Han Chi, she's the acting general president now. Su and Lei looked at me and I looked at you, their expressions could no longer be described as shocked, they only felt that their brains had gone blank for a short while. They knew Lindsay's character and persona, so they had to believe that what he said was true. After a long while, Lei Jianyu asked, But how did you do it? Well. Lindsay picked at his face, that's a long story, why don't we talk about it in the future? Today's time is also not early, the two of you or go back to rest earlier. The two of them looked at each other in dismay, then nodded their heads obediently and dispersed separately, as if Lindsay was the boss. Lindsay went upstairs, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw that the entire house had become pitch black, and the furniture and items were all messily shattered, even the bed had been blown up with a big hole. Nima! Lindsay only felt his blood rushing up, the kebabs in his hands fell to the ground, my game console, my computer, and my hand model. And where am I going to sleep tonight? That Steven still died too easily. Chapter 100, can bailed-out students still take the college entrance examination? This night, Lindsay ended up finding a nearby hotel to stay temporarily for the night. It seems that this is really the time to move to the university dormitory. He intended to say. And since he slept too late, this sleep didn't get him up until after 12 o'clock noon the next day. Luckily, with the blessing of the turtle breath technique, after waking up, he didn't feel sleepy at all, and he didn't have any problems such as dizziness and dark circles under his eyes. And the lifespan was added more than 400 days. After having a simple lunch, he remembered that there was still a chance for a system lottery. So he immediately opened the lottery page. Congratulations on drawing the talent, twice the matter S rank. Talent, half the effort. The experience value gained by you and your summoned beasts is increased by an additional 50%. Not bad. Lin Zhe was instantly delighted. I was worried that upgrading is a bit slow right now. Then, he remembered that the demonic dragon still had an advancement quest. Congratulations, your summoning beast demonic dragon juvenile has reached level 20 and is ready for a first order breakthrough quest. Is it to be taken immediately? Yes, no. He immediately chose yes. Demon Dragon Juvenile first level breakthrough quest is now open. Task name, Unification. Quest content, as the supreme race of all races, please prove your absolute strength. Please kill one dragon boss whose level is not lower than the summoned beast's own. Current progress, 01. Lin Zhe looked at the text and pondered. With Little Dragon's current strength, it's pretty easy to kill any boss, but the problem lies in where to find a dragon boss. One must know that the dragon race, as an A-ranked high-level race with a rarity second only to S-ranked demons and celestial gods, was not something that could be found casually. Even if one used the Gate of All Worlds prop, it might not be possible to find them randomly. As he was pondering, Lin Zhe's communicator rang, and the caller ID showed his nemesis Wang Hao. Hey, righteous father Lin. Oh no, my son Lin Zhe. What are you doing these days? You don't contact your kind old father me. Alright, don't say anything, it's just that the feelings have faded. Wang Hao came up with a head-to-face output. Lin Zhe remembered that he encountered too many things in the past few days. The two indeed did not have much contact. Wang Hao continued his output. Considering what you've done, our father-son agreement has been terminated. Now I'm the righteous father. Stop it, aren't I busy these days? Lin Zhe returned. Say it, what's the matter of looking for your righteous father me? Big brother, the college entrance exam is today. Wang Hao said, although I know you've bailed out, didn't I say I'd come to watch me compete? It was so hard for me to break through the first rank and rise to level 21, so won't you come to see me play? Alright, don't say anything, just don't love it. This. Lin Zhe slapped his head before reacting. To be honest, ever since he was guaranteed admission to the university, he really hadn't put the matter of the college entrance exam on his mind. With so many things going on these past few days, he had completely failed to remember that today was the day of the college entrance exam. Lin Zhe hurriedly asked, then is it too late for me to come now? You really want to come? Wang Hao smiled, it's not too late, it's not too late. The test in the morning is about individual ability, stake driving, sprinting and whatnot. The afternoon is the main event, playing copies. Alright, then I'll come over here. Lin Zhe said. Okay, Dad is waiting for you. Get lost, I'm your dad. The two laughed and cursed a few more times, and Lin Zhe hung up the phone. Then he directly used the portal trigger and appeared at the entrance of the third middle school. Only to see a banner hanging up at the school's entrance, which read, wishing all the students of the college entrance exams the best of luck in the golden exams. There were also some flower baskets, balloons, and whatnot, making it look very grand. Lin Zhe walked towards the school gates, but unexpectedly a guard dressed as a soldier stopped him. Hello, you can't just come in and out during college entrance exam time. Lin Zhe looked at his badge. It was the symbol of the Border Legion. It was said that every year for the college entrance exams, due to the city's high level of importance, the Border Legion would be called in to guard the place. Oh, I'm a student of the school. Lin Zhe explained. The soldier said seriously, then it's even more important that you can't go in. Being 15 minutes late for the college entrance exam is considered an automatic disqualification. After saying this, he also shook his head, thinking that he had seen a lot of late candidates, but he had never seen such an outrageous one. The college entrance exams had been going on for a whole morning, and he only came now? Young student, the rules can't be changed because of you alone. I think you'd better prepare for next year's college entrance exams without worry. You've misunderstood, I'm. Lin Zhe was about to explain, when a familiar figure appeared behind the soldier. Major Lin Zhe? The person who came was none other than Zhang Qi, the captain of the 4th Detachment of the Border Legion, the one who had taken Lin Zhe on a flying mount to meet Lord Lei City for the first time. Which gust of wind blew you here? Zhang Qi respectfully walked up to Lin Zhe. What, Major? The soldier standing guard was confused. Didn't he say he was a student here? Zhang Qi glared at him. What did I say you ordered? This is our Dasha's young hero and City Lord Lei's right-hand man, Major Lin Zhe. How dare you stop it? Lin, Major Lin. The soldier hurriedly apologized up. I'm sorry, I just. Alright, it's all a misunderstanding. Lin Zhe laughed. I'm here to visit, not to participate. But you didn't do anything wrong, and were very scrupulous, worthy of praise. Lindsay patted his arm. Afterwards, Lindsay entered the school accompanied by Zhang Qi, leaving the soldier standing guard at the entrance scratching his head in confusion. Zhang Qi led Lindsay past a few more sentry posts along the way, eventually arriving at the playground, where the regiment's examination would take place in a moment. Lindsay returned to this playground and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. 3 weeks ago he was a level 1 newcomer and participated in the first copy of his life here, not realizing that so many things had happened since then. But today's battle, again, was much bigger than the day of the test copy. This year's main examination center was chosen in the 3rd middle school, so candidates from several nearby schools had uniformly come here to take the exam. A large screen had also been set up on the playground, allowing for real-time viewing of the situation in the replica. Without realizing it, Lindsay had already arrived by the principal's seat. Principal Lu Hanlin, Principal Feng Wudust, and quite a few of the school's principals and teachers, including some of the school board members, were all sitting at the seating area. Seeing Lindsay's figure appear, the 2 old principals immediately stood up. "Lindsay, what brings you here?" Lu Hanlin asked. "Wait a minute, you're not here for the college entrance exam, are you?" Feng Wudust immediately revealed a wary expression. "I'm telling you, that's not good. Oh, if you take part, a few of our other schools, are we still playing?" The corners of Lindsay's mouth twitched, and in his heart, he thought, so wary of me? So he immediately explained, "No, I'm just here to watch the game." Feng Wuchen then breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Hanlin said, "Look at the way old Feng is scared. But it's understandable, if I let you participate in the replica, I'm not sure what's going to happen again." "No?" Lindsay was confused. "Why do you say it like I'm some kind of calamity?" "Principal Lu, good words make good karma, bad words hurt people's hearts. Why are you targeting me as well?" The 2 old principals both laughed. "All right, just kidding." Lu Hanlin explained, "You can sit next to me in a while, the perspective here is the best. For this copy, we drew the pure dragon's nest. I'm personally looking forward to it now." "That's right." Windless Dust followed suit. "That's a copy that only has a 1% chance of being drawn. I didn't expect it to be drawn by us this time." Later, Lindsay asked, "What did you say the name of the copy was?" "Pure Dragon Nest." Lu Hanlin repeated, "The enemy the candidates will face in a moment is the dragon race." "The dragon race?" Lindsay was on the verge of suppressing the upturned corners of his mouth. "A little dragon quest, isn't that what this is all about?" Principal Lu. In the next second, Lindsay put on a serious face. "I suddenly remembered that I forgot to put away the clothes I hung out to dry in the replica. Quickly let me in." P.S. The next is the last story of the high school chapter, hilarious plus exciting, and there's going to be a big battle later on, and Lindsay is going to get a big promotion, so please move your small stools and wait. Chapter 101 Fire and Theft Prevention against Lindsay? When Lindsay said this, Lu Hanlin and Feng Wuchen froze and glanced at each other. "What did you say?" Lu Hanlin kind of didn't believe his ears. "What nonsense?" Hey. Lindsay said a little awkwardly, "I changed my mind temporarily, I want to participate in this copy." "I didn't hear anything." Lu Hanlin dug his ears perfunctorily and deliberately asked towards Feng Wuchen again. "Did you hear anything just now?" No, I'm an elderly person with backward ears." Feng Wuduan hurriedly cooperated. Seeing the 2 singing a double act, Lindsay was somewhat speechless. These 2 old men were really skinny. After a few seconds, Lu Hanlin said with a straight face, "Lindsay, it's not that I won't allow you to participate, it's that this is really unfair. I'm afraid that I, as the principal, will not be able to answer to the public. Old Lu is afraid that if you take first place again, people will say that he is engaging in backroom deals." Feng Wuchen said, "If you're like this, it's not too late for you to transfer to our first middle school. Anyway, I'm thick-skinned." Lu Hanlin, get lost, you're still thinking about this? Lindsay explained breathlessly, "I'm not going for first place, it's perfectly fine to not rank me, I just want to rub a boss in my face." Then, Lindsay frankly told the 2 about his summoned beast breakthrough mission. "I see." Lu Hanlin mused, "You're still theoretically a student at my school, and in principle, you can go in and take the college entrance exam. It's just, I hope you can promise me that you must not rob the other candidates' monsters in the copy, so that they have no monsters to fight, okay? Also, let the candidates grind more blood with the boss. You don't just go up there and kill them in seconds. Keep your little hands to yourself, okay?" And Windless Dust added, "You can't help people fight monsters. After all, once you help someone, that person is almost like having a cheat on. Also, don't clash with the other candidates." You know, children at this age are more impulsive and more wild. When you meet the one who provokes you, you should be more tolerant. Adults don't remember the small man, can you? There's also listening to a whole lot of and Lindsay's mouth twitched. Just how defensive are you guys against me? Is this the image I have in your eyes? Well, it's probably true that. I have to say, the two old men kinda know him. Also, don't trigger any real mode or nightmare mode as soon as you go in, okay? Wait, that's not something I can control, is it? Lindsay spat. Seeing the two of them endlessly instructing, Lindsay hurriedly said, "Don't read it, master, I know. When I go in, I won't rob monsters, fight anyone, or team up, and there's no need to rank me, I'll just dabble with the boss. Just dabble and do nothing else. Okay? Really?" Lou Hanlon and Windlass asked in unison. Lindsay was on the verge of passing out from anger. Am I breaking some heavenly rule? As the saying goes, fire and theft prevention against Lindsay? Alright then. Only then did Lou Hanlon let go. Then you go, the exam will start in a moment. Okay. Lindsay immediately leaped up, jumping and running towards the playground. The two of them looked at his back. There was still a hint of hidden worry on their faces. And at the same time, in the school board seat slightly behind the principal's seat, there was another pair of eyes staring at Lindsay. It was a middle-aged man wearing a designer suit, with a torch-like gaze and a fierce face. "Mr. Cheen, about that investment, I think we can talk a little more." At that moment, another boss-like man beside him approached him to strike up a conversation. However, the man didn't pay any attention to him and instead just stood up and left. "Oh, Lindsay." The man's eyes widened in anger as he muttered to himself, "I didn't expect to meet you here. What a way to get here without making any effort. Since this morning, I couldn't get in touch with the people from the Demon Shadow Guild, and the 150 million deposit that I paid has gone down the drain. In that case, I'll go on my own, big deal. My son's revenge, today must be avenged. But how am I going to enter the copy?" Just then, he seemed to hear a gloomy voice in his head. "I see your determination to take revenge. Do you need my help?" "Who are you?" the man said to himself. "My name is Urabaros, and I share your goal." The voice said with a light smile, "If you can open the rift in space for me, I can help you get your revenge." The man's eyes gradually darkened. Meanwhile, the playground. Candidates had all gathered on top of the playground and had begun to enter the replica's portal one after another. Weinhao had already teamed up with the other three and was looking around the stands. "I wonder if that guy Lindsay has come yet," and he didn't say anything. Just then, a familiar voice sounded behind him. "What are you looking at?" "Looking at a beautiful woman?" Weinhao turned his head to see that it was none other than Lindsay. "Lindsay! Why are you coming now?" Weinhao said, "No, what are you doing on the court? Shouldn't you be in the audience? Could it be that you're going to participate in the replica as well?" The other three people on Wang Hao's team were also Lindsay's classmates, and when they heard this, they were all beaming with joy. "Lindsay, we happen to be missing one more person on our team. Come in, come in." "Wait." Wang Hao quickly said righteously, "What kind of attitude do you all have? Not sincere at all." After saying that, he smiled and bowed with his fists, directly transforming into a licking dog. "Righteous father is here. How about taking your righteous son for a takeoff?" When the other three saw this, they were also very uptight and followed suit, mimicking, righteous father, take righteous son." In an instant, Lindsay had 4 more godchildren. Lindsay helplessly spread his hands. "Unfortunately, I promised the 2 principals that I couldn't team up with you guys, otherwise you'll be counted as cheating." Once Lindsay said this, all 4 of them revealed a disappointed look. "But well, it shouldn't be impossible to bail you guys out at a critical moment," Lindsay said. "Good, good, good." The 4 cheered in unison. "Right, what are the specific rules of this copy?" Lindsay asked Wang Hao. "Haha, not bad." Wang Hao burst into tears and laughed. "I guess you're the only one in the world who participated in the college entrance exam and didn't even know the rules. This copy is divided into 2 parts. The first part is a single group or a single person entering an area without meeting other candidates, and the test is individual combat ability. The second part is the group book. All the students are together to fight monsters and bosses. Of course they can also PK. The test is teamwork ability." "I see." Lindsay nodded. "Then I'll see you in the group book later." Lindsay finished speaking and walked towards the teleportation portal. Chapter 102, Beautiful Snake Sisters, who is more beautiful between us? Lindsay, children are the only ones who make choices. A few seconds later, Lindsay found himself in a tropical rainforest scene, surrounded by trees that resembled coconut trees. The air also became a lot stuffier all of a sudden. Just then, a prompt popped up in front of him. Welcome to the Pure Dragon's Nest copy. Restricted level, above level 10. Difficulty, normal. Quest description: this was originally the residence of the Green Dragon clan, but one day, a huge black dragon attacked here with his army of dependents. Please help the Green Dragon clan expel the invaders. Linza couldn't wait to start fist pumping. Exam Part 1, Single Person Single Group Copy. Quest content: traverse the jungle. Quest background: this jungle is the territory of the giant serpent clan, who have been honored by dragons since ancient times and long for ascension. And when the Black Dragon took over this place, they also fell back, enslaving the Green Dragon and giving allegiance to the Black Dragon. Quest rule: for every monster you kill in the jungle, gain 50 points. After reaching 5,000 points, you are eligible to lead to the next area. Time limit: 60 minutes. When the interface disappeared, there were sounds of sizzling coming from the surrounding bushes. Then, some huge snakes emerged. Snake venom. Race: giant snake, level E. Level: 20. Life value: 5,000. Skill: venomous attack. Skill: venomous attack. Skill: venomous attack. Snake entanglement. Race: giant snake clan, level E. Race: giant serpent, level E. Level 20. Life value: 6,000. Skill: deadly entanglement. Skill: deadly entanglement. Not long after, the giant snakes were riding their smooth bodies and surging up towards Lindsay. It had to be said that this formation, if it met an ordinary candidate, it would still be oddly stressful. Level 20 monsters? Lindsay, however, just let out a soft sigh. It's really been a long time or so since I've fought such weak little monsters. Seeing them reminds me of those sunset runs that were my lost youth. Even those snakes wanted to resist the urge to spit out a sentence, "You're sentimental, drama queen." However, in the next second, a bad smile appeared on Lindsay's face, but a mosquito is still neat even if it's small, so I'll be polite. Shadow Demon, come out. With a whoosh, the black greatsword possessed by the Shadow Demon appeared before his eyes, and then behind it, a huge demonic shadow appeared. When those snakes saw the shadow, their bodies all changed direction as if they were out of control and surged towards it. Skill: Shadow Demon Shadow. Creates a giant shadow that taunts the enemy target by 100%, with 10 times the life value and defense of the real body. Then, the giant snakes flocked to the shadow as if it were a wooden stake and began to launch attacks. At the same time, the Shadow Demon directly maneuvered his greatsword into the air and began casting the Soul Elegy skill towards the bottom. Immediately, countless black soul bodies rushed towards those giant snakes. 581201, 590123, 600 and 1391. A series of damage values of around 600,000 popped up on the heads of the giant snakes before instantly killing them. Kill Snake Tangle, experience plus 200, triggering the talent twice the effort, extra plus 100, lifespan plus 200 days, points plus 50. Kill Snake Tangle, experience plus 200, trigger talent twice the effort, extra plus 100, lifespan plus 200 days, points plus 50. The experience harvesting mode was once again on. Moreover, the Shadow Demon was fighting the monsters while sucking their souls, and after a good meal, the soul power value soon increased to 120,000. Thank you, Master, for your hospitality. The Shadow Demon transformed into its lowly form and wiped its mouth. This is more souls than those people from the Demon Shadow Guild. In less than 2 minutes, Lindsay had killed over 100 small monsters and had over 5,000 points, successfully taking the pass condition. He didn't care to fight, and directly prepared to run towards the next level. However, just at this moment, a prompt popped up above his head once again. Detected that you passed the first level within 5 minutes, you can open the hidden boss. Whether to open, yes, no. Ha? There's still this kind of thing? Lindsay's eyes widened slightly. Let's open it and see then. I hope it doesn't take up too much of my time. Thus, he immediately chose to open it. The next moment the interface closed, a purple mist rose around Lindsay. At the same time, 2 seductive female voices came into his ears from far away. One voice said, "Ha, it's been a long time since anyone has been able to get us sisters out." The other voice echoed, "Yeah, it's really 1,000 years wait." At the same time, 2 beautiful snakes appeared in front of Lindsay's eyes. One had the head and upper body of a beautiful woman, with a huge white snake body articulated below the waist. The other, which was an enchanting woman below the neck, had an emerald green snake growing from its neck. What kind of hunting stuff is all this? Lindsay was speechless. I wonder which one the reader lords with more unique tastes will choose. The monster information then popped up. Boss Snake bye bye. Race, Giant Snake Clan. Level, 30. Life value, 50,000. Skills, Deadly Entanglement, Petrifying Light, Tail Strike, etc. Expand to view details. Boss Snake Ching, Race, Giant Snake, Level, 30. Race, Giant Snake, Level, 28. Level, 28, Life, 40,000, Skills, Deadly Entanglements, Petrifying Rays, etc. Life value, 40,000, Skills, Deadly Poisonous Mist, Dramatic Mist. Skills, Deadly Poison Mist, Poison Trap, Snake Tooth Flying Dagger, etc. Expand to see details. Oops, still a little handsome guy? Snake Bye dragged its long snake body and kept circling around Lindsay. Well, it's indeed very handsome, hissed Snake Ching, on the other hand, stuck her long snake head next to Lindsay and gawked indulgently. And I wonder, which one of the two of us does little handsome think is more beautiful? Snake Bye asked in a teasing tone. Yeah. Snake Ching playfully followed, but, hiss, you'd better make your choice carefully, oh hiss. Because, hiss, no matter who you choose. She said while spitting out her letters, her two snake eyes releasing a terrifying red light, the other one will be very angry, oh hiss. In the face of two monsters circling around him, Lindsay was calm. After a few seconds, he slowly spoke, children only make choices, adults of course want them all. You two hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Ha! The two snakes looked at each other, you have a big mouth. In the next second, the Inferno Devil appeared with a boom. Two damage numbers appeared on the heads of the beautiful snake sisters, 543-0121 and 544-9832. With the newly acquired Demon Master talent bonus, Inferno's burst damage had exceeded 5 million. Before the sisters could react to what was going on, they instantly hiccuped. Snake Bye used her last strength to say, damn. People. Who didn't come out easily for once? Then fell out of breath and turned into smoke. Killed Boss Snake Bye, experience plus 6,000, triggered the talent twice the effort with half the effort, extra plus 3,000, life expectancy plus 6,000 days. Kill Boss Snake Ching, experience plus 5,000, triggering the talent of half the work with half the effort, extra plus 2,500, life expectancy plus 5,000 days, points plus 500. Points, plus 500, total points, 7,000. Acquired loot, 11,000 copper coins, white snake staff, green snake sword, giant snake scale material. All content has been completed, please proceed to the second area of the examination center. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the second area, two invigilator teachers were idly talking. One of them was a young female teacher who took the initiative to throw out the topic, I also wonder what the fastest time is for the candidates this time? Hard to say. Another male teacher who was a bit older said, I didn't expect that this time, the draw was for this copy, it could be enough for them to fight for a while. According to Dasha's record, the fastest to pass through the jungle area is 24 minutes. So, I estimate that it will take at least half an hour for someone to come over. Then the two of us will have to wait here dry for quite a while, right? The young female teacher said. However, before she could finish her sentence, a teenager walked out from inside the jungle. Excuse me, is this the second area of the examination center? Both teachers were confused. Classmate, where did you come from? I came over after I beat the first area. Lindsay replied. The two teachers glanced at the timer in confusion, and it clearly read, 5 minutes and 36 seconds. No, classmate, are you kidding me? P.S. Without realizing it, I've already written over 100 chapters, it's not easy. I'll ask for another 5-star review, thanks. Chapter 103, it's just a broken record. Both teachers were shocked, was this kid really a candidate? It couldn't have slipped in from somewhere, could it? However, in order to enter the second area, it was necessary to pass through the first area first, it was impossible to just parachute in here. This, the aged male teacher said shakily, how could it be so fast? Quickly get in touch with the outside and verify the results. At the same time, outside of the replica, the large screen in the playground captured the image of Lindsay's clearance just now. The entire crowd of teachers and students were in an uproar. The crowd was mingling and asking about the origins of this student. Who is this candidate? Why isn't his name on the leaderboard? Hurry, this student our university wants. You're pulling your punches, he's the first place winner of the Rising Star competition, he's been guaranteed a place for a long time. Hearing the exclamations of various principals and teachers around him, Lou Hanlon shook his head. The most unwanted situation has still happened. It's a good thing this is a single copy and he didn't rob anyone else's monsters. AI, this kid Lin Zhe, he just doesn't know how to keep a low profile. How come he has to be the center of attention every time? Making it hard for me, the principal, to behave. When he comes back, I'll be sure to criticize him properly. He even let out a long sigh after saying that. Humph. Feng Wuchen said sourly, what are you pretending for? You're actually happy to death, right? Lou Hanlon tried to suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. Don't talk nonsense, what am I happy about? It's not like he can be counted in the exam rankings, it doesn't benefit me at all. At this time, a few principals walked over, smilingly flattering him. Aya, Lao Lu, congratulations on your third middle school, having produced such a genius. Lou Hanlon immediately smiled so much that his eyes narrowed into two crescent moons. Or where, it's all luck, it's just breaking a record, that guy didn't do this kind of thing too often. At that moment, the other principals all had a eating expression. How come you're still pretending? Humph, still saying you're not happy? Feng Wu Dust even averted his face to the side and blew his beard violently. Inside the copy. The two invigilators verified the results and finally believed that Lin Zhe had indeed passed the first level. Not only that, but he had also triggered a hidden boss that even many teachers didn't know about. And the total time taken was only 5 minutes and 36 seconds. 5 minutes and 36 seconds, even I couldn't do that. The aged male teacher exclaimed. The young female teacher also said with a start, yeah, classmate, you're really fast. Why does that sound a bit strange? Lin Zhe was speechless. The young female teacher continued, however, even though you cleared the level so quickly, the second part of the game still can't start until the 1 hour limit is over. Because the second part is a group book, we have to make sure that all the candidates who passed the first part are gathered here before we can start. Oh, no problem. Lin Zhe replied, let's wait then. After saying that, Lin Zhe sat cross-legged on the ground and ran the turtle breath technique on his own. After an unknown amount of time like this, finally another student entered the area. Only to see a small team of 4 walk out from the portal. Congratulations to the several students, your score is 31 minutes and 27 seconds. An invigilator said. Hearing this score, the several examinees immediately cheered loudly. Easy, no difficulty at all. A team member said loudly. What are you so proud of? It's not thanks to our brother Hao. Another team member followed. Yeah, my brother Hao turned all those snakes into roasted snakes with one slash, I'm hungry from watching. The brother Hao they were talking about was being surrounded by the 3 of them in the center. Only to see that the man was big and thick, born with a head of red hair, and holding a big sword with flames burning in his hand, he looked very social. If he hadn't appeared at the examination center, no one would have thought that he was just a senior. In the face of the crowd's boasting, he was obviously very flattered and arrogantly said, oh, I thought this copy was more powerful, but it seems to be nothing more than that. Sprinkle water. Just then, another squad came out of the portal. Aya, this time it's really thanks to our Kai. Yes, brother Kai took me flying, and I'll always be with you. Brother Kai's fighting skills are really pure, especially that Iron Mountain leaning move, it's breathtaking. Surrounded by them in the center was a blue-haired little brother with a center parting, wearing a black top with back pants, living up to his big brother's demeanor. Only to see him put on an unbeatable expression and said coldly, humph, a copy of this level doesn't need too much praise yet, or else it will rather look like a drop in price. Just then, a discordant voice came from in front of him. Who do I think it is? Isn't this my defeated general, Dong Kai? The one who issued the taunt was none other than the red-haired brother Hao. Hearing this, the blue-haired, center-parted Kai quickly grimaced and disliked back. Yo, I thought it was some guy who doesn't have eyes? Turns out it's my defeated general, where's Zhang Zhenghao? It's clearly me who arrived one step ahead of you, what qualifications do you have to say that I'm your defeated general? Hao wrapped his hands around his chest and threw his head back. If you compare points, I have a whole 250 points more than you. Dong Kai wasn't far behind. How calculating. Zhang Zhenghao, if it wasn't for the fact that I happened to have a cold and fever half a month ago, I would have already taken at least the top 3 in the Rising Star contest, and I wouldn't have had the time to take the college entrance exams with you ordinary people. That's really funny. If I, Dong Kai, hadn't been practicing too hard and happened to have a recurrence of an old injury, I would have already taken first place in the Nova Scramble competition, and wouldn't even have anything to do with that first place right now. The two people you said a sentence, I choked. The two invigilator teachers next to them looked blank. The young female teacher quietly asked, who are these two? Why are they choking as soon as they meet? The aged male teacher shook his head. They are the two outstanding students of the second middle school. Their strengths are almost the same, and the throne of the first grade rotates between them all year round, so these two don't obey anyone. It seems that the two of them are inevitably going to have a PK today. At this moment, those players behind the two joined the fray. You dare to talk about our brother Hao? You're sick of living, aren't you? You're still justified in talking about our brother Kai? Brothers and sisters, together we will guard the best brother Kai. Only to see that brother Hao tossing his red hair in a dashing manner, the flaming greatsword in his hand was crossed in front of his chest. No way, Sai. There's no point in talking more. I think it's better to use force to decide the winner. Kai combed his neatly oiled hair with his hand. Yale, looks like things are getting interesting. Tada Kai. Hashido Sax. Just at this time, a voice from the side of the two of them rang. I say you two middle two disease, noisy, cannot be quiet a little? The crowd followed the voice and looked. A handsome teenager wearing orange battle armor was sitting with his back to them. Due to the fact that he didn't utter a single sound just now, it caused all of them to not notice that there was another person here. Only to hear the teenager continue without looking back, I've been meaning to say this since the beginning, can you guys stop making so much noise? The noise is making my brain, that's buzzing. The examination center is a very important place, can you have some quality? Chapter 104 Touch and Die, the one who dies is on the opposite side. As soon as Lin Zhe's words fell, the two teens that were originally quarreling gathered their gazes on him in unison. Everyone had an angry look on their face. Who are you again? One of the juniors behind brother Hao yelled at Lin Zhe, we're having a firefight here, what are you interrupting for? Our brother Kai is teaching the opposite side a lesson here, what are you interrupting to cast a spell? The minions on Kai's side followed suit. Firefight? Lin Zhe laughed, you guys are playing house bar. However, thinking of his promise to Lu Hanlin that he couldn't start a conflict with anyone, he eventually said calmly. I just want to remind you guys in a friendly way, if you want to fight, then fight quickly, don't just move your mouth and grind your teeth. However, once these words came out, the faces of both brother Hao and brother Kai were even more unsightly. Brother Hao, who are you? How dare you satirize old me? Nor do you inquire about what I, Zhang Zhenghao, am? Brother Kai, your excellency has a big mouth. I don't know who your excellency is, are you also an invigilator? It's not possible that you're also a test taker, right? Ahem. The male invigilator spoke, let me interject, he is indeed a candidate, and he came earlier than both of you. What? Both teams of students were shocked, how is this possible? How could he be faster than our brother Hao? The team member on one side said. The team member on the other side hurriedly asked, then he must not have as many points as our brother Kai, right? The male teacher shook his head, he has more than 7,000 points, more than 2,000 higher than both of you. What? The crowd was even more shocked. Both brother Hao and brother Kai's faces were a bit strained, and they immediately chided towards Lin Zhe, who the hell are you? Lin Zhe, however, didn't take it seriously and simply replied back, it doesn't matter who I am, and my clearance time and points aren't useful, so you guys don't have to be afraid. However, these words changed flavor in the ears of the two. This person, was he getting a bargain? Brother Hao, what are you yanking for? Looking down on old me, huh? Brother Kai, your excellency is so arrogant, even if you don't tell us, you still sneer back? Both of them burst into a rage. Brother Hao looked at brother Kai, surnamed Don, before we fight it out, how about teaming up to get rid of this person first? Brother Kai nodded, just what I want, it's not too late to split the difference after we invite this person out. As soon as the words left his mouth, the muscles of brother Hao's body erupted, and the flames on that large sword burned even brighter. Zhang Zhenghao, Fiery Mad Blade Grade A, Level 23. Brother Kai also struck a handsome stance. Dong Kai, Vidra Fighter A rank, Level 23. Don't come over, you two. Lin Zhe said in a hurry, I made a deal with someone, I don't fight. Both of them laughed in their hearts, this person is afraid? Want to plead for mercy? Too late. The two said in unison. In the next second, the two launched a sword and a fist towards Lin Zhe's back. Ka-ching! Zhang Zhenghao dealt damage, 238. Thud. Dong Kai dealt damage, 227. At the same time, the counter-shock effect from the undying golden body talent on Lin Zhe's body triggered and, according to the mechanism, directly counter-shocked double the previous damage reduction. Countershock damage dealt to Zhang Zhenghao, 20116. Countershock damage dealt to Dong Kai, 19893. The two nemesis froze and looked at the empty blood bars on each other's heads. Before they could react to what was going on, they were both teleported out of the game. Those students and the two invigilators also looked dumbfounded. At the same time, the teachers and students outside the copy had the same expression. What just happened? Did I miss any images? How did Zhang Zhenghao and Dong Kai suddenly die? At the principal's table, the principal of the second middle school cast a grudging glance towards Lu Hanlin. Lu Hanlin spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. It's none of my business, Lin Zhe hasn't violated my instructions so far. Feng Wuchen spat on the side. Who do you think the two of them are bad at messing with? They had to go and mess with Lin Zhe. Inside the copy, Lin Zhe was also somewhat helpless as he muttered to himself, young people are just prone to impulsiveness. After saying that, he finally stood up from his cross-legged sitting position, turned to face the two teams of candidates, and slowly said, "You all saw it just now, right? It was the two of them who took the initiative to attack me, but I didn't make a move, oh? If a teacher investigates later, you guys have to help me testify?" Lin Zhe spoke with a sincere face, but in the eyes of the crowd, it turned into a threat in disguise, and everyone was scared to death, nodding their heads like chaff. Just then, more and more candidates also came out of the portal, and Wang Hao's team was among them. Lin Zhe. Wang Hao saw him and immediately led a few team members to run over. Wang Hao boasted, 42 minutes and 16 seconds. This time, buddy, my score isn't bad, right? Not bad, congratulations. Lin Zhe quipped. Right, what's your time? Wang Hao asked, it should be about 10 minutes faster than me, right? Not too fast, not too fast. Lin Zhe replied, 5 minutes and 36 seconds. Scared me to death, it turns out to be just over 5 minutes faster. It's a total time of 5 minutes and 36 seconds. Wang Hao? He instantly shut himself up and just wanted to squat in a dark corner. I'm also a bit floored, daring to compare my results with you. The few players from Brother Hao and Brother Kai who heard the duo's conversation just now were even more dumbfounded. 5 minutes and 36 seconds? Why didn't he say so earlier? Causing us to compete there for more than 30 minutes, like clowns? 5 minutes and 36 seconds, is this still human? Oh no, I mean, it's like a god. Wait, his name is Lin Zhe, he's not the champion of the Rising Star tournament, is he? We just actually wanted to fight him? Me fight Lin Zhe? At once, several people were so regretful that they pounded their chests in shame. Then, everyone transformed into licking dogs and ran to Lin Zhe's feet. Brother Lin, you're an adult, forgive my little brother's offense just now. Yes, Brother Lin, it's all because of those two idiots Zhang Zhenghao and Dong Kai blindly JB screaming, leading us astray as well. Looking at Wang Hao's team dumbfounded, what's going on here? Go go go, it's not your turn to be a little brother. Wang Hao hurriedly drove these people away. Then he grabbed Lin Zhe's arm and said, Gigi, what happened to the promise to take us flying? Is it no longer love? Go go go, don't be disgusting. Lin Zhe laughed and scolded, I promised Principal Lu that I couldn't team up, but I can keep you guys from dying in a while. Okay. Wang Hao and his teammates immediately smiled with joy. After another while, the 60-minute examination time finally arrived. Only half of the original number of students who had successfully passed the first examination content remained. Only 2 invigilators walked up to the students and announced, now we will start the second part of the examination. Please cooperate and work together to defeat the enemy. In the next second, the wall in front of the students suddenly parted from both sides like a theater curtain, and an extremely magnificent battlefield appeared in front of everyone. As far as the eye could see, war flames and black clouds rolled in. There were quite a few green dragon corpses lying on the ground, while they were surrounded by some black draconians. On the volcano at the very back, a huge black dragon was perched on top, eyeing everything below. Finally, its gaze rested on top of the arriving human race. Then, it stretched its neck and let out a deafening roar towards the sky. Chapter 105 Classmate, how can you touch the fish? Exam Part 2, Team Copy. Task Content, Volcano Wizards. Mission Background, now, you have come to the real battlefield. Please defeat the invaders and return the green dragon a beautiful and clean home. Rules of Quest, For every one normal monster killed, get 50 points. For every elite monster you kill, you will receive 200 points. Eliminate the final boss and gain 2000 points. Time limit, 60 minutes. Seeing the description of the quest, the candidates put on a serious look and prepared to face the enemy. At the same time, right after the black dragon in the distance let out a roar, the draconians on the battlefield began to advance towards the candidates one after another as if they had received an order. Dragon Man Soldier. Race, Dragoon B rank. Level, 20. Life value, 8,000. Description: as dependents of the dragon race, the only duty of the dragon men, from birth to death, is to loyally guard their masters. These dragon men, each of them is about 2 meters tall, with a dragon-headed person and a body covered by black scale armor. Moreover, they had a full range of troop types: melee, long range, mage, and auxiliary, and were neatly configured. Just by looking at it, it was extremely oppressive. Aside from Lin Zhe, every candidate's expression was unconsciously tense, as if they were on the verge of an enemy. Right at this moment, Wang Hao suddenly shouted out, "Classmates, afraid of a hammer, let's all go together." Perhaps just short of such an incentive, the candidates were instantly inspired with courage upon hearing this, shouting under their breath, "Go! Charge!" Then, waving the weapons in their hands, they swarmed towards the dragons. Lin Zhe also mixed in the middle of the crowd, falsely charging along with Wang Hao, while praising, "Not bad, haven't seen you for a few days, you have the aura of being a chieftain." He. Wang Hao nervously scratched his head, "It's mainly because with you beside me, I'm not panicked at all, I'm down to earth." Soon, the candidates gathered with the army of dragon men and began to fight short-handedly. Since it was the college entrance exam, everyone's heart understood how their future would be dependent on this fight. Therefore, not caring about how scary the enemy was, everyone had taken out 100% of their passion to start killing the enemy. From the looks of it, there was really a bit of the meaning of throwing one's head and spilling one's blood on a real battlefield. Lin Zhe was the only one who didn't panic at all, walking on the battlefield as if he was taking a stroll in the neighborhood garden. He only summoned the imp dragon, letting the little dragon occasionally touch base with the monsters, and then incidentally letting the little dragon take a bite of the corpses left over from other people's fights to grow its attributes. What a pain in the ass! If I hadn't promised Headmaster Lu that I couldn't steal monsters from everyone, I would have bagged this place a long time ago. He complained. Do you guys know how hard it feels to have a large amount of experience delivered to your doorsteps and not be able to harvest it? Forget it, it's better to sympathize with everyone. After all, people still have to take the college entrance exams, unlike me, who is bailed out. Lin Zhe was alone there talking to himself, but it was still heard by Wang Hao with a few teammates around him, and a few of them instantly looked like they had cha lemons. He did it on purpose, right? Definitely on purpose, right? A few people's fists hardened. After about 10 minutes of sparring like this, the number of dragons on the battlefield obviously became less, while there were also quite a few candidates who were passed out of the copy due to exhaustion. The first wave of attack was considered to have been carried over by everyone. There were roughly more than 40 candidates remaining on the battlefield, and everyone was as if they had gone through a great calamity, standing in place to rest and replenish, while wearing a hint of pride after the victory on their faces. After this battle, they all felt their growth. Lin Zhe was the only one who was wobbling around with unusual ease, and was getting slightly impatient. Why hasn't the boss fight started yet? When else do we have to wait? However, right at this moment, a girl's voice sounded behind him. This student, I've been observing you for a long time, you've just been touching the fish, right? Lin Zhe turned around and saw that it was a girl wearing glasses and a twisted braid, with a large faceplate and slightly old-fashioned clothing. The girl's voice together immediately attracted the gazes of the surrounding students. Only to hear the girl continue to righteously say, everyone is struggling to kill monsters, only you are here to rub experience, you do this, can you afford everyone's efforts? And can you stand up to your own conscience? The girl's words were so well spoken and forceful, and her tone of voice was so provocative that she looked like a standard student cadre. Lin Zhe was stunned. Where did this psycho come from? How to participate in a college entrance examination, but also can meet so many oddballs? It's really an old sow wearing that, one said after another. However, her words immediately drew the resonance of some of the students around her, and everyone cast a dissatisfied look at Lin Zhe, and began to whisper. Yes, the group is about working together and cooperating. How can someone still fish in troubled waters? How can this kind of person have the honor to stay until now? That's right, if it were me, I would have gotten out long ago. It can't be helped, thin-skinned ones like us just have to suffer a bit. Hearing the girls accusing Lin Zhe, Wang Hao got upset and was the first to stand out, saying towards the girl, "What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know the situation." "Humph, I only know that he did paddle and touch the fish, seeing is believing." The girl showed no weakness. At this time, a few sisters from her team also stood out and backed her up. "That's right, I saw it too. Do you still want to deny it? Several of us girls are working so hard, and he's a big man still groping for fish on the side. Is it good?" "That's right, what a dick. You." Wang Hao was so angry that he blew his nose. If it was a boy on the opposite side, he would have gone up long ago and slammed his sandbag-sized fist into his face. "You what you?" The girl with glasses continued to be unforgiving. "What? Do you still want to make a move?" Speaking Wang Hao to 100 words. Meanwhile, the principal's chair outside the replica was a different scene. "Which school is that girl from?" A principal stood up and asked, "Doesn't she know who she's facing?" "It's a student from our 8th middle school." A bald principal weakly raised his hand. At once, he became the target of the other principals. "This student of yours, what a talent, what should I say? He actually dared to mess with that Lindsay? If she messes up like this, if she messes with Lindsay, I'm afraid all our other students will suffer. Do you think she's got a lot of time on her hands? What's she got to do to mess with Lindsay?" One by one, their words were so loud that the principal of the 8th middle school was about to drown in spittle. All right. Lu Hanlin stood out to be a peacemaker. "Look at how you all talk about Lindsay like he's some kind of bully. Don't worry, he won't do anything to your students." "Really?" The other principals turned back and asked half-heartedly. Lu Hanlin threw his head back. "My own students, I don't know anymore?" Inside the copy, Wang Hao was still fighting with the girl with glasses. "All right." Right at this moment, Lindsay patted his hand on Wang Hao and said, "It's better to look at the situation in front of us first." When the crowd was told by him, they all looked towards the front of the battlefield. Only then did they realize that right at the juncture when they were having a conflict, the second wave of the Dragonman Legion had already marched towards them. Moreover, among the enemies this time, there were also some elite soldiers covered in heavy armor. Everyone was shocked, and they couldn't care less about quarreling, and resumed their stance of responding to the battle. The girl with the glasses turned her face away and said with some displeasure, "Humph, we all have to fight the monsters, so let's forget about it this time. But I hope you'll be a bit more proactive in a while. Don't let me see you touching the fish and paddling again." With that tone, those who didn't know would think that she was Lindsay's homeroom teacher. However, Lindsay was smiling blandly. "Interesting, really giving you guys a chance and you don't grasp it yourselves. You guys should be glad that this is the college entrance exam. It's inconvenient for me to make a move. Don't worry, I'll be very proactive next. You guys don't regret it is all." Chapter 106. How come all the candidates have become Lindsay's little brothers? In the next second, only Shadow Demon, Phantom Demon, and Inferno Demon were summoned at the same time. "You three, compare who's the fastest," Lindsay ordered. "Yes, master." Then, the three demons were seen dashing towards the enemy legions amidst the astonished gazes of the candidates. The Shadow Demon maneuvered a giant sword to patrol back and forth through the enemy clumps while beginning to frantically suck souls. The Phantom Demon swung its bone whip, controlling all the enemies, and then the bone whip released countless black sword chi, killing the enemies instantly. The Inferno Demon was charging all the way, and all the enemies along the way were buried in the sea of fire. In less than 2 minutes, the second wave of enemies, which was still raging just now, was cleaned up. Kill Dragonman Soldier, experience plus 200, triggers half the matter talent, extra plus 100, lifespan plus 200 days, points plus 50. Kill Elite Dragonman Soldier, experience plus 300, triggers half the matter talent, extra plus 150, lifespan plus 300 days, points plus 200. Your current total points are 20,150. Lindsay, who had held back from fighting monsters for a long time, finally got his kicks this time. The sound of experience and lifespan being credited was always so pleasing to the ear. Not caring in the slightest about those candidates behind him, each one of them still maintaining their stance of being ready to meet the battle, their jaws stood frozen in place, as if they were demented. At this moment, the three demons had already returned to Lindsay and began to invite credit. Master, aren't they the fastest?" The Phantom Demon pulled on Lindsay's arm and said daintily. "Humph, I'm the fastest one." The Shadow Demon transformed into the shape of a little loli and crossed her arms and said, "All right, you two step aside, the fastest is bound to be me." Yen Demon said without the slightest bit of pity. The crowd of candidates behind him were even more stunned. His 3 summoned beasts killed all the enemies, and it only took 2 minutes? I actually questioned him just now, saying that he was fishing in troubled waters? It seems like I should be thankful that he fought monsters and not me. Every single one of his summoned beasts could have directly sent me to meet my Teiyukai. That's not right, this is the entrance exam. What about our points after he finishes the monsters? The candidates then realized that they had messed with someone they shouldn't have messed with, and a large wave of points directly disappeared. One must know that the college entrance exam is where 10,000 people cross a single wooden bridge, and one less point could mean falling behind hundreds or thousands of people. Everyone was in pain. Only to see Lindsay slowly turn around and face everyone, smilingly saying, "This wave just now, are you all still satisfied?" The moment these words came out, the crowd even turned ashen. This is pointing at us, ah? You? Where are your words? A student immediately ran up to flatter, "Just now I have eyes to recognize him to tie. You adults do not remember the small man, forgive me can? Forgive me? Yes, just now is our attitude problem, we no longer dare to point fingers at you." The crowd flocked to him and flattered him. "We didn't actively try to target you just now, we were maliciously guided." Someone pointed out the problem. In the next second, the crowd looked in unison at the girl with glasses and her several sisters. What are you doing?" The girl with glasses was obviously a bit flustered. "Don't come over, ah. What do you want to do to people?" "This sister." A sensible girl walked out and said to her, "We don't want to do anything to you either. I hope you can apologize to that classmate, and then withdraw yourself from the competition." You guys," the girl with the glasses wanted to argue, but seeing that fire was about to spew out from the eyes of the crowd, she could only stop. "Right, I'm sorry, I was wrong." The glasses girl walked over to Lindsay and bowed and apologized while crying. Those sisters behind her could only follow suit one by one. Then, all of them grayly teleported out. At this time, another student stepped forward and said towards Lindsay, "I propose that we embrace this student as the leader, and for the rest of the content, we'll all listen to him, how about it?" "I agree. I have no problem with that." Everyone expressed their agreement. In an instant, all of the 30-odd candidates present became Lindsay's minions. Wang Hao patted Lindsay's shoulder and said a bit jealously, "Lindsay, you're getting better now too. It's just a pity that the wave of points just now, along with me, didn't rub off on me." "Ah, this." Lindsay scratched his head, "I forgot about it." Then, he said towards the crowd, "For the next monsters, let my brothers fight first. Those who didn't help out just now, fight in the second wave. Those who helped just now, can only fight last. Everyone supervise each other, do you hear me?" The crowd looked at each other and didn't dare to have any objections. They all agreed, yes, Big Brother has the final say. Wang Hao was instantly moved to wail, "Lindsay, oh no, righteous father, you really haven't forgotten me as your righteous son." Outside the replica, one principal after another was also shocked when they saw this scene. Each principal cast a reproachful glance towards Lu Hanlin. "Didn't you say that Lindsay wouldn't do anything to our students? How come everyone has become his little brother now? And they've even started a distribution system? Is this a college entrance exam or a club? It's simply child's play." Lu Hanlin spread his hands and directly stopped pretending. "He didn't beat the students right out of them, it's already on my thin face, you guys should be thankful." "You?" All the principals dared to speak in anger. Inside the replica. Under Lindsay's command, the next third wave of monsters was also quickly resolved. Wang Hao's points were rubbing up even more, laughing so hard that his mouth couldn't even close. On the other hand, those who had just questioned Lindsay could only share a little bit of leftovers, and one by one, their intestines turned green with remorse. Right after the third wave of monsters were all eliminated, the black dragon perched on the volcano in the distance once again let out a deafening dragon roar. Then, it flapped its huge wings twice and flew into the sky at once. A pair of wings unfolded in the air as if they were covering the sky, and the weather, which was originally quite good, instantly became cloudy and thunderous. Then, the black dragon was seen beginning to fly towards the students. Meanwhile, at the exit of the second area of the replica, another thing was happening. There were 2 invigilators standing there, and when they saw the change in the color of the sky induced by the black dragon, a look of anticipation appeared in their eyes as well. "Has it finally started?" One of the invigilator teachers said, "I've been waiting for half a day." The other invigilator teacher behind him, however, pressed the brim of his hat low and did not utter a word. The first teacher continued, "Hey, let's guess when the students will pass this time." In the next second, he only felt his head being stuck with an arm from behind. Then, with a click, his neck had been snapped. That second teacher slowly removed his hat, revealing Chin Dongjuan's gloomy face. Ha ha ha, I've also been waiting for a long time. Ah, Lindsay, it's time to take the wind you gave me and sacrifice it to heaven. He took out a black staff and inserted it into the portal leading to the replica, and the gray mist covering that portal immediately turned black. Chapter 107, Level 120 Boss, Wings of Calamity. Inside the replica. Faced with the black dragon flying in from the sky, every candidate frowned. This size, this oppressive force, had far exceeded any of the bosses they had fought before. Boss Calamity Wing Sartre. Race, Dragon A rank. Level, 32. Life value, 60,000. Skills, Blazing Ray, Sky Shock Blast, Calamity Lightning, etc. Expand for details. Description: he is an alien among the dragon race, a symbol of darkness and evil. Perhaps the meaning of his birth is to create disasters. Level 32? The students exclaimed. This was no longer like what their current level could handle. Why is this year's entrance exam so difficult? Is this still something people can fight? The examinees complained. Yeah, it said that this copy only has a 1% chance of being drawn. We're really out of luck. In the crowd, Lindsay followed in surprise. Level 32, 60,000 blood? What kind of boss is this? Yeah. The students agreed when they heard Lindsay say the same. Even he said so, it seemed that this copy was really hard. Who knew that? In the next second, Lindsay continued, isn't it even worse than a small monster? To be honest, I really haven't played this kind of primitive mode copy in a long time. My hands are a bit raw. I also wonder if it would take more than 1 second to kill this kind of monster? The surrounding students instantly turned green in the face. Hasn't anyone told him that he talks like he's in trouble? Although it's impossible to fight law. However, Lindsay still restrained the urge to go straight up and kill him in seconds. Forget it, we still have to give Principal Lu a face, we can't make it too difficult for him. Then, he said towards the crowd, you guys fight for a while first, grind its blood, and call me when it gets below 50%. In the crowd's dumbfounded gazes, Lindsay directly found a rock to sit on and began to sit up. Everyone's heart couldn't help but spit out, I thank you, you're still weirdly nice. Just then, the black dragon named Calamity Wings had flown above their heads and let out a loud roar. Then, a red laser ray was spat out from his mouth, tracing a straight line on the ground, and an explosion was created where it was traced. At once, several students were hit by the ray, out of the game and bloodied. The students looked at Lindsay, who was meditating with his eyes closed, and then looked at the powerful dragon, their faces stunned. Whatever, go hard. Manhwa shouted, fight as much as you can, it's not like dying is a real death anyway. However, right at this moment, an interface popped up in front of everyone's eyes. This copy has switched to nightmare mode, please be cautious. Attention, in nightmare mode, death is real, good luck. This Nima? The candidates were in an uproar. Manhwa slapped himself 3 times in a row, look at my mouth. Hey, this can't be a part of the exam, right? The candidates collapsed, I'm not going to take the university exam anymore, okay? I'll go home and farm now. Lindsay just didn't sit still for long, and after seeing this interface, he was also dumbfounded. What the hell, again? It's like saying that whichever copy I walk to, whichever copy is going to have problems, right? Don't mess with it, if it continues like this, I'll become a calamity. At the same time, the black dragon seemed to feel a force spread all over his body, and his strength had been greatly strengthened. He once again let out an earth-shattering roar, and countless red lightning bolts fell down. Boss Calamity Wing Sartre. Race, Dragon Grade A. Level, 120. Life value, 5 million. What, level 120? The candidates all went crazy and shouted, this Tama fights Nima off? Everyone began to hold their heads in their hands. Some directly fainted in fear. The originally intact team instantly collapsed. In the midst of the chaos, a shadowy laughter came from behind Lindsay. Ha, Lindsay, I've finally found you. Lindsay turned around and saw that it was a middle-aged man wearing the clothes of an invigilator, but with a very sinister look. Lindsay instantly recognized the other party. You're Qin Feng's dad, Qin Dongjun? Lindsay was also slightly startled. He had originally wanted to take the initiative to look for it, but he didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to come to his door. Lindsay instantly realized why the copy had suddenly mutated. So, this copy was your doing? Het het het, Shin Dongjuan's eyes were icy cold. This is a gift I prepared especially for you. At the same time, outside the replica. After the change appeared, all the teachers and students were also greatly shocked. Feng Wuchen, old Lua, how come you still got it right? Any copy that has Lin Zhe in it will indeed have some problems. Lu Hanlin, go go go, is this the time for jokes? I just casually said that, who knew something would really go wrong? At this time, Zhang Qi of the Border Legion walked over to the side of the principal's table to pacify them. Don't panic, principals. Zhang Qi said calmly, this time, we have prepared for this and have already arranged for the Border Legion soldiers to stand by in the replica in advance, so please be at ease. That's great, the students are saved. Everyone let out a slight sigh of relief. Inside the replica, Shin Dongjun and Lin Zhe were confronting each other. Lin Zhe said gently, you're interesting, your son obviously died because he betrayed the human race and gullibly trusted the undead. You preferred to blame me for it and send people around to assassinate me. You are not qualified to mention Fenger. Shin Dongjuan's eyes were wide with rage, and he instantly became like a rabid dog that had gone mad. My son was all killed by you, don't you dare try to deny it. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly laughed up to the sky like a madman and shouted, Lin Zhe, it's too late to deny or plead for mercy, enjoy the gift I've prepared for you. At the same time, Lin Zhe only felt that his head was covered by a large dark cloud, so it turned out that the wings of calamity had already locked him as a target. Lin Zhe slowly raised his head and looked at the big guy above him, but the corners of his mouth revealed a smile, then I'll accept this great gift of yours. In the next second, a demonic dragon that was half a head larger than the Calamity Wing appeared in the sky above and grabbed the Calamity Wing in its hands. Then, a ball of lightning was sprayed directly towards Calamity Wing's face. Ow! The Wings of Calamity was also unconvinced, and a mouthful of red lightning returned the favor. For a while, the two dragons actually twisted into a ball in the air. Shadow Demon, go help! A huge black sword appeared at Lin Zhe's side, and then flew towards the sky with a whoosh. Boom! A 30-meter-tall shadow demon shadow appeared in the air, with the effect of taunting the enemy at 100%. When that Calamity Wing saw it, he let go of the demon dragon as if he was possessed and bit towards the shadow. The demonic dragon took the opportunity to spit several lightning balls at him, each one dealing around 2.2 million damage. Soon, it took Calamity Wing away. Has killed the boss. Calamity Wing Sartre, experience plus 300,000, has triggered the twice the matter talent, additional plus 150,000. Lifespan plus 300,000 days, 821 years and 235 days. Acquired loot, 300,000 copper coins, Calamity Staff Mage Weapon, Calamity Tooth Material. Congratulations, you have been upgraded, current level, 37. Congratulations, your summoned beast Demon Dragon Juvenile has killed one dragon boss of a level no lower than its own, completing the first order breakthrough quest, current level, 25. Chapter 108 Demonic Dragon Evolution. The Abyssal 10 will attack. As a whole bunch of settlement screens popped up, Lin Zhe was also beaming with joy. Not only had he himself risen 3 levels in a row, but the little dragon had also managed to break through rank 1 and had risen 5 levels in a row. At the same time, the demonic dragon began to nibble on the corpse of the Calamity Wing while it hadn't recovered its original body, directly inheriting 10% of its attributes. At this point, the attributes of the demonic dragon had come to: Summoned Beast, Demon Dragon Adult. Race, Demon, Dragon. Branch, Special Species. Rarity, S-Class. Rank, 25. Life, 393,140. Mana, 308,370. Strength, 30124, Agility, 38921, Stamina, 39314, Intelligence, 31388, Spirit, 30837. Skills, Thunderball, Electricity Circle, Heaven and Earth. Skills, Thunderball, Electricity Circle, Heaven and Earth. Talents, Elemental Immunity, Darkness Immunity, Infinite Devouring, 10,000 Thunders to Burial. Lin Zhe was directly stunned. Little Dragon's 5 attribute values at level 25 were already about the same as Yin Demon's and theirs, and some had even surpassed them. It felt like he could already be used as his highest combatant. This little dragon, his future is unlimited. Lin Zhe couldn't help but feel that he was a little too perverted. However, the interface that popped up didn't stop there. Your summoned beast has acquired a new skill. Skill, Thunder Domain Shock Blast. Inflicts 3 times of lightning attribute damage to enemy targets within 50 meters of itself. Damage value equals intelligence value 1, intelligence value 5, intelligence value 10. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Oh. This new skill's triple damage is a bit dangly, huh? Lin Zhe exclaimed. At this moment, the 2-minute limit of Mana Heaven and Earth arrived, and the demonic dragon had returned to Lin Zhe's side. Only to see that it had transformed from a small, 3-headed, juvenile dragon into a standard-shaped dragon, only that it was still relatively small in size, roughly as tall as half an adult and over 2 meters long. A black skin, oily and shiny, with a pair of mighty demonic horns growing on its head. Ow! The little dragon let out a slightly raspy cry, looking very happy as it stuck its head out to rub against Lin Zhe. However, the settlement screen hadn't ended yet. Ding! Your long-term quest Demon Dragon Raising program has progressed, and you have raised the Demon Dragon to adulthood, earning you 1 system draw. Step 3 of your long-term quest, raise the dragon to maturity, reward 1 system draw. Final reward? Good. Having gained so much at once, Lin Zhe finally felt that he hadn't attended this college entrance exam in vain. At the same time, everyone around them stood dumbfounded after seeing Lin Zhe kill the level 120 boss in seconds. Everyone couldn't believe what they had just seen with their own eyes. And Qin Dongjuan's grim smile immediately froze on his face. Lin Zhe looked at him with a smile. This gift of yours is indeed too big, I don't even know how to thank you. This. You. Me. Qin Dongjun had already lost the ability to speak normally because he was too shocked. Just then, the sound of a tweeter came from behind him. Don't panic, students, we're here to save you. Only dozens of Border Legion soldiers in military uniforms hurriedly rushed up. A few of these soldiers instantly surrounded Qin Dongjun and escorted him before picking up their walkie-talkies and saying, "Report, the originator of the crisis has been arrested." The other soldiers were all looking left and right in a vigilant manner. Where is the giant dragon? Where is the gargoyle? Only, no other monsters were seen at the scene other than the dumbfounded candidates. An officer-like soldier walked up next to one of the candidates and asked, "Classmate, where is that giant dragon?" Has been solved by him." The classmate trembled and pointed at Lin Zhe. "By him." What? That officer was also shocked. A level 120 boss, solved by him, a level 30-something? After about 10 minutes, the candidates at the scene were basically stabilized. Everyone was draped with a blanket and sat on the ground to drink energy drinks. Those who were injured were promptly treated, and fortunately, there were no fatalities. As for Lin Zhe's side, that officer finally understood what was going on. Major Lin Zhe. The officer gave a straight military salute towards Lin Zhe. "Thank you for your timely rescue, and for keeping the losses to a minimum. We, the people of Daxia, thank you once again for your dedication." Lin Zhe gently waved his hand. "It's all a small matter, no need to take it to heart." After saying that, Lin Zhe looked towards Qin Dongjun, who was escorted up. "By the way, what will be done with him?" "We'll escort him back to interrogate him about some details. After all, relying on one's own personal power to make a copy enter nightmare mode is impossible in principle. And then, he shouldn't be able to escape the death penalty." "Well, that's more or less the same." Lin Zhe nodded. It was only that it was more or less regrettable that he didn't die by his own hand. At this time, only Qin Dongjun let out a disoriented laugh. "Ha ha ha, Lin Zhe, it seems that the heavens are really not long for the eyes, so it's fine, I can go down and accompany my wind child." But halfway through his sentence, his voice suddenly began to become bizarre, as if an even more sinister and treacherous voice had been superimposed behind his original voice. Only to hear that voice continue. "You human race, you will soon fall into the hands of our abyss, very soon." Ha 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 ha. Abyss? Lin Zhe's face was shocked after hearing that word. In the next second, an appalling change appeared in Qin Dongjuan's body. Only to see that from amongst his 7 orifices, many streaks of black, unidentified substances scurried out at the same time, each one biting at those soldiers around him like snakes. In the next second, Lin Zhe's entire body was like a flash of lightning, and he had already bullied his way to the side of Qin Dongjuan's body, sending his body flying out with a punch. However, the speed of the black snake was too fast, and there were still a few soldiers who had already bitten, as if they had been poisoned, lying on the ground with no breath in an instant. What is that thing? The other soldiers were all in a state of shock, as if they were on the verge of an attack. In just a few seconds, they had already lost several of their comrades. At the same time, Qin Dongjun was knocked out and lay letting out a miserable scream. "Ah! only to see that his entire body was torn apart by that black substance, forming a spatial crack. Then, from inside the crack, a large black snake slowly drilled out. The large black snake began to take on human form, turning into a handsome, slightly feminine-looking man. He leisurely looked towards Lindsay and emitted a cynical voice from his mouth. "You are Lindsay, aren't you? First time I meet you. My name is Uroboros, the body-devouring serpent from the abyss. In the name of the abyss, I extend a sincere invitation to you. How about joining the abyss?" Chapter 109, Spaghetti Tossed with 42 Concrete. 12 hours ago. Somewhere in a dark world beyond the 10,000 realms. In the center of a ring-shaped mountain, there was an extremely inconspicuous cabin. However, walking into the cabin, one would realize that it was just an entrance to the underground. Via an elevator, it goes all the way down to the bottom floor to a huge room. The four walls of the room are not made of concrete or any building material, but seem to be more like some kind of creature. Walking through it, one could still see those walls pulsing slightly, as well as the sound of blood flowing through them. Next to the walls, there were large and small transparent containers piled up. Among the containers, there were a variety of strange creatures' bodies and tissues. All around the room, there were also various experimental facilities and instruments made up of biological tissues. At this moment, a man's voice was coming from the deepest part of the room. "Strange? It's not right, huh? What's going on here?" The man's voice revealed doubt, as if he had encountered some great difficulty. And this man was none other than one of the 10 generals of the abyss, Uroboros. At this moment, he was crouching in front of an experimental bench, using a biotentacle-like instrument to observe the red liquid in a small container. While observing, his mouth was still chanting, "There's no problem, this is the blood of that human race." But the simulation experiment was conducted 3 times, why did it all fail? Puzzled, he stabilized his mind and said, "Whatever, now start the 4th simulation experiment." Roger. The biological superbrain in the room responded. As soon as the words fell, the entire room seemed to come to life, with many biological tentacles reaching over from all directions, absorbing the last bit of red liquid in that small container. Immediately afterward, inside a large glass jar warehouse not far in front of the experimental bench, a mass of flesh was growing at a rapid pace. Skeleton, internal organs, muscles, skin, and 5 senses. In less than 10 minutes, a handsome-looking human teenager appeared in the middle of the vessel. The teenager slowly walked out of the vessel and bowed down to Uroboros in front of him. "Introduce yourself," Uroboros ordered with a haughty look on his face. "My name is," the human replied after thinking for a slight 2 seconds, "My name is Lindsay, human, male, 18 years old, my occupation is an S-rank demon summoner. A native of Tianyu City, Daxia, both parents deceased, attending Tianyu City 3rd Middle School, currently enrolled in the Western War College." "Very good." Uroboros interrupted him, muttering to himself, the memory test was flawless. He looked the human in front of him up and down, and with a light smile, he continued to ask, "Tell me, what is the secret of your strength that far exceeds that of a human of the same rank?" Simeon Lindsay froze for a moment, then frowned and began to think, "My secret. My secret. Ah, I remember." He suddenly brightened up, "My secret is that I have department." "You have what?" Uroboros' eyes widened at the call-out answer. "I mean, personally, I think this spaghetti should just be mixed with 42 concrete. Because of the length of this screw, it could easily have a direct effect on the torque of the excavator, and when you slam it in a split second it creates a massive amount of high-energy protein, commonly known as UFOs." "Stop," Uroboros said angrily, "what a mess. Every time we speak, there's always this error in language and logic. Forget it, just show your ability to summon demons," he ordered. "Yes." The simian Linza once again answered very respectfully. Then, he was seen pulling out a thick tome and shouting to himself, "Contract Inferno Demon. Consuming 100 years of lifespan, has contracted Inferno Demon for you." Boom! A huge flame demon appeared in the room. The Inferno Demon let out a ferocious low voice, "My name is." However, in the next second, the simian Linza was seen falling straight to the ground, stomping his feet twice, dead. Both Uroboros and Inferno froze. Uroboros was furious and lifted some of the vessels on the experiment table to the ground. Where exactly did the error occur? I, Uroboros, the #1 scientist of the abyssal realm, haven't encountered such an intractable problem for hundreds of years. No, I absolutely must probe to find out," he said with anger in his eyes. The 5th simulation experiment begins. However, the biological supermind broadcasted an error alert. The blood of the simulated subject had been used up, and the experiment could not be conducted. Ah! Uroboros yelled out in a frenzy, "Piss me off." His eyes were ferocious and he directly took it out on that inferno, only to see him pinch his hand in the air, and countless black snakes tightly wrapped around the inferno, causing it to turn into a puddle of plasma. A summoned beast of a simulated body is also a whole lot less powerful than the original body. He licked the blood splattered on his face and his expression eased slightly. This human race called Lindsay really makes me more and more curious. Since you've run out of blood, I'll just continue to find it from you. Then, he said to the biological overmind, through the analysis of Lindsay's memories, there was a human race called Chin Dongjun who wanted to approach the target recently, right? Yes. The biological superbrain replied. Very well. His eyes gradually went cold. Start with this Chin Dongjun and compel him to become a slave of the abyss. Then, directly use him as an anchor point for a rift invasion. Roger that. An expectant smile appeared on Uroboros' face. This time, it'll be my personal trip. Time returned to the present. Inside the Pure Dragon's Nest copy. Uroboros had successfully invaded the copy and said to Lindsay, "In the name of the abyss, I extend a sincere invitation to you. How about joining the abyss?" When these words came out, everyone, including Lindsay, was stunned. The people next to them, although they weren't clear on what the abyss was, everyone realized that things were not good. This person who had drilled out of a spatial crack and transformed from a large black snake was by no means a good person. Abyss? General Abyss? You? Bo? Race, deep? Abyss? Level? Life? Skills? Even the character information card once again displayed a strange garbled code. This is... Seeing the few soldiers that had been killed by the other party in seconds, Lindsay's eyes were gradually sinking. Then, he said in a commanding tone to the Legion officer beside him, "Listen up, immediately retreat with the students. Move fast." But Major, you... The officer was still a bit skeptical. "Retreat immediately, that's an order." Lindsay's tone was firm. "Yes." The officer answered, then ordered the soldiers around him, "Protect the students and retreat in a hurry." The soldiers immediately complied, leading the students away from Lindsay and the enemy. Uroboros didn't care about the departing crowd, as if these people were just small ants in his eyes and didn't need to be concerned. Only a cold smile appeared on his face as he asked towards Lindsay, "So, can you give your answer now? Is it to join the abyss, or..." "I'll join your mom, eat." Without waiting for the other party to finish his words, Lindsay directly flashed in front of him. A fist containing the power of 10,000 thunderbolts smashed into Uroboros' face. Chapter 110 Dasha Battle Power Ceiling, 7 Masters of the Cloudy Sky. Boom! With the loud sound of a fist smashing against bones, Uroboros' body flew straight out. This punch was enough to instantly kill an ordinary human race below the 5th rank. However, Uroboros' fallen body was directly re-erected. His neck had been twisted 180 degrees by the punch, and his entire face was flipped onto its back, but in the next second, his head slowly returned back. Only to see him loosen the tendons on his neck and say as if nothing had happened, "Looks like I've been rejected, huh? So this is what it's like to be rejected, it seems a bit unpleasant." An innocent aggression surfaced on his face. It looked like a bullied child. However, soon after, the pupils of his eyes shrunk extremely drastically, turning into a pair of vertical pupils. "Oops, there's no way out then. There's no choice but to force you back." As the words fell, he stretched his hand forward, and the front of his arm instantly transformed into several black pythons. Each python opened its bloody mouth and bit up towards Lindsay. "Demons, come out to work!" Lindsay shouted in a low voice. In the next second, the demons appeared in front of him. The Inferno Demon Barrows took the first step, and the molten fire heavy hammer in his hand struck towards the python, instantly smashing its head into the air, black blood splashing out. Damage dealt, 440-2137. Then, more black pythons scurried out from Uroboros' limbs, mouths, and stomachs, looking very frightening and hunting. Only to see dozens or hundreds of giant pythons surging up like a tidal wave, Lilith immediately threw out her bone whip and released a crescent-shaped sword chi. Instantly, countless pythons were separated. However, the attack didn't stop because of this, and then, a black python also grew on the ground they were standing on, and the entire piece of land was instantly turned into a nest of snakes. The 10 hell demon dogs immediately transformed into shadow form and detonated shadow. The demon dragon also used the electricity circle skill, spreading a circle of lightning from around him. Instantly, the pythons on the ground also died in large swathes. While Uroboros was distracted, Shadow Demon Nora's giant sword had already circled around behind him and stabbed him with a whoosh while he was unprepared. Wow! Uroboros spat out a mouthful of black blood. When he looked down again, his body had already been pierced by the giant sword. Lindsay sat back and said indifferently, "Your abyssal generals, they wouldn't be this capable, would they?" However, what followed was a string of sinister laughter from Uroboros. Ha 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 ha. Although his body was pierced through, it was as if he couldn't feel the slightest bit of pain, and he said coldly, "These summoned beasts of yours, they are really much more powerful than my experimental body. Or exactly did it go wrong? What secrets do you have in your body? My curiosity is overflowing." As soon as the words left his mouth, his remnant body transformed into a small streak of black snakes and burrowed into the earth. Then in the very next instant, dozens of identical Uroboros appeared in the middle of the sky and shouted in unison, 10,000 poisonous serpent domain. Then, it was seen that countless black pythons sprang out from the body of each Uroboros. Instantly, a dragnet made up of black pythons was formed. Skill, 10,000 poisonous serpent domain. Each giant snake inflicts abyssal attribute damage on the target, the damage automatically accumulates, and each one inflicts 1% more damage than the previous one. In a matter of moments, several demons were bitten several times by those black pythons. Lindsay frowned slightly and directly used the Demon Hot Springs skill to summon the lava hot springs to replenish the demons. After replenishing their blood, the inferno demons howled towards the canopy woven by the black pythons before releasing the undying eternal flame. The orange flames instantly surrounded those black pythons. The demon dragon did not show any weakness either, directly using its newly learned AoE ranged skill, Thunder Domain Shock Blast. The falling thunder that cut through the sky struck the ground intensively, dealing 3 stages of damage to each of the black pythons, 60,000, 300,000, and 600,000. It was a pity that his Mana Heaven and Earth was still on cooldown, otherwise, the damage would have directly expanded by 100 times. Facing the ranged skills of the two demons, 10,000 Poisonous Serpent Domain's attack was obviously weakened a bit. The Phantom Demon and Shadow Demon took advantage of the opportunity to reap the rewards and flew into midair to attack dozens of Uroboros. Several demons maintained a continuous output, and when they were injured, they alternated back inside the demon hot springs to recover. After they were full of blood and condition, they immediately rushed forward to attack again. Under the seamless coordination, those Uroboros in the midair were eventually disposed of. Although it took quite a bit of effort, several of the demons were clearly getting a bit tired. "Is it over?" Nora said under her breath. "What the hell is all this?" The Inferno demon cursed from the sidelines. However, Lindsay didn't relax, he had a bad feeling. As expected, suddenly, the entire earth beneath their feet echoed with the voice of Uroboros. "I can't imagine that you, a mere human race, would be able to exhaust yourself with me to such an extent. To be honest, I'm a bit pissed off. Never mind, the purpose of my trip was never to kill you in the first place, as long as I can capture you back." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lindsay and the demons only felt a tremor in the earth, and in the next second, a black cement-like substance diffused out from the soil. Lindsay only felt his feet being sunk deep into that black substance. Looking around again, in a short while, the entire land had been turned into a swamp of that black substance. Then, there seemed to be a huge thing surging in the swamp, swimming towards Lindsay. "It's really hard to deal with." Lindsay frowned, only to feel that he couldn't move his feet. That giant thing, on the other hand, was approaching at an extremely fast speed. However, right at this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed in front of Lindsay's eyes, and when he looked up, a large golden bird was flying towards him. At the same time, a voice came from the bird's back, "Catch it." Lindsay quickly fixed his eyes and saw that a Confucian-shirt youth was standing on the bird's back, shouting at him. "Who's that?" Lindsay was puzzled for a moment, but at this moment, it was too late to think about it. He quickly withdrew his demon and reached out to grab one of the big bird's feet. Then, he saw the large bird fly upwards and actually pluck Lindsay's entire body out of the black substance. The very moment Lindsay was free, a huge black python emerged from the swamp, its head alone as big as the living room of Lindsay's house. The python opened its mouth and bit up, and the golden bird's wings shot up into the sky. The snake's mouth closed up an inch below Lindsay's feet, narrowly missing the bite. After escaping, Lindsay climbed onto the back of the bird. He saw that the young man was wearing a green-gray Confucian shirt, looking gentle and elegant. Just by looking at his appearance, he knew that he was a modest gentleman. He was also holding a brush in his hand. Lindsay stepped forward, clasped his hands and bowed slightly. "Thank you for your help. I still don't know, what's your name?" The youth returned indifferently, "The Seven Masters of the Clouds, by M.O." Lindsay was instantly startled. In the Grand Xia, even if one did not hear anything outside the window, it was impossible not to know that under the banner of the Grand Xia's supreme warrior, Great General Huayu, there were 7 existences known as the War Power Ceiling. Their strength even exceeded that of the 12 city lords, and they had been fighting on the front line against the invasion of all races for many years. They have a loud name, 7 Masters of the Cloudy Sky. PS Families, 5-star reviews and free gifts are appreciated. Chapter 111 7 Masters of the Clouds vs 10 Generals of the Abyss. 100 years ago, when the 10,000 races invaded and the entire population switched jobs, most of Great Xia was shrouded in mist, leaving only 12 large city-states and some small towns. Each large city-state assigned a city lord to govern. The 12 city lords, in turn, uniformly reported to a higher centralized body. For security and strategic reasons, the place where the central organization was located was a man-made floating city, known as Panglai. Panglai City floats around in the skies above Daxia all year round, making it difficult for enemies to locate it. The central organization is managed by General Huayu and other high-ranking officials, and the 7 top warriors under his command have a very imaginative name, the 7 Masters of the Clouds. At this moment, Lindsay looked at the youth in front of him, and was immediately in awe. The 7 Masters of the Cloudy Skies, this was a resounding name that he had heard ever since he had traveled to this world. They were superbly strong and were the objects of admiration for all the professionals in Grand Xia. They also defended their family and country and were highly decorated in battle, symbolizing the highest glory of Grand Xia. At this moment, Lindsay was facing by M.O., who was known as Sacred Hand Dan Cheng. His profession was an extremely rare and special type of summoning faction, capable of summoning all things to fight through what he drew. Moreover, before he reached his prime, Bai M.O. had already broken through the 5th rank, and his rank was even higher than Lord Lei. Seeing that Lindsay was a bit stunned, Bai M.O. smiled slightly and took the initiative to say, "For this college entrance exam, the entire army of Daxia has already taken all sorts of measures ahead of time, and we, the 7 Masters of the Clouds, are also on standby all day long, with the aim of preventing the current situation." "You're the legendary Lindsay, right? I've seen your name many times in your city lord's reports. Today, when I see you, you really have extraordinary skills. I've just been observing from the side for a while now. You were able to fight that monster for such a long time. Looking at the entire Grand Xia, there aren't many people who can do that." Lindsay slightly bowed his head. "I'm ashamed, I almost fell into that monster's trap just now." "Ha ha ha, no need to be humble." Bai M.O. laughed. "You rest for a while, leave the rest to me. I think that monster is evil as hell, it's better to get rid of it quickly." Only the golden bird carrying the 2 of them let out a long and clear chirp, then reversed its direction and flew back towards the giant snake on the ground. At the same time, Bai Mo's long sleeves vibrated, and the brush in his hand began to wave in the air. Even though there was no white paper, wherever the tip of the brush traveled, it immediately left traces of ink lines in the air. Bai Mo's gaze was like a torch as he obliviously waved the brush and ink, and in less than a moment, an ink-splashed landscape painting had appeared in front of the 2 of them. The mountain ranges in that painting were so majestic, with walls that made people feel as if they were there. The skill was so superb that Lindsay couldn't help but hold his breath as he watched. Then, he only saw Bai M.O. smile faintly and whispered to the monster below, "This painting of Taishan's morning glory, I'll give it to you." In the next second, he only saw that the inked mountains fell straight down, and as the speed of the descent increased, the painting, which was originally just a flat surface, gradually turned into a 3-dimensional physical object, and got bigger and bigger. In less than a moment, it had become a huge mountain range with the exact same proportion as reality. Boom! The mountain range pressed down on the black swamp and the black python below, emitting an earth-shattering roar. Then, one by one, exaggerated damage numbers were seen emerging from below, each one close to 10 million. What a powerful skill! Lindsay heartily exclaimed, "With this damage, I'm afraid it'll take me a few more months to reach it." Bai M.O. almost didn't fall off the big bird's back. The corner of his mouth twitched madly. Are all the juniors nowadays so confident? However, right at this moment, he only saw that on the ground, after the black swamp was heavily hit, it still didn't see disappearing. Instead, it gradually engulfed the huge group of mountains in it. Then, unexpectedly, several huge black snakes emerged again, and this time, the head of each snake was triangular. The black snakes opened their mouths, revealing a pair of curved hook-shaped morose fangs, and began to spew out black venom towards the golden big bird. "Stand firm. By Mo reminded Lindsay. As soon as the words left his mouth, the big bird let out a violent shake as it dodged the attack. What a hard-to-kill monster! By Mo's brows frowned slightly. In the next second, he picked up his brush again and made a wonderful stroke into the air. Within a few seconds, a mighty and domineering ink oriental dragon had already been drawn by him. Bayemo finally made a slight point in the dragon's eye socket, and saw that the furious eyeballs began to turn slightly, and then, the entire dragon came to life. The ink dragon leapt out of the painting and grew bigger and bigger, letting out a furious cry and heading straight for the poisonous snakes below. The ink dragon circled and danced between several vipers, and inky lightning immediately appeared around it, followed by a series of explosions. The damage figure of each explosion was around 20 million. However, the black snakes continued to emerge from the black swamp like weeds burned by wildfire. Just how much blood does this monster have? Bayemo was a bit surprised. I'll help. Lindsay shouted lowly, and in the next second, the Inferno Demon was summoned once again. Only to see the Inferno Demon leap, directly jumping off the bird's back, holding the heavy hammer with orange eternal flames high in its hand. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the orange flames splashed out in the middle of the black swamp, and those black snakes immediately began to struggle and twist inside the flames. Bayemo was slightly startled. This flame of yours, it's not to be missed. Even the 7 masters of the clouds had rarely seen this kind of mythical item. However, the fire is still a bit small. Bayemo laughed lightly. Let me help you. Within 10 seconds, several ink-colored eagles had been generated under his brush. Then, each eagle waved its huge wings and began to fan out strong air currents against the flames. Boom! The flames were blown by the wind and immediately spread rapidly. Soon, the entire vast black swamp was covered in orange flames, and those black snakes were all engulfed in it. After about 10 minutes or so, the black swamp and the black snakes were finally burned out and gradually disappeared from the ground, leaving only rolling smoke and soil that had been burned into charred ash. Only then did Bayemo and Lindsay let out a long sigh of relief. Lindsay bowed slightly. I'm really grateful to Senior. Shame. Instead, Bayemo was a bit embarrassed. The main credit is still yours, I just played a supporting role. Then, a worried look appeared on his face. However, is this the abyss? I dare say that it's trickier than any enemy I've seen before. If they really invade the human race, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lindsay nodded. He was just about to say something when he suddenly felt a slight stinging pain coming from his neck, as if he was being stared at by something. Bayemo also immediately noticed something strange. Lindsay, what's on your neck? Only to see that a small black snake was attaching itself to Lindsay's back, a pair of fangs already buried under the skin of his neck. Lindsay was also startled and immediately grabbed the small snake and pulled it downwards. He saw that 2 holes were left in his neck, from which blood flowed out. How is this thing still alive? Bayemo said angrily. In the next second, Lindsay opened his mouth, only his voice and tone sounded a bit different, almost exactly like that Urabaro's. He only heard him say quietly, Lindsay, Lindsay, in the end, I still won. Chapter 112. Lindsay was taken over? After hearing that unusual voice from Lindsay, Bayemo's face suddenly changed. When did you? Ha 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 ha. Lindsay laughed up to the sky, then a wry expression appeared on his face. From just now when you rescued him out, I had long ago remnants of a little tissue in the soles of his shoes. That flame of his is indeed powerful, but I'm not on the same level as that undead monarch who claims to be immortal. As long as any trace of me remains amongst the worlds, I will not die. Well, now that his body is mine, I'm going to go back and do my research. Bye. Lindsay finished speaking, and was about to jump off the back of the bird and flee to the abyssal rift. Want to run? Bayemo's eyes flashed. Not so easy. Only to see the brush in his hand swinging wildly into the air a few times, several ink-colored straight lines immediately flew around Lindsay's body from all directions, locking him up. Oh? Lindsay revealed an interested expression. Then it seems that you don't want me to leave? Well, actually, I've been wanting to use this body for a long time, so I'll play with you for a while. Summon demons. In the next second, inferno demons, phantom demons, demon dragons, hell demon dogs, and shadow demons all appeared on the bird's back and surrounded Bayemo. Bayemo was also facing so many demons at once as if he was facing an enemy, and sweat couldn't help but ooze out from the corners of his forehead. Ha ha ha. The possessed Lindsay, however, laughed happily. This true body, it's really much more powerful than those experimental bodies. Then, he revealed a sinister smile and shouted towards the demons, slaves, servants. What does he usually call you? Whatever, give me on. However, all the demons were motionless and looked at him with strange eyes. What's wrong? Give it to me. I am your master. No, you're not my master. Phantom Lilith said with one hand on her cheek, my master is always a little shy when facing me, and can't be mean to me. Exactly. Barrows the Inferno demon followed, my lord would never call me a slave. And Shadow demon Nora also bowed her head and said, my lord has also taught me many things. Ow. Woof woof woof. The demon dragons and hell devil dogs followed suit, barking in agreement. Cut. The possessed Lin Zhe revealed a spoiled look and said disdainfully, what's the point of playing master-servant love? It's disgusting. In that case, the next second, the corners of his mouth once again hooked into a smile, let me completely occupy your master's consciousness, and when that happens, it won't be up to you. The level of consciousness. In the middle of a vast and clear sea of consciousness, a black python slowly probed into it before transforming into a humanoid shape, taking the form of Uroboros. This meant that he had invaded into Lin Zhe's deep consciousness. Around his body, word after word surfaced. Demon Summoner, Tianyu City, Dasha, Wang Hao, Blue Star, Lei Jinyu, Yin Demon, Ratman Race, Qin Feng. Countless words were arranged in a chaotic order and began to slowly rotate around Uroboros. It was these densely packed words that made up everyone's life. Uroboros revealed a face of anticipation, let me see oh. He plunged his hand into the midst of those vocabulary words and roughly rummaged through them as if he were looking for a piece of clothing in a closet. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as several bolded and blacked out words appeared in front of him. Found it! Uroboros exclaimed excitedly. Earth. Where? Viet. Uroboros' brow furrowed, what are these? Systems. Of. A hint of something wrong gradually appeared on his face. What are these? It feels so hard to understand? Hiss, why do I feel a slight headache? Ah, it's getting more and more painful, it feels like my brain is going to crack. Uroboros held his head with both hands and cried out in pain. Just then, he felt someone behind him pat his shoulder. He immediately looked back, only to see a handsome teenager standing behind him. Lin Zhe? Uroboros took a few steps back, how is that possible? Your consciousness has clearly been taken over by me, no. Brain hurts. Lin Zhe revealed a sunny smile, but it was especially creepy in Uroboros' eyes. System. Lin Zhe shouted towards the air, what should I do about this situation? You, who are you talking to? A rare look of horror appeared on Uroboros' face. In the next second, a mechanical electronic female voice echoed in this sea of consciousness. Ding! Detected that the system is being invaded, will activate the anti-invasion program and launch a mental attack on the intruder. Uroboros was instantly dumbfounded, what is this? The system, in the end, what? I said, Shaoua. Lin Zhe looked straight into the other's eyes with a torch-like gaze, a bad smile on his face. This matter, tell us. In the next second, he directly kicked Uroboros' body hard, his mouth continued. Nothing, don't just drill into other people's brains. Uroboros covered his splitting headache, completely unable to defend against this sudden attack, his body lost balance and fell backwards. The whole person seems to fall into the bottomless seawater inside. Back to the reality level. Mo and a few demons were looking at Lin Zhe, who had been seized by Uroboros, as if they were on the verge of an attack, their faces all a little bewildered. Wanted to kill the enemy, but couldn't do it because it was Lin Zhe's body. Wanted to save the people, but didn't know how. Just then, Lin Zhe spoke, what exactly is the system? Personally, I think this spaghetti should just mix 42 concrete. Because of the length of this screw, it will easily directly affect the torsion of the excavator. When you smash in a moment, it will produce a large number of high-energy proteins, commonly known as UFOs. Will seriously affect the economy? You have such a high-speed running machinery into China, remember the principle I gave, Huanglongjiang faction all with Bluetooth. Lu Zhishan should not ride a shared bicycle when he was fighting the white bone demon in 3 times, because a strong twisted melon will easily produce the Ciccone effect, very unfavorable to the fermentation of red wine. Scare yourself, ah. Several demons in by Mo looked at me and me at you, all showing a dumbfounded expression. What is he saying? Master is crazy? Then, they saw black, cement-like liquid discharged from the 2 holes in Lin Zhe's neck, quickly flying away and drilling into the middle of that spatial rift. In the next second, Lin Zhe's eyes returned to normal. He saw the dumbfounded look of Bai Mo and a few demons and spat, "What's wrong with you guys? I heard that when I wasn't around, you guys said I was crazy?" P.S. At the end of the article, there is a concept art of Bai Mo in the author's words. Chapter 113 The Final Victory, 2 Chances at the Lucky Draw. It was only after hearing Lin Zhe's eyes and tone of voice recover, and even joke about it, that everyone eased up from their shock. A few demons hurriedly swarmed over them. "Master, are you well?" Lilith asked with concern. "Oh, I was really scared to death just now." A few crystalline teardrops hung from the corners of Nora's eyes. Inferno and Little Dragon also breathed a sigh of relief beside her. "Ah." Lin Zhe scratched his head and said, "I just vaguely seem to have heard each of you make a touching speech. Why don't you say it again in person?" Several demons have turned away, awkwardly pretending that nothing happened. "Master is annoying," Lilith scolded with a pouty laugh. At this time, Bai Mo also walked up and asked with some skepticism, "Little brother Lin Zhe, have you really recovered?" He was still a little worried that this was something the enemy was pretending to do on purpose. However, right at this moment, the settlement interface popped up in front of the two of them. Repelled Uroboros of the 10 Generals of the Abyss, experience plus 80,000. Acquired loot, 80,000 copper coins, abyssal core material. When Bai Mo saw this text, he believed that Lin Zhe had truly recovered and breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lin Zhe was quite upset. After fighting for half a day, it's still just repulsed? This monster is also too hard to kill, isn't it? And since it wasn't a monster kill, there was no longevity reward. Bai Mo quickly consoled, "It's already not easy to repel such a powerful opponent and stop the copy from invading reality. But I'm curious, you clearly look like you were taken over just now. How did you in turn repel the enemy?" "Ha ha." Lin Zhe smiled perfunctorily, "Well, allow me to keep it a secret." Bai Mo had to give up. As a modest gentleman, he naturally wouldn't dig into other people's privacy. At this time, the two of them were still standing on top of the bird's back, and Lin Zhe looked towards the bottom. He only saw that the abyssal fissure was still hanging there, from which black, unknown substances were constantly seeping out. "Quick, let's go there," Lin Zhe said in a hurry. The big golden bird once again let out a crunching sound and carried them down quickly, eventually landing on the ground. With a wave of Bai Mo's hand, the large bird turned into a beam of light and was collected into his waist. Lin Zhe walked next to that abyssal fissure, pulled out the miniature spring source, and dropped a drop on it before the fissure disappeared. And as Bai Mo witnessed the whole thing, he was once again secretly surprised. "I didn't realize that this teenager already possesses 2 mythic grade props." Moreover, looking at his skillful appearance, it seems that he has already purified the abyssal rift more than once. Right after the rift disappeared, Lin Zhe's system also popped up a prompt. "Ding! Detected progress in your long-term quest, purifying the abyssal rift, current completion progress, 310. Stage reward, 1 system draw, this draw guarantees an A-ranked reward. Tip, continue to complete the mission, successfully purify 6 times, obtain 1 system draw, guaranteed S-rank reward after successfully purifying 10 times, obtain a reward? Please keep up the good work." "Very good." Lin Zhe smiled in satisfaction, "That makes 2 more draws." At the same time, his 2 newly acquired props, the abyssal core resonated with the calamity tooth and lit up in the props bar. This meant that it was possible to build new equipment again. It's not bad, all the effort spent wasn't in vain after all, Lin Zhe secretly thought. At this moment, the soldiers of the Border Legion also ran over. Major General Bai Mo. The officer from earlier said respectfully, "It's thanks to you coming, otherwise the consequences this time would be unimaginable." "Don't mention it." Bai Mo waved his hand in shame, "If you want to thank me, thank little brother Lin Zhe, the main credit this time is his, I didn't help much." The soldiers were all shocked when they heard this. They had to know that in the Border Legion, the 7 heroes of the clouds were the role models of the role models, the idols of each and every one of them. If they could see Sacred Hand Danqing Bai Mo today, they all felt supremely honored and could go back and brag about it for a long time. But Bai Mo actually showed some humility in front of Lin Zhe? He even gave him all the credit? And I heard that this Lin Zhe had only awakened to his profession not even a month ago? What kind of hangers-on is this person? "Alright, since the crisis is over, I'm almost ready to take my leave," Bai Mo instructed the soldiers. "You must do a good job with the aftermath." "Yes, Major General Bai Mo." The soldiers responded in unison, giving a military salute in unison. Finally, Bayamo walked over to Lindsay again, patted his shoulder and said, "Little brother Lindsay, I heard that you've bailed out of the Western War College? We're alumni then." "Oh?" Lindsay courteously returned, "Then I should call you senior brother Bai." "Senior brother Lin don't need to be polite." Bayamo said with a smile, "By the way, have you chosen a tutor yet?" Lindsay froze. "Tutor? It looks like you really haven't known anything about it at all, Bayamo was a bit speechless. After enrollment, the first thing you will do is to choose your own mentor, and you will be led by this mentor for these 4 years of university. Different tutors have different teaching styles, so choosing the right tutor is crucial. I see. Lindsay nodded. This was really the first time he had heard that there was this matter. It seems like it's a bit troublesome, he asked. Does senior brother Bai have any suggestions? Bayamo laughed. Actually, with your strength, even if you don't go to university, it's still possible. But biding your time and learning more about all aspects of the world also shows that you are not a fickle person. However, I'm afraid that an ordinary university education is a bit too big for you. I do have a friend. Really have a friend, not myself, This friend of mine is called Han Che, and he happens to be a teacher at the Western War College, and he seems to be working on a rather radical teaching project. Radical program? Lindsay came to be interested. What's that? Unlike ordinary students playing those artificially modified copies in school, his concept is to take the students directly to the Misty Frontier for actual combat. Misty Border? Lindsay immediately lit up. This is good. In fact, after so many things had happened recently, he also felt that ordinary university teaching could no longer satisfy him, and was even considering whether or not to simply stop attending. Unexpectedly, there was this kind of practical program in the university. Bayamo couldn't help but laugh out when he saw Lindsay's excited look. This expression of yours is really identical to my friend, who gets excited when he hears about battles. His strength back then was actually not below me, it's just that he's a person who has little interest in joining the army or becoming an official. He just likes to engage in those teaching programs of his. Otherwise, there should be a place for him in the 7 Masters of the Clouds. A few words made Lindsay more and more curious. This Han Che might be his ideal mentor. Lindsay clasped his fists. Thank you, senior brother Bai, for showing me the way. At this moment, those soldiers on the sidelines saw Lindsay talking and laughing with Bayamo. One by one, they were even more lemons. Their hearts were sour. Well, this time I really have to take my leave. Bayamo said, I still have to go back and report to the great general about the abyssal invasion. After saying that, he used the brush in his hand to quickly draw a water and ink gate, faithfully stepped in and disappeared into the air. In the end, the students all returned safely to reality, and the losses of the replica were minimized. However, the corresponding result was that the candidates' scores on the second part of the exam were all strangely poor. Luckily, the officials also gave a proper solution. After 3 days, they could choose whether to take the retake or not. Wang Hao and the others all cried out one by one, Mama, yeah, I had thought that I would be able to take a vacation after today, but it turns out it's not over yet. Lindsay revealed a bitter smile, always feeling a little sorry for them. After all, this had started because of himself. However, he then dismissed this thought. Since the Abyss had already set its sights on the human race, the crisis would happen just the same even if it wasn't here and now. The culprits were the enemies who wanted to invade the human race. In his heart, he couldn't help but make up his mind, since you guys are going to come, then I'll kill a few of you if you come. Of course, before that, it was still necessary to accelerate his improvement. Today, he was able to fight off the 10 generals of the Abyss because of Baimo's help, as well as the fact that he happened to be countered by the system. In terms of hard power, he was still a long way behind that Uroboros. Thinking of this, he didn't wait any longer and directly called up the lottery page. Use the 2 raffle chances you've accumulated and draw for me.